MVP material if he gets the third one right here. This guy, if he stopped playing, he'll be a softball superstar.
Pretty darn good baseball superstar. AL rallied in the game. NL has rallied in the swing. With the hat trick. Look out, Chop House. National League takes the lead 4-3.
It really is the best All-Star game still left. It is. Like, their ability, there's no way to, like, gear down in a baseball game. You know, my wife asked me, she's a college softball player. She said, so is this like, you know, in the NBA, they don't really try. Is this going to be like that? And I go, well, how do you not try in a baseball game? Somebody's throwing a pitch and you hit it. It's really hard for you to gear down in baseball. But it's a really good game. And I think that ending last night made it even more fun. It would never happen, but part of me is like, can you imagine how exciting it would be if it goes, instead of extra innings, they just say, let's do a swing off? That'd be cool. And so I think the MLB, like, they shined last night. I think it was a great sort of a projection of their sport, and it's not going to be for people who don't like baseball. If you don't like baseball, then you won't like last night. If you do like baseball, I think you really enjoyed last night. I think that's the bottom line. Now, there's other stuff I want to talk about with that, but yesterday, Ben Tenzer was on with PhD, and John Wallace will join us today at 9:30. So we can sort of double down on some of the things discussed with Ben Tenzer yesterday. But it's funny, the Valanciunas stuff still doesn't seem to be totally done and over with. It sounds from the Nuggets' perspective like this is done. Like there is nothing else to really discuss. You're under contract with an NBA contract and you can't just leave. But Valanciunas yesterday said this: when I'm sure, I will talk about everything. You will be the first to know for sure. That was him when asked about the Nuggets. And I, not to go full Moj on this, but I am getting very annoyed with that sort of stuff. Coded language, not saying what's actually on his mind, not being real about what the situation is between them. If he's playing contractual games, okay, but enough. Enough. All anybody wants to hear is that you're excited to play for a team that has the potential to win an NBA championship. That's it. Like, you juxtapose that with the way that Tim Hardaway Jr. and Cam Johnson talked about the Nuggets on that podcast. I forget which podcast it was. But
well, according to Vic, it was the Old Man and the Tree, but it's
right.
actually called the Young Man and the Three.
The Young Man and the Three. They were ecstatic about coming here. That's all you want to hear from somebody who's been acquired. Like, you aren't going to Charlotte. You're going to Denver, who has a legitimate shot at a title and the opportunity to play with or behind the best player in the world. That's all you want to hear. Like, Tim Hardaway Jr. isn't going to get 30 minutes a night either. But again, it's this golden opportunity for him to have a shot at something he's never had before, which is a title. Now, if you ask Ben Tenzer what the expectations are, Nelly, do we have this queued up?
The expectation is that he will be a Denver Nugget, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
That's it. That's the answer he gave. Like, it's one thing that I have total respect for about this brand new Nuggets front office, and we'll talk to the other half of that at 9:30 this morning in John Mullis, is they have not once wavered on their thought process towards this. We made the trade. You're under contract. You're a Nugget. End of story. I'm sure they've had a whole bunch of conversations, and Ben Tenzer admitted as much. Like, they've talked to Valanciunas. They've talked to his representation. I don't know what those conversations are about because he said he didn't want to get into their side of it, but our side is you're going to be on this team and you're going to play for the Nuggets. But there is, again, like, I don't know if you guys feel the same way I do, and let me know. I am highly annoyed with this. It does bother me. And the first night, if he's out there in a Nuggets uniform for the opener and he puts in 10, 5, and 2 in 13 or 14 minutes, all's fine. But when you extend this kind of an olive branch to somebody and say, we have the chance to give you an accolade in your career that you've never gotten before, and we're going to put you in a position where you're going to succeed, and somebody says, no, thank you, you can't help but be a little bit jilted about it. Like, I am offering a helping hand to you, and you're smacking it away and saying, I don't know yet. But what do you do when somebody does that to you? Like, part of me would just want to pivot. Like, the trade's official. Sarge's numbers are off your books. You have money that you could go out and get Al Horford with. But here's the problem, Nelly. I think that these guys believe, and I'm talking about Ben Tenzer, John Wallace, the Nuggets front office, they believe Valanciunas is a better fit than what Al Horford would be. And in that case, they aren't wavering on this.
He's also, 6 years younger, probably has a little bit of gas left in the tank, more so than Al Horford does. No, I get it. And I think part of the reason that you're taking it so personally, as a lot of Nuggets fans are, is because it's really taken the shine off what was a really cool few days of the offseason. And I mean, we were talking about, you got Cam Johnson, who's a shooter. You got Tim Hardaway Jr. to add more shooter depth. You got Dario Saric off the books. We finally have a competent backup center for the first time since the Knicks administration. Oh, what's that? The backup doesn't want to play here?
Yeah.
He wants to play on the other side of the globe? Like, it kind of feels like it was raining on the parade we had for a few days. And I think that's why you and a lot of fans are taking this so hard.
Well, it's just, you know what? It also has to do with something you just mentioned, which is you've been searching for this forever. Basically, since Jokic got here. You know, I got respect for Mason Plumlee. I like him. I think he's the best backup big that Jokic has had in his career, but that was a long time ago. And you've just sort of been waiting in this centerless desert for years, trying to find the right guy. And you finally found one, and he seems to be the only guy not pumped to be here. And do I understand his situation that he's been traded a whole bunch and he's bounced around the NBA and he's living away from his family and how difficult that stuff can be? Of course I do. But it's also like, it's part of the business. You know, I know somebody else personally who comes into this studio every day after me that moved his family like 18 times in 19 years. You know, I don't know what the numbers were for Mike Sanford, but he moved all the time. Like, you have to know it's part of the risk of being in that profession. And maybe you're over it, and that's fine. But bottom line is you're under contract. And you have to honor the contract that you signed. And I would prefer that you do it with a smile as opposed to a hand in the face of everybody in Denver.
The only thing I would like to say in defense of Valanciunas is I think everybody here at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 owes him a huge debt of gratitude
For?
giving us content during the dry
I
offseason.
don't
How much longer are we going to milk this, Brett?
I don't want it. Look,
We've been talking about this for 2 weeks. The Greeks invaded our YouTube stream again during the Tenzer interview yesterday. It's the day after the Major League All-Star break. It is the slowest day on the sports calendar. So, Jonas, thank you for giving us an olive branch, something to talk about.
Let me tell you something right now, Nelly. I did years of a 4-hour radio show in Lincoln, Nebraska in the middle of June. I'm no stranger to this time in this calendar. I make it work. In fact, it's when we can have some fun. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to talk about this anymore. But it feels like every time he's given the opportunity just to say, all right, fine, I'm coming. He doesn't do it. Trust me. I would rather, what's some of the stupid stuff that we talked about? My McDonald's visit I had the other day. I would much rather talk about that than I would Jonas Valanciunas saying, yeah, I'm not sure.
By the way, speaking of this stuff we talk about during the summer, I was listening to Fox Sports Radio, Two Pros and a Cup of Joe on before us. And just before we flipped it over to the appetizer hour, they were talking about that 150-year-old marathon runner or whatever who got smoked by a car. It's like, Moser, now you're sending your stories to Brady Quinn, brother?
Fauj Singh or something was his name, right? I would much rather talk about that. I didn't like the way that Moser presented it, which was, here's a very sad story, and then he just stared at me like, hey, clown, you going to go to break? I don't know. It feels kind of weird to do it now. But yeah, I'm annoyed. I'm very, very, very annoyed. All I want is we're in an era of Nuggets basketball that you've never been in before. Which is, they've had good teams in the past. That's not what I'm talking about. But even when they had Melo, was Melo somebody that if you were a role player that you'd want to go play with Carmelo Anthony, I don't think that he provides that sort of appeal of, I can make your career better. I can get you paid. I can set you up for a title chance. Jokic can. So, anyway, just again, we'll talk to John Wallace today, get his thoughts on it, the other half of the brain trust running the Nuggets right now, and get his thoughts on what he thinks is to play out in the coming days. I mean, Tenzer kind of asked the question already, or answered the question already, of, are you confident he's going to be a Nugget? His answer was yes. So I think the way that I'll ask it is, when do you expect this to end? So we'll talk to him at 9:30. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Go ahead and jump in. Again, we can go back to the All-Star Game stuff a little bit, because I really feel like it's the closest thing that you get to actual entertainment out of an All-Star weekend. The NHL changed that last year with the Four Nations stuff, and so they very easily could take the mantle for that if that continues. They said they plan to, and they hope to, and they have a way of maybe getting around that. But I thought the ending of it was fantastic. We'll talk more about that in just a little bit. Again, John Wallace at 9:30 this morning. Stick around. All right, so a few things yesterday that kind of came down in quick succession. First and foremost, I was really, really happy to see that Jahdae Barron is signed and good to go now for training camp. That he has signed his contract. It's a 4-year, $18 million deal. And he has been talked about multiple times as someone who is too good not to play. And it's such a weird way to put it for a first-round pick because you would assume that all first-round picks are like this. But the position that the Broncos took in the first round was, I don't want to say it was confusing, but it just wasn't such a pressing need that my immediate wonder was, okay, well, where is he going to play? Because the duo of Surtain and Riley Moss looked really good. And the real disaster started when Riley Moss got hurt. And so are you looking for depth, or are you looking for somebody who's going to play the nickel, or what is it? And it sounds like, I don't know where we're going to play him, but he is going to play because he is fantastic. But being a rookie, it's the same sort of thing. I hope this RJ Harvey stuff doesn't go on much longer because I know there's this sort of battle here to tamp down that fully guaranteed second-round rookie contract thing that Houston gave to Higgins. But these guys need all the reps they can get. The rookies. And if you want to play, and this is the separation, it's kind of like if you're in the Nuggets position, or where they have been over the last few years, and when the Nuggets had that draft where they took Strother, Tyson, and Pickett. And my thought process was, what is going to be at least the immediate value of rookies joining championship rosters? And the answer is it's hard. It's difficult. But when you draft Jahdae Barron, and we're talking about a team that we have high expectations for now. This is not the Broncos of 2021. This is not a team that's coming off, sort of a miserable year and you're trying to build your way back up. They've built. Now it's time to compete. And so if you're going to be a rookie joining that roster, you need every rep that you can get before that season starts because you're going to do a whole lot of learning in season. And the more you can cut down, the better. So it's good to see him signed. I hope that RJ Harvey doesn't go too much longer because I think he needs that as well. At least you have some type of insurance policy in J.K. Dobbins. That even if things don't go well, or I don't know how long this sort of holdout's going to last, I feel like all it's going to really take is one guy. It's going to take one team just to be like, let's get this deal done, and then you'll see sort of a domino effect of all the other ones. But for right now, every team is sort of at a standstill. That they don't know exactly what to do. But earlier in the day, there was some news coming down of more contracts being signed. And this is where I give the Broncos a ton of credit. So Sauce Gardner just signed a 4-year, $120 million extension. $30 million a year. And I said this at the time, and this applies to everyone that you know is going to be on your roster long-term. Pat Surtain is a no-brainer Hall of Fame type talent that you say he is going to be a Denver Bronco until his game, until he retires. And if you have that in mind, you sign them to an extension as early as possible because you don't wait for the price to go up. If they are willing to negotiate, then you do it. It's the same thing that the Nuggets were doing with Jokic. You offer him the extension. That's all you can do. If he wants to wait because he knows there's more money coming down the line and there's very little risk of him ever not seeing that contract, then if you're in Jokic's position, you could say, nope, I'm going to wait till next year and make $80 million more dollars. But in the case of Surtain, if he goes, I'm willing to do the deal now, then you do the deal. But remember, at the time that Surtain signed the contract, I believe he was paid $3 million more annually than any other corner in the league. This was like 10 months ago, less than a year. Since then, Jalen Ramsey, J.C. Horn, Derek Stingley, and Sauce Gardner all make not just more money than him. In the cases of Stingley and Sauce Gardner, $6 million more per. That would have been the price, and then some, had the Broncos waited another 10 months. But because they're run by smart people now, that did not happen. Now, other people I would put in this category, me personally, I think Benito's somebody you really think about doing that with. He is your elite type edge rusher. He is somebody that is very much coveted by the rest of the NFL. If Nick Benito were to hit the open market, he would make a boatload of money. The only reason you wouldn't give him that extension right now, or at least offer it, is if you aren't quite convinced, but I'm convinced. He is, for his position, such like an elite level athlete that they're just hard to come by. So I would also put him in that category of dude you know is going to be here long term. The sooner you sign him to a contract extension, the better. But I'll give you something else about contracts, because this is wild. So the Broncos just get this deal done with Jahdae Barron. There was 2 guys left in the NFL that were unsigned first-round draft picks. It was Jahdae Barron, and it was Shamar Stewart, the defensive lineman out of Cincinnati, who's out of Texas A&M. I've been following that one pretty closely. And luckily, the Barron stuff did not get to the level of Stewart. There didn't seem to be any sort of animosity. There was just negotiation. At least if there was any animosity between Barron and the team trying to get this deal done, it was not made public. And you, do you know what good NFL organizations do? They keep that bleep under wraps where nobody sees or hears about it. That happens plenty of times with good organizations across the NFL where they're having a contract dispute and you don't let that leak, because if you do, it puts more pressure on the team to get a deal done that maybe they don't want to. Because in most cases, when somebody's in a contract dispute, the team's always the one that looks bad. Take, for example, Terry McLaurin in Washington. Terry McLaurin is very, very important to their success offensively and very important to the success that was had by their rookie quarterback in Jaden Daniels last year. Terry McLaurin looks around the league. He sees wide receiver after wide receiver after wide receiver getting paid. And because Washington waited this long, they now have to pay him Jamar Chase money. Or at least that, I'm sure, is what Terry McLaurin is looking for. And now, Terry McLaurin, when he gets a microphone put in front of his face, is complaining. He's saying, I'm pretty frustrated. And most Washington fans or NFL fans would say, yeah, I kind of understand his perspective. He's really good. He probably deserves to get paid more. But it just puts more pressure on the team. Keeping stuff under wraps is a very underrated quality of what a good organization does. And here's what happens in Cincinnati. They have a long track record of not paying people. They've been in this dispute with multiple players on their team over the years. Jamar Chase was one. Then it became T. Higgins. And now it's Trey Hendrickson. But they're doing that for a guy who had numbers slotted for where he was drafted in Shamar Stewart. Shamar Stewart is not at training camp. He went back and he's practicing with Texas A&M. Here's why that's interesting. I don't know if I've quite seen this before, at least in recent memory. It's happened in the past, like a long time ago. Stewart has the option, Nelly, if they can't come to a contract agreement, of returning to Texas A&M. Now, I don't think he can play for them. I think there's like some agent rules and stuff like that has gotten in the way. But he can go to Texas A&M, take classes, hang out for a year, not sign his contract, and re-enter the draft next season. He has that option. It's an opt-out clause. And
get ready to learn Shakespeare, buddy.
Like, seriously.
Going back to school, what's he going to study?
Well, he's going to study how to make more money, and he's going to work out with a personal trainer. Like, I think it's very unlikely that he would actually do it. But the fact that that's even on the table, like if this were the Broncos and Jahdae Barron, there's a report coming out that he seems to be so frustrated that he's left the team and he's gone back to college to go work out with his college team. So Jahdae Barron goes back to Texas, flies to Austin, starts working out with the Longhorns and you start hearing stories of, well, you know, he does have the ability just to opt out of the contract and re-enter the draft next year. Pretty freaky. And that's what's going on in Cincinnati right now. The guy who's been frustrated because he said to reporters, I just want to go in and play. And I don't know all the finer details of contract disputes now for rookies. And why some guys hold out and why some guys wait to sign a contract and where the guarantees go and all that. I don't know how that works. But they're obviously doing something much different than the rest of the league. But that's what you could be faced with.
Now that Barron has signed, is it time to officially kickstart this bit where we talk about Barron?
Yep.
I got different variations, so we have some room to play with.
I mean, I tried it. By the way, I love T-Pain. I think his music's great. He's a great singer. Even without the auto-tune, he's a great singer. And I don't know if you've seen him. I saw him actually on an episode of Bar Rescue. Seems like a wonderful guy. Really does. Yeah. Speaking of Texas. I don't mean to blaspheme against a name that's very important in town, but I'm just asking something. Because I've heard Feinbaum talk about Arch Manning in a way that people don't usually talk about quarterbacks you haven't really seen. He said, hang on, let me find the exact Feinbaum quote on Arch Manning.
Suck it, Feinbaum, you suckhole.
So, Feinbaum, a few weeks ago, said that Feinbaum, and I want to make sure I get this right. I'm kind of paraphrasing this. But thinks he could be like one of the best college quarterbacks he's ever seen. And maybe that will be true. And it'll play out. But here's Arch Manning's response, and I got a lot of respect for him because they got media days going on at the SEC. I don't know if you saw when Steve Sarkisian walked up, Texas's head coach, to do his press conference. They started playing Texas A&M's fight song, and I just thought somebody's getting fired. But Arch Manning was asked about all this offseason or this preseason hype, being on the Heisman list. And he goes, I'm not sure how they get these opinions. I've only played 2 games. It's nice of them to say, but it doesn't mean anything. Talk is cheap. I got to prove it. It's a very Manning way of going about that answer. It's also incredibly true. No, I bring this up all the time. But I do think it's something you need to reevaluate, or I guess dig deeper into and make sure that you aren't biased in any way because of this. We all do this, or at least a version of it, which is we recognize a name, and because of that, we will tend to give them a boost. For example, Arch Manning has gotten a lot of hype because, one, he's very good, but two, because his name is Manning. Just the truth. He could be very well, as good as people say he is, regardless of name, he could be that. But he's certainly gotten extra because his last name is Manning. You know, I feel kind of that same way about when there's like a local guy and you tend to hype up the local guy more than you would somebody from the outside. You know, if there's a really good prospect in college football who plays for CU, maybe you give him a few extra points because you want to see that guy succeed. And you know, we've had examples of guys that have come through here that have been phenomenal players that don't need like Trey McBride out of CSU was somebody who was hyped up, and he was actually like underrated in the draft. Travis Hunter is somebody that I don't think you can overhype. But there are examples of it. And I always tell people to be careful just because of a name. But I think that for now, until Arch Manning actually goes out and just lets it rip, there is a lot of overhype going on there with him. And I think that he could be, you know, if we're talking about the best quarterback in college football, maybe it'll be Arch this year. But a text says, do you mean like Sanders? I actually don't. Like, Shedeur was really good.
Oh, you mean the guy who got his jersey retired? That guy? Pretty good.
And that's probably a little too much. But look, because of Dion, I don't think Shedeur was overhyped. Shedeur was excellent. Now, a lot more attention on him, but the Sanders stuff is interesting because it's not like Arch. Nobody hates Arch Manning. There was a lot of Sanders hate. Now, I think they leaned into that a little too much because there was also a lot of praise, but it certainly was there. But I almost think that Shedeur might have been a little bit of at times, a victim of his last name. But then the jersey retirement stuff just kind of throws fuel on the fire, and you're like, all right, well, what are you going to do with that? Here's a good one, like McCarr's brother. We've got a lot of texts saying, have you guys seen how Taylor McCarr is doing in development camp? And I'm like, not really. I understand his name is McCarr, but I don't think Taylor is his brother, and he doesn't have to be because nobody is Kale. No one.
Talking about hyping up someone because of their name. Let's see. How much time has been spent in the media talking about, let me get this guy's name up here, LeBron James Jr.
Yeah.
Has that guy received any column inches lately?
He's another one that might have been a victim of that, as opposed, like he's benefited in the sense that he got the opportunity in which he probably wouldn't have. It's hard to tell now that you're caught up in the minutia of it. But I certainly think that being LeBron's son in his case didn't help him because there was too much attention too fast and you're watching too many things. You know what he could be? Like, Bronny James could be Tamar Bates. It's like nobody hates Tamar Bates, but nobody talks about Tamar Bates. He could have been that, but he is more, I think, a victim of the last name stuff. So it can cut both ways. But I would say with Arch, just chill until he plays like 4 or 5 games. How about? 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. Summer League game number 3, third loss for the Nuggets. Again, I'm not all that concerned with their win-loss record. I just want to see guys
that's neat.
That play well. Curtis Jones had a really good game last night. I think all eyes are always on De'Ron Holmes, though. And De'Ron Holmes was 3 of 8 from the floor, 2 of 6 from 3, had 11 boards, 10 points, a couple steals. I just think that in his first real live game action, he's taking this sort of piece by piece. I don't blame him for it. He can obviously shoot. And it's what the Nuggets are kind of building around. If you look at the shooting percentages from 3 of most of their roster, these guys can let it fly. Like, league average is 36%. I think everybody in their starting 5 is over 36. Gordon shot like 43. Jokic was 41. Murray was above that. Cam Johnson was above that. He was like 39. And then Christian Brown, I think he shot like 40%. So everybody's above league average. And then you combine on top of that, Bruce Brown can knock down open threes, and Tim Hardaway Jr. obviously can. This is going to be a team that can shoot, and De'Ron Holmes can shoot. I think it's just a matter of him getting back into the rhythm of the game and truly trusting what his leg is giving him. You know, the rehab process isn't like you're cleared to play and then you're good. We know that because we've seen many people that have come back and just, it hasn't been quite the same because they just don't trust their legs and stuff yet. So I think he's still kind of going through a little bit of that and being a little bit more tentative. You know, Tamar Bates took 16 shots as he's really trying to let it fly out there. Outside of that, you know, I don't know if anybody is really going to be considered for these open spots on the roster. Obviously, De'Ron Holmes and Spencer Jones and Hunter Tyson are all guys that are going to be two-way dudes. They have an extra roster spot. I still think maybe EJ Liddell he's intriguing because he just plays so damn hard. Like, EJ Liddell is a shorter guy. He's 6'6", but he plays much bigger than that. He had 5 blocks in that Summer League game. So take that for what you will. De'Ron Holmes with a 10 and 11 night last night and looks okay. I don't think there's any sort of guarantees that he's certainly going to be in the rotation and blah, 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 but there's hope. He's got ability. I think it's just now more of a trust factor on all that.
So now that the Nuggets lost 3 games, they're out of the tournament, right? That's it?
Yeah, I don't think that they do anything from here.
Because I always forget, like, you have your 3 games, and then there's a playoff, and then there actually is a Summer League champion.
And they give rings out to those guys.
And I don't know how that stacks up to an IST championship. Maybe we can ask LeBron or Giannis the glory of winning the IST versus the Summer League.
Yeah, I almost wonder if you were a winner of the Summer League and you got a ring and you're like, all right, I'm going to pawn this thing off. How much does that ring cost? It's made, by the way, by the guy who made the Nuggets championship rings. That dude, we had him in studio.
Jason in Beverly Hills?
Jason of Beverly Hills, that's right. I've seen, I think Ramona Shelburne tweeted it out. The case is the same case that he gives out for every championship ring. He doesn't make cheap little trinkets. I just wonder how much those things are worth to win a Summer League championship. Because if it were me, I might go pawn that immediately if I'm one of those guys. Like, I don't know if I'm having an NBA career or not, but if I get this, it's a good way to make a few extra bucks.
What you would probably do is pawn it in Vegas and then take that money and then go gamble it away. There you go.
Put it on black, see if we can double up, see if we can get 2 championship rings out of this.
Two
That's right.
championships.
2 championships. Texture says, okay, never mind. It said
Cool, Carl.
how are Cam Johnson and Deron Holmes backups for Jokic? They aren't. The backup for Jokic is Jonas Valanciunas. That's it. End of story. Done. You want to know how I know that? Here's Ben Tenzer yesterday.
The expectation is that he will be a Denver Nugget, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
That was it. That was the answer.
Nailed it.
That Pawn Star shows, by the way, that show, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like how these guys became super famous off this stuff.
I'm gonna be honest, Brett. The only thing I have seen of Pawn Stars is the meme format that everybody shares, where it's, "Hey, I've got this collection of rare china from the Ming Dynasty.
Yeah.
How much will you sell it, or how much will you pay me? Best I could do is $50.
Yeah,
I've just seen that meme. I've never actually watched the show. I don't know if it's good.
Now, I've never been to a pawn shop before, but it just feels... I have been to this. There's a version of a pawn shop that I went to frequently in my teenage years. It's called GameStop. And GameStop was the pawn shop of video games, which is you buy a game for $50 and you play it for a month, and then you take it in. They go, yeah, I can give you either $20 or $30 in store credit. And you're like, the game didn't... I see a brand new one on your shelf. This works like it's brand new. What's the difference? But that was my like experience with a pawn shop, was that place. And if that's how pawn shops actually operate, I have no business in going in there. Why wouldn't I just sell it on like eBay? Is it just you get the immediate dollars? Like if you're really in a pinch for cash, that's got to be what it's for. Is that you just put something on the table, they give you money, and you walk out the door. It's got to be it. But I don't like the show. I don't like the people on the show. Nothing personal against them. They bother me. It's just their face. That's all. Reminder, John Wallace, who was supposed to join us yesterday at 9:30, got pulled into a meeting. He will join us at 9:30 this morning. So make sure you tune in at 9:30. We'll get to some more clarification on the Valanciunas stuff. And I also just want to ask him, how'd you do it? Like, how did you do this offseason? How long were things in the works? How long was the MPJ trade kind of like pieced together? Because I can't imagine they just came up with this on a bar napkin over the course of an hour. So we'll talk to him at 9:30. I got audio, by the way, from John Middlecoff. He's on the Colin Cowherd podcast network. He was talking about the Broncos. The amount of people that are absolutely bullish on what the Broncos could be this year is actually kind of shocking. It's almost like whenever you're in the local media, you feel like you have an overhyped sense of what your teams are because you're just in the middle or you're in the thick of it. I feel like I got to play that role for the national media, where it's like, I think they got to temper some expectations. We'll get to that in just a little bit. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup. The same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Also on YouTube. Subscribe to the Altitude Sports Radio channel today and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
The expectation is that he will be a Denver Nugget, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And that's all I have to say about that.
Short and to the point. I like it. That was Ben Tenzer yesterday on PhD. We will talk to John Wallace, the other half of that brain trust, at 9:30 this morning. Vic has his Italian chow hat on. He is saying chow preemptively, I guess, before his flight leaves. And we have Rob in studio for Moj today. Hello, Rob.
What's up, everybody? Thanks
What's
for
up,
having me
Robert?
on. Appreciate that. Did you guys hear him yesterday with the fellas?
He was great.
Tenzer?
He was great. He was joking around, and it makes that answer that you got and played there even more stark.
It does, right?
Because he was like joking with them, and then all of a sudden they said he's going to be a Nugget, right? And then that's what we expect.
Well, Vic, you know Ben Tenzer really well. Like, he is a very calculated human being that's got a very, like, colorful, descriptive answer on stuff. And so when he drops yep, absolutely.
And that's all I have to say about that.
I'll tell you how the Nuggets operate just from working with them. They would not make the trade official. They would not offer up Ben Tenzer and John Wallace and everybody else to talk about this. They would not do any of that unless they were 100% sure he's coming to Denver.
Yeah.
Right? They're not going to do that. If there's any tenuous situation with him, they're not going to offer those thoughts. So, listen, whatever's happening is happening behind the scenes with the agent. But we know he's coming to Denver. It's happening. Sorry, Grease.
Hey, I'll tell you this.
It's over.
I'm still very annoyed, though, Vic, when Jonas Valanciunas talks again yesterday and he says, when I'm sure, I'll talk about everything. You'll be the first to know. It's like, what are we doing with this?
He's probably upset. He probably had his mindset on something. Guys, just take yourself back. If you had your mindset on doing something and then it was, the carpet was ripped from under you and then all you have to reset, he probably thought when he played for Sacramento at that time before he got traded, he had this in mind and that's what he was going to do. Well, things change, Rob. Things change. That's life. He's under contract in the NBA. And I guarantee, do not overlook this element. So the NBA has this contract. There's no way that Greek team wants to touch it, because they don't want to start a war with the NBA.
Yeah.
If they touch it, if for some reason he says, no, I'm not playing for the Nuggets, I'm not doing it, he's done with basketball. He's done. And he's out $10 million.
You could see that in the statements made by the team.
Yeah.
Like, they were like, oh, no, we weren't meddling at all. We weren't trying to
Panathinaikos?
Yeah. Because they didn't want to upset the NBA and piss off the Nuggets, which is understandable. It makes you wonder. And I do think it's mostly to do with family stuff, the reason that he wanted to go over there. But it does make you wonder, is he unhappy that he's a backup? Like, he was a backup in Sacramento. It's not like, but that
was the first time in his career, I think, wasn't it, Vic, that he was a backup and not a starter?
That's a very interesting question. I did a deep dive into his career, and he's played for 5 different teams. But he's never had the opportunity to really shine. He's never had that chance to be, hey, this is my team. I'll give you an example. When he was in Toronto, his final year in Toronto, something happened midseason. He got traded. He got traded to Memphis from Marc Gasol. Guess what happened the rest of that season, fellas? Toronto went on to win a championship.
Oh, yeah.
So midseason, this guy gets dealt. And you have to start wondering, he gets dealt. That's a pretty good team, clearly. I know Kawhi's on that team. That team is good enough to do some damage in the playoffs. He gets sent off. Gasol comes in. Toronto wins a championship. Yeah. I don't know. Just something to consider.
And I feel like if you're the Nuggets, you say to him, listen, you have an opportunity here in a couple ways that maybe you've only had once or twice other times in your career. 1, to win a championship.
Yeah.
But 2, our offense is already set up for you to have the most fun you could possibly have playing center. Like, if we run the same offense that we run when Yoke is in there for you, which everybody says I think he's capable of, you have an opportunity to have the most fun playing basketball maybe you've ever had.
Yeah.
And it should be a selling point for him. And like you said, Brett, he's still just There's no excitement there. There's no.
And on top of that, like, I still maintain that I think that they will have situations in which him and Jokic are on the floor at the same time.
David Adelman said it yesterday to Katie Wingy in an interview we played during the game. He said, listen, he's going to be the best backup we've had to Joker, but we're going to employ some things where he and Joker are on the court at the same time.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's kind of where the NBA's gone with, like, two. It's funny how the ebbs and flows go. It was all about small ball for like 6 or 7 years because of what Golden State was doing, and now it's like, whoa, Gobert and Towns on the floor at the same time?
Yeah.
That can kind of work. Holmgren and Hartenstein on the floor at the same time? That kind of works. You can do that.
We're going to have John Wallace, who is the co-GM. I don't remember all their titles, so I'm just going co-GM. Is that cool with you guys?
Sure.
Ben Tenzer yesterday, John Wallace today. He's going to join us at 9:30, and I'm going to be blunt. I'm just going to ask this question. Are you worried this guy may pout? Is that fair to ask that question?
Yeah, totally. Like, there's obviously a hang-up here, so yeah, I think that's fair.
Everybody says that he's always been a pro's pro.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we don't. It's not like you're around him, so you don't know.
Never met him.
Right, right. And like, but everybody, like reporters in other cities and stuff like that, have said he's a pro's pro. And so
when he gets on the floor, he'll show up.
It won't. You're right. It won't matter. And hopefully that's the case. But you know, I said to DMac when this first started going on, you ever seen somebody who's in a relationship who doesn't want to be in a relationship?
Yeah.
Like, it never works out well.
Yeah.
And so if that's what this turns into, let's rephrase that. I hope that's not what this turns into, because it can get ugly.
I know
that cheating on us with Greece? Is that what's happening right now?
Maybe.
I know that people still kind of ask about Al Horford, and I think the answer to that one's really easy, actually. They think Valanciunas is a better fit than Horford, or I think they would have pursued that. They would have pursued that route already and said, all right, fine. Then you're out of the contract. Go to Greece. We got Horford. We're going to use the money we're giving you to give him. That's how it feels anyway.
Not that Valanciunas is some great defender, because he's not. No. But he is huge.
But he's big.
And in the way.
Being big matters.
Right, right. But do you think part of that is because you can't have Horford and Jokic on the floor at the same time?
Like, I don't know.
I think you could. Nikola Jokic has proven he can play with anybody.
That's true. That's true.
Maybe except Yusuf Nurkic.
Yeah, except for him.
Probably the only guy.
By the way, speaking of the Summer League game last night, so I'm just using this as an avenue to watch Deron Holmes. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if it still seems like he's
tentative.
Yes. Like, he's not totally trusting the leg yet, and it's understandable. I mean, it's a major injury.
Yeah.
But you can see the ability. Here's the thing about the Nuggets now. And this is where I give Ben Tenzer and the guy we'll talk to at 9:30, John Wallace, all the credit in the world. There's two things that have plagued the Nuggets for years that we've talked about, which is depth and shooting. And if you look at the shooters that are on the floor for them right now, the league average for a three-point shooter is 36%. Your entire starting five shoots better than that. All of them. You now have Tim Hardaway Jr. coming off the bench. And Deron Holmes, for being 6'10", little unorthodox game for his size. He doesn't do a lot of post stuff, but he can shoot, and he's not scared to shoot.
Well, one thing that's been revealed last year, they said, well, Deron would have been a good backup five. He's not a five.
No.
No. He doesn't play inside like I thought he did. He's just, that's just not what he does. He likes to shoot threes. He likes to roam the perimeter. He likes to take the ball off the dribble. He's not a post player. He's not. I mean, I haven't seen it yet. Maybe he has something left over. That game last night, guys, we'll get into the All-Star game in a little bit because I was watching that on my laptop. That Summer League basketball game, and I'm not trying to be a jerk. This is my job.
No, it's true. It's true.
This is what I do for a living, okay? And I don't want to bite the hand that feeds. I don't. All right? I value my job. I love it. That was the worst 2.5 hours of my life in many, many years. It was the biggest. I'm sitting there with Scott and Marlo, and we're just staring at each other. What is this? There were 56 fouls, 41 turnovers, 3 flagrant foul reviews, 2 coaches' reviews, an ejection. It was if not for the close call at the end because it came down to the final second, it was the worst product I've ever. What does Summer League do? What are you doing?
It's got to resemble a basketball game. Like, you gotta do. You can't. Spencer Jones
had 8 fouls.
Had 8 fouls.
You can't give them 10 fouls because this is what happens when you give them unlimited fouls. They play more aggressively. They play more aggressively. They foul more. They hack more. The refs don't know what to do. It was awful.
There's a player on Toronto by the name of Chucky Hepburn, who's an Omaha product, by the way. Chucky Hepburn played 13 minutes of that basketball game. He had 7 fouls.
Rob, Tyrell Harrison, 7-footer from down under. He played 15 minutes. He attempted 1 shot. He had 7 turnovers in 15 minutes.
So what are you saying? Boo Booey isn't going to be on our roster coming up in October?
It's a great name, though. It's a great name.
I am watching that, and I'm saying, okay, what's the point? What's the goal here? It's the goal obviously is not to entertain because it's not entertaining. The goal is to evaluate, right?
Yeah, and to allow your coaches to have scenarios where they're acting head coaches, right? To get some reps as like running a team, I think is important. But like, honestly, I'm looking at this list of players, Vic, 3 guys maybe that make the Nuggets roster. They don't even have space for that many, do they? I think they have space for 2.
Here's what I'll say. We were debating this last night. All right, so Deron Holmes clearly on the roster.
Yeah.
And he's hoping to be a rotation player. And that's not a sure thing, by the way.
No.
It's not a sure thing. So he's on. Spencer Jones already signed a contract. He's on because, at least he'll go 100% on defense. He had 8 fouls.
And then Tamar's on a 2-way? That's it?
Well, here's the question.
Hunter Tyson?
Yeah. Hunter Tyson's on. Then you've got Tamar Bates and Curtis Jones, right? The 2 guards. I think you're going to keep one of those guards.
I still like Liddell.
And just so
that's
you know,
the guy I was about to bring up.
Yeah.
Liddell, who was ejected from the game for throwing a hard elbow.
Good.
I like his brand of basketball.
Dude, he's 6'6" and he plays like he's 6'11". Like he plays much bigger than his size.
He had 4 swats in the first half, Brett.
Yeah.
So if I were to keep one extra player from that group, it'd be Liddell, E.J. Liddell. And I know he doesn't shine offensively. He needs to learn how to shoot. But by God, he plays hard.
But to your point, Vic, I mean, Hunter Tyson is a DNP coach's decision because he's too good for the summer league.
I think that's because they're like, you're on the roster. Okay, cool.
But that's the kind of product that you're getting.
You
know what I mean? And especially the third game when you've lost the first 2. I mean, it is the bottom of the roster evaluation.
I know how Vic feels about this. I don't know how you do, Rob, but I'm still a sucker for NFL preseason. I watch it.
Yeah, me too.
And I watch it specifically for I got about 4 guys that I want to see or something like that. The rest of the game doesn't matter. The results of the game doesn't matter. But I'm like, I want to see how this guy or this guy or this guy performs. And it's the same thing with Summer League to me. I'm watching the game for Deron Holmes. I'm just seeing how he operates. That's it.
And there's a point to that, but also, and I asked Scotty this question: where do you rank Summer League in terms of non-NBA professional leagues? So is it better or worse than Europe? Probably worse than Europe. Is it better or worse than college? Probably a little better than college, right? Is it better or worse than the G League? Probably worse than the G League. And so, how much can you really take away from watching that guy do that? You know what I mean?
Here's what I tell you. This is how I put it for both NFL preseason and Summer League. Do you look better than everybody else? Do you look like you belong in a different category than most of the other people that's on the floor with you? Because if that's the case, then yes. Now, Deron Holmes, I don't think has done that, to be honest. I don't think he's looked far and away better, but
I'm a bit underwhelmed.
Yeah.
The first game he played, I thought really well. And the other thing he needs to do a better job is rebounding. And last night he had 11 rebounds.
Yep.
So he really improved in the second half. He needs to stick to that game plan.
Vic,
Rebound.
Can I ask you this? Because, you knew him better than we did. Did Calvin Booth have a different vision of the center position than maybe traditionally or most GMs? Because you talk about Najee and Holmes. And really, who was your backup 5? Aaron Gordon. You never really had.
Calvin said that Najee's a 4.
Yeah.
I think maybe Malone had a different vision.
That's
of
interesting. Maybe it was a Malone problem. Because, that was always the term or what people were saying. Holmes is going to be your backup 5. He's definitely not.
I don't think, and Look, I've probably given Calvin Booth more grace than a lot of other people in town for that exact reason. I don't think because him and Malone's visions for success were so different from one another, his vision for how the team should be used was never really implemented by Malone. And I have some empathy for that, because when you have a vision for something and then the guy who now takes your groceries and puts them into use makes something completely different than what you thought you were going to make.
Yeah.
Like the amount of times they tried Zeke at the 5, and then Booth said it at the trade deadline last year. He goes, here's what we've learned. Zeke's not a 5. And he kind of said that, I think, to be like, hey, Malone, knock it off.
Yeah.
Like, stop trying that.
No, I remember now that you said that he said that. It's just weird because then DeAndre Jordan was always his plan.
I don't know.
For a backup for
a good
Jokic?
question. Yeah,
you know
I
what I
don't
mean?
Well, the fact that they weren't aligned on that vision is one of the reasons they're both not here right now. But I do want to stress this, my last point. As abhorrent as that game was last night and hard to stomach, hard to watch. Sorry, I'm just being honest. I'm not going to play one of those, hey, we're broadcasting the games. That was fun. It wasn't. I'll tell you this. One of the reasons why is because the Denver Nuggets roster is set. We're not one of those teams like Portland where you've got 3 or 4 guys who will be obvious rotational players and impact your team. They will impact your team. The Denver Nuggets team is far different. It's a different mix than a lot of these teams because it's set. It's a veteran-laden team with great depth.
I get something along the lines of the Broncos on that exact subject we'll get to a little bit later. But you brought it up, Vic. If you're not a baseball fan, then you don't like it. I thought the All-Star game was fantastic last night. I thought it was really, really good. So we'll get to that in a couple minutes. Stick around.
AL rallied in the game. NL has rallied in the swing. With the hat trick. Look out, Chop House. National League takes the lead 4-3.
Unbelievable.
Aranda slices a fly ball to left center field, headed towards the wall, but short, and the National League wins it in the first swing off. Kyle Schwarber wins it, going 3 for 3. And the National League, after watching a 6-0 lead disappear in the game, still win this All-Star game.
I love the All-Star game. I love the home run derby. I still think, it's funny. My wife, college softball player, I get the game on, and she goes, so is this like the NBA where they don't really try? And I'm like, I don't know how you don't try in baseball. You're throwing a pitch and you're trying to hit it. There's no like gearing down in a baseball game. You're either playing or you're not. Maybe you don't leg out a triple when you have a double. Like that's the only thing I can think of. You aren't stealing a base, but you're playing the game.
You can be more relaxed, but you still have to execute the play.
Right. And you aren't going to snap your bat over your knee if you strike out or anything like that, but still, you're playing the game, right? It's with the exception of what the NHL did last year, I still think it's the best all-star game that you're going to find in any of the major sports here. And I loved the swing-off. Like, part of me when I was watching it was like, I know it's stupid. Do it during the regular season for all I care. Like it was just fun. It created some tension.
Daddy Schwarbucks up there, just going 3 for 3. If that didn't get you a little bit juiced, I mean, come on. If that didn't get you a little bit juiced,
seriously,
like that, it was fun.
I saw Schwarber up close when Home Run Derby was here in Denver when they took it from Atlanta and moved it here.
Yeah,
Schwarber's forearms are bigger than my thighs.
That's the one thing. If you look at like big home run hitters in baseball, they have tree trunks for forearms.
Dude, Rooker. I want you to look up Rooker's forearms.
Yeah.
I noticed that. It's funny you say it. During Home Run Derby, I'm like, is that a prosthetic? What is going on with his forearms? They're huge.
They take a lot of these guys, Vic, they have those squeezer things, whatever those are called. They do them just when they're sitting at the house. It's all day. Just doing this, squeezing.
Like
just to get those
the old
forearms.
dad thing?
What are they doing at
Yes,
home?
those squeezing. But that's all they're doing. All they're doing is just that. And I don't know what it is about the forearms and how it translates to hitting home runs, but it obviously helps.
Listen,
do you remember Chris Davis out of Baltimore back in the day?
Sure.
The 50 home run guy that just disappeared?
Yeah.
I went to an Orioles game at Camden Yards. He hit a bomb right next to the seat that I was at. But I got up like kind of close, and he was in the outfield playing catch before the game. And you saw his forearms. It felt like you could see him from space.
That's what makes baseball so romantic, because you'll get those squatty dudes with huge arms, and then you'll get a tall dude, 6'7", O'Neal, what's his name, De La Cruz, who can still go yard and is lanky, right?
That's
and
O'Neal Cruz. Ellie De La Cruz, but
he's
just O'Neal Cruz.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Ellie De La Cruz.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of the game, is you get them in all shapes and sizes, and they all do the same thing. Hey, Rob, I don't know if you watched the game, but there are things about the All-Star game that really popped last night. Number one, I love that they went back to the normal uniforms.
Me
None
too.
of this jazzercise stuff. None of this softball uniform crap.
Yeah.
Just wear your team's uniform so we can properly identify you. That's not a hard concept. That's number one.
Every
number
sport
two,
should do that, by the way, including basketball.
Exactly. And I know why they don't. The reason why they invest in new uniforms, why do you think that is?
To get sales.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But how stupid did those ones look? Like, I saw the AL, and I was like, oh, it's for Atlanta. It's ATL.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's
My wife said the same thing.
I was
Yeah.
like, wait, hold on. I got to, because he's in the AL. I get it. It was so dumb looking.
My wife said during the home run derby, I think it was Rooker was coming up to the plate. She goes, so he plays for Atlanta? I was like, no, he's just in the American League. I know that's confusing.
Yeah,
But you can't figure it out from watching the game, then they've lost. So yeah, I love the fact they went back to the normal uniforms. My second favorite part of the All-Star game, the mic'd up segments are just...
Oh, they're so good.
I mean, chef's kiss. When they mic'd up Clayton Kershaw, and how often, Kershaw comes off at times like this gruff dude, he's serious. He was so funny.
Yeah.
And he's talking mid-pitch, guys. Oh, here comes Here comes cheese. Oh, he's so funny. And I'm not sure why that works so well, but I'm thinking to myself, Brett, maybe you can establish this. Why don't they do that for regular games? Why don't you mic guys up for regular games? Is it just like forbidden because there's competition involved?
They've done it not for like pitchers or hitters, but they've done it for guys like playing the outfield or something. I'm trying to remember. There was somebody.
It was on like Sunday Night Baseball, wasn't it? It was one of the primetime games that they did it.
But there was I don't know if it was Mookie Betts at the time. It was somebody in the outfield, and it was like a line drive to right center, and he just goes, "Oh, guys, I got to get this one," and like just started taking off. They've done it.
Why don't they make it part of the broadcast? I don't understand. And if the response is no, it's serious. Well, no, it's really just it is serious, but it's entertainment. I mean, you're there to entertain the audience. I want to know what's going through your head. I loved the exchange between Kershaw and the catcher about what pitch is coming next.
Yeah.
Well, he shook me off. I guess we're going back to the slider. I love that.
Smoltz, what do you want here? And he goes, a cutter. I don't throw a cutter.
I know. It was great. I mean, I'm telling you, that part, the swing off obviously worked. And for those wondering why you didn't have Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani, which obviously should have been there, they established that 3-person lineup before the game. The managers are asked before the game, who are your 3 swing-off guys in case we go there?
For the broadcast, I think it would lose a little bit of something if you did it every game.
Sure.
And the guys...
That's fair.
Anybody who's ever played a sport at any level, that's what you miss, is being in the locker room and joking stuff like that. Like,
you're so right.
That is when you get told you're not allowed to play anymore. It's what you miss. It's why we love coming in here, because we get a little bit of a vibe of a locker room where we can just joke and have fun, and you get just a tad of that on air. But I think if you did it regularly, guys would be like, "Oop, I'm mic'd up this inning." Don't say anything.
That's a good point. The other thing too is, let's be totally honest, a lot of it you probably couldn't use.
Right.
Some of the language that is used during those moments, especially among teammates, right? You're probably not going to be able to use that stuff on a national broadcast.
Keeping out like the defensive calls and stuff like that, I feel like would be really difficult.
Could be.
Okay, that's fair. The last thing that I loved about the All-Star game, those are the 3 top. That Hank Aaron tribute.
That was so cool.
Was unreal.
The firework was so cool.
Unreal. I don't know how they did it. I don't know technically how they pulled that off. It was absolutely beautiful. It almost brought a tear to my eye. Like if you're Hank Aaron and it's almost from his perspective. You're watching from the heavens.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it was really neat.
Hold on. Has Hank Aaron passed?
Oh, boy.
Before I kill him.
Yes. He died 4 years
2021.
Ago. Okay, that's what I thought.
The late great.
I mean, you know how
I thought he did, and then you said it, Vic, and then I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
But he would have been there, you would
shouldn't
think.
be laughing.
That's a good point.
Yeah, he would have been there.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
But that's what made it so beautiful. It was almost from his perspective.
Listen, they do the projector stuff all over for sports now, and I think every time I see it, it's incredible.
Yeah.
They did it for Gabe coming back. I was at that game for the first game back for the captain, and they did, the little tribute on the ice, and it was, goosebumps. You know what I mean? So I thought it was terrific what they did last night. Can I take a second and just blame LeBron James for something here?
Sure, yeah.
Well, we're all welcome
Please
for that.
do.
How much more fun could the home run derby be if we had all the stars in it? Like
They still got him, though.
Baseball does it more than any other sport. Baseball, like Judge did it. Shohei did it.
They can't do it every single year. I mean, they had Cal Raleigh. He's got 38 homers this year.
And sure, he should be one of the guys in there, but like Jazz needs to be in there.
No.
You know what I mean? Like it started when LeBron stopped doing the dunk contest. To me.
But those guys, if you think about the big home run hitters in baseball, they've all participated at some point. There's nobody that's not done it.
Yeah.
That's fair. They've all done it at one point but I just like every year Yes, I want to see Aaron Judge every year.
See, but I kind of got tired of Pete Alonso being in it every single year.
Yeah, Polar Bear was winning so many times. You're like, okay. It was so exciting here, Rob. I don't know if you attended Derby when it was here. When Shohei got up
No,
to
I don't
bat,
have connections like you, Vic. I don't just get to be like, oh, I go to the home run derby.
Well, I mean, you work at the station. I figure you can finagle some tickets somehow for that.
Marty O got in. I mean, come on.
Yeah, even Marty O is on the list above me. The fill-in guy does not.
The most magical part of that All-Star Week was home run derby and Shohei hitting bombs. The entire crowd was into it. It was so cool.
Yeah.
But you're so right, Rob. In the NBA, the fact that the Stars refused to participate in the one event that is All-Star Weekend, is sad, and it's really ruined it. Because I hate to be back in the day guy, but here I go. Jordan did it. Wilkins did it.
Can I tell you something else, by the way, that is a stark contrast between the two? And, Vic, I think you know this pretty well. What percentage of the NBA guys want to be there?
Like physically want to take
part in All-Star festivities?
I would say 10%.
Did you see during the swing-off the reaction of everybody on each side of the field? And they're jumping up and down like they're 5-year-olds when a ball left the park? Like, that to me is a way different thing. And baseball is a much different sport. It's a lot more laid back. And like you said, you said it, every sport says it, but I remember baseball's a lot of just sitting there and talking to your buddies. Like, it really is. It's why I like golf so much. I explained this to Vic. I go, you want to know why I love golf? When I'm in the cart, it's like I'm in the dugout. And then it's like, oh, it's my turn to get in that bat. Okay, I swing, and then I sit back down in the cart for another 5 minutes. Like,
unless you're in the car with Moser, you'll never say a word.
That is true. That is true.
Are we allowed to take shots when he's not here? Is that the?
Yeah,
that's all we do.
Yeah,
that's all we do.
It's
is
the
take
best
shots.
time to take shots.
I know you take shots normally when he turns his mic off, but I didn't know if he's not here if it's still fair game.
No, fair game.
I don't know how insulting me is going to make this a better segment.
You know what's interesting, and I'll ask you about this, Brett, because we're about the same age. I remember when I was a kid, they brought back the Pro Bowl games the past couple of years, where they have like the quarterbacks do the throwing,
the accuracy thing. Yep.
I remember watching that as a kid, and it was the best part of them being in Hawaii was watching how far Drew Brees can throw it. You know what I mean, and all that kind of stuff. And I just wonder, because you mentioned with the dugouts yesterday. If you had the Stars in there, could you get the guys carrying more? You're saying how many NBA players want to be there? Well, if they were watching LeBron James do, a 720 dunk or something like that, would they be more excited? Would they be more into it?
100%.
It's Mac McClung. Like, what are we doing?
I don't get it. If Steph Curry can do the 3-point contest and he's the best in the game, the best there ever was, why can't LeBron and John Morant do the dunk contest?
Right.
What excuse does John Morant? I mean, you're John Morant. What excuse do you have not to do the dunk contest?
I think it should be like you don't have the option. If you are an all-star representative and we choose you to do the contest, then you do the contest.
And how much more hyped would everybody else there be? Right? Like, how much more exciting would the sidelines be because Ja Morant is flying through the air?
Anthony Edwards won't do it.
Right? But
he won't do it.
It's because LeBron never did it. Like, it's beneath them now.
Imagine this. Imagine the home run derby and the champion's a AAA guy you've never heard of before. Because that's how I felt when Mac McClung was doing or is doing the dunk contest. I'm like, why do I care about this guy that never plays? Why do I care?
Well, this is my takeaway last night. The Major League All-Star game, Major League Baseball All-Star game, already was number one on the list. It actually climbed higher last night with that game. It is number one by far of all major sports All-Star games.
Unless the Four Nation is an every year thing.
Yes. That was my next point. If you're going to go hockey's original All-Star game, the one they go to when they're not doing Four Nations, is unwatchable.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. It's unwatchable.
Well, but
watch it.
If they do the Four Nations every year, it's going to lose a little bit of its luster, isn't it?
Maybe if you switch countries or something. I don't know. You're right. I
still think I'd be pretty jazzed up to play Canada.
I'm just trying to rank them. The NBA All-Star game, unwatchable. This year, they're going to mix it up, and I think it'll be actually a wrinkle that'll add some entertainment to it. It might be better this year. The NFL Pro Bowl.
What about it, Vic? The world versus
world versus the U.S. I think pride will play a role in that game. And once pride sets in, right, it's time. And then guys play harder. And then guys value the game. You could tell they don't value the game now. It's just pickup basketball. Even less than that. The Pro Bowl is, I think, last on that list, and they should just disband it altogether. Just no reason to do it. Yeah. Just get rid of it. It's a complete waste of time. They brought in the Manning brothers to try and let's play flag football. And guys, come on, help me out here. You tell me. I know people watch it in the ratings. Ratings. What are we doing? What is that?
To be honest with you, I'd rather watch, the pickup games they have in New York or L.A. that are the
Basketball?
off-season. Yeah, that are the off-season games.
Oh, like Rucker Park?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I'd rather watch that.
You mean the and one tournament? You'd rather watch the and one tournament?
Well, that too. No, I'm talking about like the NBA guys
Yeah.
who go play these pickup games
Sure.
that are closed door, and
Yeah.
like some high-level college guys are in there, and your agent's got to get you in, but it's just they're just running in a gym. You
Right.
know what I mean?
Right.
I'd rather watch that than watch Summer League or an NBA All-Star game or anything like that, because there's like, for some reason, it's lost all competitive juice. And whether it's the pickup game in New York or and one, there's compete there.
Sure.
And there's just none of it in NBA All-Star. There hasn't been any of it in NHL All-Star except for the Four Nations. But I think that's what made last night so cool.
I think the other thing
they wanted
Rob,
to win.
A primary reason I was invested last night is because of this. Of all the sports, I watch baseball on a regular basis the least. I just don't watch it on a night in, night out basis. I watch the other sports a lot. And last night was a way to, hey, what am I missing? Who's this guy? Who's Rooker? What's going? You know what? It was a way to reintroduce me to the sport. What have I been missing? And that's what it did for me personally. I don't know about you guys, but the other sports you're invested in. I have not been invested in baseball. I just haven't, and that's on me. That's on me. I haven't paid attention. Last night I did, and I liked it.
I'll tell you right now, the most shocking thing about the All-Star game to me is that Javi Baez is an actual player in the MLB again. That's an All-Star representative. That dude hit like a $190 ever since he signed on with Detroit. He hit like a $190. Now he's an All-Star again. Shocked me. So a lot more to get to today. John Wall is going to join us at 9:30. One half of a problem that I saw coming in the upcoming days has been taken care of. And thank God, because there's a similar situation for another team that has turned into a disaster. We'll get to it next.
Vic Lombardi here, reminding you, be thankful that you live in a country that values air conditioning. I'm serious. We take it for granted. We always do. I'm going to go to a country that the oppressive heat just overwhelms to the point where you want to run. AC is so vital, so important. And again, if it's not working in your house, you're going to tell somebody about it. And that somebody better be AAA service, because right now, if your AC is not running properly, if you're a little wonky with that, they've got a $49 AC tune-up special going on right now. Come out to the house, whether it's broken, whether the thermostat's not working properly, whether you don't know what to do with it, they'll fix it for you. $49 tune-up special. If there's more to it, they'll find it. Keep things cool this summer. Don't go the route of Europe where they don't like AC. They don't use AC. They don't have AC. We've got it. Use it. AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
Texter asks, who's joining at 9:30? Brett talks too fast. It's going to be John Wallace.
Do it again.
John Wallace, Executive Vice President of the Denver Nuggets.
John Wallace? We'll be talking to John Wallace at 9:30.
John Wallace. I believe he's the EVP of player personnel, if I remember right. Yep. So he'll join us at 9:30. Ben Tenzer, we talked about him a little bit earlier. He joined PhD yesterday. And his clarification on the Jonas Valanciunas thing was this.
The expectation is that he will be a Denver Nugget, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
So there you go. So we can get into more detail with that with John Wallace at 9:30. Now, here's the thing. And, Vic, you were unconcerned with this. I wouldn't say I was concerned, but I just wanted it to be done. The Broncos had two of their major draft pieces that were unsigned as of yesterday, that being their first-round pick and their second-round pick. Well, half of that has been cut off because Jahdae Barron has signed a 4-year deal for $18 million. He was one of two first-round picks that were left unsigned as of yesterday. The other is Shamar Stewart in Cincinnati. So, rookies report today for training camp. He will be there getting all the reps that's necessary, which I think is great. Because you were just mentioning this, Vic, that when you ask younger players to join a championship-like roster like the Nuggets were doing, when they had that draft where they took Strother and Hunter Tyson and Jalen Pickett, it's really hard for those guys just to come in and like,
impact.
Hey, you got to learn how to be an NBA player in the middle of us trying to win a championship. It's a tall order. The Broncos are kind of in that place where they're going to ask a couple of rookies in Jahdae Barron and RJ Harvey, we're ready to compete. So get your ass in gear sort of thing. And I think the more reps they get, the better prepared they're going to be. So I'm glad that Jahdae Barron is in camp.
For the life of me, Rob, I still don't understand why it took that long to get that deal done. I mean, these slot into certain numbers on their own. I have no idea why that one specifically took that much time.
The RJ Harvey one's different because the Texans have thrown a monkey wrench in this by doing the fully guaranteed thing with their second-round pick. So that's affecting everybody.
Well, and I think I heard Leggy on your guys' show say he's not worried about it for either of them. So
it's just about guarantees and where money goes and blah, 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 yeah.
I felt fine about Barron and thought it would get done before camp. I'm surprised they took it really down to the last hour, but I thought it would get done before camp just because Leggy had been so sure of himself that, this is not a problem, and I trust him. But with the Harvey thing, yes, there is 30 other guys who are not signing because of this, monkey wrench, as you called it.
It's Jaden Higgins, I think his name is, out of Houston.
At some point, how many of those guys are going to be depended on the same way that we thought RJ Harvey was going to be depended on?
Well, that's what I was telling Vic the other day. I go, there's 3 guys in the draft that I know are going to play for the Broncos. I don't know how much, but they're going to play. It's Barron, it's Harvey, and it's Crawshaw, the punter they took in the 6th round. Those are the 3 guys that are going to be on the field for sure. Other guys might, but they're going to have to really earn their way on.
So at what point, if you're Harvey, do you say, listen, I'm the 60th pick. I'm at the end of this round. I'm probably not going to get guaranteed money anyway. It's more important for me to not tick off the coaching staff and get on the field.
It's not a Harvey call. That's more of a union call. The union and the agents are sort of colluding on that second round because of what happened with Houston, and the teams are like, come on, man, what are we doing here? And so it's who's going to cross the line first. That's what that is.
I think it's going to take one guy. One guy will sign a contract, and then a domino effect will happen.
But I think Harvey might be that guy.
Could be.
You know what I mean? Because I just don't think, the Bills have a second-round draft pick. He's not important to them, right? He is not going to – RJ Harvey could end up with, 30% of your running back touches on the year.
Well, I'll tell you what freaked me out, especially with the Barron stuff, because it was just Barron and Shamar Stewart were the last remaining unsigned first-round picks. Now, thankfully, at least from what we know, Barron wasn't in this big dispute with the Broncos, at least that I'm aware of, that they weren't bickering at each other or something like that over the money or the contract. Now, if they were, then they do a really good job, as most organizations do, of keeping that stuff in-house and not letting it get public, because the second it gets public, it turns into a problem. Look at what Washington's dealing with now with Terry McLaurin, who said, yeah, I'm pretty frustrated while he's showing up for camp because he's watching all these receivers get paid and he's not. Have you seen what's going on with Shamar Stewart in Cincinnati? If you remember at a month ago, he's like, I don't know what's going on. I just want to go play. And
the Bengals always baffle with their finances.
That's the thing.
That's one of those franchises where you're shaking your head and you're always saying, yeah, it's the Bengals.
But here's the new wrinkle to it. You know what Shamar Stewart's doing? He went back to College Station. He's practicing with Texas A&M. Now, I don't think he's allowed to play with them because of I don't know how the signing and agent stuff affects college eligibility now.
He's not.
But I don't think he's allowed to go back and play. But what
Why
he can do,
Why wouldn't you be?
But what he can do, he can just say no to a contract and re-enter the draft next year.
Yeah.
And it sounds like he's at least considering that option.
It's the only way he has leverage, though.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if he does that, the Bengals lose their asset.
Right.
They lose their first-round pick. So he forces them to trade him, really, trade his rights to somebody else. That's the only way that he has leverage, is to sit out the entire year. I heard it has something to do with the language in the contract. It's not actually money or anything like that. So it would have to be a team that has the language that he wants in there. But it would be interesting if he pulled a Le'Veon Bell and sat out for a year. Would other teams kind of put him in this, we don't want to touch that kind of area? Or would they be like, no, that's the Bengals. We know what's happening.
My least favorite thing of pro sports is the contract squabbles that go along with it, right? It's just painful to watch. And most of them have been taken care of because they're all slotted into stuff. But these contract squabbles were now seen in pro sports and have seen. We've talked about it, Rob, on the show. What do you think is going to happen in college football for the next few years? What do you think is going to happen with guaranteed contracts, guaranteed agreements, guarantees? These squabbles that are the bane of pro sports, you don't think they're going to happen in college ball? It's heading in that direction, brother.
Can I make an argument as to what might help with all this money? And I don't know how you can make this work. There would obviously have to be some sort of union that's formed and all that. But if you want to sign a kid, and let's say it's a 2-year deal, well, much like Jonas Valanciunas, even if you think you're eligible to go in the draft as the number 1 overall pick, you signed a 2-year contract with us. You need to play for 2 years. Can that ever happen?
But the other teams would have to abide to it, right? Like Panathinaikos doesn't want to mess with the NBA. They're not messing with that contract. They say, oh, yeah, no, not a big deal.
But if it's a contract, it's the same thing as the NFL. Like, you don't get – look, Jamar Chase doesn't get to transfer from Cincinnati because he doesn't like it there anymore. He's under contract. It would have to be a trade.
But that's because there's a players' union.
That's what I'm saying, though.
So the players and the teams have agreed that when they sign this contract, everybody is going to abide by it, period.
Yeah.
It's just the Wild West out here.
For now.
If Ole Miss wants to pay you an extra X amount of dollars, that contract's not stopping you from going. You might have to pay some of the money back.
Right.
But that contract's not there's a buyout, right? Like that contract's not stopping you from going and playing for somebody else in the SEC. And until the teams all get together and say, if somebody's under contract, we're all saying we're not going to touch it. Yeah. Like,
problem is they can't determine those teams. That's the issue holding it up right now. He's like, what team's going to cut to the chase and say, we're going to play big-time ball? Just announced yesterday, teams that are not going to do the collegiate revenue sharing with players, right? So it's not a foregone conclusion. Every school is going to revenue share with players. St. Peter's announced yesterday, and I know these are small schools, but the schools I'm about to tell you now are all schools that have been in the NCAA basketball tournament and turned heads at some point, right? They've surprised. That's the beauty of the NCAA tournament. St. Peter says we're not doing that. We ain't playing that game. Do you remember a school named Maryland, Baltimore County, UMBC? Do you remember that school?
The first 16 seed, right?
Yeah, remember that team?
Got the upset.
Yeah,
Go
they're
Golden
not doing
Retrievers, baby.
Yeah, they're not doing the revenue sharing. They're out. There are other schools that are coming through saying, nah, we're out on that. So what it's going to do, it's going to kill the opportunity for those teams. They're done. They're done. You're not going to have those Cinderellas anymore.
But
they're done.
I mean, we are cruising towards, and I know it's based around football, but everything is based around football. We are cruising towards the Big Ten and the SEC. I mean, it's 2 years away that they are going to form their own league away from the NCAA. And
yeah, I think that'd be foolish on their part.
Aren't you just splitting 1A and 1AA again? Like,
well, that's
isn't
what
that
I've suggested
just
all
happening?
along. Just have two different championships, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. In addition to St. Peter's, Iona, Manhattan. There was a time Manhattan made some noise in the tournament. These are all schools that, and you don't blame them, they can't play in those, they can't swim in those waters. They're too deep. They're out. They're all out.
But then for all of those, you get a Sac State that signs Mike Bibby and goes, give us money. We want to bring players in.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't understand. It's so weird now. It's crazy.
Does the tournament lose something for you then, though? I mean, if you don't have UMBC,
yes.
Isn't that part of the fun of it? Is
no,
that
totally.
Iona,
Rob,
as a 14 seed, upsets Kansas and they're out for the third year in a row or whatever?
I thought last year was lame because
it
of
was.
that, because
Rob,
we didn't have any
witnessed
upsets.
Yeah, it was chalk. The chalk is not fun to watch. You want Butler. You want, before Gonzaga was Gonzaga, they were just who the hell's this team?
And then built their way up.
Yeah. They established themselves in the tournament. Creighton. Who the hell was Creighton? They won a few games in the tournament and established themselves as a legit mid-major.
And they're trying to expand the tournament again, which, it does give you more of those underdog stories, but it seems like this desperate ploy to keep you interested in the NCAA because these two conferences are going to split off and do their own thing. And I think it's going to be bad for college sports. I really do.
Whenever it comes to stuff like this, and especially with football, I understand that the SEC thinks that they are like they're a step above the NCAA somehow. Like their football league matters more than it's like. Here's the NFL, here's the SEC, and then the NCAA football is all the way down here. Why would your ego get in the way of what's already a really good thing for you is what I don't understand.
Because it's simple supply and demand. They believe they supply most of the value, and they demand more of the money for it. That's why.
Well, you know what? I said this before. If CU and CSU and all the teams that we care about here in this town are not involved in whatever combination league that they're thinking about forming, then I don't care about them anymore because it means nothing to me.
You know what I think it is? It was the inability of the NCAA to see the iceberg coming.
Oh, totally, yeah.
And get ahead of, we're going to end up paying players. We need to institute some rule, some sort of set of rules that we can all agree on to make sure it doesn't do exactly what has happened over the last couple of years, which is go completely crazy, insane, lawless Wild West in terms of transferring and stuff. It would have been real simple. You get one free transfer, right? And then every transfer after that, you have to sit out a year.
Something.
If they kept that rule. Or if your coach leaves, you get a free transfer. You have a salary cap. Everything's above the table. How much money are they allowed to get? All that kind of stuff. If they could have instituted rules and avoided this iceberg, then maybe they could have kept everybody involved. But their inability to look into the future and see that, which, by the way, we all looked into the future and saw it.
Yeah.
I think that's what really cost them.
I think it's ego and a lack of foresight. That alone, ego and lack of foresight is what killed the Pac-12. They thought they were too good for the TV deal they were offered, and they go, no. And then that TV deal went to the Big 12, and guess who still exists? Mm-hmm. It's that. So we can get to this a little bit later. Speaking of college football, by the way, something we need to pump the brakes on. We'll get to in just a second. Okay, so I've always been like a little leery of these things. And we're going to have John Wallace on at 9:30, but it's getting your perspective being higher of something because it's familiar, if that makes sense. So when I bring up, hey, Von Miller's still unsigned in the offseason and Broncos fans really want Von Miller, I say, do you want Von Miller because he makes your team better or because you think it would be cool? And there is sort of a battle because we all kind of do this. I want to talk about a little bit later. There's national people talking about the Broncos in a way that I think is elevated from even the local perspective, which is flipped usually. But when it comes to Arch Manning is going to start for the Texas Longhorns this year. He's obviously very hyped, and he has the last name Manning. And I heard Paul Feinbaum say this the other day, a couple weeks ago, I think at SEC Media Days. He said this.
I don't remember when I've been this crazy in love. It's been a while, but I think everybody knows what it's really not what he's done on the field. I just really admire what he's done off the field and how he handled the moment today, and really how he's handled the moment entirely. And he looked at me and go, "I don't know who that guy is, but I'm gonna check it."
Wow, starstruck, absolutely starstruck. Did you watch that hand?
No, I have not. This hand will never be washed again, so stay away from it.
Oh, wow.
Paul Feinbaum has said something along the lines of he thinks Arch Manning could be one of the greatest quarterbacks he's ever seen in college football. And I'm like, how much of that has to do with the ability of Arch Manning and how much has to do with that his name's Manning?
Well, the familiarity helps, but, I mean, it's not like he's some scrub that hasn't proven he can play.
Understood.
When he filled in, he showed flashes, right? It's hard to fill in. It's hard. And they didn't use him as much as some Texas fans thought they should. Some Texas fans, you watch that semifinal game. Do you remember what happened late in that semifinal game?
Yeah.
The interception?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, but Manning struggled too when he came in the big game. He was great against the University of Texas San Antonio.
Yeah.
But
against Georgia?
Right. He had a little bit of trouble with the SEC team.
He sure did.
I'm going to throw this out there. I agree with Feinbaum. And not because of his play on the field, but I think what Feinbaum was saying, and at least how I feel about it, is I'm impressed by the kid and his maturity.
That's totally fair. Because I'm going to play another clip from him. It's more, I didn't have the right clip that I played, but it's more about his thoughts of him as a quarterback.
Yeah, like he's the kind, and you shouldn't be shocked maybe to get it from a Manning name, but he, signed a big NIL deal. Then he got told he wasn't going to play and wasn't going to start. Mm-hmm. And he could have left. Yeah. He could have gone and tried to find more NIL money somewhere else. Nope, he just sat there. He waited his turn. Rob, I think it has been impressive.
Rob, that's the best thing that could have happened to him, in my opinion.
I agree.
A good dose, and this is what's missing a lot from college athletics today. And guys, you don't want to hear this. And again, I'm going to be told, oh, what a boomer mentality. A good dose of humility is good for the soul, man.
Sure.
It really is.
Okay, boomer.
I mean, it's good for you get hit with that early in your career, early in your road to wherever you're going. I'm telling you, that adversity helps. It doesn't hinder, it helps.
Well, and he had a bunch of things too. Remember, he lost his student ID? Like, it was like a little bit humbling. Somebody found it. It was a big joke. It went on Barstool. It was like his first week on campus. It was the first time he was there, a freshman, and he lost his student ID, and it went like viral on Barstool. And I think it was like a good explanation to him that, like, okay, you're Arch Manning and you're at Texas now. There are more people paying attention. And even to that point, when he was at SEC Media Days, which I think recently.
Yeah, recently.
When he was at SEC Media Days, he kind of said, like, I haven't proven anything yet.
Well, that's what I want to play here because if you look at odds for the Heisman, as of right now, I'm trying to pull them up on the fly, so give me a moment. His name is near the top of the list on most of these. Like, he is somebody that I think it's the familiarity aspect, but also just he should be really good.
Well, but
and
also,
I can't find him right now.
Also, Texas is loaded.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
his team is absolutely stacked.
But here's what he said about his name being floated around in Heisman talks.
I'm not really sure how they get these opinions because I've only played, 2 games? But I guess that's nice of them to say, but, that doesn't mean anything. Talk is cheap. I got to go prove it.
So he said, if a little hard to hear, he goes, I don't know who comes up with that. I've only played 2 games. It's nice to hear, but talk is cheap. I got to go prove it. And I think, obviously, if you're a Manning, you're going to be raised a certain way with a certain mentality of I always have to prove it sort of thing. But I'm always I'm the guy who's always taken the step back for stuff like this when things that you haven't really seen before get really hyped up. And I'm like, all right, well, just hang on just a second. How much, if his name was Arch Johnson, are you talking the same way about the guy?
You have a case in point in Boulder. There's a fellow by the name of Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
His name is Shedeur Sanders.
He was very good. He was very good.
You talk about polar opposites, personality-wise.
Sure.
Can you think of 2 guys playing the same position who come from big name recognition who are more polar opposite in their approach?
Well, I'll still always remember that first press conference from Dion when he said everybody's going to earn their way on the field, and he was doing this whole you're going to have to prove it, and then he goes, and that's your starting quarterback right there. And I go, well, hey, you just said the thing about earning it on the field, and then you pointed before there's even a practice that guy's your starter. But, I understand. Shedeur's good. He was good.
And it wasn't wrong, right? He was clearly their best quarterback option. He was more than deserving.
They're not the team they were or the ability to get to that point without him. He was 100% that guy. But I'm just pointing out the obvious.
Yeah, and I think, Vic, to your point, what it is a masterclass in for Sanders.
Marketing.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. For Sanders, there's people who love him and people who hate him, and the people who hate him because he did that. And for Manning, I'm going to go get as many Bud Lights in my mouth as I can. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They just have a way with being an everyman, even though they're absolutely not. They are
so
the
true.
elite of the elite, but they just have this way of being the everyman where they say stuff like that. I haven't proved anything yet.
Peyton Manning has hosted SNL. He's hosted the ESPYs.
Yeah.
He plays Augusta whenever he wants to.
Right.
And he's like, I'm just a regular Joe. It's like, no, you're not.
You know what it
but
is?
you are,
But
kind of.
It works.
It's a mentality, and the reason why I think it's preferred is it keeps you out of the crosshairs. That's what it does. If you continue to be humble and the humility factor, you'll get the benefit of the doubt from the public. You just will.
That's the thing, Vic. I was talking about this earlier in the appetizer. There's things in situations I think with the Manning stuff, I think it really helps him to have the last name Manning, obviously. You're going to get an extra boost because you're your grandfather and your 2 uncles were pretty damn good quarterbacks. I'm assuming you are too. There are cases in which that name can hurt you. I think Shedeur was one of them where, yes, he was loved by a lot of people, but he was also hated by a lot of people. I think Bronny's another one. Bronny could just be Tamar Bates. But
you know what's funny about Bronny? If you hear him speak, he's great. He's a good kid.
Yeah.
He's a good, hardworking, earnest kid. Listen to him talk. Listen to him talk about other players. He's not his dad. I'm telling you right now.
And I want to push back on you on Shedeur a little bit, too. When Shedeur spoke, it wasn't crazy. There were times he said stuff every once in a while that was watch me ball. He did the watch thing which obviously
it's the watch thing that bothered me. I'll be totally blunt with you. It just, you didn't have to do it.
But when you listen to him speak, he was never.
That's true.
He was never he wasn't like his dad.
There was
100%. You're right.
There's such a balance here. Because you're right. He's not Dion.
Dion did the talking for him.
But
you know what I mean?
Dion's on a different level. Dion is one of the greatest athletes the world has ever seen.
But that's what I'm saying. Shedeur didn't do it. It wasn't Shedeur talking.
That's the biggest
arrogance to it, though. There was some.
I mean, the watch thing is really
Rob, that was the fear, is that his father is writing checks that his son can't cash, perhaps, right?
Maybe.
You get to a point where you got to let them play the game. Let them earn the criticism or the adulation. It can't come from you, and that's the fear there. Have you ever heard, how often do the Mannings go on the record to talk about Arch Manning? How often?
I don't think I've ever heard it.
That's what I'm saying. You just don't do it.
I think they're probably uncomfortable when they're asked about it.
But I think Dion a lot of the time was addressing the fact that the very thing that we're talking about.
Yeah.
That the name makes it different. And if he would have brought in his son and not talked him up, he still would have been beholden to these expectations of the Sanders name. So he kind of talks about it to expose it, where the Mannings do the opposite. They shut down. They don't say anything about it, and they just kind of let it float down the river.
Vic said something about Bronny that I think is absolutely true. You hear him speak. He carries himself the way that he should for the position that he's in. But
yes, he does.
But in the same sort of Dion way, like I remember when Dion he tweeted at some guy who was hating on him. This was, I think, a year ago, and he goes, "Well, I got a son who's going to be drafted in the top 5." And then obviously that didn't happen. I remember LeBron said something similar where he said, I'm watching G League or I'm watching Summer League and Bronny's better than most of these cats or something like that before he was in the league.
Yeah.
And so you get, whether you actually put the persona out or not, you get this nepotism tag that is probably unfair and it hurts you. Again, if Bronny James wasn't Bronny James and he was Bronny Johnson, nobody thinks anything about Bronny Johnson.
Okay,
that's it.
A lot of it goes back to your own personality and what you prefer and do not. I love humility, and I wish I were more humble. I'm not. Humility is a great trait to have, and it's one of the reasons it drew me to a guy like Michael Porter Jr., guys.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, the humility he would display in locker rooms after tough shooting nights, the things he would say to his teammates, it was just... to witness that was like, wow, this is pretty cool, man. This is raw. This comes from the heart. This guy's really, he's bleeding inside, and he wants his teammates to know he's upset at the way he played. It was such a stark contrast from Russell Westbrook.
Mm-hmm.
Russell Westbrook, I missed 5 threes. That's what you get. So
but
what?
Isn't that true in life too, Vic? Like when I've worked with somebody... I do like regular work here at the station, right?
Mm-hmm.
If somebody messes up and they walk in my office and they're like, man, my bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was late. I broke something, whatever. Mm-hmm. You know what? I'm going to do everything I can to help you through this situation. If I mess up, I want to walk into somebody's office and say, hey, it's my bad. It just makes you more real. Like everybody makes mistakes. And so when somebody talks like that, like MPJ, it makes them feel more human. And I know to be a pro athlete, you have to have this mentality of being invincible, but I just think that there's a really strong way to go about it, like Arch Manning is in this humble way.
Well, it may be a turnover, it may be a missed shot, but it may be a steal, maybe a dunk, maybe a missed 3, maybe a made 3. It's going to be all of that.
I actually love that quote, though.
See, I don't. And that's funny you bring that up. I was like, well, but a turnover late in the game is not what you want. So I understand. Listen, we can go deep on Russell Westbrook. As much as I valued what he brought, I thought he played beyond expectations. But at some point, if you do bad or if you hurt your team, isn't it on you to say, hey, my bad, guys?
Oh, him
my bad?
After that Minnesota game in which he misses the layup and then
no
fouls
accountability.
On the 3, the fact that he just booked it out of the locker room
that bothered me.
Drove me crazy.
That bothered me.
Yes, it
should.
should.
If it bothered me, imagine what it did to his teammates.
Yeah.
It's the one, again, I will continue to talk about this guy just because I love the dude. Whatever you thought of Michael Porter Jr., the basketball player, I am blown away with the amount of things that he had going on in his life, whether it was injury stuff, personal stuff, whatever. And he would have a bad game. And you thought of the litany of excuses he could have pulled out there and been like, hey, have you seen what's going on with my brothers right now? Have you seen what's going on with my back, my shoulder, my drop foot, my whatever? And every time he was asked after a bad game, hey, what happened? He goes, I got to be better.
Yeah.
That's all he said. He always said, I got to be better.
You know, the word you're looking for, Robin, it's pretty simple. The humans that display it are the ones you like and I like. Accountability. It's pretty simple. You know, you don't have to be perfect. No one is. But being accountable for anything that hurts your teammates, that's easy to do. It's not asking a lot.
And to your Westbrook point, he books it out of the locker room. Well, there are still media obligations.
And guess who has to answer those questions?
And guess who has to answer the questions, right? It's the guy who probably put up a triple-double that night. I don't know, but I'm going to assume
that's what.
Wait, I think that was his 60-point triple-double, wasn't it? Was that Joker's 60-point triple-double? That Minnesota game that they lost?
I think it was. I
Okay,
think it was.
so there you go. Right?
It was a 60-point triple-double.
Yeah. One of the all-time nights in the NBA, and he's got to answer for you blowing a layup because you can't sit in front of the microphone and say, like, yeah, my bad. It wasn't good.
And Joker probably said, I should have hit another shot or something. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah. And so I don't like doing that to your teammates. I would never want to do that to mine. And if it makes us uncomfortable, how do you think, like you said, Vic, how do you think it makes them feel?
Well, and look, as much as I hated what Ramona Shelburne did, which was in the middle of this tough playoff series against the Clippers, she drops the story about Westbrook and AG having some sort of tiff in the locker room or something like that. I thought that was just kind of, you're searching for clicks at a time that you think it's most convenient. But I don't think that it was untrue. You know what I mean? It's not that I think that that didn't happen. It's just I was like, really? You're going to drop that right now?
I think the kids call it rage baiting.
Yes, exactly.
Well, I think the reason why it was upsetting is because it happened a couple weeks earlier.
Right.
It had nothing to do with that game. At the time, it was released on Game 5. And I was like, what the hell does that have anything to do with tonight?
Right.
And she kept it in her back pocket.
Exactly. It's
until
like you
then.
waited
That's
for what you thought was the perfect time to throw this thing out there.
To bait, like, not only the fan base, but also the players in that locker room during a playoff series. And it's kind of crazy.
At that point in the series, Vic, I remember you and me were not feeling great about the Nuggets' chances at that time before Game 5. Yeah. 303-504.
A game they should have won, by the way. They're up double digits late in that game.
Yep. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this. John Wallace, Executive Vice President, I call it half the brain trust of the Nuggets, will join us at 9:30 this morning to get some clarification on, we'll double down on what Ben Tenzer said yesterday about the Valanciunas stuff. Vic, what was your question that you had for him?
Pretty simple. Are you worried that Valanciunas won't be as motivated as you want him to be?
Yeah, I think that's a legitimate question. I just want to toss this out to you, by the way, because this just came across on Rivals. West Virginia has signed a 3-star running back prospect. Good for them, right?
Huh?
His name is Sir Paul Cheeks.
An immediate entry into the all-name team. Who does that? Is that PFF? Who does that?
Somebody does, yeah.
Barstool, maybe?
The all-name team. But Sir Paul Cheeks has to be in the conversation.
Is it like SER or SIR?
So it's the first name is Sir Paul. There's no space, so it's capital SIR, capital PAUL.
So you have to use Sir.
Yes.
It's not like an option.
No. This isn't like Sir Elton John.
Yeah, not
this
a title.
Is Sir Paul. Sir Paul Cheeks. Cheeks, great last name, by the way. Shout out to Mo Cheeks.
I think everybody had a friend that they played sport with. Everybody had a Cheeks, right?
I never had a Cheeks.
You never had a Cheeks?
I had guys who were Cheeks.
I had no Cheeks.
I had a Cheeks.
I only had Italian and Hispanic names. That's all I had.
Well, shout out to Cheeks.
Shout out to that Chicono bus that you were riding for 2 years, Vic.
Did you hear that story yesterday, Rob?
I did not.
Our bus at Holy Family for years, someone spray painted Chicono Power, misspelled Chicano Power, and it remained on the bus everywhere we drove it.
2 years?
For 2 years.
We couldn't get a can of spray paint?
Man, it was sort of like our thing. It was like a tattoo.
Hey, we haven't lived in this world since I've been here. I got here in 2019, and I don't remember any time where this has been happening, but this is John Middlecoff, who I like and respect. I think he's really smart voice on the NFL. He's on the Colin Cowherd podcast network. And they were talking about the Broncos. Now, Cowherd is always bullish on the Broncos because Cowherd is boys with Sean Payton.
Yeah, you could tell those who are friendly with Sean.
And I'm just telling you guys, whatever you think of Cowherd, if he talks about the Broncos with some sort of like insider tone, he knows what the hell he's talking about because he's probably talking to Sean Payton.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
But they're talking about them and what they could be this year. Here's what John Middlecoff said.
I kind of look at the league, especially the AFC. Who are the best coaches? I mean, you give me Bo Nix and you give me Sean Payton. Now the rookie season's done. It's going to be a good football team. Led the NFL in sacks last year, upgraded their defense. Denver's going to be a good team.
I think they got a chance to be really good if Bo Nix takes a big step. I mean, they have the top defense in the league. Why couldn't they win 12, 13 games?
12 or 13 games.
What are those noises?
That's one of those little supercut podcasty things. But 12 or 13 games. And I'm in this rare spot. We're almost always. What happens, especially at this time of year, is the local market in town seems to elevate their perspective of the local team they cover because they're covering them every day. So you watch somebody at training camp, you're like, nobody knows about this Pat Bryant guy, but he's going to be a star or something like that. You'll convince yourself of it. I almost feel like the national media is higher on the Broncos than I am right now, which is a really weird thing. Now, I think the Broncos are going to be good. I think they're going to be a playoff team. I don't know if I see 13 wins on the schedule, though.
I don't like to throw a number on the wins. I just think I'm going to speak more in general terms. I think they have a shot to win the division.
Yeah.
Whether that's 13 wins, 11 wins, whatever it may be. I think they can beat Kansas City. And Kansas City they're the belle of the ball. That's what it is. If you can beat KC, you have a chance to win the division. I think they have a chance.
I think this is where it stems from. You still have a third place schedule. Like, yes, you were a playoff team.
True.
But you still landed a third place schedule because you were third in the AFC West. That helps. It gives you 2 games against other third place teams.
Yep.
Your crossover division this year, much like you had the NFC South last year, you get the AFC South this year.
Sure.
So, you have a couple opportunities here to make some hay against teams who aren't great. So would I say 12 wins is out of the question? No. But I think the big thing that nobody can quantify and everybody kind of talks like it's just going to happen is Bo Nix even just repeating what he did last year.
Sure.
much less taking a big step. And Middlecoff said it in there. You know, you're counting on him to take a big step. Yeah, the defense got better. The defense was already pretty good.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I've talked about this a couple different times. If you're going to elevate to a championship level, you're going to need to get more out of something. You can't really get more out of the defense. The defense was already really good. Can't really get more out of the offensive line. They were already pretty good. So where are you getting that more from? The answer is either the weapons like Vele and Bryant and Dobbins are better, or Bo Nix plays at an MVP level. His numbers, I mean, if he
was sixth in the league in touchdown passes.
If he ups it at all, he's in the MVP discussion.
Well, because the team is going to be good enough to where you're going to have to put him at least in the discussions. You asked where they can elevate. My answer's simple. I think they can do it in the running game. And that's where I think you can help out Bo Nix the most. It'll help him out certainly in play action if you have an effective running game. I said this so about Bo Nix. I think it could be like what I think Jokic's upcoming season is going to be, which is I don't think Jokic is going to have nearly as good a statistical season this upcoming year as he did this past season. And I think the team is going to be better.
We say that every year, though.
No, but this is different, Vic, because they're going to have different options that they can spread around. And I would hope that he's not going to play 38 minutes a night this year.
Yeah. No, I get you. So let me ask you guys a question regarding the Broncos. And I think it's one of the reasons why people are high on them. What team in the National Football League has the highest roster retention rate from a year ago?
Yeah.
It's them. I think it was 85%.
Yeah. And some may say, well, what good does that do you? I think he does a ton of good. I think familiarity and roster and team consistency, and I think that makes a big deal. Especially for a young offense, a young quarterback who's in his second year and understands the offense now. Doesn't have to worry about digesting the machinations of this offense. He can worry about the damn defense now.
And Vic, I think it was Andy that had the stat. It's the first time they have the same starting quarterback and coordinator combination since like Trevor Siemian or something like that. So I don't remember what the actual stat is. I'm sorry.
I think it's since Adam Gase and Peyton Manning.
Maybe that's it. That is absolutely crazy because it's not just the roster retention. That certainly helps, and it especially helps on defense, in my opinion, because being able to communicate on defense is one of the harder things. So I think that helps on defense a lot. But keeping the coordinators along with your quarterback is just, you can build on everything that you did last year.
I'll tell you why I don't think that Nix is going to hit that second-year wall. I don't think so. I think the running game will be better, which certainly helps. But here's the other thing. A lot of times when a rookie quarterback comes in and plays, it is sort of a dumbed-down version of what the offense is. They don't want to throw too much on their plate.
Sure.
I don't think Sean Payton could have thrown more on his plate last year. I think what he asked of Bo Nix to run that offense would have been barely any different than a 4-year vet at quarterback. Like, the first game out of the gates, Rob, was his highest passing attempt game of the season. Week 1 in Seattle as a rookie quarterback. It's like, throw the ball, man. Go ahead. Get after it. And I don't know how much more he could put on the plate of Bo Nix than what he did last year. I don't think there's going to be like this giant learning curve of, all right, well, now we're going to do this and this and this and add that to the playbook.
I'm definitely afraid of a sophomore slump. But, Vic, I think I've heard you say it before where he's kind of a different cat in that he played so much college football and saw so much that maybe, you know, there's plenty of tape on him. It's not like this you're finally getting tape on Bo Nix. You know what he can do. You know what he's good at. You know what he's not. And if his processor is good enough, then it won't matter. You know what I mean? And I think I've heard you say that before.
That dude is married to football. That's my what I love most about him. He is a no frills, I'm a football guy kind of quarterback.
Vic, we talked to Marvin Mims, and I said, you got a funny story about Bo Nix? You know what his answer was? Not really. He's just kind of all football. That's what he said.
No, it's great. Hey, I got a trivia question for Brett Kane.
Go ahead.
If you can answer this question, I'll be greatly impressed.
Okay.
On the heels of the Major League All-Star Game. And Rob, chime in if you can answer it. Who won the 1982 All-Star Game MVP?
God. What?
Do we get multiple choice?
Okay. Let me go back. 35 years old. That was 43 years ago.
You were not yet born.
1982. Can I have a team?
You were negative.
The reason I bring it up is because
no. Can I have a team?
I'll give you a team. You won't get the name. The Reds.
Joe Morgan.
No.
Barry Larkin.
No, Barry Larkin was not yet.
I'm just
not yet available.
Barry Larkin Sr.?
I'll make it easy. This is a name you've butchered.
Oh, hang on. Dave Conception.
Exactly. I was looking at the list of MVPs and I saw Dave Conception up there, and I thought of you. Dave Concepcion. Some of the names that are MVPs of the Major League All-Star Game, some guys had great careers. Other guys were like, what happened to him?
Like this guy, Elias Diaz?
That is true. Elias Diaz was an MVP.
Point. He was the 2023 MVP. He hit the go-ahead run. He provided the go-ahead run.
Which is normally the fault of these All-Star, or the MLB All-Star Game anyway, is that the pitching is so good that it's like 2-1 is the final score, which is what I think made last night more fun.
Yeah.
6-6, we get a swing off, you know what I mean? But yeah, he had the only home run in the game.
All right, here's one. I'm looking at this list.
Our boy's been a mess in San Diego, by the way.
Who?
Diaz.
Has he? I haven't even paid attention.
He's hitting a $194.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Well,
that's an All-Star MVP right there.
Yeah.
Name the only back-to-back All-Star MVP in Major League history.
Do we have an era?
Recent.
Back-to-back All-Star MVP. Okay. All right. Hang on. Recent's very vague, too. Last 20 years?
Last 10 years.
10 years. Okay. That would have to be...
It's got to be somebody like a Yankee. It's got to be AL, right? Because they win all the time.
It is AL.
Yeah. All right, hang on. Stop. Just stop.
I'm going to throw something out there.
Stop. Let me think. Is it Mookie Betts?
That's what I was going to say.
Mike Trout.
Oh.
He won in 14 and 15, 2014.
You could have given me another guess. I mean.
Yeah. Nope. Just cut it off.
Takes too long.
You take 5 minutes to answer a trivia question. You're telling me I take too long?
I think everybody's just adjusting to Moj not being on the show.
Okay. My last, and I don't know why I'm on this, my last MLB All-Star trivia question.
Oh, boy.
I was thinking Mookie when he was in Boston.
Yeah, me too.
Back-to-back MVPs, back-to-back years, both named Willie. Who were they?
Willie Stargell and Willie McCovey.
Nope.
Oh, that was a great guess, though. You have to admit, that's a great guess.
Real solid. Willie Tavares comes to mind, but
I
don't think he had an MVP.
They're both named Willie?
Yes. Back-to-back Willies. Major League MVPs.
Stargell and McCovey, that's the best I got. I mean.
Pretty good. Contreras?
Happened in 68 and 69.
I would have gone Stargell and McCovey. I feel like
Willie Mays in 68, Willie McCovey in 69.
Oh, so you made it sound like both were wrong.
Yeah,
you got to say that.
You made it sound like both were wrong.
I think
I don't know how I sound.
I think you could have told him that he got
one of the two. You said one of two. And then I could have guessed, of course, Willie Mays. Willis Reed.
J.D. Drew won an MVP. Jeff Conine won an MVP.
Oh, Vic, these are the names that I love.
Lamar Hoyt won an MVP.
Who? I don't know that name.
An All-Star MVP?
Yes.
I don't know that name. Who did he play for?
Lamar Hoyt played for the San Diego Padres back in the day.
I love J.D. Drew.
Name that All-Star MVP.
I love J.D.
Melky Cabrera.
Melky!
Yeah.
Brian McCann.
Oh, yeah, Brian McCann. Big burly catcher for the Braves. Yep.
Sorry. And maybe I'm getting nostalgic about baseball. Last night, it was romantic for me.
Let me tell you something.
It was like I was at, you know what last night felt like to me? Seeing them wear their normal jerseys.
Yeah.
Seeing that Hank Aaron ceremony, which was beautiful. It made me feel like I walked back into my homecoming dance of high school. It was beautiful.
Let me give you just real quick before break a 1990s outfield that's just going to bring back amazing feelings. 90s Atlanta Braves outfield. I saw this picture on Twitter the other day. It was a baseball card, but it was all three of the outfielders sitting on the bench together. It was Dion, Marquise Grissom, and Otis Nixon.
I'm right there.
Think
the
about
fastest
that
outfield in Major League history.
Dion, Marquise Grissom, Otis Nixon.
That has to be the fastest outfield in Major League Baseball history.
And their pitchers were Maddox, Glavine, Smoltz, and they won one World Series, it was?
I want to tell you guys something about...
Oh, my God. Please don't let the Nuggets turn into that. I don't know.
Let me tell you guys something about Otis Nixon for a second. Otis Nixon was a 17-year MLB veteran.
He had large nostrils.
He played from 1983 to 1999. And in 17 years... he had 11 career homers. I dare you to find somebody that can play 17 years in the MLB right now with 11 home runs.
That is pretty impressive.
I dare you.
Yeah, it is pretty good.
All right. Back after this. John Wallace is going to join us at 9:30 this morning. I just want to know what that offseason process was like with them. Like, obviously, they didn't go into it thinking, hey, we have no options. We're kind of screwed here. That's what I thought.
Right.
They didn't think that way. And one thing I want to know, and we'll ask him this in about 45 minutes, how long was that Porter deal in place? Was that in place before John Wallace even got there?
Yeah.
I wonder.
I don't think it just happens, right? I think they've been chatting about it. And I think the wheels were in motion at the All-Star break, trade deadline.
Could be.
Is when the trade was first brought up. And it just continued into the offseason.
It's interesting, though, and this is a question that I'm going to ask him when we get him on, because their press conference was all about, we've got to develop guys, Strother and Pickett and more out of Watson and so on and so forth. And then this free agency period hits, and all of a sudden you're 9 deep with like real NBA vets, like legitimate NBA players. And it's like, where are those minutes going to come from? How are you going to develop these guys? We're all thrilled that you have depth now, right? And that developing these guys has turned more into a luxury. But to your point, Brett, like, did they know they were going to trade Porter and be deep like this? And if so, then I don't know, what is the plan for these young guys?
Here's one theory I guess I could throw out there. Was it to get the rest of the NBA kind of off the scent? Is that a calculated thing to say that, to be like, oh, well, they aren't going to be players for guys like Bruce Brown or something? Is that what they were trying to get at?
It could be, because they did the opposite of what they told us.
Yeah.
And I, to be honest with you, I respect that.
Totally.
Play that game.
How much?
Sometimes the obvious doesn't happen, and you're like, why is this not happening? But at the same time, a lot of what they did, Rob, we've been bringing up for a while. I brought it up a year ago, Rob, that they should lose one of these max contracts. They have too many maxes on the team. And they did it a year later. Now, was that the previous regime that didn't want to do it? Were they tied? Were their hands tied? They couldn't do it? What was it?
I could understand why they wouldn't. Again, when you're a year removed from a championship and you feel like if you got past Game 7 with Minnesota, maybe you had a shot to win again. Maybe you're like, why would I blow this up if I feel like we were this close?
They told us in that offseason that the league's collective bargaining agreement has changed and they have to change with it. They told us that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is maybe they still felt like, hey, the core is here. If we can just make a minor tweak here and there, then it's fixed.
Let's be honest. And I feel like we're doing a little bit of retconning here. If you hit on Saric.
Wait, what's that?
Retcon, changing things from the way you viewed it.
Hindsight?
Hindsight, yeah.
Is that a word?
Retcon?
I've heard it.
Yeah.
I've never used it.
It's short for retroactive continuity. It means going back in time and changing something that's different from the way it happened.
Where'd you get that word, Rob?
Because I'm a big nerd, Vic. That's why.
I'm a wordy. I love words.
It's a word you use when you're talking about games.
That is what people who like words say.
What do you mean about
I'm
games?
I like words.
I'm a wordy. But I feel like we're retconning it a little bit because none of us were mad at the Saric signing.
No.
And so if you would have gotten something out of Saric, that I think would have made you a better team. If you would have gotten something out of Deron Holmes, if you didn't get hurt, might have made you a better team.
That's what I'm getting at,
and
though.
So
they thought the minor tweaks, Saric, Westbrook, Deron Holmes would have been enough with the core they had in place already.
Right. Like they did try to do this. It just didn't. Like if Valanciunas sits on the bench all season and Bruce Brown gets hurt, you know what I mean? Like you find yourself in the same exact position that you were last year.
Well, what's interesting that you mentioned Dario Saric. There's a lot of people that step in front of these microphones and they automatically think that they can be GMs and coaches, right? I'm not one of them. I'm ill-equipped to do any of that.
I could do it. I'd do a bad job, but I could do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd do a bad job for 2 years and make a couple million bucks and get fired. Sure.
Yeah, I'd be terrible at it, and I'll give you a case in point. I pounded the table for Dario Saric the entire offseason. Pounded the table for it. I said it would be a perfect fit. Can't miss. He will help right away. He'll provide depth. He can play multiple positions. He can play like Joker at a smaller scale. Man, was I wrong. Holy moly. What a miss.
I'm still so confused by that. Like, I am. Here's what's weird is that Jokic, when he missed, what was it, like a week because his son was born? And Dario went in and played. I didn't think he was awful in that time frame. Yeah. I didn't think he was terrible.
Started 4 games.
But then he just, like, didn't play again after that. Yeah. And I was like, huh?
You wonder if Malone had something that he didn't like about him?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I'm going to put that in a pipe and smoke it.
But again, I still, from what you were talking about, Rob, the narrative going into the offseason as opposed to what the results have been, it's such a big contrast from what we were told. And I was just in the camp of like, I hope you can get an MLE for Bruce Brown. Like, if I told you, if you can go back and retcon this, and I took you back before any moves were made this offseason, and I said any one of the deals that was made just by itself was their offseason move, I think everybody'd be like, oh, man, we got Valanciunas? That's great. You know what I mean? If that was the only real substantive move that was made,
sure,
I think you'd have been like, hey, well, given where they were at, I mean, that's pretty good. Dario Saric for Jonas Valanciunas straight up? What a move. But to do all of this still blows me away that we're sitting here talking about. I was talking to somebody the other day. He goes, how did the Nuggets do that? And I have no idea. Have no idea. But they made it seem so easy compared to how hard it was the last couple of years.
Can I get your guys' thoughts on another subject? It is Open Week, British Open. The finest in the world will assemble. Did you guys hear the story that emerged from Oakmont, U.S. Open? Oakmont Country Club has banned Wyndham Clark, who was in this studio, right? He was in this studio not long ago. They've banned Wyndham Clark after he smashed up his locker out of frustration during last month's Open. Yeah. You saw the video, the pictures. A couple lockers were jacked up. He was mad. A lot of people were mad. They issued a release, and it said, following multiple discussions with the USGA and the Oakmont board, decision's been made. Mr. Clark will no longer be permitted on the OCC property. Reinstatement would be contingent upon Mr. Clark fulfilling a number of specific conditions, including full repayment for damages, a meaningful contribution to a charity of the board's choosing, and the successful completion of counseling and or anger management sessions.
Get bent. Are you kidding?
I mean, my God.
Now, look, was what Wyndham did incredibly childish and totally wrong?
Here's a couple bucks, fix it up, and we're good.
But I watched Rory take out one of those, what do they call the thing? The tees.
Tee markers?
Tee markers.
Yeah.
Beat the hell out of a tee marker. And I know it's not a locker or in a historic locker room, but how about you relax a little bit?
First of all, he already apologized. He apologized the following week at the Travelers. If you think I'm going to anger management class because of a locker room, you're crazy.
Look, repayment for damages, fair. Totally fair. Contribution to charity, okay, we're pushing it a little bit, but fine. Okay, fine. Anger management? Hey, I'll show you anger management.
Get the list out. Get the list out.
No,
Oakmont Country Club is on the list.
Oh, wait.
We'll hear Rob's reaction. But for my list, I want Oakmont Country Club on my list.
Pull it up.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, who am I to step on the list? I don't want to.
But what's the retort?
Come on, man. You can't make me go to anger management because I broke one of your lockers. Here's a couple bucks. Shut up. Buy a new one.
Right. You're just like, let him buy his way out of it is what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what this country is. What do you think bail is?
But that's what I'm saying. I kind of like that for the first time, someone's like, no, we're going to actually hold you accountable. Because couldn't it just get somebody to sign that he went to therapy or something like that? Sure, he still can, but make him do the extra step because you can't just buy your way out of everything.
Okay.
Great, you're a celebrity. We understand you're rich. Yes, we're going to take some of your money.
Rich.
Yeah,
That
that's
would
what
be
I'm
like,
saying. They are rich
get
too.
out of here. That'd be like the NBA last night. EJ Liddell gets ejected for a hard foul. Nope, you can't return until you go to counseling.
How about this? Joker, when he hit Markeith, he's not allowed to play basketball again unless he takes anger management classes.
Get the hell out of here.
Wouldn't you say, how about no, actually?
I like that. Now, on the flip side of that, if I was Wyndham Clark, I would just not play the next time that we're playing there. Like, it's got to be some Audi Open or something like that, right? Like, they're not gonna have the U.S. Open there again for
it's like 4 or 5 years, Vic, right?
Yeah,
2033.
Yeah, so
Oakmont will host the U.S. Open.
So
And
I've got
exactly.
time. I've got
If I'm
time to
Wyndham
make
Clark,
it right.
I'm on vacation that year.
Right.
I don't go play in that
That's
Open.
what I'm saying.
Screw off.
That's what
You
I'm
know,
saying.
I'll pay you. I'll pay for your locker. What he did was wrong. Okay?
I'm here for the pettiness on
Yeah,
both
but I'll
sides.
pay for your locker. You want me to buy some Girl Scout cookies for charity? Yeah, whatever. You ain't making me go to freaking counseling. You're not my mother.
I totally agree.
Shut up.
I totally agree.
I'm here for the pettiness on both sides.
But
Like,
that's
I'm here-
overstepping a boundary.
I'm here for Oakmont being petty. Like, you don't just get to do this and throw money at it, and then you're welcome back with open arms. And I'm here for Wyndham being like, hey, guess what? I'm going to be in Belize next time we're doing this U.S. Open at Oakmont.
Here's the thing. Texture says, guys, if you took out a locker at Castle Pines or Cherry Hills, you'd never be allowed on the grounds again either. Well, guess what, buddy? I'm not Wyndham Clark. I didn't win major tournaments on the PGA Tour. Okay? Because I can guarantee you this. They wouldn't force Rory to go to anger management
You
counseling.
think they do that to Tiger in his prime?
Hell no.
If Tiger did that in prime, they'd send it back and say, take pictures next to the ruptured locker. We want to market these.
In fact, the PGA Tour would probably say, if you're not going to allow Tiger, we aren't going to your stupid club.
We all know there are different rules for people of different talents and abilities, right? Like,
but he's very good.
Doesn't that annoy you sometimes? That doesn't ever bother you that there's different rules for people who are.
Listen, if he did that and he didn't pay for it, that's on him.
That's true.
Bad. He should be paying for that right away and
Fix it.
And just snuff it out. Fix it. Now, if he paid for it and they still issued this press release, then they're stupid. I ain't going to counseling because you guys are all bent.
I agree.
He probably already goes to counseling. Just have his counselor sign something and it's done.
Again, John Wallace in 30 minutes. Stick around. I wouldn't. Me and Rob continued this. I know where Rob's coming from, but I would say there's a difference between like double standards with people who commit a crime, which that happens all the time in professional sports. Like, dude does something horrific and it's like he's still able to play. You wouldn't keep your job if you did it. Like, I understand that stuff. This feels more like the example I brought to Rob was baseball guy in a slump strikes out for the third time in a game and takes a baseball bat to the helmet rack. They don't even eject that guy. Yeah, right. They just look at him and be like, all right, dude, geez, relax over there.
Stay out of my personal business. Is what they took it too far. Stay out of my personal business. I get it. You're mad. I jacked up your locker room. I'll pay for your stuff, whatever. But you crossed the line.
Yeah.
All right. I ain't going to rehab because you think I need it.
It is a wild ask from a golf course. Can
you imagine that? A golf course, a country club.
But here's the
telling
thing.
a grown human being,
Vic,
you need to go to counseling.
No, they're saying you don't have to come here anymore. And
well,
so
then
your
just say
option,
it.
your option
just say
is,
it then. Just say you're not invited back.
Your option is, if you want to come here again, here's what you got to do.
And you have to help 10 old ladies across the street, and you have to, all right.
No, it's just that's taking it too
By
far.
the way,
Listen,
I'm here for Wyndham being petty too. I mean, we said this during the last segment. I'm 100% here for him. I would even send them the money. Like, I would send them the money like, hey, this isn't a big deal for me. Here's your locker money.
Here's what I do if I'm Wyndham Clark. I buy out a movie theater, and I have them play the movie Anger Management in one of the theaters, and I go and watch it. I go, it's done. I did exactly what you asked. Hey, just quickly, we're going to talk to John Wallace at 9:30. Yeah, Vic, what?
I just, based on pettiness, I love petty responses. What's the most petty thing you've ever done? I've got an example of something I did that actually backfired on me. I applied for a job, like pettiness, pure pettiness.
Yeah.
I was in Austin, Texas. It was 1993. I applied for a sportscaster's job in Houston. I eventually got a job in Phoenix. And I knew they didn't look at the tape. So back then, you put a tape, you put it in a big envelope, and you send it out. You pay, you're doing this every day. You're paying a lot of money just sending tapes out. You're asking them to look at your resume tape. I knew that they didn't look at the tape because the tape came back. It was in the same position. Everything, nothing moved. And I got a rejection letter from this guy. So I was mad at that point because I had gotten so many. I sent this letter. This was before email, guys.
You've been petty for a while.
Email, all right? So you had to wait.
For the result?
Yeah, you had to wait. You had to wait around, right? So I sent this letter. Dear John, whatever, saying you just wasted my time and you wasted $1.87 of my time. That's how much it costs for the packaging, whatever. Week later, I get a letter in the mail, and it's heavy. I'm like, what is in here? Guy sends it back. Here's $1.87 back. Never call us again.
That's really good.
In coins.
I take it back. Okay, I did one thing. I'm really not a petty person, but this one, it's as petty as I could probably get. It's my max. So at a previous job, I had a guy who basically worked behind the scenes. He was another host at the station, worked behind the scenes, and ended up basically getting me and my co-host fired from the show. This was in Michigan. And I was like, well, I was always nice to this guy. That seems really rude. The day that I announced that I was coming to Denver for this gig, he also announced that he got fired from that radio station.
Sweet.
And I told my buddy, tag him in this post and just let him see that for a second. That's the most petty thing I guess I've done. I'm not a big petty guy, though. I'm not. You don't strike me as petty, Rob.
Yeah, I don't really have a story for you. I would just say I do hold a grudge. Like
grudges are different than petty.
I just won't help you, right? Like if I see you drowning, I'm just gonna let you.
Yep.
You know what I mean? The old term, like, give them enough rope to hang themselves with.
Right.
I am that guy.
Right. Hey, before we get to John Wallace, let me give you an example of what good organizations do. And the Broncos historically have been and now are back to being a good organization. When you identify a player that you know is going to be part of your long-term plan, and Patrick Surtain was that from the moment he stepped on the football field his rookie year. Like the first day in camp, you're like, all right, that guy better retire in a Broncos uniform. You do the same thing the Nuggets do, which they said, we're going to offer Jokic the extension. Don't know if he's going to take it or not, but we're going to offer it. Why? Because the earlier you offer people money, the better chance of you getting a bargain on the back end. It's been 10 months since Pat Surtain signed at the time the largest contract for a cornerback in NFL history. He made, I believe it was $3 million more per year than the second highest paid corner at the time, which was a hefty raise. There are now 5 corners that make more money per year than Pat Surtain in that short amount of time. And the raise that they got, Surtain's 24 per year. I think the leader was 21. I don't know who had it at the time. 21 million. So 3 more. Sauce Gardner just signed a $30 million per year deal 10 months after Surtain. And this is why when you identify a player, you get that out of the way as soon as humanly possible. The longer you wait, the more expensive it's going to be, and you aren't going to let the guy walk.
Especially if you have the money at that moment to get it done.
Yep.
What are you wasting time for? No, that's a good point. I mean, we've seen this time in, and the good franchises know when to act. They also know when to let go.
Sure. That's what the Patriots were experts at that part, which is I'll let the guy walk when he's got about 1 year left where he can really do some damage, but I'm not going to be on the hook after that.
I'm in complete and total agreement. And you saw it coming because you knew all these guys were coming up. Derek Stingley, J.C. Horn, Sauce Gardner. It was just going to be on top of another, on top of another, on top of another. And you got in first. It was great business. So then let me ask you, why have we not seen a deal for Zach Allen? Why have we not seen a deal for Nick Bonito?
Benito's the big one.
Benito's price could skyrocket.
Sure could.
And all he has to do is have a similar year to what he did last year.
I don't think they're convinced it's replicable. I really believe they like Bonito. We all like Bonito. But is this a guy that's going to bring it every year like that? Or is this it's just one of those, oh, wow, what a great year. You got to really evaluate that.
I think Vic's right. I think that's the holdup. Now, I'm in the camp of where I think you're at, Rob, where I think Bonito is absolutely an elite pass rusher in this league that you should lock down. I don't know if they're convinced of it.
Even if he's not, though, you can pay him right now as a good pass rusher, not an elite pass
Unless
rusher.
he wants elite pass rusher money, and that could be the holdup.
I mean, maybe, but you signed Cooper to a deal last year, right? I'm trying to think of names of guys who have signed who are like that middling tier, like Greg Rousseau in Buffalo, signed for like $20 million a year.
But that's if he's willing to take it. But see, here's the other thing with Surtain. Surtain could have waited. And God bless him, he didn't. Because he could have done exactly what Joker did, which is, I could sign it now, or I could make $80 million if I wait one more year.
But here's the thing. Benito's only making $5 million this year. I'm looking at Spot Track right now.
Yep.
He's 5.6. Mm-hmm. And so when you have guys that have that low of a number, when you go to them and say, hey, not only are you going to get an extra $15 million, $20 million this year, but it's going to be your guaranteed money is going to be twice as much as that.
Oh,
you only have $5 million coming to you. Are you sure you don't want to take this? You know what I mean?
Here's how I would think about it. If the Broncos have gone to Nick Bonito and said, I'll pay you somewhere in the ballpark of Surtain, somewhere in the lower 20s to mid 20s range per year, and he's not accepting it, then I understand why they would wait. Because they're like, you know what? If you have one more year where you get 17 sacks, then you've earned the right to write your own check. If the opposite's happening, if Benito's like, I'm willing to take $24 million a year, and the Broncos are saying no, I think that is a bad approach. That's how I'd say it. Because what is TJ Watt making? Isn't he like $35 million? Aren't some guys borderline 40?
There are 40. TJ Watt's mad because he's not getting that, I think is what
That's right. Who am I thinking of?
Garrett.
Yes.
Myles Garrett.
Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I don't know, Vic. I mean,
I don't know whose perspective is the one that's maybe holding things up.
Do you feel the same way about Zach Allen?
The thing with Zach Allen, I think, is because they have so many dominoes in place. A Zach Allen contract affects JML, and there's some different players that they have to figure out what is the order here.
And yeah, maybe they're waiting. Like, is Benito going to get this? Because if he does, then we might not have the money for Zach Allen too, sort of thing. I don't know.
But to not pay both because you can't pay both right now. Like, let them both go? You know what I mean?
Always remember
they got a lot of money invested in that O-line,
this.
though.
They always know a hell of a lot more than we do.
Yeah.
What goes on behind the scenes, how they're seen by their teammates, work ethic. They know more than we do. All we know is what we see on Sundays. That's all we know. That's it. I mean, think about the information they glean versus what we have. Every practice, every film session, every meeting, they know it all. Trust me.
I believe you, Vic, but I'm asking your opinion. I mean, do you not believe in Benito?
My opinion is, here's my opinion. I trust their judgment. If there's something they see that doesn't enable them to give him the money he desires, I trust their judgment.
I know your look, Rob, because Vic, I'm going to back you up. It does sound like a cop-out to just say I trust the organization.
Yeah.
But I said the same thing about the Nuggets when they hired Tenzer and Wallace, and I said, look, on the surface, this doesn't sound right to me, but this organization has earned the right for them to fail before I assume they're going to fail. Mm-hmm. And a week later, everybody thought differently about the man we're going to talk to in about 15 minutes.
That's 100% true. It's 100%
let me ask a question that come over Twitch just now. Somebody says, who was that guy Katie Wingy was interviewing last night before the game started? Nuggets and Raptors. We had an interview. Well, I'm going to have you guess that answer, and I'm going to give you 3 considerations. And during the break, you determine of the 3 who she was interviewing. I like this game. A, she was interviewing a heroin dealer from La Junta. B, the head of security from the Bellagio. Or C, a writer from Nuggets Digital. One of those 3.
I got to tell you, 2 of those sound like awful answers. I'll go with the heroin dealer. We'll talk to John Wallace in 15 minutes. Stick around. Was I right, Vic? Was it, in fact, the heroin dealer that Katie was talking to yesterday?
Don't leave us hanging.
Yeah.
That's the great Matt Brooks, who writes some wonderful pieces for Nuggets Digital, and he'll be there for the next 2 games of Nuggets Summer League. They play the Clippers tomorrow night, and then they conclude against the Lakers Friday in a game that will mean nothing because neither the Nuggets or the Lakers are in the Summer League playoffs.
And then it mercifully ends.
Let me ask you a question. Who would you rather be? I give you one Nikola Jokic.
Nikola Jokic.
It's a pretty good life, right? Or I give you Strahinja Jokic. Because that seems like a pretty damn good life, too. Like, I just listened to a podcast with Zach Lowe, and he said, I went to the gym at the hotel in the morning, and I ended up on the elliptical next to the bench press machine, in which underneath that was Strahinja. And he said the same thing that I've told you guys multiple times. He goes, when I tell you it's the largest human being I've ever seen in person, it's the largest human being I've ever seen. And all I'm thinking to myself, Vic, is what is Strahinja doing in Vegas by himself?
That I can't answer, but, they're very active here in Denver. They get out a lot, more than you think. I've played basketball with both brothers before, and
wait, hold on.
Yeah.
We need video.
Did you post up Strahinja?
Yeah, we need video of you trying, even just to hit a layup around Strahinja. Like,
Nemanja is really good. Nemanja played at the University of Detroit, and he was good friends with Darko Milicic before he phased out of the NBA. Nemanja plays still. I don't think Strahinja plays anymore, but I've played with Nemanja many times at DEC.
Is Nemanja still fighting?
No, he gave that up.
Okay.
So, but like you had a big on your team, right, Vic? It wasn't like one-on-one, was it?
I mean, we play on the road a lot. We went to Minnesota last year when they lost Game 6. We played at I think one of the Lifetime Fitnesses out there, little pickup game.
Because I'm just picturing you fronting Strahinja like Caruso on Jokic.
Rob, that's not my game. I know what to do with the ball.
Vic, set a pick.
Can you imagine?
Respectfully, of course. Respectfully.
You know what? You know what's funny is that we talk about the nepotism stuff all the time, and like Bronny's on the Lakers, and Giannis's brother. Is he still on the Bucks? He was on the Bucks for a few years. J.R. Smith's brother, I think, was on the Knicks team when he was in New York for a while. If Jokic said, part of me coming back is you have to put Strahinja on the team, I think I'd be like, yeah, it's fine. Totally fine with it.
Yeah, just because you want that guy, if there is a fight, if there happens to be a fight,
and
the guy coming off the bench,
Strahinja's not going to play anyway, Vic. So if he has to if he gets suspended for stepping over the line and coming off the bench, then you just live with it. I think I like this idea.
I love passionate brothers. I mean, you won't get me arguing. These guys, they're as passionate as they get. I've seen it firsthand. My brothers are the same way. I think you have an older brother, Brett.
Mm-hmm.
Rob, you have brothers?
No, I just an older sister.
Okay. So, especially if they're older brothers always circle around the younger brother. It's just the way it is. They're protective.
Wow.
They're protective.
From other people.
Yes.
They beat the heck out of him.
Yes,
that would
it's just the way it is, man. It's just the way it is now.
Yeah.
I can't speak for everybody out there who has siblings, but especially if you're around the same age and you participate in athletics, let's say I play a lot of sports with my brothers, very protective of one another. If somebody comes up on you, a brother will be there shortly.
Let me tell you something. If I were about to get in a fight, my brother would step in. Let me share a story about my brother. We played baseball together twice. So he's 2 years older than me. So we were on the same baseball team 2 different times in our high school and college.
Well, that must mean he must have sucked if you were just as good as him.
Well, it's not about being just as good. Like, you're in college. You play with freshmen up until seniors.
I got you. It's a joke.
My brother, in the first inning of this game, hits a home run. I later step up to the plate. I rip this line drive dead center. Guy dives to try and get the ball. He misses. I end up getting inside the Parker. I'm like, how cool is this? Me and my big brother, both homered in the same game. Different ways, but we both homered. My brother walks to the guy keeping score in our dugout and says, that's a single with an error.
I love it. I love it.
I did not have a home run to my stat sheet because my own brother was the one that made him change it.
It's beautiful. You know what? What is life without competitive brothers? We played tennis a lot, my brothers and I, just late night tennis just to get, before you go to bed. And it gets very competitive. And we're terrible. We're not good. We're terrible. But it gets to the point where 1 year ago we played, and my youngest brother did not speak to us for a month. It got to the point where we're throwing rackets at each other, and we almost fought.
That could happen.
But isn't this part of the reason that we think Jokic is as good as he is?
Yes.
By the way, John Wallace is going to join us in just a couple minutes. Continue, Rob.
Isn't this part of the reason? Like, because we assume the two of these guys beat on him. Now, they wouldn't let anybody else touch him. Hello, Morris brothers, right? But
wasn't the story that came out that when they were younger, one of them held down Nikola while the other threw knives around his head?
Yes, Nikola gave us that story.
Yeah.
Listen, if you read the book by Mike Singer, I'm telling you, the development of young Nikola, by Strahinja especially, hands-on. Nikola went to go live with Strahinja, who ran a bakery at the time.
Hands-on is one way to put it.
That fact, by the way, I know you mentioned this before, Vic. If I walked into a bakery and Strahinja's behind the counter saying, "What do you want?" I say, "Whatever you want me to have."
Whatever you got.
Whatever it is that you think is what I should have is probably the right decision.
He feels like more of a butcher to me than a baker. Doesn't
He does feel more like a butcher. Yeah.
I feel like I need him with the
Hacking
cleaver.
up like a pig that's like
Right.
strung up.
Right.
For sure that seems like
And then
him.
you say, like, I'll take whatever you want to give me. And he's like, pig's feet.
All right.
You take
Yes.
the pig's feet.
You know what? That sounds like a delicious dinner.
He doesn't come across as a pastry chef
That's what I'm
trying to
saying.
put the final touches.
You got to be so dainty around like baked goods. With those paws, he is able to do that?
Gizzard.
God bless him.
Today you take gizzard.
Yeah.
I mean, cat.
You think if I walked up to Strahinja and I said, "Can I have a pound cake?" Would he just be able to whip that up on the spot?
That's interesting. Now, Vic, this seems like maybe during one of your pickup games when you have the opportunity to ask him what his specialty is. I feel like I need to, like, is he a cake guy?
You know, I did not know that he had that history until I read the book. So next time I see him, I will ask. I will definitely inquire.
Yeah, I need to know, is croissants his specialty?
No idea.
I mean, is he a cookie guy?
It feels like it's got to be just bread. He's got to be like sourdough.
No,
or
I feel like it might be like sweets. I feel like it might be like cookies. You can't picture him as cookie guy?
I can't. No. With the little chef hat, putting cookies in the oven? No, I can't see that.
I mean, I think we all agree butcher is better. But I'm just saying, if I had to pick something for him, I'd say maybe sweets.
Well, in my version of a bakery, he's got a lot of meatloaf hanging around.
That's right.
You caught that.
Rack of ribs right behind him.
Yeah, what was the question for Family Feud? It was, what would you call, if you owned a bakery, what in your bakery would you call your wife? And Vic goes, meatloaf. And I go, Vic, that's not what a bakery does. It's just a regular kitchen.
Wait. Even, why would you call your wife meatloaf ever?
Because I forgot what was in the bakery. I couldn't.
But even if we're talking butcher shop, Vic, I don't feel like meatloaf is the most complimentary cut of meat you could have picked.
And he was incensed. And he goes, well, what would you even call her? I go, honey buns?
Yeah,
Muffin?
It's a stupid question. It's a stupid topic.
And
that game is full of stupid topics.
And if you are picking a piece of meat for her, I'm like USDA prime choice, like New York strip steak, right? Like, no, the meatloaf. She's the.
Hey, Mom! The meatloaf!
So we'll talk to John Wallace here in just a second. Again, I think they've done a remarkable job this offseason getting this team to a level that I think. Look, it doesn't matter what fans want. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter what you think the best route is because they have their own sort of visions for it. I'm sure there were people who were skeptical when the Nuggets won the championship in 2023 that the team wasn't built well enough or something like that. But there is an odd marriage that's happened in which the vision that these guys in charge have for what best fits the lineup and what everybody here thought what best fits the lineup came together. And some of them were obvious, like bring back Bruce Brown. Mm-hmm. I don't think I've heard that for 2 straight years. Oh, yeah, except for every week somebody has mentioned that.
We mentioned this earlier on I trust the Broncos making the right call on signing these players because they've made the right call on a lot here in the last couple of years. And it comes down to this: on whatever organization you follow, do you trust the organization making those calls?
Mm-hmm.
Have they done enough to earn your trust is the better question. Have they earned it or lost it?
I think 3 teams in town have. I think the Broncos, Nuggets, and Avs all have my trust anyway. The Rockies obviously don't, but the other 3 do because they're all in really good positions
Even
right
if
now.
you fail. I mean, and guys, I know nobody wants to hear this. I know it. I know you're gonna hate me for this. But the Avalanche did exactly what they had to do, and they still didn't win. But I thought they did everything they had to do to put themselves in that position.
I mean, it is one thing if the moves are agreeable, which I agree with you, Vic. Like, especially the Avs, the Nuggets recently, they have made moves that are agreeable to anybody who's looking from the outside.
Yeah.
What you're hoping is that the organizations do some things that you don't necessarily think, oh, that's the first thing that comes to mind, and they work out. And, you get that with this Nuggets offseason.
Let's do this real quick. Nelly, should we take a break to leave
John,
enough time
I
for
just
John?
got a text. He's going to call at 9:40. So let's break a little earlier.
Okay.
All right, we'll go for a couple more minutes then.
Yeah. A couple more minutes here, and then 9:40 we'll talk to John Wallace.
So
again.
back to Vic's wife being meatloaf.
I think you tried that day, didn't you?
I'm not saying anything else about my wife on the show. She normally doesn't listen, but I've got a spy out there, and I don't know who you are or who you think you are. Yesterday, our conversation that was private to this show got back to her about the Italy
to the Queen
trip.
of Chicken?
Yeah.
How would you say a show that is broadcast over the air is a private conversation?
Well, because I know that my family doesn't listen to this show. It's a private conversation. So somebody out there listening, whoever the hell you are, that got that information back to my wife, stop.
I don't know.
You invited Moj?
That whole thing about Moj and why he was on the trip.
Yeah.
That's all she was talking about yesterday. I'm like, hey, I didn't know you were listening.
I know what you're talking about. I don't know if I could do this many days with just me and her alone.
Yes.
I got
that was a private conversation.
Listen, you do have family members who are employees of KSE. I'll just put it like that. You got to assume someone's listening who knows her now, who's got the phone number, Vic.
No, nobody snitches like that, dude.
Not
cool.
Vic considers conversations on the radio private, but considers private text messages public for radio.
Yes.
Is it because you sit in that little office by yourself, Vic, that you feel like it's private?
Yes. Do you know how many texts I got yesterday? Ha, 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 the best.
Yeah. I mean, I'm full of them.
I mean, listen, Moser texts your brother like twice a week on the show, I feel like.
That is true.
Like, you have to know it's going to get back to the Queen of Chicken.
Yeah. So John Wallace is going to join us at 9:40. So in 5 minutes, promise, 5 minutes he'll join us. You can listen to us anywhere, by the way, on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. So what is the situation with Jonas Valanciunas? Are you worried about a maybe pouty nature if he does end up coming to the Nuggets? We'll ask all that to John Wallace next. All right, John Wall is going to join us in just a moment. Again, clarification, I suppose. This was Ben Tenzer yesterday on PhD when asked the question about Jonas Valanciunas.
The expectation is that he will be a Denver Nugget, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
So, for their part in this, and to me, Vic, it seems like they've never wavered on this thing. This has never been a discussion for them. This has just been, we made the trade, and you're going to be here. Now, if you guys missed it, Valanciunas yesterday said this: when I am sure, I will talk about everything. You'll be the first to know for sure. I don't know who he's talking to right there, being the first to know, but maybe he's talking about the public. No idea. But, again, I don't like how this is still up in the air. I don't like that, at least in Valanciunas' mind. You know, you want the reaction of him to be the same thing as what Cam Johnson and Tim Hardaway Jr. said on the Young Man in the Three podcast. But a guy with more insight on that joins us now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. RamosLaw.com. We're joined by Executive Vice President John Wallace. John, how you doing this morning?
Morning. How you doing, guys?
Doing good. First of all, welcome to Denver. Second of all, I think I speak on behalf of a whole bunch of Nuggets fans when we say it's been a very exciting first couple of weeks for you. How are you guys, I guess to start, just with the Michael Porter Jr. stuff, how long was that trade in place, or did you guys come up with that in a bit of a hurry, I suppose?
Look, I guess a combination of both, really. I mean, the conversations have been taking place for a while, but I guess once we were kind of assembled as a front office, that's when they kind of sped up a little bit, and it got more concrete, and we were able to execute.
Yesterday, John, Ben Tenzer hopped on the radio station and said that the Jonas Valanciunas thing is a done deal, that you guys expect him in camp. Everything's good, happy. Are you at all worried that he may not be fully motivated? Has that crossed your mind?
No, not really. I mean, look, we can't speak for him specifically, but, you know, in the times we've talked to him, he was very excited. At least the things that transpired prior, it's kind of out of our control. But from his standpoint, you know, he was pretty excited of the opportunity and just kind of where our team is and to contribute.
That's good to hear. I mean, it's one thing if you guys aren't talking, but you guys have talked. I mean, he's talked to Coach Adelman as well. I'm sure he's talked to teammates, right?
Right. I mean, guys know how important he is to what we want to do in terms of success. He's been, you know, great in the whole situation, like I said. So, I mean, he's touched base with a couple different guys, and we all feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, we good. Yeah.
John, during your introductory press conference and when we talked to you right afterwards, we had discussed, you know, the importance of developing some of your younger guys that you had. You talked a lot about Strother, Pickett.
Yeah.
Now, all of a sudden, we turn around, and you're 8 or 9 deep of, like, true NBA vets. Like, I'm curious, in your mind, what is the importance and how do you plan on getting these younger guys minutes to try to continue to develop them to make sure that you continue to have that depth over the upcoming years?
Well, that starts now. And we're still currently out here in Vegas, and those guys have all been here. We've had a lot of kind of breakdown groups working out. You know, there's pickup games going. There's, you know, the veteran players who are calling in and putting that accountability piece on it. But I think competition is going to be that success. I think as we build these guys up and we go into camp and we have, you know, 8, 9, 10, 12 guys that can really compete camp, I think that's going to raise the level of competition and get those guys prepared for the moment before we hit the season.
John Wallace with us, Executive Vice President of the Nuggets. One question I have about Bruce Brown, we know the impact that he had here 2 years ago. He is a vital piece in a championship puzzle.
Yeah.
What led to Bruce Brown taking the minimum? Was it just a desire to come back to Denver?
Yeah, I mean, look, the market is what the market is. Bruce understands that he really liked his first stint here. I think he was willing to kind of buy into the whole situation, and like I said, he wanted to be here. So it was nothing where there was no arm twisting or anything. You know, he kind of put the team's needs above himself, and he wants to go compete for something special.
Hey, I'm watching Summer League like everybody else, John. What is Deron Holmes in your mind? Is he a backup 4? Does he back up Aaron Gordon? Can he play some 3? What does he do?
I think he's going to be a little bit of a backup 5, stretch 5. I think we're trying to get him into the point of guarding some 4s as well and possibly some 3s. But I talked to his agent yesterday, and we were sitting in his group. The biggest thing, we just wanted him to come out here and play, just to kind of get the anxiety of having to go through a full year of rehab and kind of trusting his body again in the game setting. So we're not putting too much expectation on him right now per se. It's just getting back out and getting to the flow and just enjoying playing basketball once again.
Gotcha. The other question I have for you comes from a Nuggets fan. There's so many smart fans out there who understand the roster like you do. Want to know, do you guys, are you in the market for a backup point guard? Are you good with what you have in that capacity?
Hey, look, our eyes are open. Our group is out here still evaluating talent. And, we're checking the phone lines and checking the margin, as we said during the press conference, to see what's out there. We feel confident in the guys we have to fulfill that role, but that need is still there. And so, like I said, we're open and looking.
To that point, I mean, do you guys foresee Valanciunas playing like a point center? Are you going to keep the same offense? Is that something that you and DA and Ben have all kind of agreed on, that the offense is going to stay the same when Jokic comes out?
Yeah, and that was the beauty of JV, to be able to get him and to be able to replicate what we do in the first unit with the second unit, playing from the elbows, playing from the top of the key, kind of, incorporate the ball reversals and be able to get cutters and guys open for looks. He's a natural at that. He's one of the more underrated big man passers in our league, and his IQ is just, is up there to the level to where we don't have a major drop-off, from what Nikola is used to doing. I think it's going to be beneficial for DA. It's going to be beneficial for our guys to kind of see those same game shots come from their same spots, no matter the rotation.
John Wallace with us, Executive Vice President of the Nuggets. Maybe this question is just an opportunity to pat yourself on the back. I have no idea. But for a lot of people around here, we looked at the CBA, we looked at the cap situation the Nuggets were in, and we're like, gosh, it just feels like you're kind of stuck. Are you surprised at the amount of moves you're able to make, or is this something you had in mind before you got here?
No, I mean, it's your job. Whether you're working for one team or the next, you kind of got to know and be able to canvas the league, kind of know what teams need. Obviously, when the opportunity presented itself, I was able to hone in. But, that's a testament to our entire group. Those guys never stopped working, no matter the situation last year and this offseason. So, for me, it was just kind of coming in, assessing where we were, but really learning from the guys who were already there. And, like I said, we got a great group. Guys knew what to do, what was needed. We just were able to get a little bit across the finish line and execute.
Because you guys have this this different sort of setup in the front office between you and Ben Tenzer, if there's a disagreement, do you guys have an arm wrestling contest?
Not quite. We've found other ways to solve those, but arm wrestling's not the way.
When you guys did that press conference and you're at Ball Arena and you're telling the media, it won't be very active for us in the offseason. We're good, not much. I can't believe you pulled this off. Was that did you guys do that on purpose? Did you throw an end around on the rest of the league and the media?
No. I mean, look, we were being honest in the moment. We obviously had what you want to execute in your mind, but, when it's time to kind of put the rubber to the road, so to speak, you can't guarantee certain things. But I think, again, that's a testament to our relationships around the league, with agents, with players, to where we were able to kind of paint the picture of, a projection and the upside of playing for the Denver Nuggets. And also it's, again, to the culture that, everyone, 3, 4, 5 years prior has put into place to where guys actually want to be here. So, it somehow worked out.
John, you have a history with the Nuggets because you worked here before you moved on to Minnesota for a couple of years. But I need to ask, I'm just wondering, when you went through that interview process, and I'm sure it was Josh and some others who talked to you, do they ask you at that point, hey, what would you do to mess with our team, to fix our team? Is that question brought up?
Yeah, of course. They came up a couple times.
And then you offer here's my idea. Now, did the ideas that you offered during that interview, did you execute those, or are you still looking to work on those?
Yeah, I think for the most part we did execute. There's some things that we want to continue to put into place, and there's some developmental things that are going to take time to execute as well. So I think the biggest piece is that we have the resources and we have the knowledge within the room, both upstairs and downstairs, and the players have bought in already. We've had great communication with all our vets who are off on vacation right now, but still getting the work in. So it's been a complete buy-in. So there's really nothing for me to complain about.
So a couple more things for you, and appreciate the time, John. When it comes to Jokic, it's interesting because it feels like he has a game that's going to age very well. But his minutes have increased every year over the last 3 years. He played the most in his career by a per-game basis last season. What's the ideal minute number that you have for Jokic now that he has a viable backup big?
That ironically, we haven't set anything down concretely. He's got such a great feel. DA's got such a great feel for him. That's one of the things he'll be able to decide. But I think most important is that now he has the option, to get some rest here. And like I said, we won't have a major drop-off at all. And, just with the league changing so much, there are going to be different looks and different guys trying to figure out ways to scout him and attack him. He'll be able to kind of sit back and assess from both on the court and on the bench to kind of, catch his breath, but also kind of see what's happening. I think anytime you give a guy like Nikola that opportunity, he's going to be able to operate at a high level.
Last question from me. I know you have a great relationship with Jamal Murray. And Jamal has been, like it or not, he's faced a lot of scrutiny here because as he goes, the Nuggets go. How do you think your presence will motivate him? And what do you think? What's that conversation like going into his next couple seasons as a Denver Nugget?
I think, first of all, Jamal is very aware of, what's transpired in the past year and a half post-championship run. He was one of the guys when I got in, he kind of gave me a look of where, hey, look, I know what people are saying. I kind of know what's tasked of me right now. And, we've been very, very impressed with where he is at this point in the season. He's been in the market. He's been out here working out. He's been more of a vocal leader with our young guys. I've seen him sit down with Coach DA while we're out here. So he's fully locked in, and he understands what is expected of him this year. So for us and for me specifically, it's just, again, being a resource, being a voice for him, when that time comes. But for the most part, Jamal's taking this thing over.
John,
beautiful.
You guys have recently gone away for training camp in recent years. San Diego, I think, last year. Is that something that you think is, important for the team? And what do you think the team benefits by doing training camp away from Denver?
Get away from the distractions, kind of get you out your element a little bit. And so guys can kind of hone in, figure out each other a little bit. And I think this year is even more important because while there are some familiar faces, it's still kind of a, new blood coming in. So it gives us a chance to kind of beat the bushes and kind of figure out who we are as a group and individually, and then come back with a fresh perspective and attack this year.
Okay, so you are planning, and it is planning on going to San Diego this year?
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we'll be going again.
Plus a bigger gym. You need more baskets to shoot out there, more guys there.
Yeah, just get as many reps as we can.
Mm-hmm.
It's John Wallace, Executive Vice President of the Nuggets. Really appreciate the time, John. Welcome to Denver, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, fellas. Take care.
It is John Wallace, Executive Vice President of the Nuggets. Really good answers there, by the way.
I was excited about, first of all, if there's any pause you might have about Jonas Valanciunas, go back and listen to the first couple answers.
Yeah.
It's done. Teammates have spoken to him. Coaches have spoken to him. He's fine. Whatever he gives off in those interviews, I think he does so he doesn't want to offend anybody in Europe, perhaps.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to be offensive. And I'm very convinced now that he may have had a deal in the works before the Nuggets trade happened.
Yep.
And he was already halfway there mentally.
Well, he said something about, I would have to go back and listen, but he said something like there were circumstances previously or something like that, right? Isn't that what he said?
Yeah.
Well, and Katie said, and I think it's a great point, you wonder how much is getting lost in translation.
Sure.
Just with the tone. You know what I mean? Maybe
Yeah.
not the words exactly. There might be a switch of translation here or there for a word or two, but even just with the tone that we're that's really what's rubbing us the wrong way.
Yeah.
It sounds like slam dunk, we're done here.
He also said they may be still in the market for a backup point guard.
Yep.
He didn't check that off the list. It could be an area where they're still looking around. They have room. They have a roster spot. I know that.
I liked his answer on the starting point guard about Jamal. Jamal's in town, getting the work in, doing all that stuff. I think,
and he's very aware
of
what he's heard.
Yes. Well, I mean, look, we talk about this all the time, Vic. Players can pretend that they don't hear the noise and stuff like that, but it's almost impossible. Somebody, like Will talks about this all the time, you might be somebody that is no social media. I don't read the newspaper. I don't listen to the radio. But your wife does.
Mm-hmm.
Your brother does.
The
your friends
information
do.
gets to them.
It gets to you. So in one way or another, it'll get to you.
Listen, I'll never forget having that conversation with Joker. Remember that year that Kendrick Perkins said all those things about him being a stat stuffer and all that? And that I interviewed him in Houston. And he goes, not bad for a stat stuffer, whatever he said.
Yep.
How do you think he got that information? People are telling him that stuff.
Right.
Strahina had it on in the bakery.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. But anyway, if you missed any of that, go check it out. Really good stuff with John Wallace on a multitude of different topics. The way he was talking about Valanciunas, I think I'm done. I'm done with the Valanciunas.
Yeah,
stuff.
I don't want. I don't want that. That's not even a topic.
Yep.
That should concern anybody. He's going to be here, as they've told us all along, and he's going to be happy being here.
Yeah.
Well,
he just said it.
I think he's excited about how they're going to. We talked about the point center and kind of running the same offense.
Yeah.
It's an opportunity for him to. I mean, he's filling the shoes of an MVP. So, like,
listen,
you have
Rob,
freedom there.
Rob, when you get to fill in, do these shows, it excites you, right? It's something different.
Absolutely.
People like challenges and change, and the same old job. It sucks. The bane of my existence. One of the reasons I got into this business, I tell people all the time, is because every day is different. Every day is different.
Yeah. That's
the beauty of our jobs. And even for a guy like Jonas Valanciunas, I'm sure that challenge of doing something different, he can't wait for that.
303-504-0925. Fact check it, please, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Earlier in the show, Rob used the word retcon. And Vic, let me offer some more clarity on what retcon is. That is short for retroactive continuity, and it refers to, mostly in works of fiction, when an author will go back
too many words
and change something that happened in like a previous comic book, right? Like in a comic book, they kill off a character in one book, but then in the next edition of the comic book, they're like, oh, he's back. He wasn't actually dead.
Vic has one word on his mind right now. It's mancha.
Yeah, I ain't reading. I don't know what your video gamers are
for all
doing.
of our for all of our intelligent listeners who aren't going away for the next 2 weeks. That's what retconning is. And Rob, what player were you guys talking about? Whose narrative we were retconning?
Who was it? It was the offseason last year, because if Saric had worked out and Holmes didn't get hurt, we might have felt differently about how last year's offseason went.
Vic, ciao, or as my friends in Italy would say, buenos dias. Have a fantastic trip. We'll talk to you when you return from Italy.
Rob, thanks for filling in, buddy.
Have
Appreciate
fun on the
your help.
long flight with the wife when she knows. Never mind.
All right. Have a great day, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye. Buenos dias.
What do you want? Smoltzy, what do you want?
Cutter in. Slider in.
I don't throw a cutter,
He doesn't
Smoltzy.
slider in.
Slider.
Cutter.
Son of a...
Gonna make him mad.
That was short.
How about this splitty? Break out the splitty.
All right, what's the count? 2-2?
Yeah,
this is so weird talking to you guys.
It's kind of
Holy
weird for us,
cow.
too. Always had the home runs, but he's hitting 280 this year, and he's showing off that home run power here. It is gone. Pete Alonso goes the other way. A 3-run shot to break it open. It's been tough to hit. Fastball is hit hard in the air to left center field. Back goes Stowers. It is gone. The American League is on the board on a home run from Brent Rooker. Puts it in play. Left side. Going to be a tough one. This game is tied. The American League has come all the way back from down 6-0. AL rallied in the game. NL has rallied in the swing. With the hat trick. Look out, Chop House. National League takes the lead 4-3.
Unbelievable.
Aranda slices a fly ball to left center field, headed towards the wall, but short, and the National League wins it in the first swing off. Kyle Schwarber wins it, going 3 for 3.
What's up, Schwarber? With the swing off? Is that what we're calling it? The swing off at the All-Star game? As the NL, wait. Yeah, the NL gets the win over the AL after.
Berto, was that the best moment in sports in the last, what? I don't know, 4 months?
No. I hate the MLB All-Star game.
Well, I hate you right now.
Whoa.
Because that was awesome.
Really?
Dude, did you watch the 9th inning?
No, I didn't watch any of that.
Oh, my.
I didn't watch any of it.
Bro, that was as much fun as I've had watching baseball. And I think Major League Baseball has got an all-star problem. And it's almost the opposite all-star problem that the NFL has, which is, why do we even have a Pro Bowl anymore? Yeah. It's the dumbest thing ever. It's like an exhibition of guys in basically workout gear and doing nothing. And like they're having wrap-offs and TikTok dance-offs. And they're calling that an all-star game. I think Major League Baseball is an all-star problem because after last night, their all-star product is a lot better than their regular season product. Or maybe even their playoff product.
I mean, there was a lot of reindeer games going on in that thing. And, I mean, you know, all the live interviews during the contest. I guess it was fun that, you know, I mean, it was the AL up 6-0, right? It was the AL that was up 6-0?
NL. NL was up 6-0.
Oh, so then the AL rallied, but then the NL wins it in the swing off.
Yeah, it was ended up being the biggest comeback in the history of the All-Star game. But yet they fall short in the swing off. And the swing off in and of itself, I had no idea that that's how they settled the score. It felt a little bit like penalty kicks. And,
Yeah.
And you think about it like a World Cup championship is essentially settled for the best.
Those are the most
best
tense
country
moments in soccer.
and the biggest sport in the world is
those are
settled
crazy.
by essentially a swing off in soccer. So why wouldn't we not do that in baseball?
Like so do it like the NHL does. Like in the regular season, they have the shootout, but once the playoffs come around, they get rid of that nonsense. You want Major League Baseball instead of going extra innings.
No,
in the
I'm
regular
still good with extra innings.
I thought you were like,
Give me
let's
3
do
though.
more swing offs.
No,
man.
just like soccer, right? Soccer, they give you
so you want 3 extra innings?
3
and
extra
if it's
innings.
still not decided, we swing it off.
Yep. So we get to 12, and then it's a swing off.
Okay.
Because it's just like soccer, and that's part of the drama of soccer is the 2 15-minute halves of over, like, what do they call it? Extra time. They call it extra time.
Yeah.
Soccer. Usually there are 2 teams that are bunkering down and just trying not to lose. So then you kind of feel like it in a World Cup final. Like, this sucker is going to PKs.
Yeah.
And I think the same thing would be pretty fun in a Game 7 World Series that we saw last night. I think we found something in sports last night.
Did you? I can't do it. I won't do it. I have. This season has broken me. The Colorado Rockies have made me hate Major League Baseball. I won't do it. I won't. And I know it's only punishing myself. But I won't do it. I won't watch it. I'm not going to watch it last night. I'm not going to watch when the Rockies take the field again. They can kick rocks, man. I am done with them. I was with them when they lost 100 games 2 years ago. I was with them when they lost 100 games last year. And I was with them about half this season. But I am done with them. They are dead to me, man.
But hey, those 2 teams, Those two teams that you supported with those 100-loss seasons, they looked at you, Berto, and they said, hold my beer. How are you going to enjoy 155 losses, man?
Yeah, no, man. It has ruined the sport for me. It has made me hate Major League Baseball. And it like last night would have probably maybe kickstarted my love of the sport again, but I ain't watching it. I ain't watching it because the Rockies have hurt me so much.
It was fun for me. I was scripting ball practice. So I had my computer up. It was
And
kind of
you
on.
wa-
It was on in the background.
And then you started focusing. You're like, whoa, what's going on
Well,
here?
I heard the Kershaw interview, and I love the fact that John Smoltz asked for a pitch that he knew that Kershaw didn't even have in his bag. And he's like, Smoltzy, I don't have it. What are we doing? What are we doing, Smoltzy? You know,
Yeah,
I don't
I
have
want
a
more of
cutter.
that. Can we do that in football where you're just like interviewing a player while they're going to the line of scrimmage? Can you do that? Can you go like, hey, Mims, how you doing out there? What is it? You in the slot, this player? Whatever, like, nah, man. Only the sport of baseball can you do
It's
something
still
like
pretty
that.
wild. I was watching the San Francisco Giants game. It's my team, all right? I apologize. But I was watching a game just covered by their local broadcast. I subscribe to MLB.TV, and I watch a ton of baseball.
Ooh, wow.
And so I love baseball. Obviously, everybody's a little disinterested right now with what's going on at Third and Blake. I understand that. But I was watching. It was like a meaningful game, Dodgers versus Giants. And Matt Chapman's at third base. And they're interviewing Matt Chapman as he's trying to figure out the shifts. And I know there's not a full shift, but he's like, hey, hold on, guys. Like, I got a job to do here, man. Like, there's a lot going on. It's not as simple as just standing there and just, getting down in a ready position every 29 seconds.
Yeah, it's crazy.
There is a lot going on, man. There's a lot of analytics, and a lot of this analytics that the Rockies are not using.
Yeah, they hate it for some reason.
Are being used by other teams. Therefore, the players have to process information on a pitch-by-pitch basis. So it does make it a little bit challenging to
The Rockies,
to go about it that way.
famously, the Rockies analytics department, they were like, great with the math, guys, but could you guys get down to the laundry room and start washing some clothes? We need some help down there. We don't need help with these numbers, man. But I don't want to use the first segment of the morning sprint to freak out about the Rockies again because they're not
perfectly
worth my
legal,
time.
Rod. Hey, Berto, it's perfectly legal. You can do whatever you want, man. This is.
Well, we got a lot to talk about. We had that crazy All-Star game last night. We got all kinds of news and notes around the NFL and the Denver Broncos, and we'll get to that. Here on the station just 20, 30 minutes ago, the morning show was able to catch up with John Wallace. They talked to Ben Tenzer yesterday, so I want next segment. I want to talk a little bit about the Nuggets and how they're looking. I mean, they played and they lost in preseason last night to the Raptors. The old Nuggies are 0-3.
0-3, but Deron Holmes 11 boards. I loved it. I love the physicality.
He's
I liked
still
it.
not like I wanted him to get more shots. The last couple of games he just has, but put up a double-double.
I like that part.
Put up a double-double on six shots, something like that, 6-7 shots. It's like, all right, man, let's go.
I feel like game one showed he's got a jumper. Game two kind of confirmed that, and then game three is like, we need to know that you can be a defender and a rebounder off the bench.
Yeah.
Check. So 0-3, NBA Summer League, who freaking cares?
Yeah, nobody really.
Deron Holmes is healthy. Deron Holmes looks like a guy that's going to contribute to this basketball team. All is well in Nuggets land.
And that's all.
I didn't hear what Johnny Wallace had to say.
Oh, he had some fun things. We'll play some of those cuts.
Yeah, please do.
KJ's going to have some of those cuts for us.
A lot of our listenership, if you didn't know this, they refuse to listen to the morning show.
I did not know that.
Just because of the pompous, arrogant nature of Mark Moser, Vic Lombardi, and Brett Kane.
That's true.
I'm kidding. They all love the morning show. It's the best show in Denver.
That is true.
I actually think that the Berto Sanford show's up there.
Thanks, man.
When we get it.
Thanks.
When we get a chance to get wild over here.
Yeah, two beards.
Yeah.
Two beards and a black guy. That's the name of the show, bro. That's me, you, and KJ.
Now
man.
the question is, are the two beards the actual quote unquote air quote beard for the black guy? That's the question. Two beards and a black guy.
Like, although KJ's rocking the goatee, man, you might have to go full beard.
Sorry, I said Third and Blake. It was a terrible. Earlier, I was talking about the Rockies' address.
Oh yeah,
and you know why that got me?
What is Third? What's on
I
Third
don't
and Blake?
know. I don't. It's 20th and Blake, and I'm sorry. Here's what it is. Third and King Street is the Giants. So I got my wires crossed about talking about the ballparks.
Yeah, you're just sending people to like. Where you're sending them to Rhino, bro. That's where the Rhino
good spot
district.
though. It's a lot of fun over there.
I do like Rhino.
Yeah,
I still like Lodo, man. Even I know a lot of people here in the city complain about downtown, but downtown is a ball.
All you downtown haters that are because you know what? Oh, there's just a little too much cool riffraff.
Yeah.
Go to any downtown in this country, okay?
Yeah.
You been to Dallas, downtown Dallas? It looks like The Walking Dead, man.
Yeah.
Downtown Dallas is like it's zombie apocalypse.
Yeah.
It's like the cordyceps have taken over, and there's a fungus among us.
There you go. You and your Last of Us, man. That show freaks me out.
It got weird in the second series.
Yeah. And the third season is going to be even stranger, man.
Yeah,
It's going to be even stranger. So I saw it got nominated for like 16 Emmys yesterday.
So good.
Just,
spoiler alert.
Do you watch Severance? Because that show got like 26 Emmys.
Do you know anything about it?
No, it's that Apple TV show with
Severance.
Severance. It's an Apple TV show.
Is that about my life and all the times I've been fired? Severance packages?
If you could, off the top of your dome, how close could you get to the number of times you've been fired in your life?
It's not bad.
Because coaches.
You know what's good about me is that I didn't get fired until I was a head coach. So
that's when you started getting.
Yeah, so it's hard, man. So you get once you get fired, it starts rolling. You start getting fired a lot. It's like you're on that downward trend.
You know what's happening when you get that call, or do they come to your office? You get an email just like, "Yo, coach,
I got a text, and it was wild. It was after we won a game at the end of the season. In my second year, we go to Louisiana Tech after a tough year, but we go to Louisiana Tech. We'd never won as a program. Western Kentucky had never beaten Louisiana Tech in Ruston, Louisiana. Yeah. We go down there and we get the dub. And I'm like, oh yeah, we're good for next year, man. We're building. We have a bunch of young freshmen and sophomore starters. We're gonna be all right.
And then your phone goes bing.
And then in the morning, I get like, hey Mike, are you available at 10 a.m. to meet in my office? From the athletic director.
And you knew immediately, or you're like, oh, this can't be good?
Dude, I was in Nashville. I'd gone out with my wife and a couple friends, and we had a night kind of celebrate the end of the year.
Yeah.
We survived. Let's go to Nashville. Stayed in Nashville. And I had to leave early to come back home. Not good.
Does he just, as soon as you sit down, he's like, we got to let you go, coach.
We had a heavy. He was like, the AD was a total freaking pencil neck. And he was scared about what my reaction would be, which is crazy.
Oh,
I'm
really?
not very.
He was
would you agree? I'm not like the guy that's gonna.
No,
I'm not gonna flip out. It's not my vibe.
Or who was it? Wyndham Clark just got banned from Oakmont because he freaked out, and
Wyndham Clark
just beat the hell out of his locker to Oakmont, and they're like, "No, you can't do that, dude."
If there was a power ranking of guys on this station that would have a physical altercation if they were fired, I don't think I'd be in the top 5.
No.
I'd be right about the middle, probably.
No, yeah, I can't think of anybody.
High T Tyler, though?
I keep thinking
Low T Tyler would have been cool.
You know what?
He'd been
After
straight.
we had that conversation about Tyler getting hella swole yesterday, it dawned on me when I was driving home because I was listening to their show, and DMac said something ridiculous, and I was like, you know what? Maybe Tyler's getting swole, so when DMac pops off, he's can swing on him.
He's ready. I think that's right. Yeah, a lot of theories about that, but yeah. So I ended up getting fired then, and I started in 2005. That was my 13th year of coaching.
Wow.
13 years, no firing, pretty good.
Yeah, no, that's real good.
But then fired in 18.
Fired
in 21. From the University of Minnesota, and that awesome Philip John Fleck, who just prances around on the sideline. Your guy.
And a guy who just got a extension.
Did he really?
He gets an extension every 2 months. It's a good deal for him to go like 7 and 5.
Yeah.
And then I got fired at CU kind of staff. It was Durrell, and then the staff was fired.
Yeah.
So twice where it was like, Sanford, you suck. You are the worst. And then CU was kind of like, Durrell, you suck.
Yeah.
Sanford, you're kind of cool. Let's keep you around for 8 weeks as the interim head coach. But you're not cool enough. You're not Coach Prime.
You're not Coach Prime.
So if you're not Coach Prime, then you can go ahead and pack your stuff.
Yeah, you can kick rocks too.
Yeah, get out.
Oh, man.
So 3 times.
Yeah, that's
20 years.
That's not bad.
It's not
especially
bad.
in that profession, man. Whew.
So I'm like averaging just shy of every 7 years I got fired.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, we had a couple of NBA championship coaches get fired. Like when you accept the fact that you're going to be a head coach professionally, you just have to accept when you take a job, you know you're going to get fired from it eventually. Nobody's Greg Popovich where you just, spend your entire career coaching one team forever.
And then you basically need a health issue to get you out of the seat.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, there's nobody like
Spurs
that.
are like, can we get a health issue with this guy?
You get hired like Sean Payton is probably going to get fired within 5 to 8 years,
I don't
right?
know. Did Sean officially get fired from the Saints?
No, but that was the whole weird situation where he was part of the Saints when he was No, I don't. And then he just walked away, right?
Think so?
I think so,
Because
too.
he was suspended, didn't coach the year.
I mean, the end of that relationship was weird, but the way he talks about it is that he's still madly in love with that city and franchise,
and so
right?
when he was on the shelf, like, it would have been really cool if he would have gone and, like, coached a youth football team. And then maybe like it'd be a made for movie type event, and then you call it home team, and then you have Kevin James playing Sean Payton. No, it is one for the ages.
That's one of those things that Sean's never going to live down either. That's the dude who played him in the movie, man. Like, of all the actors on planet Earth, I like Kevin James as a
King of Queens, man.
Nah, but
he's always at the UFC fights.
I don't want him to play me in a movie. Are you kidding me, man? They get one of the least attractive actors in Hollywood to play you in a movie?
Hey, I do not love around 4th of July the Kevin James NASCAR drop. Have you seen it?
No.
Oh, it's the best.
No, I haven't seen it.
God bless America. God bless our troops.
I don't think it's so.
And gentlemen, start your engine.
How have I not seen this? No, I haven't.
It is my favorite.
So he was like the flag waver at a NASCAR event. He went off on the microphone. All right, Kevin.
It was so good. KJ, I think this is a good tease for the next segment here. We got to come back with some serious Metallica, maybe some heavy metal, maybe even some America, and then some Kevin James talking about that, baby.
All right. You know what?
Coach Sean Payton.
Let's take a timeout. We'll get right to that next.
What did we just get accomplished?
Nothing.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
Yeah, turn that up, KJ. Turn it up, baby.
Let that breathe. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
God,
that gets you fired up.
I want to be a rock star so bad, man.
Oh, really?
Oh, would it not be the best?
Yes.
Just to be like,
yes.
This, you're the front man. You basically have no responsibility other than to look really cool and say things like, ooh, yeah.
Sound like Macho Man Randy Savage.
Yeah. No, that's all right. He would have made a great front man. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
I think that was the wildest segment of radio I've done. The first one. I know for you that was like very normal. Right. That was just a Wednesday.
That's your average.
That's a typical Wednesday.
Yeah, you came in flying. You were fired up. I love to see it, man.
Oh man, yeah, the great street of Quebec.
Yeah, man,
Quebec.
Quebec's messing you up, brother.
It was
that construction from Valor is not.
My usual 8-minute commute from Valor was like a 29-minute commute today.
Yeah, man. I don't handle traffic. Well at all.
My 2 boys are with me.
Yeah.
And they heard some things that
they
shouldn't hear.
They're like, you were like, don't tell your mother. I said that.
No, it was good. It stayed at about PG maybe.
All right. Well, welcome back to the Morning Sprint. We're coming to you live from the Baxter and Shanker Studios. Their passionate justice. That is Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Mark Bertinelli, filling in for Alex Ryan-Emmy, who is overseas somewhere. He's out
he's on assignment.
Like when
he's covering the Open Championship for altitude.
No, he's not actually. Is that where he's going?
He's going to the British Open.
How did nobody tell me this?
He's going. He's not actually covering it. He's not technically covering it for altitude, but he is. He's got all the scoop. He's got all the scoop.
Wow, that's I had no idea that's where he was or is.
I think
or was going to be.
Is it in Ireland or Scotland?
I don't know. It's not. It's not Royal Troon, but it's. I'll tell you right now. But it starts next week, right? Next week is the British Open. Let's see where it's at.
Wait, so it's next Thursday through Sunday, like a week from.
Yeah, I think so.
So I won't see Raj till like basically football season's already started.
Yeah,
we'll be in the second round we'll be in the divisional playoffs.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah,
it'll be fun to get Raj back.
Like last year when he took
it starts tomorrow.
During the Avs playoffs.
The Open starts tomorrow.
Wait, it starts tomorrow?
Yes, the Open Championship.
Yes. It starts. I had no idea. I had no idea the Open starts tomorrow. I love the Open. How did I not know this?
It's at Royal Portrush.
Okay, where's Royal Portrush? It's Northern Ireland somewhere, but I don't know. You know what? Once again, I don't do geography. I don't do math or geography, so don't talk to me about this stuff.
It's in Northern Ireland.
All right. Is that,
It's up where Conor McGregor came from.
I think,
that lad right there, he's always constantly on the booger sugar.
Do you think Raj can grow a beard?
No.
No? I was hoping he could load up on it. And he was like, no.
I asked him to, and it's,
impossible?
He's, were you one of these guys, Berto, that had a kind of a bit of a baby face?
Yeah.
Until you kind of lived your life pretty hard.
Yeah.
You lived it. It was for you. It was more about the miles than about the years.
Yeah. Yes.
And then all of a sudden you're like, I can grow a beard now.
Yes.
That's how I was too. I was a baby face assassin until about 5-7 years ago. And then all of a sudden I just said, you know what? Life's kicked me down. I've kicked life down a little bit. We've had a pretty good sparring match.
Yeah.
I can now grow a beard.
Yes. It looks good, brother.
I don't know that Raj has been through enough yet.
Right. He hasn't seen what we've seen.
We've seen things.
He needs to peer into the darkness a few more times.
I can imagine, Berto, some of the things. Rod, give me that one more time, Raj.
It's not over.
Where did you find that?
He needs to look into the abyss.
It was him trying to tell us that the Avs weren't going to lose to Dallas. He wanted to remind us it's not over.
Oh, it was over.
Oh, it was. Yeah, they did lose to Dallas.
You know when it? You know why it's actually not over now?
Why?
Because that freaking Jared Bednar owning son of a gun head coach is no longer there in Dallas.
Oh, that's true.
Thank you for firing that man.
Yeah, Dallas made some weird financial moves too. Who knows how? They're going to be good again, but not as good as the Avs. All right, you know what? We've had some interesting gentlemen on the station the last couple of days. Ben Tenzer, EVP of the Nuggets, and today John Walsh, EVP of the Nuggets. As the Summer League is going on and as we get set for the upcoming NBA season, we want to talk about a little bit what they had to say, and KJ has got some of what they had to say for us over the last 2 days.
Look, we can't speak for him specifically, but, in the times we've talked to him, he was very excited. These are things that transpired prior. It's kind of out of our control, but from his standpoint, he was pretty excited of the opportunity and just kind of where our team is and to contribute.
Yeah, everything's in a really healthy place. We executed the trade officially the other day, and he's back in Lithuania where, I think Coach Adelman talked about his vision for him. We've talked about it. He's been a guy we've coveted for a long time. We looked very closely at trading for him at the deadline. So when this kind of fell into our lap, we felt like it was a no-brainer.
Just with the Michael Porter Jr. stuff, how long was that trade in place?
I mean, the conversations have been taking place for a while, but I guess once we were kind of assembled as a front office, that's when they kind of sped up a little bit and it got more concrete and we were able to execute.
So that was both John Wallace and Ben Tenzer over the last couple of days. Obviously, at the beginning, they're talking about Jonas Valanciunas. Like, we were all kind of freaking out when that story first came out with the trade. But everybody now seems pretty calm, cool, and collected about it. We'll see Jonas here in the Mile High City. Coach, do you think – I don't even know how you go about handling a player coming into your organization who might not necessarily want to be there or be that excited about it. But you just have to give them time, right? You have to give them time to get with the team, to find out what it's all about, to realize this is a winning organization, get to it. Or do you immediately sit Jonas down and say, like, hey, brother, welcome to Denver, and have a come to Jesus conversation? Like, are you all in or are you not all in on this?
I think the latter is the better way to go about it, especially if there's nothing publicly that happens between now and when Jonas Valanciunas joins Adelman's locker room, right? David Adelman is now ultimately in charge of that locker room. Certainly Nikola Jokic is in charge of that locker room too. But if there's something that happens publicly where Jonas Valanciunas does tell all, and it is of the positive variety relative to his fit with the Denver Nuggets, business as usual. Let's play ball. But if it's just kind of this almost Cold War, I still feel like we're a bit in the Cold War.
Okay. Yeah.
And some of the comments that were made by both Tenzer and Wallace felt a little bit like diplomacy relative to a Cold War.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of what we're dealing with, are we not?
Right.
It's the Lithuanian agent. I'm taking it as guessing that Valanciunas' agent is Lithuanian or of some Eastern Bloc variety. He and then the Greek Panathinaikos crew and their conversations that have been happening, and there's been some diplomacy publicly with I think Valanciunas' own camp getting some information out there about his desire to play. And then even Valanciunas kind of giving a big nothing burger every time he's spoken publicly with regards to you'll find out when you find out.
Yeah, that was kind of the most unfortunate part. Where you're just
it's happened a couple times.
Just come out and say what you mean.
It's the Cold War.
Yeah.
It still's cold to me.
Yeah.
But it's still war, right? Nothing's really happened with closure. And while I know Vic this morning, I think he took his take of 90% certainty.
Yeah.
And put it to like 99.9% certainty. I'm not there yet.
Okay.
Just because I haven't heard the player, Jonas Valanciunas, because what could he do? Very easily, he could retire from NBA basketball. And I think that's the worst possible scenario.
Right. If he just retires, although once again, you get, I've heard.
If it's that bad. I'm saying if it's that bad, where it's like, screw those guys. Yeah. They won't let me out of my contract. Yeah. I am retiring and not playing basketball in the calendar year of 2025.
I want him to be all in. I want him to join the team getting ready to play because he makes the Nuggets a better team. He can make the Nuggets a better team. He's not going to be, a centerpiece of what the Nuggets are going to do next season, but he can really help and fill some of the holes the Nuggets had last season. But if he doesn't want to be in on that whole thing, you have a lot more options now come the season if you want to make him if you want to trade him during the season, especially knowing that money comes off the books after that. A team can just take them just to get that $10 million off the books when the season is over. You just like watch them walk, and you get to save that $10 million. Somebody might give you something, or you could use that $10 million to get somebody off your roster that you're like, I don't want to pay Zeke $8 million this year. Let's see if we can get a team who wants to get rid of that $10 million. Also, if they'll take Zeke with them as well, and then all of a sudden you clear $20 million off the books, and you can do something fun with it. But one of the more interesting questions that Vic had for John Wallace today was about Jamal Murray. He asked him about, like, hey, listen, it's probably not fair, but when it comes to Jamal Murray, what he does is so important. It feels like, despite having the best player on the planet on your team, it feels like what Jamal does is where the Nuggets go. If Jamal is good, if Jamal is great, the Nuggets are great. You know what I mean? So, and Vic asked John Wallace that question, and his answer was fascinating to me, that he had talked to Jamal, and Jamal knows, he said Jamal has heard all this nonsense. He knows what people are saying about him. He knows what his game has to be this year, and he's taken a more vocal leadership role with the squad. And I am fascinated to see, because am I right or am I wrong? Nobody's going to criticize Joker. You can't criticize a dude out there giving you a 32-point triple-double every night and doing things that we've never seen in the league. So it feels like Nugget fan picks on Jamal when the team loses. Do you think – I think Jamal's going to have the best season of his career next year. And if he doesn't, then things have gone horribly wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But you see the vision, right, where everybody's talking about Jamal. John Wallace knows about Jamal. Jamal knows about Jamal. As a coach, do your players hear all this nonsense, right? Everybody's talking, even college kids, they hear everything,
They
right?
do.
So
it's you're living in living in a dreamland if you think that you can really isolate yourself from it. The guy that notoriously, in a positive way, screened himself and attempted to screen his entire team, his locker room, from every bit of outside noise, good and bad, was Peyton Manning.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, shut down all of the TVs that were on in the cafeteria at Dove Valley. Or he would make sure they were all on CNN as opposed to SportsCenter.
Yeah.
Or Fox News.
Yeah.
Or not Fox News. Fox Sports, FS1. Put it to Fox News. I want to watch that dadgum Fox News. I want to hear what Bill O'Reilly's saying right now.
I mean, that dude got fired from Fox News like 15 years
Sean
ago.
Hannity's up next.
But you do a good Peyton Manning, man.
No, it was terrible.
You do a pretty good Peyton Manning.
It was just a general Southerner. It's really hard to really screen your team because everybody's on social media to some extent.
Mm-hmm.
And if not, you're intimately involved with somebody, whether it's your wife, a partner, a girlfriend, a family member, that is on social media. And when things like are really hitting the fan, they always say something to you. And you're like, no, I don't want to hear it. Hey, so what's going on? It's always, I deleted social media for a year of my life.
Oh, really? How did
just
that go?
Just off my phone. It
Really?
was my second year the year I got fired. First time I ever got fired. So probably I knew it was coming. I don't want to hear what everybody has to say about me getting fired.
Yeah.
In a small town. I know it's not a big deal. It's not a national story. But I deleted Twitter, Facebook. The problem is that a lot of those really nasty messages and almost, I wouldn't say threatening because I hate going that direction, like the victim card, but some online stuff that you're like, it's probably not good for my family to be exposed to that.
Yeah.
But it would come to my desk. People say, hey, you probably need to address this. I'm like,
yeah.
I'm trying to stay away from all this, but I
Trying
can't.
to ignore this nonsense. Do you think, I guess the big question is, and the question that people ask a lot is, do you think the Nuggets have now done enough? What they've done this offseason, have they done enough to give Joker and Jamal and AG and David Adelman what the firepower they need to win another NBA title?
The question is Jonas Valanciunas all in?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying,
Wow.
if the answer to that hypothetical question is yes,
Yes.
then the answer is an absolute 100% yes.
Okay.
Because Jamal Murray is going to have the best year of his career because he's got veteran bench scoring that hasn't been there in 2 years.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The signing that I'm actually most excited about, I know he's not a great player. I know but I think he's got some sniper qualities. I'm excited about Hardaway Jr.
Yeah, I am too. Just because last season the Denver Nuggets took the fewest threes in the league, and it feels like that's not a recipe to win in this NBA. What did the Boston Celtics average? Did they average 53s a game? Was it 53? Did they jack up 53s a game? It was somewhere
Just
between
around
40.
50.
Yeah, it was like 40, whatever it was. That's crazy talk to me, but it's the way the NBA plays now.
Well, and I've been hearing Vic talk about it.
Shooting, man.
I've been hearing Vic talk about it.
Gun.
That he fully anticipates a David Adelman offense to be committed to putting up volume shooting.
I can't wait to see it. I want to see, because I do believe, despite the fact that Adelman was on Malone's staff for years now, I think what we're going to see from David Adelman in that offense coming up this season is going to be a lot different than we've had over the last 5, 6, 7 years.
It felt like Malone, certainly doing the Michael Malone show here 2 years ago, felt like the key to everything was defense, which I agree with, right? I agree with that in football. I agree with that in hockey. And it was the defense would earn the right for us to play an offensive style of outlet pass, score, and transition. And that was the key to the Nuggets' success. I believe that David Adelman is going to not fully move away from that model, but I think there's going to be a little bit more commitment to half-court creative basketball.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's going to be fun. I'm excited. I am excited. The Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. If you want to be part of the program, the Shot Mazda text line is one price, one person, 1 hour. We will roll on. Talk a little NFL next right here on Altitude Sports Radio. The Altitude Sports Radio YouTube page is your video home base for all things 92.5. Subscribe so you don't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily, a daily recap of the best stuff you can't miss from the best shows in Denver. Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe today. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint with Coach Mike Sanford, Mark Bertinelli filling in for Alex Reinemy, KJ Granderson in the building, and Coach is looking good. Woo! Coach is looking good. He's getting swag. Rapids hooked Coach up with some swag. No, so I tell you, those, man, I love those kits so much. The green, I think you can go online and buy those kits right now.
There's also a pop-up today.
Oh, is there?
In Commerce City at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. I believe it's 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Yeah, those are dope.
I'm wearing the traditional, think Marcelo Balboa.
Yeah, old school, like 90s, man.
And I got it. It's green. It's got the actual, like...
Yeah, with that Rapids logo is dope too, with the mountains and the waters.
And then the crest too. The crest is kind of cool.
Yeah, I'm down with it, man.
The old black and white soccer ball.
Yeah, I'm down with it. I like the burgundy, but man, that green is classic. That is classic with the pinstripe.
How about the number on the back too? It's like kind of like a yellow, a true yellow.
Yeah. I mean, look at that, man. They gave you Sanford, number 96. 96. Speaking of which,
why would they be 96? Why do you think the number's 96?
Because you were born in 96.
Oh man, I was born in 82. It's because the club was founded in 1996.
Yeah. Rapids 96. Was that the first year?
First year
of Major League Soccer?
The entirety of the whole deal.
Yeah, of the entire league. So anyway, the Rapids will be playing.
Freddie Adu coming in to save the day.
Yeah, that's old school. That name is old school, my man. Freddie Adu.
LA Galaxy.
Just a teen at the time.
No, he was DC United, I think, wasn't he?
What, did he go to DC United? I think 30 years ago, bro.
I remember it was like the first $1 million American-born soccer player, Freddie Adu, and he did.
The Rapids will be playing
Much ado about nothing.
Seattle. Yeah, it was taking on the Sounders tonight there in Seattle, looking for their second straight dub. But welcome back to the Morning Sprint. I want to talk a little NFL.
It's here.
NFL. Hey, the Broncos now only have one rookie they need to sign. Only have one because they got Barron done last night. Jahdae is in the building. So the best cornerback room in the league is just sitting there, ready to get it on. Unless Barron is complete bust. But, I mean, nobody expects that. You know what I mean? Nobody expects that. He was a monster at UT. So
we need to get Robert Harvey Jr. signed, sealed, and delivered.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, none of there's still 30 second-round picks that haven't been signed, right? 30 of them, right? Because there's only been 2. I haven't heard any news today. that any of those guys have signed. Are all these teams going to just stand pat and just be like, I guess we're not handing out guaranteed contracts to these second-rounders, so we're just not. I mean, somebody's going to have to give, right? A team's going to have to pay.
Was it the Texans?
It was the Houston Texans, and then somebody else followed along.
Was it Carolina?
Somebody
else screwed the pooch.
But yeah, it was Houston that started. Matter of fact, Houston did it a couple times where people were like, oh man, Texans ain't playing.
So RJ Harvey is the last remaining player to be signed.
Yeah, for the Broncos.
Just so everybody knows, if you were wondering, it's Robert Jr.
Robert Jr. Harvey? So I don't know, I'm confused now. So they put the junior in the middle of his name instead of the end of his name?
This is a really important conversation to have right now.
Is his dad's name Robert Harvey?
We have somebody over here as well.
No, KJ, you do the same thing, bro?
Yeah, I mean, it's K and J, but obviously, unlike RJ, I am not a junior.
Oh, so so the KJ stands for Kevin James Granderson.
That's it. Kevin, hey, Coach, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, Coach.
You got some of that King of Queens money? Is that what you got?
See, that I don't have. Kevin James, the original, did not pass that down to me, so I just took on the name.
All right.
So yours is Kamaje Jonathan? John?
No, Jerron.
Not even close, bro. Not even close, man.
He looked at me like, you said the whitest middle name ever, man.
Not even close. So I want to ask you,
Kamaje Joel.
Who was it? Was it Kay Adams at Up and Adams who There's been some national. There was Colin Cowherd.
Ooh, yesterday was a big Broncos glazing day.
Yeah, and
nationally,
it's making me nervous.
It's not great. I don't love it.
It's making me nervous that all these national guys
stop
are like,
glazing
they're
Bo.
Like, you got to watch out for Bo. It was Kay Adams who was like Bo Nix over 4,000 yards, and it was Colin Cowherd who's like Broncos 13, 14 wins next season. And I was like, damn, people. I'm with you on that one, but it's making me a little nervous that everybody's looking at the Broncos as like, this is the team that's going to pop this season.
It's the in vogue squad, is it not?
Yeah. And I mean,
who was the in vogue squad going into last year?
Man, it wasn't Washington, that's for sure. And
Texans, maybe, just because they had.
Yeah.
Although
are
there some similarities between the Texans going into last year?
Yes.
And you would probably argue that the Texans didn't over deliver. In being the really,
I mean, they won a playoff game last year, but then you know what I mean? So, did CJ win one in his rookie year?
Yeah, he won one in each year.
So he's won two damn playoff games in his first two seasons. And I mean,
isn't it crazy, like being a quarterback?
Yeah.
That the benchmark of being a quarterback that's arrived is you've won a playoff game.
It just keeps going. Like, if you're a decent quarterback in the NFL, like Bo Nix, you know what Bo Nix is now expected to be Drew Brees next season.
Yep.
That's like, I need 5,000 yards. I need 5,000 yards and 50 touchdown passes, Bo. And it's like, come on, man. Like, that's a tough ask. But, I mean, coaches never go into a season thinking, hey, Bo, if you don't get me 4,000 yards this year, I'm going to be disappointed in you, right? Like, that's so. I mean, do you think Sean Payton goes into a season expecting like certain hard numbers from his quarterback, or if he's just like, I need him to play like this? That's all I care about. Is if he plays like this and thinks the game like this, that's all that matters to me.
I don't think Sean Payton's a guy that looks at numbers.
Yeah,
I think he looks at process. He looks at most quarterback guys and play callers that come from a quarterback training background, like Sean does, I'd say more it's about you get so caught up in the individual day of practice and how they're executing the new plan and the protection checks and things along those lines that you don't ever really worry too much about. He's getting close to 37 touchdowns. Mm-hmm. You leave that for all the fantasy football guys.
Yeah.
And gals.
Yeah. The guy, I mean, let's see. Drew Brees' season, that season that he just crushed all those records, it's almost untouchable, right? Doesn't he still have the most yards? And I mean, we've even gave these quarterbacks an extra game now to try to catch the record. I don't think they did from that, whatever it was, the 09 Saints. Was it 09 that he shattered all those records when they won the Super Bowl? But that's a stupid, ridiculous numbers that you're asking your second-year quarterback to put up. But do you think, like with Kay and Colin, like Colin he loves him some Sean Payton, so he's always going to glaze the Broncos and the team as long as Sean's the head coach.
In the Sean Payton glazing national media power ranking, Kay Adams or Colin Cowherd higher?
Ooh, probably Colin. Because he always kind of refers to, like, he always talking about, I talked to Sean, like he acts like he's
the name dropper.
Yeah.
Whereas
like
I feel like Kay's pretty fair and positive about a lot of people.
Yeah, that's just, Up and Adams is a pretty positive show.
Yeah,
just traveling to camps and stuff and talking to people and having a good time.
It's just her. There's not many people that you think Kay Adams really has beef with that person.
Yeah.
In the National Football League.
So, let me ask you this, Coach. So, here's the greatest season that Drew Brees ever had. And it's one of the best seasons in NFL history. And this is what we were asking Bo Nix to do. And that is, in 2011, Drew Brees led the NFL in passing with 5,476 yards and 46 touchdowns. Whoa. And he completed over 71% of his passes. He earned the triple crown. So he led the NFL in passing yards, touchdowns, and completion percentage. And is that what we're asking Drew? Is that who we're asking
you just
Bo
did
Nix?
It. Careful.
Is that
Careful
who we're
there.
asking Bo Nix to be? Is that, I mean, and can he be that? Can he be that? After only seeing him for one season in the NFL, can we make a definitive statement like, yes, he can. He can be that kind of quarterback.
Call me stupid. I don't ever want him to be that.
Oh, really? You don't want
never.
You never want him to get, okay. Why?
What would that take? To get Bo Nix to that point.
I mean, how many passes would he have to throw?
Amen.
How many passes would he have to throw?
Which would mean that something else isn't happening. You're not running the football.
You know what? I'll tell you how many passes Drew threw that season. He threw Down and now. Attempts. Let me get them attempts. 657 throws. He threw the ball 657 times that season.
Say it one more time.
He threw the Drew Brees had 657 passing attempts in 2011.
Bo Nix is only
compared
90. Bo Nix had 90 fewer.
Really?
That's crazy.
Man, see, it's a different league though. That was, that's 20 plus years ago when Drew threw that many passes.
Yeah, so Bo Nix last year in the regular season had 567 attempts. I wonder what the NFL record for attempts in a season.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now. Let me look it up right now. Would everybody just hang out in your cars while me and Sanford Google stuff? It was. It's got to be something ridiculous. Let's see, most pass attempts in one NFL season, and it's gonna. Who am I guessing? Tom Brady, 733 in 2022 with the Bucs. My man Tom threw it 733
with
times.
The Bucs?
With the Buccaneers. Man, Stafford threw it 727 times, but that was when he was with the Lions. That was the year after Drew Brees set all those records. The very next year, Stafford threw the ball 727 times for the Lions, man. They were awful that year, right? They were terrible that year. So I guess you're right. You do not want Bo Nix launching the ball 700 plus times in a season. That probably means you're not doing something right. It certainly means that R.J. Harvey and your entire running back room isn't working well, right?
So Drew Brees, his highest season was 673.
Dang, man, that's so many passes.
It's a lot of
passes.
Am I
crazy thinking
Drew Brees is on this all-time list of single-season leaders in pass attempts. He's in the top 26 times. He's got a number...
That's a lot of
number 8, number 11 all time, number 14 all time, number 16 all time, number 18 all time, number 20 all time, and then 23.
That's why his arm just suddenly gave out that last season.
He's throwing that pill.
Yeah, remember his arm? It just felt like his arm was like, all right, I'm done throwing stuff. I'm done. I'm out.
So I just looked this up. Bo Nix is ranked 8th all time in most pass attempts by a rookie quarterback.
There you go. On brand.
On
brand for Sean.
How many passes did Bo throw last season? How many passes?
They're saying 567.
So what he throws 600 this year, right? Right?
It's probably that's the next step.
Ooh, I don't know, man. I'm also, you know what? I'd be fine.
At what point do you have to put your foot down and say we got to get this ground game going?
No.
We're paying.
Why don't you go the opposite? Just go even though you just
then you'll never win a championship.
But you put up that, you'll make me happy with all those stupid passing numbers.
So just, be an Air Raid fan. Root for all those guys, the Mike Leaches of the world, the Lincoln Rileys of the world that really have never won anything of major consequence.
Wow.
Because to be a championship football team, you've got to be able to run the rock.
You're right. But I tell you, I bet you're right. I mean, I bet you right now that Bo Nix throws over 600 balls this season. Right now. I bet you he throws over for 6, at least. At least that's what's going to happen, man. You know Sean Payton's going to get, especially if Bo looks better. If Bo even looks better than what we saw last year, why wouldn't Sean take a little bit of just be like, all right, let's throw it around some more. And especially if what you added offensive, you know what? Let's do this. Let's take a break because I want to talk to you about the joker position and some of the other things that were said about the Broncos over the last couple of days. But we got to take a quick time out. We will continue with the morning sprint next. Altitude Sports Radio app powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint. Coach Sanford looking good in his new Rapids kit. I'm Mark Bertinelli. That's KJ Granderson.
What do you call this green? What's your
forest green?
Okay.
Actually, I'm sure the Rapids have an actual name for it. Just like, you know what I mean? Like, but I don't know what it would be.
Emerald green?
Emerald? I know, yeah.
Hunter green? I've heard hunter green.
Yeah, something like that. It might be.
It's a good green, though.
Yeah, it's good look. I'm telling you, man. I wouldn't hate it if they went back to the old schools.
Squirrel.
I would not hate
Squirrel moment real quick.
Yeah.
I hadn't had a chance to ask you, your homeland of Central Texas near the hill country.
Yeah.
How close were you, your family and your relatives and your friends that you grew up with to everything that's been going on?
Right in the middle of it. That's right where my dad lives. He's been taking phone calls for a week from everybody. It's bad, man.
It's
bad.
Have you been able to kind of get in touch with your people?
Yeah, it is crazy. Like, no, there are some people that my dad knows that have lost people in the floods, and it's gonna impact that entire area for years, man.
So
for
hard.
Years. I don't know how some people deal with it. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough. That was a tragedy. Unlike,
Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
Mother Nature don't play sometimes, but yeah, that was scary, scary, scary. When last we left you, I wanted to ask, we were talking about Drew Brees throwing the ball 700 times next season or whatever it's going to be. But I did want to ask you about, because listen, I keep hearing that people won't shut up about the joker position. Like, Broncos need a joker. Sean Payton needs a joker. Sean Payton needs to find a joker. And maybe you did in Evan Ingram. But to me, a joker is just a position player that you can put in another position to get an advantage on the opposing on the defense. For someone like you who obviously lives this stuff, what does it mean when you hear somebody say the Broncos need to find a joker, or Sean Payton needs to find a joker?
It's weird because for about 2 years, just being out of coaching and talking into a live hot mic about the joker position, I became a little bit fatigued with hearing people say the word joker.
Yeah.
And now that I'm in it again, I'm actually, without even thinking about Sean Payton and joker and the tight end, I'm trying to, like, I have guys on the team that I'm starting to see, like, that guy's a running back, but he's also a receiver. That guy, he can play tight end, but he can also really line up as a single receiver. And so that gives you so much more flexibility and versatility as a play caller. And ultimately what it makes you is when you run out of personnel grouping. All right. So whether that be, you probably heard 11 personnel, just a little football 101 for you, Berto. How many tight ends do you think are on the field in 11 personnel?
1.
Yes, sir. How many running backs are on the field?
1.
Yep. So then that would leave 3 wide receivers. You don't actually, in that system of naming, it's just about how many tight ends. They're the second digit. The running back is the first digit. So like old school I formation football is 21 personnel, right?
Okay.
The beautiful thing as a play caller is when you can call a play in a personnel grouping and run out 12 personnel or 21 personnel. But that second person at that position can do like 5 different roles of a football team. He can line up and he'd be a solo route running son of a gun. He can be a blocker in the run game. He can actually carry the football. Like, there's guys like that. And the ultimate joker, in my opinion, for Sean Payton was Taysom Hill.
Okay, yeah.
Because he really did. He was able to do truly everything, including what he was initially recruited. When I was at Stanford, we signed him as a quarterback. He was a QB. He was nice. He was very nice.
Yeah.
So it gives you a lot of freedom as a play caller, and what it really gives you is it's harder on the defensive coordinator because he now sees the personnel grouping going out there, and you make your decision on the play call usually based off of the personnel grouping. Well, if that personnel grouping doesn't tell me run heavy or pass heavy,
what do you?
Or
it's like good luck, fellas.
I don't know.
Yeah,
and that's where Sean Payton realizes that versatility of having at least one of those guys. I love when you have 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of got a little fatigued with hearing that a run blocking and pass catching tight end is the only thing that constitutes a joker.
Right.
Whereas I think Reggie Bush was a joker.
Yeah.
Because he was a guy that could line up as a wideout and run a go route and go get it. But he could also get in the behind the line of scrimmage, or he'd line up behind a fullback and run power. You know what I mean? Like that's a powerful thing to have. I don't know. Evan Ingram's probably the best candidate on the offense side of the ball as a pass catching tight end, and the guy that I think could be like a true route running receiver, and then also function as a blocker. Right. I don't really know who else really fits that.
If like around the league, would you call Travis Hunter a joker?
Oh.
Because if they wanted to, they could do crazy things with Trav. They could put him in all kinds of different positions. But would you call him a joker just because he plays, wide receiver, corner, and then you could, whatever, find ways to get him the ball however you want to do it. But would you consider him a joker?
I don't think so.
No,
because he's really on one side of the ball, he's really a receiver,
and on the other,
the other side where he is, he's a nickel. He's a bit of a joker in the sense of Jahdae Barron.
Okay.
A nickel or a corner.
Okay.
Now, I don't think that Travis Hunter, you don't want to live your life with him in the box a lot, right? You don't want him to be lined up as a linebacker where Jahdae Barron can do that.
Right, because, Trav, I love that man. He's athletically gifted, but you don't want, like, Saquon bearing down on you every single...
Shortening his neck. You don't want Kyle Juszczyk running full speed right at Travis Hunter on ISO.
Here's a question I want to ask you that I don't really know the answer to. Sean Payton has been in the NFL for years and years and years. He's massive playbook. He's a massive playbook. So does Sean Payton, he drafts the players that he thinks will fit his system the best, or does he get the players he wants or the best players available and then changes the playbook to fit those players?
There's a little bit of both with Sean, I believe.
Okay,
and I think that's actually a good thing. If you're so stubborn and hard-headed that you have a system, by God, they're going to find the guys that fit that system. And if I can't find them, I'm going to keep looking for them. Guess what? You can't always find them via the draft. You don't have the spot. And then also the free agency market, a lot of times very diluted. Mm-hmm. This wasn't a great offseason free agency-wise, in my opinion, especially on the offensive side of the ball. So I think Sean Payton's a little bit more prone to be malleable in study and research and development trends in the NFL, trends in college football, to add to his system, and then sees what his overall group of personnel is, and then starts getting the schemes from his massive catalog to then pare it down to what fits my people.
And you use the same process for the other side of the ball, or does VJ say, I got some guy, we got to go get these guys because these are the guys that are going to fit my system the best. Let's go get them. Or does VJ say, I got to change up my defense a little bit?
VJ, there are two things that I believe VJ desperately needs for his system to work, because it's multiple. It's not just a traditional, this is a 3-4 defense and we play a lot of cover 2. VJ's multiple. He actually does believe in having versatile players, but I think VJ, if you were to say, VJ, what do you need to be successful? I would think you would say, I need at least one defensive lineman that can play everywhere from nose to defensive end. Who is that?
For I don't know.
For the Denver Broncos. He brought him. He brought him from the Cardinals. It's Allen. Zach Allen.
That's why you got to pay. Wait. I forgot. They paid Quinn. They haven't paid Zach. They haven't paid Zach or Benito, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're just going to wait. We all think they're going to wait on Benito until next season, right? Because all right, show me what you got one more time, and then he's going to get 20 sacks this year and make $1 billion next year.
I think the other thing that VJ needs, the two things. So I already said he needs a D lineman that's that truly could play nose, could play the shade, which is outside of a center in a 4-down spacing. He could play a 3 technique, which is outside of a guard. Could be a 4-eye, which is the inside shade of a tackle in a 3-down structure. Could be a 4 technique, which is head up. Think DeForest Buckner, big, long, athletic guy. And then could play a 5 technique, which is outside. That's what I think Zach Allen gives you, is that flexibility to have him on the field with a multitude of other defensive line body types, and he can fit in wherever he needs to.
Okay.
And then the second thing would be a defensive back that can really function as a nickel, as a safety, as a corner. And it was, to this point, before Jahdae Barron, the guy that was doing that was actually Jaquan McMillan. I still think he's going to be doing that to a certain extent, but I think we're going to see packages where you have Riley Moss and Pat Surtain II as the outside elements as the corners. I think you have either Jaquan McMillan or Jahdae Barron playing the nickel, and then the dime, which brings in now the 6th defensive back. That's going to be either Jaquan McMillan or Jahdae Barron. So those two players will be on the field at the same time, in addition to Riley Moss and Pat Surtain II, and then on the safety side, Brandon Jones, and of course Talanoa Hufanga. Whew.
Yeah, no,
that's a lot of speed and versatility.
Everybody's like, this Broncos defense could be good.
And then you could blitz a multitude of players. Like you could blitz. Hufanga's a great blitzer. Jahdae Barron was a great blitzer. He was a nickel. It's the number one defensive pressure blitz in college football is the nickel fire, which is the nickel coming off the edge to the field. And you can disguise it really well. You have a safety right over the top, and that's the number one most frequent pressure that you have to count for as an offense. So Jahdae Barron is a known blitzer. He's worked on his pass rushing moves. He's clearly put together a resume at the college level is very strong as a nickel. So I think I loved after I was able, like when I first heard the move and it was announced that the Denver Broncos select cornerback Jahdae Barron. I'm like,
right?
What?
I'm with you. I was expecting to see that tight end.
Man, receiver.
yeah, something like that.
Running back.
And then, but then you think about it for like 5 minutes. You're like, oh, well, you're that Alonzo Mourning meme where you're like,
the very next day after the draft, we were able to get Pete Kwiatkowski, the defensive coordinator from the University of Texas, to kind of give us what just happened?
Yeah.
Tell me about your player, man. Basically, he said, he's the guy.
He's the man.
He's the guy that I could play anywhere. And I did. And their position was called the star position in the Texas defensive scheme. And it really was. It's like the star, which is really like, hey, asterisk can fit in anywhere, right? And he did that. He told us, he can fit in the box. He can take on power. He can take on ISO.
I'm excited for him. I'm excited to watch him. I'm excited to see what he can do. But for you, so we talk about Zach, who's the linchpin of the defense then? What one player can you not afford to get hurt this year?
Zach Allen.
Yeah, it's Zach. And they got to...
Because it all starts up front, man. It does. Like everything you do, it starts up front. Man, I just don't know that the Denver Broncos have a real second option to replace the versatility, football intelligence, and overall disruptive nature of Zach Allen.
Yeah.
Like, who else could that be?
Right.
John Franklin Myers, I feel like he's a real 3 technique. He's a defensive tackle that's a little bit lighter than, say, a DJ Jones, who's a traditional nose tackle.
Yeah.
And, I would say, the guy that I think has the ability to do that, I don't know if he wants to do this because he's a defensive end. He's a rush. I think Jonathan Cooper's the best potential body type candidate to in turn replace the role of Zach Allen. I just don't know if Jonathan Cooper's going to be like, hey, are you really going to put me at nose tackle?
Yeah, that can't be easy, man. Learning that job and just,
And plus he wants to get paid to rush the passer.
Right.
Whereas Zach Allen wants to get paid for TFLs, wants to get paid for pressures from various positions.
And he's going to, right?
He's got to get paid.
Got to pay that man.
I think it was like a 1 or 2 game stretch where Zach Allen was out and then also banged up. That's where you saw a little bit of that production defensively dip.
Yeah. Well,
he's important.
Yeah.
Pay that freaking man.
Pay that man his muni.
And yes, I'm really close friends with his agent. No, I'm just playing. I don't know who the hell his agent is, man. He's a Boston guy.
Yeah, well, he's going to get paid no matter what. I mean,
it doesn't matter.
Who got paid? Sauce got paid last night, right? 100. What was KG? Do you remember what Sauce's extension was? Sauce Gardner signed an extension last night. It was like 100 and whatever. He's
120.4.
He got broken off, man.
Yeah, but I mean, you got to pay those guys too. Like, you got to pay those guys. But either way, all right, we got to take another quick timeout. We'll be right back. Thanks for listening to the Morning Spread. Oh, it's KJ's NFL News and Notes. Before we get to that, though, I have an announcement.
Uh-oh.
I have an announcement.
I
quit. No. Just walk off after 25 years.
That's one of those where you turn the desk upside down.
No. We did have, this is a long time ago, I did have a guy who quit radio, and what he did was shut off the power to the entire, he knocked us off the air. He's like, hey, guess what? I quit. Power, the whole thing shut down. He walked out the door, which you can't.
Guy's name is Darren McKee.
I have the Colorado Avalanche. The Avs schedule is out.
What?
Yeah, the Colorado Avalanche upcoming schedule is out. It was just announced, just released, and because of that, here at the station, we got to have we got a little fun event for you. We got a little fun contest. With the official release of the Avs 25-26 schedule, listeners can head on over to altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche. Once you're there, pick out 3 home games you would most want to attend, and one person who fills it out will win a pair of club-level tickets to all 3 games they pick. So single-game tickets will go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. Head on over to altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche now to enter, and good luck.
Spoiler alert. For the Avs schedule release.
Yeah.
They're going to play the Winnipeg Jets a bunch.
Yes, they are.
They're going to play the Dallas Stars a bunch. Yeah. And they're going to play the Vegas Knights a bunch.
Yeah, whatever. It's 26 games in the division next
now, thank
season
you.
or something.
Can we please get to NFL news and notes? Because it is NFL freaking season, and I want to talk football.
What you got, KJ?
Kay Adams released her top 5 bets/picks to make heading into the 2025 season. The guy who led the way for her is none other than Bo Nix, and here's what she thinks Bo Nix needs and will accomplish in 2025.
Bo Nix, 4,000 plus yards. I like this one a lot. He's getting the 19th longest odds to do so right now at plus 280, which it's one of the best values on the whole market on the sports book right now with the abacuses and the overlords and everyone crunching their numbers. Let me show you why, not just tell you why. Look at this. This is from week 8 on last year. And of course, we want to extrapolate that, project it over a season, carry the 1, see which way the wind's blowing. Once Bo got comfy last year, he completely lit it up. If you take his final 10 of the year and you pace that out over a full season, that is a 4,300 yard, 41 touchdown pace. And now he's got more weapons, y'all, as he heads into year 2. Give me all the Bo Nix stock for 2025.
Ooh,
That's a bold statement.
Kay's feeling Bo.
Patrick Mahomes didn't throw for 4,000 yards last year. There was only 6 quarterbacks who threw for over 4,000 yards. And those quarterbacks were Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, Baker Mayfield, Geno Smith, Sam Darnold, and Lamar Jackson. Those were the quarterbacks.
And one doesn't. Two don't really feel like the others. Yeah,
there's a couple of those in there that you're like, wait, what? Sam Darnold threw what?
Now,
did what?
Throwing for more than 4,000 yards as a quarterback is often a bad sign for your team.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that you don't have a great run game. It also means that you have to come from behind a lot. That was Joe Burrow and the Bengals. That was Geno Smith and the Seahawks in a lot of their games.
Mm-hmm.
Ended up being Sam Darnold in a couple of their games, although the Vikings were really good.
Yeah, the Vikings were good last year.
And it just seems like Kevin O'Connell is the ultimate quarterback whisperer. Whoever he fires out there ends up having massive success. Bo Nix will throw for 5. I think he throws for 4,000 yards.
Okay, so basically, because he threw for 3,700 last year, right? So just
he ended up being 3,775.
Was it? Yeah,
you're not far off.
Let's see.
Here we are. Here we are back again. Stat. We're Google hunting.
3,775 yards.
I mean, you're
on
right there.
376 attempts.
I mean, that's literally. So, quite frankly, that is.
Yeah,
it's like 18. It's like 22 more yards per game.
Kay Adams is like, he's going to throw for a couple more 100 yards this season. Yeah, no.
18 more yards per game.
She's probably right that he's going to throw for over 4,000. Once again, you might be right, because if the running game is what we want it to be, then Bo won't have to throw it.
We don't need it.
Yeah, you're not going to have to deal with that kind of nonsense. You know what I mean? How many yards did Jalen Hurts throw for? You know what? Okay, here we go. Jalen Hurts threw for 2,903 yards last season.
Super Bowl champion.
Man, did you see? I don't want to go sideways on you, KJ.
He missed some time though, right?
But Did he? How many
Last
games
year-
did he?
Last year, Jalen Hurts started 15 games. So two.
Okay, so he missed a couple.
2 games with the injuries that he had, but even then, right? 2,900
I
yards.
saw Sirianni had to come out and just defend his dude, just being like, "No, Jalen Hurts did just not ride the rest of this team to a Super Bowl. He led us to a Super Bowl."
And he did. And I agree with Nick Sirianni.
Yeah. So, all right, KJ, what you got?
But I think it's Jahdae.
The Denver Broncos love continues as we head to LA with Sean Payton's best friend, Colin Cowherd. Colin and John Middlecoff discuss how many games they think the Denver Broncos will win this season.
I kind of look at the league, especially the AFC. Who are the best coaches? I mean, you give me Bo Nix and you give me Sean Payton. Now the rookie season's done. It's going to be a good football team. Led the NFL in sacks last year, upgraded their defense. Denver's going to be a good team.
I think they got a chance to be really good if Bo Nix takes a big step. I mean, they have the top defense in the league. Why couldn't they win 12, 13 games?
And here we are. I've been saying this for the better part of the last 3 months, especially since the draft of Jahdae Barron, which at first I'll admit wasn't a fan of. Certainly am now. This defense is in and of itself, this defense is a 10-7 defense.
Ooh. And so you mean like if you had no quarterback at all?
Cheeks offense.
Woo.
Just straight cheeks.
That's a bold statement, but you're probably not wrong, wrong.
And if this offense is slightly above the median, you're 11-6.
Okay.
As an offense. If you are above the medium, you're a 12-win team. And if you play great offensive football and stay healthy on defense, you're a 13-win team and you win the division.
Listen, Cowherd picked the Atlanta Falcons to win like 13 games last year. So a lot of, I'm sure, although he didn't he? He picked did he pick the Eagles to win the whole, something like that? So
the Falcons were a very buzzy team last year going in.
I would right with Kurt and all that stuff. But
they had a bunch of young talent. Bijan Robinson's a fantastic back.
Yeah, I love Bijan. Speaking of UT players, but I'm assuming they're going to be a whole lot better this year.
You
right?
a UT guy?
I almost married a Longhorn.
I didn't even know you were close to being married.
Her dad was a judge. Man, that dude. You can imagine. You can imagine the fun.
I just know where this is.
Brother. You can imagine that I'm not the kind of guy that fathers like to see their daughters bring home, right? Like
I don't know, man.
You know what I mean?
You're a good dude, man. You
but
really
I'm not the
are.
kind of guy that gets along with dad. You know what your dad? No. There's been a couple of fathers that are like this. Really? Yeah. No. There's been a couple of dinners that I'm acting me, and they're like, "This guy's a Chuck." Yeah. Yeah, you get it. But anyway, yeah. I mean, I love.
Is Arch Manning the real deal?
Yeah.
Do we know he's the real deal yet?
I think he is. I think. We're gonna know for sure this year. But yeah, I think he is.
You talk about cart before horse on this Arch Manning deal.
I get it.
My word.
I get it. But I mean, yeah. Is it just because Archie, Eli, Peyton? Arch has got to be. I mean, yeah. Everybody else in that family throws the ball like a champ.
Slow down.
But no,
the man hasn't done much in the college football game yet. He's
of
going into year
Texas
3, right?
Is just, that the money they put in that football program is ridiculous. What was it last night? How much money is Texas Tech? How much money did Texas Tech spend just this year on players?
Just south of $30 million.
Ooh.
Second most.
That's crazy.
Number 1 is Texas.
I mean, that's Lubbock though, right? And that's why they were like, "Yeah, we got to overpay to get people down here in the middle of nowhere." To have him play. But anyway, all right, so we went. Go ahead, KJ, what's next?
But I think it's Jahdae.
Almost 24 hours after reaching a long-term contract extension with Jets wide receiver Garrett Wilson, they rewarded Sauce Gardner with a record-setting contract, 4-year, $120.4 million extension. The contract includes $85.653 million guaranteed. This makes him the highest-paid corner in the NFL after surpassing star cornerback from Houston, Derek Stingley Jr. So now we're looking at Sauce Gardner, $30.1 million, Stingley, $30 million, J.C. Horn with Carolina, $25 million, Ramsey with the Steelers, $24.1 million, and Broncos superstar cornerback Patrick Surtain II, $24 million. Yesterday we talked about what's next for Patrick Surtain. Could getting in position to renegotiate his deal be his next greatest motivation?
I mean, his current deal goes through 2030, right? Because they just locked him up.
He's looking at Sauce, Stingley.
And he's like, I'm better. Like, he's making, hold on. Patrick's making 8.3 this year. It goes up to 16.8 next year, 26 after that, and then it goes 29, 30, then he's a free agent. So he will be paid what he's worth in his last year of his contract, because that's what he's worth. He's worth $30 million a year, right? But that doesn't kick. Ooh, you know what? Nah. But like if I'm Patrick Surtain, I'd be like, yo, I'm underpaid. I know
he is underpaid.
I'm underpaid, but I don't think that's not how he handles his business, right?
Doesn't seem like it.
But I mean, what is he gonna get paid in 2030 when he's up again? And he's only gonna be, he's still gonna be in his prime then, right? He's gonna be. I mean, what are we gonna be paying corners in 2030?
52 average annual.
Yeah, it's gonna be something ridiculous,
Stupid.
Right? But yeah, I mean, Sauce is worth it. These guys, Stingley got paid. He's worth it. Like Sauce got paid. He is worth it. But Patrick is better than both those guys. If you're Patrick, do you have to say a little bit like, man, tell him? Like, I don't know.
Think about Pat. I'm guessing, I don't know the exact terms of the contract, but I'm guessing there's a lot of incentive in there. And he's going to continue to hit those benchmarks.
Yeah, just make that. Yeah. I mean, although I should mention, I didn't even see that. I should mention that there is a potential out after the 2027 season. So, but is that a team out? No, it just says potential out after the 2027 season. So he could, after that year where he makes 26, instead of making 29 the next year, he could get out of the contract and sign a new one then, which would be at least 35 to 40 million a year, right? At that point?
Yeah. Yep.
But, man. Yeah. Oh, well, it's not my money. Go ahead and pay the man. I don't care. Go ahead. What you got, KJ?
But I think it's Jahdae.
The ESPN top 10 lists continue, and this time they do the wide receivers in the NFL. Courtland Sutton did not make the list, but he was the last receiver to receive votes.
How many was it total, including everybody who received votes, including Sutton?
Yeah, how many people got a vote?
Was it like 19, 22 right there?
Yeah, somewhere in there, if we add up everybody. So he was like basically the 22nd wide receiver out of that entire group.
Oh, well, that sounds about right? I mean, you've got some insane like, you know what I mean? Like Garrett Wilson, who just got paid, is on this list at 10. He just, you know what I mean? He's a $100+ million dude now, and he's at 10 on this list. So,
and then you have teams, like I look at it, if he's number 22, that means he's a number one receiver, but he's about right in the middle of the league.
Yeah, I
get
what
you. You might think I'm crazy thinking T. Higgins and Jamar Chase are both in the top, 5, 10?
Jamar's number one. They put Jamar number one and Justin number two, and then after
top
that,
15.
Top 15.
Because T is honorable.
So essentially, 32 teams in the National Football League, correct? Right?
Yes.
And 2 of them are on one team.
Mm-hmm.
That's about right where Courtland Sutton is. He's a back half number one wide receiver on a team. Where he is.
So 26 receivers got a vote on this poll, and Courtland got one of those votes. But I mean, everybody, like, we all love Courtland, and he has made some amazing catches for this Denver Broncos team. But I mean, I think we all know that he is not a Jamar or a Justin Jefferson. But those guys don't grow on trees. There's 2 of them in the league right now.
Give me the top. Do you have that list?
There, I got it right here. Okay. It's number 1, Jamar Chase. Number 2, Justin Jefferson. Number 3, Tyreek Hill. Number 4,
I think that slipped a little bit, but we'll find
Lamb.
out.
5 is A.J. Brown of the Eagles. 6 is Amon-Ra St. Brown. Malik Neighbors is 7.
It's a little high.
Nico Collins is 8.
Feels a little high, but I guess not.
Mike Evans is 9, and Garrett Wilson is 10.
Could Courtland Sutton have a productive enough year where he could be in that somewhere between 7 through 10 conversation?
Well, he's not Malik though, right? Like Courtland's not. I don't know. Yes. I would go with just gut feeling. Yes, he could.
Could Courtland be as good as Mike Evans in his 10th year? I mean, isn't Mike Evans like a 10th year vet?
Yes. He could, right? He could. And he will, right? You got to imagine the chemistry between Courtland and Bo has grown.
For sure.
He's the best receiver on the team. He's going to get those balls, and he's going to score some touchdowns. If the offense is better, Courtland's going. Yeah. I think you're right.
Are you two of the mindset that Jamar Chase is clearly a better one overall than Justin Jefferson?
No. You're not going to sell me on that.
I'm not even remotely close to that.
No, you're not going to sell me. If you ask me, like if I was like, hey coach, you get a pick right now. You can either have Jamar on the Broncos or Justin on the Broncos.
Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, right. That's what I would go to.
Love Justin Jefferson.
That dude's a dog.
And that's why I also had that same sentiment towards Travis Hunter. because their game when the ball's in the air reminds me of each other's game.
Okay.
Ball skills.
Yeah.
Whereas I do think Jamar Chase benefits. He's a massive human being. He's unbelievably good as a route runner, but he benefits from unbelievably good quarterback play. Justin Jefferson was playing with Sam Darnold last year.
Right. You give
He was
Justin
playing with
Joe
Kirk Cousins 2 years ago. And I know that Kirk threw for a bunch of yards. I think that Joe Burrow has elevated both the games of Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. And they're great players.
KJ, this is the list that they compiled, like they talked to coaches, players, and executives, right? And this was like a vote, basically.
That is correct.
So
and Jeremy Fowler just put it all together. Yep.
Jeremy Fowler. So
I ran into Jeremy Fowler skiing one time.
Really? And you're like, hey, what's up, Jeremy?
Yeah, he's a cool cat. Good dude, man. Drinks cold beer.
Man, just like the rest. All right, what you got, KJ? We got one more?
But I think it's Jahdae.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. In honor of the Broncos rookies reporting for training camp today, Broncos and first-round cornerback Jahdae Barron have agreed to terms on a 4-year contract. The exact terms are his signing bonus is 9.784, which he'll get soon as he signs, and then his total contract value is 18.07. So that leaves us with one Bronco who has not signed, running back R.J. Harvey. Will Jahdae's deal getting done inspire RJ to get done, or will RJ continue to kind of hold out and fight for that full guarantee?
This seems a bit more like a systemic NFL league-wide issue.
Right, like RJ's got nothing to do. This is RJ's agent and the league going.
The league screwing up. I mean, screwing up what happened with the guaranteed contracts given out. I found out it was from the Cleveland Browns. And
was it the Browns and then the
Houston Texans that gave out fully guaranteed second-round contracts. And the rest of the league's like, whoa.
Yeah.
Because all they got to do is look back at their history of second-round prospects. Be like, 3 of our last 6 previous second-round prospects sucked.
We cut them.
They're done after 3 years.
And now we're handing out. Tough, man. Houston's, tough. You either do it or you don't have your kid in camp.
Capitalism, brother.
Yeah.
It can be a son of a gun, can it?
Yeah, it will. All right. That was KJ's NFL news and notes. Join Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac at Safeway today from noon to 3 p.m. presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Redbird Farms is perfect for all family get-togethers, cookouts, and just a typical Wednesday night dinner. Redbird Farms should be your chicken of choice. 6220 East 14th Avenue, Denver, Colorado is where this Safeway is located. Safeway near South Park Hill is where you can find PhD from noon to 3 p.m. Again, that's 6220 East 14th Avenue in Denver, Colorado. The guys look forward to seeing you there. We'll be back. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint on this Wednesday, July the 16th. Coach Sanford, KJ Granderson, Mark Bernola, I'll come to you live. Raj is in Ireland getting ready for the Open. I did not realize that started tomorrow. We're right back, man.
So Raj is
last major.
So the last 50 days, Raj has been in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Ireland.
Yeah.
And then if you expand it to maybe 150 days, throw Cabo in there.
Yeah, that I did the man marry into the Amazon what? How, yeah, he just
I think his
how is he just I'm gonna go to Ireland, I'm gonna go to Paris.
I know his wife's maiden name's Rockefeller.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Vanderbilt.
Yeah, you're doing all right. Okay, you know what? I do want to say one thing, man. It was weird seeing your kids play you at quarterback at Boise State on the video game,
NCAA football 2005.
2005
on the blue turf.
On the blue turf, you guys.
I looked jacked, didn't I?
Yeah, you look swole.
I was swole up. I was a little bit swole back there.
QB, get out there, man. So yeah, that is weird. Your kids playing as you in a video game. Beating up they were beating up Idaho. Who were they beating up?
They were taking it out on the old rivalry, the Idaho Vandals.
Who's the new Boise State rival?
Kind of Fresno State.
Every time I hear people talk about what the SEC is doing about basically just trying to dominate the sport or whatever, it's like let's bring more teams. Yeah.
Speaking of University of Texas, did you hear about the SEC at Media Days? Their faux pas.
No, what do they do?
So during the University of Texas, when they introduce,
they go horns down on them.
No, they didn't go horns down, but they have the screen up there. It's got the horns are up, got the logo, and they introduce they have a moderator that brings up head coach Steve Sarkisian, and ultimately probably I think Arch Manning showed up.
Was there, yeah.
They played the Texas A&M fight song.
Oh,
bro,
them are fighting words right there. Bro. Somebody could get killed doing that. You gonna get stabbed doing that? Are you kidding me,
That's the stuff about college football that I do love, man.
Yeah,
because nothing like that would ever happen in the NFL.
Are you kidding me, man?
And there's nothing quite as petty as media days in the NFL, right? Media days is ridiculous. Like the little jabs and barbs and little, it's so funny. Last year at this time, I was at Mountain West Conference Media Days in Vegas. Big 12 Media Days last year were in Vegas, which I thought was a great move for the Big 12 to have it there and it was actually inside of Allegiant Stadium. It's awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty dope.
And then it was also the Pac-2.
I remember that.
I went to the Pac-2 after
and
dark.
They just invited you guys to lunch or something.
No,
right?
it was like a cocktail hour, and it was like they were telling the story of the Pac.
Oh, that's crazy.
So media days are so funny. Like you're watching these head coaches that are they are in their own communities. Like for example, Joey McGuire. Does that name mean anything to you?
No.
He's the head coach at Texas Tech in Lubbock, Texas.
Oh, he's the dude spending all that money or getting all this money or finding all this
getting
money.
Just south of $30 million a year. These guys are they are bigger than life in their communities. And then they all converge on this media day. And it's so funny to watch them all try to interact with each other.
Yeah, it's
and
weird,
honestly,
right?
what it really is, man, it just feels like it's truly a pissing contest. Who's going to be able to go longer? They're at the stalls, and you got Sonny Dykes from TCU next to Joey McGuire. And they're just staring at each other down. Who's going to get done first? I bet I pissed longer than you. That's what it just feels like. And the NFL just doesn't have that type of pettiness that college athletics does.
Yeah.
And it's what makes college football so fun.
Yeah.
Even if it's so broken, and it's got so many systematic issues. Still so freaking fun, man.
Yeah. Man, it's great. And I'm serious that somebody might lose their life for playing the A&M. No, UT and A&M don't play those games.
No,
they don't mess around with that. We do have breaking news in the NBA. Breaking news in the NBA. This just came down. 3-time NBA All-Star Bradley Beal has agreed to a contract buyout with the Phoenix Suns, and he will be joining the L.A. Clippers on a 2-year, $11 million deal with a player option next after this season.
Oh, my God.
I mean, so the Clippers,
So
Kawhi, James, and now Bradley Beal in L.A.
Can I rewind to a time where the Nuggets had just won the title coming off the 2022-23 season? You saw the Suns in your run on a postseason run to get the title. The Suns were pretty scary, right? At the
they
time.
were the only team in
Devin
that
Booker,
run that you were like, ooh, we might. Like, that was the only time that a series was tied.
Yeah, Devin Booker and KD, and you're like, that's a pretty good squad, man.
And now,
but look at this though. They add Bradley Beal, and I remember when they added Bradley Beal, it was billed as the biggest signing. What happened to the Suns in those 2 years?
Now they're
since?
all gone. They're all gone.
But I'm saying the team.
Yeah.
That team that was lauded as this big deal.
They were bad.
Like the breaking news of Bradley Beal to the Suns was one of the biggest stories in sports. And I just said, I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Why is Bradley Beal going to make this team any better? In fact, you want to know what Bradley Beal, as a Phoenix Sun, do you want to know what his record when he was in the lineup was?
What?
The Suns were 55-51 when Bradley Beal was in the lineup. Dead dog average.
Yeah, that's not winning football.
So what are we talking about? That, like Bradley Beal with the Clippers? What are we? I mean,
they didn't.
Cool. Nice. You got
Suns
another basketball player in your
missed
team.
the playoff last year. The Suns missed the whole thing last year.
24-25. The Suns went 22-31 when Bradley Beal was in the lineup.
That's crazy, man.
I mean, he's not a good basketball
I don't know
player.
what the Clippers are
He
thinking.
doesn't help your team.
Like, I think there are going to be teams in the West that are better next season. I don't think the LA Clippers are one of them. Like, I think the Clippers are a team that's going to fall off. You got Kawhi a year older. You got James a year older. And now you're adding Bradley Beal? Nah, man, that's not going to cut it. That's not going to get it done. Not in this Western Conference. It's not going to get it done. There are some teams that missed last year that are going to be better. Like the San Antonio Spurs are going to be better. Like Wemby was just cleared. They're like, okay, the Bloodcots are good. You can start playing again. You're good to go. So Wemby's going to be back in the lineup for them. Like, they are going to be better next season. The Blazers are probably going to be a little bit better next season. The LA Clippers are not, right? They're not. Even though the LA Clippers finished with the exact same records as the Denver Nuggets, Clippers are going to be the team in the West that falls off. There's no way that team wins 50 games next season, right? I mean, the Lakers are going to fall off, and both LA teams are going to fall off. Or am I drunk? You think I'm crazy? Do you think Luka's going to bring LA? Luka's going to lead LA to 55 wins?
Lakers will be good.
Okay.
I don't think that they're a title contender, a postseason title contender. I don't think they can.
And LeBron's out of that place, right? He's out of there.
Feels like it. I think they're actually better off without LeBron. I think the Lakers,
right,
if they want to expedite the process, expedite the process of Luka as contending Laker superstar Luka Doncic, then they need to ship LeBron and Bronny out.
Would you say LeBron's just as like, this is the end of my career, send me back to Cleveland. And I'll play there. But the problem is the Cavs won. Cavs were the top team in the East, even though it didn't pan out. They won 60 plus. They won 64 games last season. And then they paid a bunch of people. Do you trade a starter of a team that won 64 games to bring back LeBron James? Would you give the LA Lakers a starter, one of your starting five from a team that just won 64 games last year, just to bring back 41-year-old LeBron James for him to end his career and maybe help Cleveland one title with this team with Darius Garland and Donovan
It just feels
Mitchell
like Cleveland might not do that, though.
Right. Like, that's what I'm saying. Why would you do that if you're the Cavs?
You bring in the guy that is you're bringing in so much. I don't know if baggage is a bad word to call for one of the better players in the history of the NBA, but you're bringing in the show, the circus.
Yeah.
And Cleveland, what made them special was there was a lack of circus, right?
Yeah, you're right.
The question might be for them, the Cleveland, we didn't get over the hump in the postseason.
No, they did
when
not.
you really had the chance to.
Yeah. Yeah, and the East is wide open this year. I think the East is pretty much wide open. So maybe but I don't know who you send. You're like, all right, we'll give you Evan Mobley, LA. We'll give you Jared Allen. You need a center. Here's Jared Allen, and you give us LeBron, and that'll be. If I'm Cleveland, I would do that.
The current construction of the Denver Nuggets, LA, say around the deadline, just wants to be like, we're done with LeBron.
Yeah.
Would you take him?
Yeah. But see, unlike everybody else, it feels like I like LeBron. Like I'm not a LeBron hater, man. I think LeBron is great. I think he was great last year. He's still great. He could I'd take LeBron immediately as long as I don't have to give up.
Does he start?
No, not for this Nugget team. No. Well, man, I guess if you Now, what are you going? He's going to start over Aaron Gordon. He's going to start over
Christian Brown.
Cam. I guess. No, see, once again, like I bet you, LeBron James had better numbers than Cam Johnson had last year.
I feel really good
But
about the conversation I just brought up because you did a lot of
Yeah, because like
that's a sign of a good topic with
my
Berto.
knee-jerk reaction was hell no. But
Can you
then
give it
once
to me
you
again?
Think
a little,
about it, yeah.
Give me a little.
Yeah, that's an interesting. That is interesting. That is interesting. But it would depend if he could still do what he did last year. Then that's 25 a game from a super. Yeah. I don't know.
There
That's
it is.
tough.
There
man.
it
That's
is.
tough. Bro. That's tough. But anyway, all right. That is the morning sprint on this Wednesday. Thanks for tuning in. For head coach Mike Sanford, I'm Mark Bertinelli and KJ Granderson. We've got the great PhD live from Safeway next.
And gentlemen, start your engine!
now rallied in the game. NL has rallied in the swing. With the hat trick. Look out, Chop House. National League takes the lead 4-3.
Unbelievable.
Aranda slices a fly ball to left center field, headed towards the wall, but short, and the National League wins it in the first swing off. Kyle Schwarber wins it, going 3 for 3. And the National League, after watching a 6-0 lead disappear in the game, still win this All-Star game.
I'll just say this. If you're just one of those people that just doesn't like All-Star games because you don't like All-Star games anymore, I mean, whatever. But if you didn't like that game as an All-Star game, there's something wrong with you. As we open up from Safeway.
They played last night?
You got to be kidding me.
I had zero intention of watching it. Matter of fact, I was planning on not watching it. Then I'm sitting down. I got nothing else to do. What the hell's on TV right now?
Yeah.
I turned it on. I actually watched the entire pregame deal. I watched Ludacris and I watched Jermaine Dupri, and that was stupid, but whatever. They got to the game, and I got to admit, I thought it. In terms of the access that it provided, it was pretty cool. You know, seeing, first off, Paul Skeens comes out, just 1, 2, 3, boom, we're in and out. And,
yep.
I mean, he could have been any better. And then Clayton Kershaw gets up there, and
Mic'd up.
That was like the mic'd up moment of the year.
He's asking John Schmoltz, what pitch should I show right now?
He was
Throw
like,
right now.
what's his name? The dude that got in trouble, the pitcher that got in trouble that went over to Japan or whatever.
And
Trevor Bauer?
Trevor Bauer used to do all the mic'd up things.
Yeah,
which are awesome.
that's what that was like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was awesome. They're talking to him as he's pitching.
Yeah.
What pitch should I throw here now? You know I don't throw a cutter. Here comes a slider. It's a curveball. The heat, should I throw? I'm glad he didn't hit that one. He only faced 2 batters because he got 2 outs, and that was that. The National League takes a 6-0 lead. You think, the game's over. Nope. American League battles back to tie the game in the 9th inning with 2 outs. And then we go into this swing-off thing that I did not even know they were doing.
I'm here for a swing-off. I'm here for them actually doing this in real baseball, and I'm not even joking. I am dead ass. I'm here for them putting that in real baseball. Back off, purists. Do something to make baseball fun again. That was cool.
It was unbelievably cool. And Kyle Schwarber, and the way it works is you get 3 swings. So it's like a shootout. You know, you get 3 guys at the shootout. You get 3 guys. They each get 3 swings. Just hitting off your own dude. They've got to set up with the, L screen there, bucket of balls. You pick whoever you want to throw your team the pitches.
Now, if you really wanted to make it interesting, you get 3 pitches. So that puts a little bit more pressure on whoever's pitching and on the batter, right? If you wanted to see could you actually do this in baseball, I think you would have to make it 3 pitches.
All right, but and then he got it, and the American League couldn't match it, and they win in a swing off, and they're holding him up on his shoulders, and he wins the MVP. Schwarber,
It sounded like what you're calling it. It sounded like a Carnival Cruise line for singles.
You know what it is?
Yeah, that's kind of what it was.
Here's what it is.
I'll be on that cruise line next week, by the way.
Wait, I thought you were on a staycation next week.
I'm joking.
Okay. Major League Baseball is picking up on what the Savannah Bananas are laying down. They're not copying them per se, but they're paying attention.
Loosening up.
Oh, is that what, do the Bananas do that?
The Bananas, it's ridiculous. You can't even start to talk about all the things the Bananas do.
I know all the crazy things they do. I'm just saying specifically a swing-off.
No, they don't do a swing-off. But what I meant is they're just looking for a more entertaining way to present their game and a more fun way to do things. That's all.
So here's what I say. Let baseball go. You get 2 extra innings. If it doesn't end after 2 extra innings, you go to a swing-off.
That'd be fine by me. I love that idea.
You can still do the runner on second base.
Yeah.
You can try to continue to have real baseball.
I love
as
that.
You possibly can. Hockey does 3-on-3.
You get a 10th and 11th.
Yeah.
And if we can't
2
figure
extra
it out,
innings.
Well, you said
sign me up.
You both said a week or so ago that you think the NFL is going to have more ties. Then why don't we have a kickoff or whatever?
Because hitting home runs is the essence of baseball, whereas kicking is the worst part of football. So you would need to have the essence of football. What's the essence of football?
Touchdowns.
Yeah, I mean, if you want the essence of football, put the ball
So
in the
you're saying you
three.
can't do anything that would be kind of fun.
Well, if you really wanted to, and I'm not an advocate of this, I would hate it. But if you wanted to, you could go to the college football style where you put it on the 25, or then it eventually ends up as 2-point conversions.
Yeah, I like that.
I like it too. A lot of football people don't like the college system.
No, I don't. I don't
There
like
you
it
go.
at all.
But I like it because
hold on. Let me say that. Let me retract that. I enjoy watching it as a casual fan of college football. As an NFL football player, it would drive me insane that's how we're winning a game.
But would you rather have that, the chance to win it, than in a tie?
Well, I definitely don't want it in ties. So I'm not an advocate of the current rules, to what they changed it to.
I mean, if we really just have too many ties in the NFL, and you want to say, hey, put the ball at the 5-yard line, and you got 3 shots to get it in, and that's it, or whatever. I mean, you got to have an element of football. But the home run, hitting a home run, is kind of the essence of baseball, aside from a pitcher striking guys out. But you've had 9 innings, perhaps 10 and 11 if you were to extend that, for that to be decided by that factor. Now we're just going to do something that's awesome and going to entertain the fans more. They have different rules in football, hockey, and even soccer has different rules. All sports have different rules in overtime that aren't quite the game. Why not this? I mean, it was awesome. You know what they had too? Tap your head. I think that was a strike, or I think that was a ball. Pitcher can do it, catcher can do it, hitter can do it, and we're going to review it. They did it 4 times yesterday, and 3 out of the 4 calls, balls and strikes, were reversed.
What do you do if that actually gets implemented in terms of like how many opportunities do you get?
They did have a number.
It can't be unlimited.
It wasn't unlimited.
Can't be every pitch, right?
And it's not every pitch. No, it's like basketball. How many opportunities you get in like 2, and then if you win, you get it back?
No, you get 1, and if you win it, then you get a second.
Yeah,
and if you wanted to truly implement it, it would have to come from the manager, right? Because I know players would want to do it, but like if you're putting, say you get 3 challenges over the course of the game, whatever it is, you really going to allow the players to make that decision?
Well, they did last night. It was pretty freaking cool.
It was.
As soon as it happened, the catcher, pitcher, the batter.
And the first one got overruled.
Yeah? Well, I mean, 3 out of 4 got overruled. And they put it up on the Jumbotron so everybody can see it. And if the ball just nips that strike zone area, it's a strike. And what I love, first of all, it did not take too much time. It did not. Because there's no arguing it. They put it up on the Jumbotron. If it hits it, it's like tennis. When you see the tennis stuff with the eagle eye thing, whatever that's called. It was awesome. And it was a couple resulted in strikeouts. You're out. End of the inning. Let's go. Did not take too much time. Now, I'm all for robo-umps completely. Like, we don't even need this challenge system. We can just go to robo-umps, and every pitch can be determined like that. But, in lieu of that, I thought it was cool.
Well, even in tennis, you still have line judges and umpires and stuff like that. So you can still have the officials, but that could be implemented more.
Yeah, I think you need somebody to hold the baseballs and throw it back to the pitcher. You're going to have a baseball holder behind there. That'd be great. But other than that, I just put get the umpires, get them out of there. Yeah. They ain't the stars of the show. It was great last night. It was fun. It was a cool thing. There was no argument about it. It was fun for the fans. It was cool.
I wonder if the officials liked it.
I bet they hated it, but who cares?
I don't know. They might like it.
No way the home umpire liked it. No way he liked being overruled 3 times.
Well, probably not. But, I mean, I do think it takes some pressure off. Like, hey, you're wrong. Okay, then just get it right.
Yeah, it's a little embarrassing, though, don't you think?
Not really.
Depends how many pitches he saw.
I don't think it's that embarrassing.
250 pitches, and he saw 3 that went sideways.
That's what
happens.
happens.
A computer, whatever.
That's exactly what happened. It was like, yeah, you got 197 right and 3 wrong. And he won one. The umpire, like they challenged it, he was, he maybe a little told you so moment. So I don't know, man. It was great. The game kind of went forever because of the way they did certain things.
That's what I was going to say. I did start watching the game. I was interested in the game. I sent out a text. I was like, this is more compelling than I thought it was going to be. But there was no chance I was watching 3.5 hours of that thing.
Nah, but that's because they made so many pitching changes and all sorts of other garbage. That's the All-Star game. Kershaw talking to the guys, and they had a bunch of other guys mic'd up too. But Kershaw by a mile was the most entertaining.
He got it. I mean,
his
whole stint on the mound. That to me was until maybe the swing off.
Yeah,
the swing off made the broadcast. I thought that was awesome.
I'll give you a couple of other cool ones. There's a rookie. I'm forgetting his name.
Bill.
Gosh darn it! A rookie shortstop from the Athletics, and his dad was a major leaguer. So they had him mic'd up and his dad mic'd up.
Yeah.
So his dad could talk to his kid while his kid played shortstop in the All-Star game.
That's cool.
That's pretty cool. They had, I don't know, they had a bunch of guys mic'd up like that. They had both managers, Aaron Boone and Dave Roberts, mic'd up at the same time so they could talk to each other as the game was going on. Dodgers, Yankees, that sort of thing. They put them back in their regular uniforms so they didn't have those goofy pajama National League, American League crap. You just saw your teams. That's kind of going back to the future a little bit. But that was cool, and everybody seemed to like that. Nah, man, I mean, I get it. It was a little bit long. But
it was too long.
If we're talking just all-star games, like we've been griping about, like, hey, all-star games suck, blah, blah, blah. Not that one. Not that one at all. They played full gas. They played all out, and it was fun, and they had a great ending. It was a blast. The crowd was into it. I like that they had intros. I know you're poo-pooing it, but you're so used to the players lining up on each baseline. They had a stage for them to go and, be up on the stage for all of that. They had Zach Brown do the national anthem, which was pretty cool. I mean, I don't know. Every element of the game I thought was pretty awesome. So, but I didn't watch it live, because it was boring live. So, just kind of speed watch through it.
So he's just talking about how great it was, but he won't watch it live.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're a little too hyped up. I'm like, it was a pleasant surprise in interest level for me. It was pleasant. It was pleasant access that I was not expecting to hear. But I legitimately, my plan was like, once I put it on, I was like, well, might as well watch this thing. It lost me after about 3 innings.
You know what?
Other than pitchers only pitching an inning or whatever, you said it yesterday, it's the closest thing to like a real game.
No doubt.
With the greatest players. And I've always argued the NBA, if you just cared a little bit, it'd be a fantastic game. I'd love to see the greatest players from the East against the greatest players in the West really playing against each other. That'd be awesome. But you don't get it. The NFL, as Tyler always says, it's 100% guarantee of injury, so you don't want guys to go out and play football like that. Hockey, I think, could probably play more full bore than they really do, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, they've tried to trick up hockey now. They've done all sorts of.
Well, until guys aren't afraid, guy gets to the corner and you're going to blast a guy just like you're going to do in December in Minnesota, then if they're not going to do that, then it's not going to be real hockey.
Well, we figured out what hockey was. You do America versus Canada and have the Hanson brothers just beat the crap out of each other, and everybody's going to love it in a game that means absolutely nothing. So they kind of figured it out, too. And baseball doesn't really have to make any big changes. They got it. Football's already given up on the All-Star game.
Does
the only game out there.
Premier League have a real soccer game?
I don't think they have All-Star. I'm not aware of them having All-Star games in Premier
That
League.
would be an interesting, or a Champions League.
I would be stunned if they do, because they've got league play and then Champions League play. Like, there's no
break, really.
Yeah, there's no real. You got your, you play for your country, you play for your club in league, and I don't think they'd have any time for it, because they're always playing other.
But wouldn't that be cool to see the world's best play against each other?
Soccer players?
Yeah, like all-stars, not just Italy versus France in a World Cup. That's always cool too. But I'm talking like the greatest, and you got guys playing together that usually don't.
Maybe, but you know what's funny about soccer? They have so many other championships and other really important games that you don't really struggle to see the best players in the world competing at the highest level, and they mix it up enough.
Yeah, but you don't see 11-on-11 greatest players on the world.
Well, who would even know, Scott, at soccer? I mean, how could you even tell? I mean, seriously.
Can
you really name 11 soccer players?
Yeah.
Can you?
Bill, Tom, Pedro.
Bill, Tom, Pedro.
Darren.
Lionel.
No
Probably
more.
Raul.
No,
you done?
No more.
Neymar.
No more and Neymar.
No more and Neymar. The one
Pele
plays a little baseball also.
All right, we're out here at Safeway with Redbird Farms, 6220 East 14th in Denver, and we'd love to see you. We got all sorts of cool prizes to give away. samples of Redbird Farm to give away. We'll tell you more details about that as we go. The Nuggets were in action last night. That game happened, but it was a little bit better of a game, and we'll break that down and see what John Wallace had to say with the morning show about our big guy Jonas Valanciunas coming up next.
All right, guys, gals. Hey, if you are struggling with hair loss, whether you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Make the commitment to call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration, and you're going to get your hair back. It's honestly as simple as that. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found in Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine, and you deserve to be the next one. So call 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is fantastic. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration is fantastic. You're going to love everybody that works with you. And what I love about Advanced Hair is that they believe in what they do so much. They're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Pick up the phone. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
No, not really. I mean, look, we can't speak for him specifically, but, in the times we've talked to him, he was very excited. These are things that transpired prior. It's kind of out of our control, but from his standpoint, he was pretty excited of the opportunity and just kind of where our team is and to contribute.
Yeah, that's a John Wallace, who was on with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane this morning. I don't think
minus Moser and Lombardi. They're both flying to Italy.
Yeah,
Lombardi was there.
Yeah, Vic was there.
Oh, was he? Oh, he must not
Vic,
fly until
Vic
late.
working hard, working with you last night,
Yeah.
working on the air this morning.
He told me he's leaving today, though.
Okay.
Hey,
it's Moser's Moser. Yeah, and we're going to have Connor McGahee on with us, by the way, at 1 o'clock as the Avalanche schedule is out. And we'll go through the ups and downs and the this and that's. And be good to talk a little hockey with Connor here in a little bit. I'm trying to see what else was kind of interesting from Wallace. We'll get some of that in a little bit.
Well, I was wondering, did they ask you? Could you just reach out to him and ask him to tweet something? He's excited.
Yeah, I would love that. Scott, it's funny. I don't want to get in a fight with you already, but the more I thought about those comments that Jonas Valanciunas said on Monday when he reported to the Lithuanian national team camp, and his comments when he was asked about being a Denver Nugget, he said, "When I'm sure I'll talk about everything, you'll be the first to know for sure. I've been to Denver. I've played there. Yeah, I've been there."
Scott was kind of yelling you on TV last night.
Oh, was he? Was he?
Subtly.
Well, that's cool. I'd love to hear it.
I would too. What did I?
You know what you said. You said, there's some people that, want him to do. You said that on TV.
Oh, did I really?
Listen, I'm going to tell you, the dude's flat out irritated me now. He is. He's flat out irritated me. It's one thing at the beginning, okay, it's one thing to have an opinion. Maybe you want to go back to Greece, whatever. But look, man, it's over. The trade's done, okay? The trade is done. You are a Denver Nugget. And if you're not happy to be here at this point, whatever. You're irritating me now.
All right, Alan.
Do you not believe in what John Wallace just said? So I talked to him. He's excited to be joining us.
I believe what the man said himself. Well, I believe, I would much more trust what the words that came out of Jonas's mouth himself. Yeah. It's a direct quote from the dude.
Hey, Alan, how about cut number 3 there? And that's kind of the last thing they really did about Valanciunas. Play cut number 3 there. Wallace on who Valanciunas has been talking to.
Right. I mean, guys know how important he is to what we want to do in terms of success. He's been, great in the whole situation, like I said. So, I mean, he's touched base with a couple different guys, and we all feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, we good.
Okay.
We are? Because Jonas doesn't appear to be good yet.
Well, Tenzer said we're good. Wallace said we're good. Scott on the broadcast with Marlo and Vic said we're fine. There's not a lot of people out there that are worried about Valanciunas at this point.
Okay, worried about him being a Denver Nugget is not my concern. When we say we're good, I agree. We're good. He's a Denver Nugget. Yeah. We're good. We control his rights.
Yeah.
We're good. We've got the contract, and he has to play for the Denver Nuggets. There's no way around this thing. We're good if that's what we're talking about. What I'm talking about is the dude is irritating me that he doesn't want to be here.
To support your claim a little bit, when the Melo stuff was going on, Scott, Carmelo never came out and just said openly, I want to be out of here. But everybody knew he did. And during that time, he never, ever said, I want to stay here either. He was just kind of, milquetoast on the whole thing.
Yeah, I thought he said one time he had asked for a trade. Somebody asked him that, but he never brought it up after that.
Correct.
He didn't play like a dog. He didn't.
Played good.
He played good. He didn't pout and all that type of stuff.
But everybody still knew he didn't want.
Everybody knew he didn't want to be here.
That supports your point there, Tyler, a little bit. I think is that we all knew how he really felt without him ever saying it, because he never did say anything to the contrary either. He never came out. He could have easily done that, Carmelo, and said, "Hey, listen, enough of that. I want to be a Nugget." He didn't say that either.
Well, and here's what it comes down to for me. I honestly believe the dude truly in his heart of hearts wants to be in Greece. That's what I believe. Because you got traded you didn't get traded to Washington. You got traded to the Denver Nuggets, okay? You got the Denver freaking Nuggets. And with the offseason that we just had, if you're not excited about that, then I do believe in his heart of hearts where he really wants to be is in Greece. That's what I believe.
And I don't think it's necessary. I think you can take the word Greece out and just put probably 8 or 10 or 12 different places in there.
Oh, that's fine.
I think he's looking at, and if you go back and look at his career, he's always been the man and the starter and the center and the guy.
Mm-hmm.
He knows coming here he ain't the guy. And what did we talk about? Who was the quarterback we talked about a little while ago? We said he's got Kirk Cousins. He's finally, when he gets it into his own head, okay, I can be a backup. He can do it another 6-7 years we talked about, right? That may be Valanciunas right now. He's still in that gray area of, man, but I think I'm still a starter. So it may take him a week or two before he gets, your jump up.
Would you rather be a starter in Greece or would you rather be a backup and win a world championship in Denver?
But that's the age-old question. Would you rather be the big fish in a small pond or the small fish in a big pond?
If I'm Mason Plumlee, I probably want to be in Denver. If I'm from Lithuania, I may prefer to be in Greece. I mean, it's all the eye of the beholder. Who knows?
Well, why did Mason Plumlee want kind of get a chance to get out of here? He wanted a chance to start.
Of course.
Right? But now we all know Mason's probably best as a backup center.
I remember when Brady Quinn, who I really liked, I thought Brady was a cool dude, and he just wanted a shot to start. And if he wanted to just accept being a backup, Brady Quinn may still be playing in the NFL.
Right.
But he wanted a chance to start, so he took an opportunity to go to the Chiefs, where he did get that chance to start. And guess what? Brady Quinn, as good-looking as he is not a quality starting quarterback
Still
in the NFL.
a good-looking guy.
Oh, fabulous.
Had a body of a Greek god, though, speaking of Greece.
He's the only guy I ever saw do left-handed dropbacks because he wanted to have an asymmetrical frame. Listen, ladies and guys, if you want to see a dude with a shirt off in the locker room that looked good, my guy, Brady Quinn.
He used to come on our show all the time because he and Ryan played together at Notre Dame or cross pass somewhere in there.
There you go. But as soon as he had that chance to be the starter, hey, listen, I give him credit for giving it a shot. It just didn't really work out. Valanciunas is not in that. I don't know. He could start in Greece. He could probably get some more time with the Wizards if he went back there.
Yep.
There's other lousy
Charlotte,
teams.
Lousy
sure.
team. But here's
Phoenix.
But I still think it takes a mindset of a guy who's used to being the man that now all of a sudden, I mean, DJ did it.
I'll tell you this: the longer he goes without saying something about
but here's the deal:
raw Nuggets, it's open for conversation.
He actually has said something. He
has.
has.
I gotcha.
And it's not. I'm excited to be a Denver Nugget.
And I agree with you. The longer
it's not that he's just sitting there in silence. It's not like we're waiting for him to tweet something or say something like Scott keeps talking about. No, the dude has said something, and it is clearly not been.
But again, I'm not taking any stock on that. It was Monday. The thing wasn't until Sunday. We don't know about the time. Was he informed? Did he know the deal was finalized?
I gotcha.
There could be a whole lot of issues. Now, it probably needs to go another day or two. Somebody should ask him. Now I would say, hey, now that we know the deal is done and final, what are your thoughts?
Here's all I know at this point. I mean, I'm not calling him a sewer rat like Moser or whatever he called him, but he's irritating me. He is. Yeah, at this point, it's flat out
irritating. You get things stuck
irritating.
in your crawl and can't ever let them out, can you?
I'm ready for the dude to either want to be a Nugget or not.
But you didn't answer my question. Do you get things just naturally get stuck in your crawl? And
when you get irritated, do you get over it super easy, Scott?
Yeah.
Oh, you do.
I try not to
get
irritated. Yeah.
You do.
Yeah, as long as I'm not having to plunge a toilet.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, you lying?
I'm almost done with this cup.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah.
The game last night.
Well, I could do it right here.
Okay. Last night against the Raptors was. Well, it felt more like an NBA game because guys could shoot.
It's a little physical.
So that was kind of cool. Deron Holmes, I guess he's an outside shooter. I guess. I really don't know much, Scott, about, and you could tell us more about Curtis Jones. I don't know if he had even played in any summer league action for the Nuggets.
Got a little time.
He got 20 points last night.
He's a scorer. I don't know what he is defensively. And they're looking for a third two-way player guy. That could be a guy that's pushing his way into maybe being that third-way player. or the third two-way
player.
He scored. That's obvious. He knows how to score. Watch play a little defense. I'm not sure he's great there yet. But
would you rather have E.J. Liddell?
Well, I tell you what. I know he got kicked out with the hard foul. But, dude, that dude was a factor.
Okay.
That dude's – have you seen his body? That dude's got a body.
He's strong, but he's not too blocky. Like Spencer Jones is kind of a blocky sort of guy.
Did you know Spencer Jones is the all-time leader at Stanford in games played and three-pointers made?
I did not know that.
Yeah.
But I'm not surprised he was a really good player at Stanford.
Well, he also had 5 years. The COVID year, he got a COVID year.
That helps.
That probably helped on both.
Smart guy, I'm going to assume, too.
Oh, very smart.
Staying at Stanford for 5 years. Other takeaways.
He's got 16 degrees.
Tamar Bates had a good game after kind of not being that great in game 2. Nuggets lost again. They kind of blew a lead. They had a terrible third quarter and then came back and played pretty well. Both teams shot the ball really well overall, especially for Summer League, because we're seeing some terrible shooting in some of the Summer League games. So I don't know. It was all right. It was pretty entertaining.
They were 0 for 6 or 0 for 7 in the third quarter from the 3, which means, and they ended up 5 of 19 in the second half. So that means they were 5 for 12, maybe something like that in the fourth quarter, and it helped get them back in the game. Shows you what the 3-pointer can do to get you back in the game. I don't know. It's interesting. Listen, Toronto had 2 or 3 guys that played last year for Toronto and played on the big squad, and guys that will play this year too. Mm-hmm. There was nobody on the floor last night for Denver, I would say, is already guaranteed in the rotation, and that includes Deron Holmes.
So who's the last man that's really fighting for the spot?
I think it's a two-way player.
I think it's Liddell or the CJ or the other Jones. I think it's Liddell or Jones, and then I was heard, and this is nobody that knows anything. They also have another roster spot.
They have 2 roster spots open?
Well, they have a two-way, but then they have the 15th roster spot that I was told by nobody that would actually really know, but they didn't like the fact to come last year at the trade deadline and when you could sign 10-day contract guys, they were so full they couldn't add anybody that they may go in the season with that one extra roster spot just for something to happen in the middle of the year.
I got no problems with that.
Yeah, I don't either.
I mean, the team's deep.
Oh, plenty.
The starting five.
It hardly feels like whoever the last man is matters.
True. Now you're just talking kind of development, or if something quirky can happen, or something opens up. You get a position, injured that you're counting on, and there's somebody out there that you can get on a 10-day. Who knows what will be happening in the Phoenix fire sale later down. You want to talk about that a little bit?
That's crazy. Well, I mean, they bought out Beal, who didn't live up to his contract and still averaged 17.5 points a game. But I guess when you're making close to 50, you need to score a little bit more than 17.5. Now, if you're only making 37, it's okay. Or
what was MPJ making?
32 or 3 or something.
No, he was 37 something, 39 next year.
Yeah.
He was that was the big savings there with Cam Johnson.
And Bill was making another 10, 11 million more, 12 million more, and averaged about the same. And was hurt a lot while he was in Phoenix. He got bought out. What did I say they owed him? They owed him like $108 million for 2 years. Bought him out. So that's, if you want to just go sit in the Caribbean, he's got $108 million coming. Instead, he signed a 2-year deal with the Clippers for $10 million. So he'll go play with the Clippers for $5 million, cut a little bit of what Phoenix owes him. So Phoenix only owes him $98 million now.
Bradley Beal, the deal with the Clippers, a 2-year, $11 million deal.
Wow.
How about that?
5.5 a year.
So with the player option after he clears waivers. So he won't take that next year. He'll go into free agency, and he'll be one of the top guys next year in free agency.
Bill?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well.
He's 36. And
he's 32.
Oh, he's only 32?
It's only 32.
He plays like he's 36. But a 32 guy, here's what I will say, and here's my hope for Joker. And Valanciunas I'll put in there also. And maybe even Al Horford type player who's now playing at 40. If you haven't relied on your legs to make your money, high fly, like Aaron Gordon worries me. This guy was a high-flying joker, and now all of a sudden the legs go.
Yeah.
Where does the rest of the game follow? Joker ain't ever relied on that speed or jumping ability. He going to be okay. Valanciunas going to – those guys like that can play. Bill's all legs, quickness, jumping. Now all of a sudden them legs go for a guy that shoots.
Well, how much better are the Clippers? So he joins Kawhi and James Harden. The Clippers signed Brook Lopez. They got rid of Norman Powell, who was a great player, I thought, but okay.
They also signed somebody else for that.
They got John Collins.
Yeah.
How much better are the Clippers now?
They're much better, too. Here's the interesting thing. John Collins got a Greek god NBA body, and I just think he's either physically soft or he's mentally soft, one of the two. Guy that looks that good shouldn't be.
Pretty amazing for a team that was all in just 2 seasons ago.
You talking about Phoenix?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a disaster there.
Yeah.
That's an absolute disaster. And Ishbia is just, a lot of energy, excited dude, big fan, rah-rah, and it just shows what happens when you just aren't thinking smart.
The Clippers are doing that now. They're all in. When you say they went on.
Well, I make the argument the Nuggets are all in, frankly.
So Clippers, Nuggets.
I mean, look how many one-year or short-term deals the Nuggets have right now.
And have you been hearing on the news out of the other LA team?
About the Lakers?
But also the rumors.
Well, they got DeAndre Ayton. They're happy as a clam, right?
But now there's rumors that Dallas is going to trade for LeBron.
For LeBron.
They're going to do what? Say again?
Trade for LeBron.
LeBron reunites with AD.
And then when they're expecting Kyrie to come back second half of the season.
Well, if I'm Dallas, I try to get that done. Sure.
Yeah.
You'd
have Cooper Flagg. Don't forget that.
Correct. What do you think the Lakers are really doing now? I mean, whose team is it? Are we?
Oh, it's Luka.
It is?
Yes.
Then get rid of LeBron.
Yes.
Who, by the way, turned down, right? Or I don't know if he turned down is the right word, but is not interested in talking about an extension right now.
I think it's foolish to hinge your future on a guy who's 41 years old, who just, every other week is thinking about retiring, as great of a career he's had. If the Lakers can make a deal with Dallas, they 1,000% should do it, and so should Dallas. And, you give Dallas gives it a run for a year, but they're going to be building around Cooper Flagg, guys. Cooper Flagg's going to be a superstar in this league.
The article I read was they didn't want to extend LeBron, and he may have wanted to be. And they picked up his deal. I'm not sure. I think the Lakers stuck from the sense that LeBron ain't who he used to be. He still carries weight with the fans like he has always done.
Yeah.
But we're kind of tired of the noise and what we have to step on eggshells around him.
But what are you going to give for Bronny?
Bronny's been looking okay in the summer league. I've been watching those highlights. He's looked all right.
He's fine. He's okay. He's a very, very, very low-level NBA player. But, okay,
I kind of respect Bronny's mindset. I kind of respect his mentality. He's very self-deprecating. He gets it, man.
Okay. Seems like a nice enough kid.
Yeah.
It's not his fault, kind of. I mean, it is what it is. He can only do what he can do.
He's shooting 32% field goal right now and 3 of 23 in the summer league from the three-point line. He had a 17-point game, and in those 4 games, though, he's averaging 8.8 points, 3.5 rebounds, 1 assist.
I mean, it's better than last year.
That's true.
Okay, but, there's some dude that you never heard of for the Nuggets. Curtis Jones put up 20 last night.
Yeah. I got it.
Yeah, in summer league.
Bronny seems like be a great European defensive player, run the break and finish. And it's too bad that LeBron's ego wanted to bring him on his team.
I agree.
The Lakers acquiesced. And
was it all worth it?
No.
Well, for Bronny, because guess what? Bronny got paid
He did.
He got paid $5 or $6 million.
He got millions of dollars, and he played in the NBA.
He got more than he was supposed to, also.
All right.
Amen to that.
We have a very quirky situation in sports that I'm very curious how you guys would feel, because the nature of sports is take advantage of your opponent. But there's an example of it going the exact opposite that happened earlier today. Details coming up next. We are live at Safeway 6220 East 14th in Denver with Red Bird Farms. And all of us are digging into Red Bird Farms Chicken Burger right now. It's the perfect option for your cookout this summer. Bring the family together with Red Bird Farms Chicken Burgers fresh off the grill. Juicy, flavorful, always so delicious, as we're about to find out right now. Red Bird Farms Chicken offers both the delicious classic taste and mouth-watering 3 chili versions for a variety of options right here at your local Safeway. Perfect for family get-togethers, friends coming over for the cookout, even for a quick lunch. Can't do better than Red Bird Farms. Chicken burgers are what real chicken tastes like. You can't put a price on great taste. If you're choosing chicken this summer, choose Red Bird Farms Chicken. Low hassle, makes them easy to whip up for lunch, snack time, or dinner time. Perfect for the grill in the oven or even in the air fryer. Red Bird Farms Chicken burgers, available in the frozen section at your local Safeway. At 1 o'clock, Connor McGahey will join us. The entire Avalanche schedule has been released, so we'll preview the entire schedule with our very own Connor McGahey and ask him just what exactly he does. Avs 2025 schedule. Listeners can head over to altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche. Once you're there, pick out the 3 home games you would most want to attend, and one person who fills it out will win a pair of club-level tickets to all 3 games they picked. Single-game tickets go on sale on Friday at 10 a.m. Head on over to altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche now to enter, and best of luck. In sports, is it the right thing to do to take advantage of an unfortunate situation to your opponent, or is it the sporting thing to allow him grace?
I need further details.
Yeah, I don't
what's
know.
the situation of the game? Are we up? Are we losing? Is it a tight game? Is it out of control?
In general, is it the right thing to take advantage of a disadvantage to your opponent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your opponent gets hurt.
Yeah.
Your opponent is hurt, or you know there's somewhere on his body he's not feeling right, or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Whatever advantages you can get, that's your obligation.
Yeah, you're paid to win games.
That's it, the end. It's the nature of sport. Shizzle happens, right? And, hey, sorry, but your disadvantage is going to go a long way for me. I should take advantage of that.
Yeah. Well, I you say that, so now I'm thinking of all these clips I watched. Some goalie come out and basically blowing his knee out, tearing the ACL, and the striker basically just kicks the ball out of bounds, which I would say good sport, but, maybe kick it in the goal and then help the guy up or whatever. But listen, good sportsmanship goes a long way for me. But if a guy's going to play, even if he's dinged up, he's healthy. And so I'm not going to let up on a guy because, he's got a bad ankle.
I would say as long as you're in a competitive situation and it's a respectful time to still compete, you're competing.
I'm not going to bore you with details of the Tour de France because I know you guys aren't that into it. But you just need to know the second-place guy without the yellow jersey but considered the best racer in the world is this guy, Tadej Pogacar. He fell with about 4 kilometers left in today's stage. Fell. A guy in front of him swerved to the right, clipped his front wheel, pushed him out. He went down on the ground. He's down.
Oh, holla at your boy. I'm leaving you in the dust.
His main opponent, Jonas Vingegaard, is in that crew that now we can gain time. And he's got about a minute lead or so on Vingegaard. There's about, I think, 9 stages left, so 9 more race days. So seconds may matter here. The entire group sits up. And they say,
Except for the one dude?
Nope. Everybody sat up, and they waited for him to get back with that group. Now, they weren't racing for the stage win. There were 2 dudes that were way up front, and there were still 4 kilometers to go. But it was an interesting debate today, and it was mixed, by the way, even with the cycling people about what to do. So what do? Do you take advantage of your opponent, or do you give him the grace?
But I think that's an interesting one because all the guys that stopped, was there anybody that was in true competition?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Vingegaard.
All right. That's interesting to me. I don't think I would have stopped.
Now, there's 9 stages left. There's a lot of racing to go. But how else are you going to gain 20, 30, 40 seconds on him?
Yeah, I'm taking off. I'm not waiting around. Hell no.
You're taking off.
One guy's ethics or morality within the sport is just that his.
These are definitely the unwritten rules because there's nothing requiring them to stop whatsoever.
Have you ever played match playing golf and you give a guy a 3-footer, but every evening you give you, and then all of a sudden you got a little 3-footer and he just stands there hush mouth, he makes you putt, and you're like,
really?
Well, my morality's not his, so I can't judge him on his own morality.
It's kind of funny you say that because some of the commentary was one of the reasons they may have done that is they didn't want to give Pogacar more motivation later on to bury them. That might have been part of it. But I don't think you see this in many
if we want
sports.
to beat him, we don't want to say we beat him only because he crashed.
Is there a right way to win?
I don't know anything about cycling in terms of the actual competitions itself. I don't know the etiquette, the ins and the outs of it. But is that I wonder the specifics of the crash. Does that matter?
According to the experts, it does. They said if they were all racing towards the finish and he just went out because he went out. Like he took the turn or it
okay,
was
but
his
I'm
fault.
50 yards from the finish line, and some dude clips me. These guys are going to wait for me to get back up?
No, that's where you pick the bike up and run, and then it
Well, it was interesting because as a group, what they do if they all kind of finish at the same time in a group, they all get the same time within 4 kilometers of the finish line. However, this was outside of that. So there absolutely would have been a time difference. They definitely would have gained time on him. It was fascinating to see in sports what you do and what you don't do.
Well,
the
maybe,
right way to do sports.
Or maybe they're just showing you why Tour de France and bike racing is not really a sport.
There you go. I mean, seriously, I can't imagine it being in the heat of a competition that I've trained my whole life for.
Correct.
Any advantage I could possibly get outside of me, like maybe I could get it if I clipped the dude. Even then, I'm probably not stopping it if I'm being totally honest. But, I mean, if it was something that I did to cause it, maybe I could see myself stopping. But, dude, I've been training my whole life for this. I'm taking advantage of any opportunity I can get.
What happens when Syndergaard comes back, or whatever his name is,
all right, yeah.
and wins the race by 2 seconds over a guy that was in that group that
what if
stopped?
It's a bigger question is what if he
That's
loses?
not a bigger question.
Loses by 10 seconds.
I'm talking about the guy that crashed.
Pogacar, sorry.
Pogacar.
If
he wins and he beats one of the guys that waited
Correct.
by like 2 seconds, aren't you like going?
Absolutely.
I mean, this may be his only chance to ever win the Tour de France.
I agree with you guys. I'm watching this and I'm like, go. This is going to make the I couldn't believe when they all like stopped racing and stood up on their bikes. I was really disappointed. I was like, hey, man, and I get it.
I want to know what the distance to the finish line is that they would stop versus when they're going to keep going.
It was about 5 kilometers.
Because certainly if it's within eyesight and you can see that finish line, you're not stopping then. So
Well,
what's the difference if it happens within 20 yards of the finish line or 5 kilometers away?
Because if you're in a group and he crashed within 4 kilometers, even if he crashed, he would have been given the same time as the entire group. Because that's just the rules of cycling too.
Well, that's stupid.
Well,
that's
they don't.
Not a real sport.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah. But if you
so I don't have to finish and I can get the same time
inside of 4 kilometers if you're within the same group.
And wreck.
What kind of BS is that?
Well, it's kind of like at Daytona, at the Daytona 500, you're leading all the race and you wreck on the last turn. You still win.
Give me a freaking break, dude.
Well,
that's
this isn't
a
about
joke.
This isn't about winning or on the podium. It is different. If you're racing for a podium finish first, second, third. I'm talking about the group that's sort of behind when they come in one big cluster, one big group. That's how they do it. If you didn't do that, people would be taking guys out left and right. There'd be lower-level riders.
Well, then it actually might be macho, like you described the sport
team
as.
riders,
What
right?
you just described is the least macho thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I don't have to hit the finish line, and I'm just going to get a group score?
Within 4 kilometers, so they don't want.
What a joke!
They don't want to encourage guys taking other guys out if they didn't have that.
Oh, but I
rule.
thought it was so macho.
Because it is just like racing. There are teams in all this,
Of
right?
course. It's just like racing. Yeah. I mean, are you saying that to be the way to improve cycling? Like, just take guys out?
Well,
maybe little sticks in their spokes.
I did say that, though. I mean, and not to rehash the total argument again, but I did say if you cannot make physical contact with your opponent, I have a hard time calling it a macho sport.
Well, and listen, aren't we always intrigued when NASCAR has a couple little fender benders?
Of course.
And one guy gets mad, another guy comes over the car and punches the guy.
bring up NASCAR.
And then you just got to put your pedal to the metal and drive right on through.
One of the bike
Days of
commentators said the same thing. He says, I've talked to some NASCAR friends, and they can't believe that this is part of cycling.
I always go high.
They're stunned. Because in NASCAR, if that happens, we're not waiting for anybody.
No.
Boo-hoo. Sorry, rubbing is racing. Listen, I'm not a fan of it either, by the way. I'm bringing it up because I don't know if I can compare it to anything in sports. I've never seen a situation in sports where you don't take advantage of your opponent's disadvantage.
Imagine a running back like breaks through, shakes off 2 tackles, all of a sudden the defensive back pulls his hammy. Running back's like, I'm going to take a knee. I'm not going to go score right now.
Yeah, I'm going to slow you down. Slow down right now. Here, man, let me help you up over here.
Yeah.
Hey,
you okay, bud?
Yeah.
Yeah, you good?
Somebody goes down in basketball, slips and falls, and they're hurt. You don't go to the rim? You don't finish the play? Say, look at that. Now, in soccer, if something happens, they do kick the ball back, but that's like, it's in the middle of the field. It's not like they're scoring a goal. Like a guy pulls his hamstring about to kick a free kick. The next guy on the other team about to kick the free kick doesn't kick it over the net. It's ridiculous. I thought it was weak, in all honesty, and I love this sport, but I thought it was kind of ridiculous they didn't go for it. I felt bad for Pogacar, but that's what I thought. I'm like, how do all these guys go down, but the stars don't go down?
Maybe it also
and a star goes down. I thought it was a weak moment in the sport.
Maybe, though, I don't disagree, but I'll now we look for motives. Maybe this guy is actually a good dude and venerated and well-respected by that group.
I don't care. I played a lot of good dudes.
But again, you're American.
Okay.
How many Americans were in that pile?
I don't think any. The Jurgensen, maybe one.
It's a European
Fine.
thing.
Well, I'm proud to be an American.
I'm just telling you, but the European mindset is different than we have over here.
The NHL schedule is out. The Avs schedule is out. Connor McGahey joins us next to give us details about what the Avs are looking forward to this year next. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of ED, you want to have a great relationship. You want to enjoy the summer. You want to just be in a happy place in life, period. And if you're not and things are just not going your way, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can be there to help you out. Their treatments work where pills or herbals fail. They have success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So here's what you do. Schedule a consult today. That initial visit's only $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If medically advised, a test dose, and if it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having sex the day after your appointment, so it's simple. All you need to do is call today, 720-440-7900. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you up and down I-25. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Hi, we're here at Safeway, 6220 East 14th. Sun's coming out, looking great. The really juicy Redbird Farms chicken burgers.
That green chili one's legit.
Yeah, like juicy. Like, you don't usually find that sometimes with, like, the chicken, but Redbird Farms knocking it out of the park. Scott, you relieved?
I am.
Look good.
Oh, did you go to the car?
No, I didn't go to the car. I went inside because you guys
Feeling better?
I felt like I was being shunned by you guys for wanting to go pee in the cup.
I mean, it's about equal distance to walk to your car and pee in the cup or to walk inside.
Yeah, but
and
if
pee
I've
in the
got to go back
bathroom.
there 2 or 3 times, I've got to ask every time. I'm not used to asking to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Somebody who we should bring into this classy conversation is our great friend Connor McGahee.
When was the last time you peed into a bottle, Connor?
Connor?
Or cup?
I mean, 20 years, long time. I find myself a upstanding member of modern civilization. I'm not soft.
Well, no, and you're rich, and so he flies everywhere, and so he doesn't have to drive great distances.
Hey, no, I drive to Wyoming at least once every summer.
That's
but
like
whole 4 hours
in between locations.
Yeah, that would be a holdable. How about a 12-hour drive? Are you holding it?
4 hours away.
Are you holding it for 12 hours?
I mean, I physically can't, but you find a place where you pull off. If you're going to Sheridan, you pull off at Douglas, Wyoming. Down to Main Street there.
He's dropping small town names in Wyoming.
Chris Hansen from Red Zone says yes, you can.
Yeah.
He says yes, you can hold it.
Listen, you're getting in Burlington, and then you get over to Quinter. I mean, and also you got to go
there
again.
You go. Small town. We're doing small town.
And each one of those places has a place where you can go to the bathroom.
Yeah, but you know what?
You don't have
now
to go
your
to
12-hour drive just turned into 13.
We brought Connor on to talk about
what are you
hockey.
gonna do?
Yeah. Connor, on first glance, and I got the schedule in front of me too, and wowza in March. Yikes. But overall, what stands out to you about the schedule?
It's a pretty good schedule. I think everybody agrees, players, coaches, fans, broadcasters, that afternoon games are awesome. And we have the most afternoon games we've ever had, with 18 in the season this year.
Wow.
So that's good. That's good. You don't have a road trip longer than 4 games. You only have 3 4-game road trips. So you don't have one where you're stuck on the road for, 10 or 12 days. That we had 2 or 3 of those last year where you had off days in between. And because of the Olympic break, it's definitely condensed, right? So you have a lot of road back-to-backs. I think you have 10 total back-to-backs, and most of those are on the road. You don't have any where you play a home game and then you have to, drive to the airport and fly, to Nashville in the middle of the night. So all those things are good. I think it's good balance. And the stretch you mentioned there in March, I think you've got two instances where you have 5 of 7 on the road, but look, that's going to be the case for everybody in the Olympic year. And overall, balance-wise, I think it's a pretty darn good schedule. Selfishly, we don't get any off days in Fort Lauderdale, which is a bummer, and we're in Vancouver for about 8 minutes. But
I'm looking at the All-Star.
Hockey-wise, it's good.
I'm looking at the All-Star break really quick. The Avs have 2 home games. In fact, do they have a third there? No, 2 home games. And then they're off February 5th through February 24th. Wow. Now,
it's also the Olympics, the Olympic break there.
That's the Olympic break. How many Avs players do you think will actually be playing in the Olympics, Connor?
Well, we have 3 named right now. Makar McKinnon for Team Canada. Gabe Landeskog. How about that? Gabe Landeskog came back to play for 1 series in the playoffs, and Team Sweden was like, "Yeah, we'll take him as one of our preliminary guys,
premier players." Yeah,
hey, that guy, that guy's on your team, Avs fans. That's absolutely stunning. So those 3 for sure. Arturi Lehkonen, I would absolutely think is going to be a member of Team Canada. I think Taves probably. It would be dumb for Team Canada to not have him be Cale Makar's D partner there for the top pairing. So you could have. 5. Brock Nelson I guarantee will be Team USA.
Okay.
So you could have 6 or 7 guys who are going to be participating in the Olympics in Italy. And so, they're going to need a vacation from the vacation, I think.
Yeah.
Well, in which Moser, I guess, right now is scouting out the Olympic venues
In Italy.
As we speak.
Getting ready to get out there.
That's good for him. What for the
Moser
guys
took
that
a
don't?
European vacation, you don't say.
Yeah, he's on a European vacation.
With Vic?
Well, it's a funny story.
For Vic's anniversary.
Vic told me a funny story because
Isn't
I'll
that
tell you guys real fast. So I guess Moser goes, "Hey, we're going to Italy at the same time. We'll just hang out the whole time." And he goes, "Moj, it's my anniversary. I will get killed if you hang out with me the whole time."
Oh, no. I think you heard it backwards. That was the whole deal that they were fighting over, is that Vic got in trouble with Mama back home because he invited Moj to be there.
Then Vic turned it around and said, "No, I told him no." Yeah, maybe after he told him yes. But for the guys who don't go on those long breaks, what is the team and the NHL organizations allowed to do with or for their players? Is there a mandatory? Okay, you do have to take these 5 days off, but is there some scheduled thing that will go on for them?
What the heck?
Yeah, I think so.
Is that a ferret?
No, it's not. It's so my dog Rocky, who has been just laying down quiet as a bird all day. All of a sudden, the second I get on with you guys, decide to get the squeakiest toy in the house. And
there you go. There you go. Yeah, that's what it is.
The second I got on the phone, so that's how it is. So that's that's Rocky contributing to this conversation, which is more important than anything I've had to say. But I don't know the specifics. I know there is a required time off where you have to be. You treat it like an all-star break where you have to be away from facilities and stuff like that. I don't know the exact dates yet, but there is a time where everyone is told that, hey, go to the beach, go to Palm Springs, play some golf. That's what I'll be doing. So there's required time off in the middle or towards the end of the season for each team.
Well, Connor, how do you feel about the offseason?
I'm good at about 2 months, and then I'm ready to go again. I know that some guys can't get too much of an off season, but for me, I
think Tyler was asking you how the Avs were doing this offseason, not you personally, Connor.
I know. I'm just getting him to ask more specific questions. The off season. Excuse me, 1 second. Hey, Rob, can I have this? Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
May I have this?
Your dog sounds like a chew toy.
Yeah, exactly. I think the offseason has been exactly what they needed to be so far. Signing Brock Nelson to an extension is good because that means that you didn't give up all that capital for nothing. It's not just a rental. And the Avs have done more rentals in the past couple of years than they ever had before. I think he's very important to the top six, Brock Nelson. I actually like the contract. The AAV compared to some of the other money that was thrown around in free agency looks great for a player that I think now that things are settled. And you guys both know that when you move to a new place, there is a high, especially with small kids, there's a high level of, unsettling, and you can't help but have that sink into how you play it and everything like that. So I think when you see a settled Brock Nelson, you're going to see a guy who can absolutely rip. Brent Burns is exactly what the Avs need on the blue line. And even with reduced time, which he would have had in Carolina, it sounds like he chose the Avs over the Hurricanes, which tells you, I think, where those two teams are in their progress towards another cup. So I like that so far. The thing we're waiting on is how to address the bottom six, right? Because the top six for me is one of, if not the best in the entire NHL, with Lehkonen, McKinnon, Natchez, and then Nichushkin, Nelson, and Landeskog. And then you have to, especially with Logan O'Connor out, work on the bottom six. But everything so far has been exactly what they needed to do. Not a ton of room to work with, but I think there's still some tinkering to be done.
All right, Connor. We can't wait. We're excited for it. Of course, we'll have every game right here on Altitude Sports Radio, including the preseason games. When does that start, too, by the way? I know there's,
preseason
6 of them?
September 21st. Yep, September 21st.
Where are you on expanding to 84 games?
If it means getting rid of 2 preseason games, I'm all about it because 6 is way too many.
Yeah.
And this year, it's a split squad game on the 21st where Utah is going to be playing. Both games are going to be here in Colorado, but they're going to be at another venue, so you don't have to travel to Utah for one of them. But to do 3 away and 3 home is silly. I think that both the NHL and the PA were on top of that when they renegotiated this latest CBA. So reducing it to 4 is the right call, and you might as if you're an athlete, if you're a fan, if you're an owner, you want games that mean something. So if you just add 2, I think that makes a lot of sense for everybody involved.
All right. You guys got anything else for Connor?
Well, does the 84 start this season or next season?
This is the last year, the current CBA, and then the new CBA kicks off 25-26.
Yeah, the 6 preseason
or 26-27, sorry.
Dumb.
Yeah.
What do they do? Not
There's
this year, of
too
course,
many.
Connor. They have the Olympic break, but what will they do the next year? Will it go back to what we saw last year, or do we know for All-Star? Is it up in the air, or
I think it's
what?
up in the air right now, but it's up in the air right now, DMac. But if they're smart, they'll go back to the 4 nations because it absolutely killed in all the right ways. And when you have all the other 4, or at least other 2 of the 3 major sports talking about how you can do something like that, I think you got to go back to that. And you played here in North America. Maybe you tweaked the format a little bit, but it was such a home run. I think it would be silly to not go back to that instead of a regular All-Star game. That makes a lot of sense to me, and I think the league probably agrees. So we don't know yet, but we'll see. That makes the most sense to me.
Yeah, it got competitive, and the ratings just blew up for it, too.
Yeah, 100%. I remember I was sitting on the Desi deck at Indian Wells, and we were watching the Kachuk brothers throw fisticuffs, and people were sitting all around us who had no idea what the sport of hockey was. To paraphrase Al Michaels, they didn't know the difference between a blue line and a clothesline, and everyone is locked in to this game, and they're watching, and they can't wait to see the rest of it. And they said, okay, we'll definitely watch the rest of this tournament. It's things like those and times like those that you really have to latch on and take advantage, and I hope that the NHL does that both with the Olympics this season and hopefully with 4 nations going forward. To me, I'd replace the All-Star game if it were up to me.
Yeah.
So we'll see if the NHL does that.
And by the way, Indian Wells is a cute little old-school course, too, by the way.
Oh, it's amazing. I love it. And you have that's where they had the Bob Hope Classic for years, and you can sit right up there in the old gallery on 18 and envision yourself there in 1967 back in the day. It's kind of
All right, great stuff, Connor. As always, thanks for filling us in. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you later. The Avs 25-26 schedule is out. Listeners can head over to altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche. Once you're there, pick out 3 home games you would most want to attend, and 1 person who fills it out will win a pair of club-level tickets to all 3 games they pick. Single-game tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. Head on over to altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche now to enter, and good luck as we continue live from Safeway, 6220 East 14th in Denver, PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for Red Bird Farms. We're out here with Red Bird Farms at Safeway, where we've all sampled the chicken burgers. Absolutely delicious, so juicy, so delicious, grilled perfectly, and summer's the perfect time to get that family together for Red Bird Farms chicken burgers. Fresh off the grill, just like we had today. Juicy, flavorful, always so delicious, and they offer both the delicious classic taste and mouth-watering 3 chili versions for a variety of options at your local Safeway. We're out here until 3 o'clock at 6220 East 14th in Denver. Come out and say hi. Get a sample for yourself of Red Bird Farms as we're seeing a nice family get it. The kid's like 8, taking plenty of chicken. Good for him. You can't put a price on great taste. If you're choosing chicken this summer, choose Red Bird Farms chicken. Low hassle makes them so easy to whip up for lunch, snack time, whatever you want. And if you want a free sampling, you bring your 8-year-old here, and he can have like 10 of them. It's fine. Perfect for the grill and the oven or even the air fryer. Come on, delicious. Red Bird Farms chicken burgers available in the frozen section at your local Safeway. We get some nice guys out here, Scott.
Yeah.
It's always great to hear from people who stay in touch with you throughout the years. Ow.
Yeah. Oh, scratch my eyeball.
You okay?
Yeah.
All right. 303-504-0925 is the Shop Mazda text line. It's fun watching you guys on TV last night. No,
oh, it's tough. Well,
why is it tough?
Well, last night was tough because it
Why?
turned out Toronto was broadcasting back to Canada.
Yeah.
And so was Toronto's announcers.
Yeah, I know,
wore
but
me out.
they kept it relatively.
You should have heard my ears were just burning the whole time.
Really?
Yeah.
What set you off about them?
Just that everything was intel with them, and this is backup, and he's going to back up this guy. And he's going to
Yeah.
Oh, this guy looks like a nice player. Okay, he's going to go back, and I'm like, it's summer league. Let's talk about all the young guys.
I mean,
You
I told you what my 2 cents was on the whole thing. Like,
I found out last night the NBA doesn't like it.
They don't like it, or they don't allow it.
No, they allow it. Well, they can't stop it. We're paying rights to have a broadcast, but I mean, I don't think they like when we come back to the studio and break into their play-by-play.
So what?
Yeah, I agree.
Like,
are you paid for it or not?
Yeah, I mean, I'm watching it on altitude. If I'm watching that on ESPN Plus, I'm not going to see you guys at all. You're only doing a broadcast for the Denver market.
Yeah.
I think it should be Mystery Science Theater, watch along.
Yeah.
I don't even care if you do play-by-play. It was just fun hearing you guys talk about things as it was going on.
Yeah, you got NYU guys that are in their internship running stuff in the summers for the NBA. That,
all right. Listen, I
didn't even realize Denver had a time zone.
I'm just telling you, I'm enjoying the
Denver
altitude,
time zone,
the altitude version of it. Katie, I guess Matt is going to do some stuff. Is that right?
Yeah. He's going to do the next 2 games. Katie's come back and will host either tonight or Friday, or tomorrow or Friday.
Well, he's great, and Katie's cool having Katie out there, and she's talking to Adelman. And, wow, it was kind of funny, though, at one point, and it took your breath away just a little bit, I could tell, because at one point it was a video of Josh, Mr. Kroenke, Ben Tenzer, and John Wallace, like, all sitting together.
Yeah.
And I'm
and
hello.
Kevin was beside by Wallace.
Oh, I didn't even notice Kevin.
We expanded the next shot.
Kevin was there too?
Kevin was right there.
Certainly you're talking about Kevin Shockey, right?
No.
Mr. Demoff. So you had the big hitters for everybody, like the hitters. Well, any particular reason for that, or
Vegas, baby?
I think just support.
Yeah.
I think a lot of I think almost every single front office goes.
Okay.
And I don't think L.A. to the Vegas is pretty close. So.
Okay. Well, it was cool to see.
Yeah.
I'm never sure which games Mr. Kroenke wants to go to, and it is fun to see him when he's there, just sitting right on the floor like that.
Yeah. I mean, he is a basketball junkie.
Last time he was sitting on the floor, somebody got fired 2 days later.
That was an interesting game.
It wasn't 2 days, but
it was about
no taken. Do you think?
It was hard to miss when he was there. I forget exactly who that was against. But
whatever it wasn't much more than, I don't even think it was a week later that Michael Malone got fired.
Well, I thought it was right before the All-Star break. And remember, we thought about, Josh said, we thought about making this move at the All-Star break.
Yeah, I think it was closer to that.
Oh, man, it felt a lot closer. But
but now we know how close it was right then and there to happening.
Yeah, Josh talked about that. He said we thought about it then, but everybody would have called us crazy because we were winning basketball games.
They had won 7 in a row,
yeah,
right, or something like that, going into the All-Star break.
But, hey, Mr. Kroenke isn't like Mark Cuban just hanging out like, a jock sniffer or something like
Mark,
that.
Or Ballmer, Steve Ballmer. He's not jumping up down.
He's not paying for people to go on vacation and bring fake fans out to the game or anything.
I don't know what it is about Ballmer, but for a dude that is front and center, there's something kind of redeeming about that guy. He should bother me just as much as Mark Cuban does, but there's something about the guy. He makes himself a man of the people a little bit.
I think he does, but I think that is well planned and rehearsed.
It is. No question it is, but I think it works.
I was told behind the scenes he can be very demanding.
Oh, well, he's a billionaire.
I think, I don't know,
but
man.
Not a trillion.
I kind of like.
I found out yesterday there's none of those.
Yeah, 8.2 billion people in the world.
Yeah.
I guess I'm a bigger fan of how the Nuggets and Avs do it. The Broncos are doing it. You can be a fan. There's a place for you as an owner. All that. When I see owners,
I had every type of owner over the course of my career. When I'm playing in Denver for Pat, Pat to me was like as well-rounded. Like he was present every day in the building. It wasn't a rarity to see him. He wasn't ever in a team meeting. He wasn't in the middle of a breakdown, in the middle of a huddle.
But he would go work out with you guys.
Oh, every single day I walked in that training room, he'd be on that elliptical for about an hour and a half. And I mean, every single day. I go out to Seattle, and I'm there for 2 years. I kid you not. One day after a game, a guy is walking down the locker room shaking everybody's hands, and I turn to my buddy and I go, "Who is that?" He said, "That's the owner, you dummy." I said, "Well, I've never seen him in 2 years. I've literally never seen him a single time." Paul Allen, right? Yeah. But Paul was a good owner. He built the most majestic facility at the time in the NFL. He provided the resources, hired the right people, got out of the way. But he wasn't even as present as Pat Bowlen. And then I had Dan Snyder. And Dan Snyder was Mr. I'm sitting at the lunch table. He would we'd be in the middle of 9-on-7. Like speaking of macho, the most macho drill that you're ever going to have in a football practice. It's your team run period. Everybody's got their testosterone boiling. And he'd fly in his helicopter and land on the field right next to you, right? Well, that was a freaking disaster. So, I've had all of it. I think there's ways to succeed with just about any version except for the overly hands-on version. I would love to know. I'm sure there's an example. Can you guys think of an overly hands-on owner that has had extreme success?
Well, what's Jerry Jones?
Well, okay, that is a good example.
He's got 3 Super Bowl rings.
I guess that's a great example, but it's been a long time.
It has been a long time, but he does have 3 rings, and he's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I can't fight you on that.
So, I mean, that's him. Other than that,
seemed kind of hands-on.
Oh, yeah.
Or at least
they won an NBA championship with Cuban sitting there. They did.
At least annoying.
They
anyway.
did. They won a championship with him sitting on the bench. That did happen. I liked how Pat Bowlen rolled down like in the fourth quarter with the mink coat on when in cold weather. I kind of like that move.
Was that the 76, 77 Pat Bowlen or something like that?
Well, no, I think he came down in the fourth quarter at every game, basically.
Yeah, but the famous one was when he came down the big full-length.
That was something else, man.
Mink fur coat.
Ontario, Canada, mink coat, right? Or fox coat,
Certain things aren't as politically correct in the United States as they are in Canada, probably. But it's a hell of a look, man. It was I'm the boss.
Cowboy boots and a fox coat.
But ownership, obviously is gargantuan. It means look what's going on in Phoenix right now. Seriously, with the Suns, and that is like when are they going to be good again?
Well, it almost seems
now,
like
aren't they paying Booker $71 million as an extension for?
Yeah, they extended him, and they're paying another $100 million for a guy just to go away. Matt Ishbia seems like a hands-on dude. Too much, maybe.
Oh, probably. Are you kidding me? Yeah. I mean, he's the jock sniffer of jock sniffers. He's Mr. Michigan State, last guy on the bench. I'm going to work hard and kill you in practice, sort of, that's him. That's who he's always been in business. And now he tried to rip the ball away from Jokic, Scott. I mean, what are we doing here?
That was hilarious.
It's the owner of the team.
Yeah.
It's hindsight, that was pretty funny.
It's hysterical, but, who does that?
No.
Who even thinks like that? Can you imagine the ball? Well, I mean, the ball comes to you. You're lucky enough to be sitting courtside for whatever reason. Your first reaction isn't just to let go of the ball.
Or to catch it and toss it.
You're going to try to actually hold on to it while Jokic is trying to who seriously does that?
Matt Ishbia.
Yeah, not too many other people.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Any other takeaways from last night? Anything we should note or be concerned about?
I think you're this is just through 3 games. I think Curtis Jones, who's 25, and E.J. Liddell, 31, are 2 guys to keep an eye on as far as that third 2-way contract.
Okay. Any contributors? Hunter Tyson didn't play last night. Was that just?
Have they seen enough?
That's good. So he's shutting down.
Yeah.
That's it. The end.
Well, they got.
We got one more game on Friday. Is that it?
Got game Thursday, game Friday.
Oh, there's a Thursday and Friday. Okay, so two more to go. As far as I'm concerned, if nobody gets hurt, it's been a great summer league time.
And again, another question, and we asked him last night because you played Deron Holmes for his third game. Do you play him in game 4? My answer is still yes.
I don't know why you wouldn't.
Yeah,
this guy clearly needs to play basketball.
Yes.
And we're still trying to figure out what kind of game he has. To me, he's a completely different player than I thought he was going to be.
The morning guys asked him, and maybe we've got this clip, but the morning guys did ask John Wallace this morning, what positions do you see him playing? And if I remember correct, I think he said that 4 kind of stretch 5 spot, which is what we originally thought him as. But as we were watching the summer league, I know Scott has said multiple times, yeah, that's not a 5. I don't know if you feel like he's a 4, but I believe that was his answer. Right? If we've got that clip, it'd be interesting to hear it.
Well, even if you play 5, that means you're probably going to go small ball as a 5, kind of like when Zeke Najee would play 5. And they call them stretch 5s now because now when they sit a pick and roll, who, by the way, I would like to get with some of these guys. Sets terrible screens.
Yeah.
And even if you're going to be a stretch 4 or stretch 5, if you're sitting a pick and roll, I got to get you open.
Right.
And if I get you open, guess what that eventually is going to lead to? I'm going to be open every time. Because eventually all I got to do is get you open one time for an easy jump or a layup. And after that, I'm stepping back for my little step back 4 or 3-point shot. I'm open every time if I set a good screen. And I know sometimes they got plays where they're supposed to slip. He slips every screen, and I know not all of them he's supposed to.
All right, yeah, let's hear that. Go ahead, Alan.
I think he's going to be a little bit of a backup 5, stretch 5. I think he can. We're trying to get him into the point of guarding some 4s as well and possibly some 3s. But I talked to his agent yesterday, and we were sitting as a group. The biggest thing, we just wanted him to come out here and play, just to kind of get the anxiety of having to go through a full year of rehab and kind of trusting his body again in the game setting. So we're not putting too much expectation on him right now per se. It's just getting back out and getting to the flow and just enjoying playing basketball once again.
Yeah, and I said this in the post game. I wonder if his conditioning where it is. I mean, really, he hadn't played basketball. You know this. You can go all the jogging and everything you want to do, and then all of a sudden put cleats on and go to football practice. You're using all different muscles.
You can't get in game shape without playing games.
Yeah, and because I thought he was outstanding the first half. Because I question he's got to rebound better. He had 7 rebounds first half.
Is he a 6'11" guy?
He had 1 the whole second half.
See, what is he?
6'10", 6'11", probably. Yeah.
Okay. I noticed last night his jump shot from 3. It's a little pushy, like it's a push jump shot.
Yeah.
That can get blocked.
Pop a shot. No.
Yes? No?
No. Yeah. Well, yeah. Any
It's
shot
a different. It's a quirky looking shot.
Any shot can get blocked if the guy's close enough to you. But once again, if you set a good screen, pop to the 4, you've now created a lot of distance. Now you're going to have either wide open shots or guys flying at you, and you got a head fake and a drive down the middle. So,
not worried about him.
I'm not worried about him. I don't have, as of right now, July 15th, high expectations of him being a big minute role player. Not yet. But I think he has to play. I think he needs to play.
I do too.
I think he's got to get in better condition.
I don't think there's anything wrong with him playing.
No.
What are we saving him for? I don't know if he's going to be in the rotation. Do you?
No. As of right now, I would say no, he's not.
So play.
Yeah. So get him to play, get his body back right, and then he'll get a lot of minutes in his preseason
All right,
games and everything.
Early no dumb question. Is he eligible to play in the G League or not?
I don't know how that goes, but I think if you own the G League team, you can send the guy down. They've had other guys like Hunter Tyson's been down and played, and he
wasn't a two-way guy.
He wasn't a two-way guy.
Okay,
so
possibly.
I think you can send guys down to do that.
Because that –
and Pickett has been down there a lot, and he's not been a two-way guy.
Okay.
So if he's sitting on the bench for 2 straight weeks and not playing,
send him to Grand Rapids.
You might send him there to get a little run for a week or 2.
Yeah.
Now, and listen, he's a great kid, and I think he is a hard worker, and I think he'll do everything in his power to be a guy that can hopefully get some sort of rotational minutes somewhere. That being said, and Tyler, you can talk on this. This ain't his front office that drafted him.
No.
Oh.
I thought I heard a little bit of that in John Wallace's comments right there. I really did. I thought I heard a little bit of separation of that.
Hey, Alan, cue up cut 7 there. Because when we talked to Tenzer yesterday, we kind of focused on Horford a little bit, and without saying they're not pursuing him, he more or less said they're not pursuing him. But the morning show, when they had Wallace on, it was about the backup point guard. Here's what John Wallace said.
Hey, look, our eyes are open. Our group is out here still evaluating talent. And, we're checking the phone lines and checking the margin, as we said during the press conference, to see what's out there. We feel confident in the guys we have to fulfill that role, but that need is still there, and so like I said, we're open and looking.
Okay, that's different than we're set on. They're set on big guys.
Well, finally, right, for the first time,
it's a miracle
maybe ever, yeah. And I think they're set on 2-3 guys. You may have to play a few undersized 3, but you got guys that are pretty gritty that can do it. It'd be nice if Peyton Watson came back a little bit of a different player, more fluid.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be nice if all of a sudden Strother came back and said, well, I'm competing for this spot. You ain't giving this to Hardaway. Because Hardaway, you can slide over and play a little small forward. So I hope those guys – and then I hope Zeke Najee, because he's got an NBA body. It'd be nice if something clicked with him, that he taught himself how to juggle or something to get your hands better.
Taught him how to juggle.
Well, listen, I told this
I
story,
love it.
I told this story on Andy and Mike's podcast. When I was like, gosh, I don't even know how old I was. And I was always afraid to be a tall kid. My dad was tall. I didn't ever want to be a tall kid and be clumsy, because when I grew up, tall people were always clumsy.
Yeah.
And so I did a lot of stuff. I jumped rope. I did a lot of stuff on my own for coordination. And I was listening to JoJo White at the KU basketball camp.
Yeah.
And he's speaking to all the kids. And I'm probably 14 or 15. And somebody had asked him, what do you do with hands? And listen, JoJo White was a basketball god to us who grew up in Kansas, right? Played at KU, goes to Boston, wins the championship. Hall of Famer now, I believe. And he said two things. One I took literal, and the other one made all the 14 and 15-year-old kids in camp laugh. He said, teach yourself how to juggle. He said, go home, get some tennis balls, and teach yourself how to juggle.
Yeah.
And if you want to get stronger grip, make sure you have a girlfriend.
And on that note, no dumb questions coming up next as we're live. By the way, I could juggle 3 of those chickens right there. Those Redbird Farms chickens.
Can you juggle?
I could. Baseball was the same thing. I was told early on in baseball, you want eye hand, you should learn how to juggle.
I taught myself
I found out how to learn how to juggle, and if you put 3 things in front of me, for the most part, I can juggle.
Yeah.
I have the stupidest skill set that is a mountain.
I can do that too now.
You can juggle those chickens? You can have a juggle off if you want.
Well, yeah. I don't know how long I'll be able to do it, but I know
a couple of rotations.
I get 2 or 3 rotations.
You think we can get those?
I bet they're real light, though.
All right, well, we'll see if we can juggle chickens. Come back with no dumb questions.
Juggle chickling on PhD.
92.5.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, don't waste your time. Just go to the best dealership in Colorado with the best inventory, the best prices, and the best customer service. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. This is Tyler here, and I've been buying cars from Phil Long Ford since my rookie year. I keep going back because relationships matter to me in life, and if they matter to you, just try them. Check them out. You're going to become a customer for life. Look, you're going to love the inventory, and you're going to love the prices. They've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle, you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot right this minute at Phil Long Ford with the best prices. Guys, they are going to beat anybody. You're going to get the best price, you get the best car. They've got an award-winning service department. Once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over there, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
Yeah, we just did our chicken juggling with the little styrofoam rubber chickens.
Duckies.
Yeah.
The rubber duckies.
They're hard. It's difficult to juggle the chickens because they got a tail, they got a beak, there's a lot of shapes. But we got these little stress balls for altitude here that we're giving away. Those are easy to juggle.
And they're super bouncy. So if you don't
light.
catch it clean, it
one
just,
bounce and keep going.
It just goes boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, but Scott can juggle a little bit.
No, but I'm not as good as you.
Well, you haven't done it in a while.
4 or 5 years.
But
probably.
you did learn how to juggle.
I taught myself how to juggle because I was afraid to be uncoordinated. And the one thing I always had, even all my scouting, I always had great hands. I played wide receiver for a while in high school.
I'll tell you this. I would say this. If you can't learn how to juggle within 20 minutes of trying, you don't have great coordination.
I probably can't learn how to juggle in 20 minutes. Yeah.
Well, you probably don't have great eye-hand coordination. My thing is that anybody can really do it. I don't think it's that hard to do. But some people have eye-hand, and some people, I'm not saying you don't have anything, but it's probably not as good.
If only I could have been an athlete.
I never.
Well, you picked a sport that you need no eye-hand coordination. Or do you? Am I wrong?
Oh, you're wrong. Oh, you're definitely
You need
wrong.
eye-hand coordination?
The amount of hand fighting going on that you got to see in your out of your just the blurry vision and everything that's going on.
Were you good at it?
Hell yeah, I was good
Then
at
I
it.
bet you could juggle. I bet you could.
When I tried to teach myself, I had no idea. So I was trying to, I start with one, okay, and then I could do 1, 2, and then also, then I was trying to do the round the world
Yeah,
thing,
I can't do that.
which is really tough.
Yeah.
And then I watched somebody, and I don't know what it was. They said, no, 2 in one hand, throw it up towards the left,
Yep.
and throw the left up, catch it, throw
Yep.
the right up. You always got a ball in the air, and you always got 2 in the hand.
You practice with 2. I swear to God, Tyler, if you really put your mind to it in 20 minutes, I bet you'd have it. If you got good eye.
I've tried before. It has not been very successful.
But you haven't had an instructor.
I've never had a lesson. No.
Well, you can just look it up on YouTube. Seriously, anything can be looked up
Well,
on YouTube.
in 1971, you weren't getting on YouTube.
I gotcha. But if it's something that I can do, how difficult can it be? I mean, let's be
Cole,
honest.
can you juggle?
Yeah, but have you tried? Have you been taught? Right. I mean, you got to try. You got to be, willing to fail a little bit, and then you figure it out. It's not an important skill in life.
Tennis balls are the greatest. But if you got
It's
a kid
easier.
that wants to play baseball or basketball or something,
I would say
football,
for any baseball kid, you should learn how to juggle. It's the core of basic fielding and hands with baseball. I don't know about other sports. I'd love to teach Zeke Najee how to juggle.
Well,
Might
that
help
was
him out.
that was our point right there. That I think you can get your hands better.
I do too.
Even at 25.
Well, all right. No dumb questions. Here we go. That game where the things drop and you gotta.
Yeah.
What's with that thing?
What do you mean? What's with that?
I mean, what is it? Is that a good? I'm seeing like all these football players if they can grab the thing or not.
Yeah. I mean, they had Caitlin Clark doing that and Sophia Cunningham or whatever her name is. You
Yeah.
know, every team has got that thing right now. Yeah, it's just a eye-hand coordination deal. You know who was terrible at it was Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter was terrible. Does he have eye-hand coordination? Probably. Yeah.
Well, he does wear glasses.
Yeah, he might have not have great periphery.
He might not have good
'Cause
peripheral
you kind of got to be
vision.
here, and one comes here. You got to be able to.
Yeah.
He might not be able to see it.
I know he's an unbelievable athlete. Who knows? All right, up for no dumb questions.
When was the last time you got a good car nap in? A car nap.
Oh, that's a good question.
I got I had a football.
car nap?
I had a football camp this morning, so I happened to be close to our remote. I got here a solid 30, 40 minutes early. I reclined the seat, and I took a little car nap. And I realized that might be one of the more underrated napping spots of all time. I put on the radio, had the radio playing. All of a sudden, I'm just passed out. I mean, I was out. And I usually, when I'm at home, I can't just fall asleep for a nap. Like, it just doesn't work like that. I was out. It was solid.
Good car nap. That is good.
Aren't you afraid when you nap in your car that you're going to get a knock on the window from the policeman? Like, why are you
For
napping
what?
out in your car?
No. What's he knocking on my window for? Don't nap?
You could be passed out. I mean, I'm not trying to be a, what the popo.
DUI guy. Yeah.
Okay, fine. No, sir, I have not been drinking. I'm taking a nap.
Okay. God, I don't know if I've ever.
I don't think I was doing anything illegal.
No, of course you weren't. No. I'm sure you weren't.
You've never got a car nap in.
Oh man, there's a lot of things I haven't done in my car. I guess that I haven't like driven like a long distance or been that tired when I've been driving.
Oh, I've also done that. So I drove from D.C. to Denver without taking a stop, other than, and that was like I want to say it was like 27.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was like 27. And all I did was I took 2 little rest stops at the truck stop. I pulled over for about 30, 40 minutes, took a little cat nap, and kept on going.
Well, no dumb question.
But you want to know why? Because it started out, I had the kids in the car, and we were like, all right, well let's drive overnight. Let's see how it goes.
Okay.
Overnight went fantastic. And then you're driving in the morning, and everything was going well. And you're like, well, you're not stopping while the kids are still doing well. You're damn sure not going to stop. And we just plowed on through that sucker.
Oh, good for you. That's amazing. We took like 3 days doing that same drive. We stopped twice. It's like we did that exact same drive when I came out to Denver back in 1999.
No hotel, man. Just kept on rolling.
No, thank you. I mean, all right, no dumb question. What's the longest you've ever driven at one shot?
Atlanta to Fayetteville, Arkansas.
How far is that?
Well, wherever Atlanta is to northwest Arkansas.
Well, thank you.
I did Miami to Buffalo.
Okay.
After a Super Bowl.
I've done Detroit.
One stop. We did not stop.
Atlanta.
Now, I switched off. I had somebody else with me, but we did not stop. We just went straight. It was like, and that was over 24 hours.
Yeah. So you've done it.
I guess I have, but it's like it's stupid. But
it's not stupid. If you've got kids in the car and they are okay and they made it through the day and then it was like, well, now it's nighttime again and you don't want to stop when the kids are asleep. You're going to keep rolling while the kids are asleep. It was beautiful.
Well, let's say Atlanta Fayetteville is only 700 miles.
Okay.
So it's a lot smaller than yours.
Well, I mean, Tyler's got us. I mean, D.C. to Denver, I mean, that's unbelievable. That's got to be further than Miami to Buffalo.
Probably wasn't the safest thing I've ever done in my life.
Well, at least you're doing it with kids in the car.
Yeah.
So.
Well, how about this? I did Detroit to Atlanta, which is a little over 11 hours and 740 miles in a U-Haul, like a rent-a-truck. That was miserable.
I've done the Denver to Phoenix thing. I'll never do it again. I know people do that all the time, like it's no big deal. But anything to me over
it's only like 7 hours.
Eight hours to me is like I'm good. 8 hours is I can like that's like Denver to like Salt Lake. I could probably do that in a shot and be fine. To me, the Denver to Phoenix thing was more like 13, 14 hours. Although I've heard people talk about, I can do it in this and that and 10, 11 or whatever, and I'm like, all right. But I don't know, man. 8 hours to me is like.
I did Denver to L.A.
Denver to L.A.?
I think 10 hours is kind of the magic number where it's an easy drive.
What's Denver to L.A.?
Oh, I don't know.
Denver to L.A.? That seems.
Going through Death Valley was weird. Went through Vegas.
Yeah.
Down to Vegas and over to L.A.
Yeah, to Vegas has to be 14 hours, isn't it?
No, I think it's like 11.
11 to Vegas, and then, so that's probably a 14-hour drive?
Maybe. I don't know. I thought it was like 11-ish. I've done that one before. I did that in college when I was underage. Went out to Vegas anyways. Had a great time.
What'd you do? What were you guys doing?
Gambling.
How'd you get into it wasn't 21?
We were big dudes, dude.
Nobody looked at you.
I mean, we were football players.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, 303-504-0925. We're live at Safeway, 6220 East 14th in Denver with Red Bird Farms. Big question of the day comes up next. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Love the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and they have helped out so many guys over the years, and they can help you out too if ED is some sort of issue. You know, it's an intimacy destroyer. Research shows that men can draw apart from their partners when ED affects their sex life. You don't have to be in that situation, okay? We have the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for you. They work where the pills or herbals fail. Treatment rates well over 90% successful. Some treatments can even have you go an hour or more. They're fantastic. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit's only $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test. If medically advised, a test dose, and if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So lean into the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Holler 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
AL rallied in the game. NL has rallied in the swing. With the hat trick. Look out, Chop House. National League takes the lead 4-3.
Unbelievable.
Aranda slices a fly ball to left center field, headed towards the wall. but short, and the National League wins it in the first swing off. Kyle Schwarber wins it, going 3 for 3. And the National League, after watching a 6-0 lead disappear in the game, still win this All-Star game.
Live at the Safeway, 6220 East 14th in Denver. The Avalanche schedule is out. I'll tell you a way to win some an amazing prize with that in just a little bit. All-Star game yesterday. By the way, on the Shot Mazda text line, Scott, Neil chimes in, Denver to L.A. is a trillion hours.
Yeah.
A trillion.
So now you are being trolled.
Trillion hours.
By people just saying it's a trillion for everything.
It felt like it. And then we're between Vegas and L.A., and I didn't realize it until I drove it, that you're going through Death Valley. It used to be a cool show. It used to be a cool cowboy TV series. Or was that there was the Big Valley, but wasn't there also Death Valley?
Death Valley, yeah.
Death Valley TV show?
I think, yes. Gosh darn it, I'm forgetting the details.
But anyway, they decide to have an oil spill on the highway and close down the highway, and we're like at 105 degrees outside, 110, nothing around. And we're in this big old thing. We're thinking this thing's going to get overheated. So we turn it off for a little bit. Then you start sweating balls. You have to turn it back on, try to get a little AC. We were stuck in the desert for about 2 hours.
Hey, we did a road trip one time when I was a kid. We were doing Route 66, old school Route 66. My dad ran out of gas on Route 66. Okay, hiked his way on up.
Did he get his kicks?
He sure did. He got his kicks hiking on up to the next gas station, up about the road, about 10, 15 miles.
What?
Get up there, and there's nobody there. There's a dude that's taking a nap inside.
Wow.
So my dad's knocking on it, saying, "Hey, need some gas here." Guy says, "No, we're closed. We're closed. No gas."
Whoa.
No, we need gas. You don't understand. Like, I need gas. I got to go back. Dude comes out, charged him triple just to give him gas to come back to the car.
Your dad didn't have much of a choice.
No, he did not have a choice.
Your dad's logistically screwed that one up.
Yeah.
How did Mom? I don't think Mama would have been talking to me for a long time after that.
It was not a good one. I'll tell you that much.
When guys run out of gas on road trips, it's because I know I can make it. We can make it to the next stop, or we go, that one looks a little sketchy. We'll go on down the road, and then the next one down the road, 70 miles.
Well, everybody else wanted to stay on the interstate, but Dad wanted to do Route 66.
So now, where did you jump on it? Because it goes.
I don't remember.
I think the original route goes from like Chicago to L.A.
We were driving to Vegas. I remember that. We were driving to my sister's tennis tournament in Vegas, but I don't remember where we got.
Is there any more summer stress than being on a long open road and you're playing the gas game?
I know.
If we're going to run out.
I have technically never run out of gas before. I've had many moments where I've coasted in, I've put it in neutral, I've wondered if I'm going to make it or not, but I've never actually ran out of gas.
Last summer, again, U-Haul. It's my third long U-Haul trip here to Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And I'm right before I get to 135 on 70, but it's like midnight, 11:30, 12 o'clock at night. And there's a stretch before you get to Salina on 70 where once you miss that last place, and a lot of them close early, you're in trouble. And all of a sudden, my little yellow light comes on in this U-Haul.
That
and
is
I'm going,
terrifying.
So it goes down this hill before you get to 135.
You put it in neutral?
I put that sucker in neutral. I put that sucker.
Yeah.
And then I turn off. And then as soon as I turn, it says Nick's Gas, 17 miles.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
And I'm looking on my speedometer.
Oh, my
it
God.
says
mile and a half.
Estimated gas left, 21.
Okay, so you're playing the game.
So I am deep into the game and just freaking out,
it's
dog.
kind of exhilarating.
Well, guess what? I made it all in. Came in like 2. I wasn't tired.
You won the game.
I won the game. I didn't stop, and I wasn't tired. And
we were coming back from Vail a couple of weeks ago. Now that's Vail Pass over to Copper, and then there's that gas station there once you get past. But there ain't anything in between.
Yeah.
And we're 2 miles on I-70 and forgot to get the gas, and it was the game. And I was like, forget it. I turned around. I turned around and just said, forget it, and went back to Vail.
Little station. Oh, but in Vail,
I did
Copper?
the most. We're going from Vail to Cop. We're going back that way. So I stopped on I-70, turned it around where you can, because once you get going up Vail Pass, you actually can turn it around.
Once they start.
It was like by East Vail, so I still had some room to get back. But that's how desperate that was. Now, most guys wouldn't do that. I think most dudes would play the game. I think most dudes would find, like, some adventure in this game.
If I could get through the tunnel, it's downhill to Copper, right? I mean,
well, it's downhill to Georgetown.
Or Georgetown.
Technically Silver Plume, but yes.
Everybody knows you got at least 10 miles after it says 0
Yeah,
anyways.
yeah. I don't like I ran out of gas, and my stepfather, who I consider my dad, I ran out of gas going to school one morning. And I'm driving a Volkswagen, which even back in the day, that thing probably got, 30-some, 40 or 35 miles an hour.
Right.
It wasn't even a big tank. But he pulls me up, had a little gas with him, filled me up. I might have gave me $5 or, whatever to go to the station when I was late to school. And he gave me the greatest tip he's ever given me that to this day I've told every one of my kids.
Yeah.
The warden doesn't believe this. The warden likes to play the game all the time. She wants to let it get to the yellow light coming on.
I can't do it.
But my dad told me, he says, it's just as easy to fill the top half as it is the bottom half.
That is true.
Because that's what we would do.
But see, Scott, the real reason why you and I don't ever run out anymore? We're always going to buy little nicotine pouches.
Yeah. Hey, honey, I'm going to go get some gas.
Yeah. Never run out of gas as long as you're addicted to nicotine.
Yeah.
The All-Star game last night. What from the All-Star game should baseball incorporate on a regular basis?
I'm dead serious. I'm so down with the swing off, and you probably got to find a middle ground there because obviously baseball purists are going to hate it. I would say what baseball should do, go to 2 extra innings. If you don't finish a game in 2 extra innings, we're going to a swing off.
2 extra innings, regular baseball, or with the runner on second?
I don't care. Put the runner on second. That's fine. I mean, that's fine because that's
very
what,
rarely
that's
do you
what
see 11-inning games anymore.
Very rare.
But that's what
Very
hockey
rare.
does. They do they abbreviate it. They go to 3-on-3 and then they do a shootout. Right?
Yeah, and they used to do
I hate 3-on-3, by the way.
I love it.
They need to change some of the rules because it's too easy just to circle back and it gets boring. They need to adjust things. It can be really exciting or it can be god awful. But you're right. And it wasn't always 3-on-3. It used to be 4-on-4. Then they went to 3-on-3, and they need to change it a little bit. But you're right. There's 2 different things in overtime in hockey. There's 3-on-3 for 5 minutes, and then there's the shootout. It makes sense that you would do one thing for 2 innings. I like that. 2 innings, we'll play baseball. And then once we get to the 12th inning, forget it. It's a swing-off.
Yeah.
And fans will be rooting for the swing-off, by the way.
Absolutely. You want to get fans to stick around to the end? Put that in there.
No, the concept that if this doesn't end in 2 innings, we're having a swing-off is keeping my ass in the seat.
I tell you what, teams will get booed for scoring in the 2 innings because they'll want to see that bash off.
Hey, make baseball fun. That's all I'm saying. That was flat-out fun. It was the most fun thing I've seen them do in a long time.
I don't think you could do this or teams or managers would hate to do it, but I still go back to the Clayton Kershaw moment when they were mic'd up and he's talking to dudes in the booth, and I think
we have some of that, by the way.
Was Dave Roberts talking to him too? Was he mic'd up or?
I don't think he was. I think he was just talking to him. Here, Alan, why don't you play a little bit of Kershaw?
Kershaw pitching, talking to the announcers up in the booth.
Yeah.
What do you want, Smoltzy? What do you want? Cutter in, slider in.
I don't throw a cutter.
He doesn't slider in.
Slider.
Cutter.
Son of a.
Gonna make him mad.
That was short.
How about this splitty? Break out the splitty.
All right, what's the count? 2-2?
Yeah,
this is so weird talking to you guys.
It's kind of
Holy
weird for us,
cow.
too.
It was great.
But he kept pitching, though.
The amazing part to me about Kershaw is he didn't shut up. Like, he just kept talking, and, like, he's in the middle of his motion, and he's still talking.
He had the most They mic'd up a bunch of guys for a
Some
bunch
guys
of
didn't even talk.
Yeah, I mean, Matt Olson was kind of a drip, and Alonso was, not much. But Kershaw was great.
Yeah, he was.
Kershaw
he
was
made
was
the whole
awesome.
broadcast, and he's already announced this is last year, right? I mean,
did he?
I thought he announced it, and that's why they let him kind of come out there. And
I don't know.
I'm looking it up. Go ahead.
Clayton Kershaw, who has won at least one World Series. I don't know if he's maybe won 2, but I know at least one.
He signed a 1-year, $7.5 million contract. I don't know if he's officially announced it, but he's only on a 1-year deal this year.
Right. But he's had some issues in his past when he was dominant during the regular season. He had some playoff issues. In this era of baseball, what will Clayton Kershaw be known for, and what will he go down as? And is he a first ballot Hall of Famer right now?
He is to me. I don't know what else you would need if you're Clayton Kershaw. Yeah, to me, he's a slam dunk first ballot guy. Why wouldn't he be?
Well, because he had some failures in postseason play early on.
I don't know, man. He's one of the most dominant left-handed. I don't know. I think he's a slam dunk first ballot guy. There's not a lot of guys like him left out there that play that long, that productive. He has one, though. I know what you're saying.
And
There's
his size.
been failure, but he also has a World Series under his belt now.
It was amazing to me watching the intros. There were at least 2 or 3 teams that had 3 pitchers in an All-Star game, and I'm like, God, what would that be like? What would that be like to have 3 pitchers?
How
in
are
an
you not
All-Star
leading
game?
your division?
I think the Pirates were one of them. I forget who they were.
Pirates
but
are terrible, actually. That's kind of funny if they had that many. I didn't even keep track of it.
Who was that dude, by the way, for the Pirates that had the weird throwing motion?
Don't even know. I mean, there's some guys that just escape my glance. I don't know. I'm not sure. I probably should know him if he's an All-Star.
You brought up Skeens the other day. How he's
4-8.
4-8, but he's got an unbelievable
ERA.
right?
He's setting all sorts of other crazy stat records. But the Pirates are, below average team. They're not that great, and his record's not that great. But you just got to watch him. He's unbelievable.
He came out the gates on fire.
Yeah, he's ridiculous. He's awesome.
1, 2, 3 down, he was out.
Hunter Goodman.
2 strikeouts, right? 2 of them were strikeouts.
Hunter Goodman had 1 at bat, a soft fly out to center field, made a throwing error, and it was bad.
What was the throwing error? I didn't see that.
The guy was stealing, and it wasn't close. He threw it into basically right center. It was like way off the base. It was way too high. It was way to the glove side of the shortstop. It was actually terrible.
Well, that's Rockies for you.
I was talking to.
Welcome to the All-Star game.
He did catch a lot though at the end of the game. He was in there when the game was going down.
I was talking to one of the. Like I got to know some of the Braves and the Braves front office back when Ted bought it, and he would always give. We had great seats anytime we wanted to go. And we'd hang out with those guys. I got to, know Steve Berjosian a little bit. Dale Murphy I met a little bit. But I don't know if it was one of the scouts or one of the front office guys. And Dale Murphy won two MVPs, right? Back-to-back years, I think he won MVPs. Hadn't gotten the Hall yet, but he's one of those borderline Hall guys, right? He came up in the minor league system, the guy was telling me, he was a catcher. The problem was, first 2 years we had in the minors, every time he tried to throw a guy out, the ball, he'd throw it like deep center. And we everything we tried to do, we couldn't do it. His arm, he said his arm was a rocket. But he was standing and it would launch over the top of second baseman's head.
Well, that's not good.
He said, so you know what they decided? They go, he's got a great arm. Let's see how center field fits him.
Yeah, that seems to make more sense.
And then he wins 2 MVPs.
I like Hunter Goodman quite a bit. He's getting better. This is his first year as a full-time catcher.
Right.
Like, they've kind of messed with him a little bit.
What was he before?
It played
utility fielder.
Yeah, like first base, outfield, kind of messing around with them. And catcher at the same time. He's always kind of
catcher
moving.
doesn't. I guess shows how little I know, but that doesn't seem like a position that you could just start at an older age.
A couple. You remember? Tony. Golly, he was a catcher and a second baseman. Walters, thank you, Alan. Tony Walters.
Yeah, that's
that
right.
was his positions: second base and catcher, which always seemed a little weird to me. Tony Walters had the big hit to beat the Cubs in a play-in game for the Rockies last time they're in the playoffs.
What catchers, have there been catchers that have transitioned to play like usually first base or something like that?
Lots. Bryce Harper's one of them. That's a long time ago, and he went to the outfield, now back to first base. But Bryce Harper started as a catcher. Yeah, a lot. I don't think that's an uncommon thing to do whatsoever. First base is, at the end of the day, that's where you
put your big ugly.
Yeah, it's where you land when you just, you kind of run out of gas doing like athletic sort of things. Although I'll tell you, Michael Toglia for the Rockies, I know you guys don't watch a lot. That dude has been a really good defensive first baseman for the Rockies.
I was watching last night. Remember we talked about yesterday with Nate. The romance of baseball. It seemed like it was more romantic, and maybe phone listens to you or whatever it does, right, and grabs the algorithm. So I get home and pull up Instagram, start watching. Boom, boom, boom. Pulls up a game, and I don't even know what year it was. but it's the Rangers and the Royals, and the two guys coming out to pass out the lineup cards at the beginning of the home plate.
Yeah.
Nolan Ryan and George Brett.
Oh, well, that's cool.
It's both of their last games of their career.
Wow.
Now, Nolan didn't pitch, but George played. In fact, he got a hit his last at-bat.
That's awesome.
Hit a two-bouncer up the middle for a base hit. But I'm like thinking, two of the greatest at their positions ever, and they retired. Their last game was against each other. That to me is romantic.
I saw a clip. I don't know why this came across last night. I guess because baseball was on. But I saw a clip last night of Nolan Ryan throwing out a first pitch at like 65 years old, and he threw it 82 miles per hour.
Yeah, he was zipping it in there. That's a famous one.
Yeah.
For sure. All right, we have some.
We don't have anybody that's listening, I bet, or especially standing around here that could get out right now and throw 82.
No.
Throw 82?
And he was 65?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Throwing 82 is hard to do.
Oh, I know.
That ain't easy whatsoever.
I
guarantee you the average person thinks they can do that, and they would be stunned.
There'd be like 56 maybe.
I think you'd be stunned how you can't do that. There's zero chance I could do that.
I got to interview Bob Feller one time, who was one of those old-time guys, a great fastball pitcher of all time. In fact, he told me a great Jackie Robinson story. So I interviewed him. He barnstormed because back then in the day, after you get done playing, he went around the country for another 15 years, barnstormed. He was pitching. They were estimating he was throwing in his 90s, like in his 50s.
Oh, that's impressive.
Right?
Some of those guys are just built different.
Unbelievable. Here's a story to him about Jackie Robinson. Because I asked him, I said, tell me about Jackie Robinson. Boom, boom, boom. He goes, man, that guy was, he talking about great ball player, blah, 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 blah. I said, I couldn't, and Bob Feller threw, he was like one of the first 100-mile-an-hour guys. He goes, I couldn't throw a fastball by him. And he leaned into me, though. He leans up just like this. But he couldn't hit a curveball with a washing board.
We do have some football news. Jackie Robinson, by the way, a great football player and track star at UCLA back in the day. We have
his brother, Jackie Robinson's brother, took silver or bronze in the Hitler Olympics, the 36 Olympics.
With Jesse Owens?
Jesse Owens.
I didn't know that.
He was on the stands with Jesse Owens.
That was Jackie Robinson's brother?
Yeah.
Okay. I did not know that. That's wild. Broncos, we have some good news for the Broncos. And Bill Belichick is pissed off at Robert Kraft. Let's football go coming up next. Hey, we're out here at Safeway, 6220 East 14th in Denver, with our great friends from Redbird Farms. Incredible samples being given away. We have all sorts of prizes as well. So if you want a taste of these delicious chicken burgers, the perfect option for your cookout this summer, come on by. With summer here, bring the family together with Redbird Farms chicken burgers fresh off the grill. They're juicy, flavorful, always so delicious, with that classic taste and mouth-watering 3 chili versions. Redbird Farms offer these for a variety of options at your local Safeway. Perfect for family get-togethers, friends coming over for the cookout, even a quick lunch, whatever you need. Redbird Farm chicken burgers, that's what real chicken tastes like. And you can't put a price on great taste. So if you're choosing chicken this summer, choose Redbird Farms chicken. Low hassle makes them easy to whip up for lunch, snack time, or dinner. Perfect for the grill, in the oven, even in the air fryer. Redbird Farm chicken burgers, available in the frozen section at your local Safeway.
PhD presents Let's Football Go.
It wasn't our home.
All right, run out and hook in.
Run out and hook in. Shows people how to play football.
Are you ready for some football? Let's go!
Westminster,
Let's go, man. Let's go. That's what we do, man.
Westminster.
A few years ago.
Stop. Let me correct you. Stop.
You was talking about my mom. Yes, you are. You are. Bang! Bang! Come on, man. Bang! Off to a good start, buddy.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. They're the best. All right, first story. Here we go. Hey, good news. Jahdae Barron reported to training camp with the Broncos, signed his deal, got it done, and there's that. Okay, we're still waiting for, obviously, R.J. Bryant, but or Harvey rather. Sorry.
Got a check for about $9.8 million or whatever it was.
Good feeling.
Yeah.
Correct.
For a guy that was overdrafted, you think he's complaining?
For a dude that hasn't played a down of football, just here you go, take $10 million. Here you go.
Does that blow you away?
It's insane. I mean, clearly that's well more than I ever made in my entire career.
Yeah.
So yeah, it makes me a little bit sick.
That might be more than you and I combined made.
Oh, probably, yeah.
What do you think that moment's like when they just young man like that? Just I mean,
Dude,
that is Tyler's right. That's what happened. He got a check for $9.8 million today.
Yeah.
I got a signing bonus of $25,000.
I got 20.
And I had never at that time ever seen anything this big, and I was like, I didn't know what to do with it. I mean, I ran to a buddy of mine in Arkansas worked at E.F. Hutton. You know, I brought it to him, and he said,
"What do I do? I'm rich."
I have no idea.
Dude, I was making my rookie year $270,000. Next year it was like $285,000. I'd never forget my rookie year. Like, wow, if I could just play like 2 or 3 years, like
I'd be set.
I'm going to be okay. Just give me 2 or 3 of these years. I'm going to be okay.
Yeah, the old 50% clause in the marriage.
There's 50%. Agent takes another thing, blah, 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 blah. You buy a house, put a down payment, bought a car. I got nothing left.
Let me ask you guys a weird question. A buddy of mine, and I'm so proud of his son, Dallas, got drafted by the Atlanta Braves in the 15th round. This is Dallas Macias, a kid I've talked about before. Had a little bit of a rocky year at Oregon State, although had a big hit and helped him get into the College World Series. Didn't end up playing the College World Series. Really had a better year last year than this year. 15th round. Would you, and there's NIL money like on the table, TCU, play Big 12 baseball, be a high priority. Would you take the signing bonus, whatever you get in the 15th round, with probably a couple $100,000, and go make your way, or in this day and age, would you say, you know what, I'm going to gamble on myself. I'll go back in the draft the next year and see if I can't do a little bit better if I get drafted.
I thought it was
a
3
little
years.
But yes, but he's draft eligible and he did get drafted. But if you don't, you can turn down going to the draft, play out your college if you got more eligibility, which he does, and then, get drafted again.
I'd have him go watch Moneyball.
Well, all right, but I mean, where would that take you?
Well, didn't Billy Bean did, so I should have stayed in college. What he asked that math guy goes.
He
where
did, but
you
he was a high draft pick. He was up there a little bit. I'm not exactly sure what round, but I felt it's a compelling thing. Like, what do you do if you can make yourself more money in 1 year? What do you do? And you just say, hey, I will get drafted again.
Probably depends on if you like the situation you got drafted to. I don't know how you decide that in baseball when you've got 5 different teams you got to compete to before you get to the big show.
Right. There's that too.
I mean, that's it's weird. Like, what is a good situation in baseball? I don't know, and then obviously it depends on how much money you're making in NIL. I would generally say that's one of the luxuries of baseball, though.
Yeah.
If you don't go high, I'd go back.
Bean was a first-rounder, 23rd pick.
Yeah, there's, like, in Major
League Baseball. But he also had a full ride at Sanford.
In Major League Baseball, like, you really, if you're probably 8th round or higher, you're going to pro, okay? The signing bonus is too much. You're probably that high of a priority. First-rounders, there's no doubts. It does get a little interesting when you're a little deeper back. And then, hey, man, injuries are a real thing. You may not get drafted again if you get hurt or whatever. I don't know. But have a great year, put up some numbers. It is unique about baseball, isn't it? You don't see that really.
I don't think there's any other sport.
You can't. Well, if you don't get an agent in the NFL, you can turn it down and then play another year.
That's not true. There's something weird going on with Shamar Stewart right now, who was drafted by the Bengals, and he's in a contract holdout. He went back to A&M, and he's actually been practicing with the team at A&M, and he's threatening to go back to school.
Can he not do that?
Well, he can, but the Bengals will hold his rights for the next 3 years, so it doesn't do you any good.
So baseball, you automatically become eligible.
So you can go back to school, but you're still going to have the same contract with the same team for the next 3 years.
I did not know that in the NFL. I did not know that.
In the NBA,
wow, that kind of sucks.
That's why literally nobody's ever done it.
That's a raw deal. I thought you would become draft eligible.
There's never been someone that's done it.
The NBA,
to my knowledge,
it changed this a few years ago. Started allowing kids to hire somebody. This back before you could hire agents. Now with the NIL, I don't know what's the gray area of sports agent and booking agent, if you will. But now they can have people, they'll go in there and find out what your status is draft-wise. But you still have to declare, I'm going in the draft or I'm not, before the draft. You can't wait till after you're drafted. But they let you explore it at least. And some guys say, yeah, you're probably a mid-second round player. And if you're that, then you probably, ought to go back, NILs, because it means you're probably a pretty good player.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
So there's probably going to be some NIL money now. Go back, finish the next year of school or two, and see if you can improve that.
But how in the world, as a young guy, do you turn down an opportunity, what you've been working for your whole – I mean, there you are. You're a pro. Let's see what you do. I mean, there's a guy playing in the All-Star game who was drafted in, like, the 33rd round or something back in the day when they had that. There are a lot of cool stories in the All-Star game about guys who have bumped around and, it's not all smooth sailing for these guys. And baseball, unlike football, I think great players in baseball seriously can come from anywhere. I don't think there is like a standard, first-round guy's got to be this, got to be that.
Has to play in Texas or has to,
In basketball, you get beyond pick like number 7 in the first round, good luck. It's kind of crazy how the basketball world works. Who knows, really? All right, next story. Kay Adams had Bo Nix on. Here's a little Kay with Bo.
Bo Nix, 4,000-plus yards. I like this one a lot. He's getting the 19th longest odds to do so right now at plus 280, which it's one of the best values on the whole market on the sports book right now with the Abacuses and the Overlords and everyone crunching their numbers. Let me show you why, not just tell you why. Look at this. This is from week 8 on last year. And of course, we want to extrapolate that, project it over a season, carry the 1, see which way the wind's blowing. Once Bo got comfy last year, he completely lit it up. If you take his final 10 of the year and you pace that out over a full season, that is a 4,300-yard, 41 touchdown pace. And now he's got more weapons, y'all, as he heads into year 2. Give me all the Bo Nix stock for 2025.
You agree with Kay Adams?
Well, if you want to just listen to it in a very elementary form, what she says makes sense. Like, okay, he did this last year. He's going to progress. Just do a little bit more. You got some more weapons. You got Evan Ingram. Yeah, in extremely elementary form, that makes sense. You know how many guys in the entire NFL threw for over 4,000 yards last year?
I don't off the top of my head now.
6.
Okay.
6. There were 6 guys in the entire NFL.
Okay.
Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, Baker Mayfield, Geno, Sam Darnold, Lamar Jackson. Patrick Mahomes did not throw for 4,000 yards last year.
Gotcha.
Like 4,000 yards, it's one of two things. Either you're an MVP or you're on a bad football team.
All right.
So I don't think that Bo Nix is an MVP, nor do I think we're on a bad football team. So I actually don't think it's going to be that easy to throw for 4,000 yards.
She has been a big-time supporter of the Broncos and Sean Payton.
She loves Sean Payton.
And anything that goes on.
That's true.
It was almost, I was almost waiting for her to break out into happy birthday, a la Marilyn Monroe. Happy birthday.
I think she's a little over the top for the Broncos. And
Bo Nix. Happy birthday. No, yeah. Great. It's whatever.
Rookies are reporting today. Training camp begins next week, and we're here for all of it. Trust us. We got you covered on everything with the Broncos and training camp. One more. Hit it, Alan. Bill Belichick has been relatively calm about his relationship with Robert Kraft, but apparently it's too much because Kraft recently said he took a, quote, big risk by hiring Belichick in '99. Well, not according to Bill Belichick. He was taking the risk. As I told Robert multiple times through the year, I took a big risk taking the New England job. I already had an opportunity to be the head coach of the Jets, but ownership situation was unstable. I had been warned by multiple previous Patriots coaches, as well as other members of the NFL organizations and the media, that the New England job was going to come with many internal obstacles. What do you guys think of this little back and forth these days between Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft?
I think both are probably correct. I mean, Belichick did have kind of a rocky take in Cleveland, right? And then he kind of quit the Jets job quickly, so it was kind of sketchy. I'm not sure New England really did anything, although they lost to the Bears in, 85, 86 in the Super Bowl.
Are you surprised these two guys, though, are having these what really appears to be petty little conversations going back and forth between them?
Look, Bill Belichick is exhausting. It's exhausting. And you put up with it because you got the greatest franchise, you got the greatest dynasty in the history of the NFL, and so it worked for a very long time. You're telling me you're going to be around Bill Belichick for how many years was it?
99, okay. 20-plus years.
20-plus years, yeah. And you're not going to walk away exhausted when it's all said and done?
You know, watching that Patriots documentary, one of like 10,000 about him, it did appear that Kraft had to make a decision between Belichick and Brady. Yeah. And because the defense of the Patriots was so good one year, he did side with Belichick at the end of the day, thinking it was a longer-term plan. Hindsight being unbelievably 2020, do you think he makes that same decision?
I actually think it was the right decision.
Oh, okay. All right.
You know, hindsight 2020, Brady goes down to Tampa. He gets another Super Bowl out of it. Okay, maybe you could have gotten another Super Bowl. But, look, you did know for a fact Tom Brady was coming to an end. And Bill Belichick, in theory, didn't have an expiration date. So if you're going to gamble on one of the two, I know what I would have done. I would have gambled on having, let's hope that Bill Belichick can pull this off again. So I get why he made the choice that he made.
I agree, Tyler. It's easy to see why, but here was the oops moment, is you didn't have anybody that could rein in Belichick at all.
Right.
And Tom Brady could. So now you lost the only checks and balances really on Tom Brady or on Bill Belichick when Tom left. And now he's the GM, de facto boss, this and thing, corporate, whatever. But you had no. There's no checks and balances after Brady left. That was the downfall.
How many years do you think it's going to take for Sean Payton just to wear people out with the Broncos?
Do they start winning or not?
Oh, that continue. Yeah.
Continue, meaning like that level of success, or goes
they're
up?
A continuous playoff team every single year with Sean Payton. Yes.
If
there's no reason they shouldn't be.
I don't know.
If he continues to win, I think he'll get bored before the fans do.
You think he'll tap out
before the fans get bored? If you keep winning and winning.
No. I'm not talking about the fans. I'm talking about like we're talking about Belichick and he's burning people out. It's just too much being with them. Sean Payton has a lot of those characteristics.
Well,
really good football coach too.
Yeah,
same as Belichick.
I think winning passes years on. Listen, what we learned on Michael Malone, according to Josh, and they were talking about it, get rid of him the year they won the championship.
Yeah.
Well, guess what they did? They won. You got him a new 4-year deal right after winning. And you were talking about firing him 2 months earlier, right? So, he keeps winning. Listen, winning for the most part keeps John or coaches hired.
Yeah.
So, but it depends. Again, don't you think, Tyler, it's just like players? When the headache becomes bigger than the talent.
Yeah.
So you think?
Listen, George Carr got let go after winning Coach of the Year.
That is true.
And he knew the team was going to go down a little bit.
Got the team to the playoffs every year.
You need to extend me, or how can I coach this team if I'm not going to extend it because they won't even listen to me? And the headache was too big for them. They were tired of this.
Yeah.
Coach Malone, 3 games left. They got tired of this.
Yeah.
So
but you're still winning. George is winning. Michael was winning.
Yeah.
They're all winning.
So when this becomes too big of a headache for even the success, you got to hope, don't you, Tyler, in the next 2 or 3 years you see a budding young coach branch out from Sean Payton here in Denver.
Well, we actually had 3 or 4 of them last year. I mean, we had our offensive coordinator promoted, went out to Detroit. We had like 3 guys leave, all within the Dan Campbell tree. They didn't become head coaches, but they got promotions.
Well, and that's who you look for. If you like the system, you just don't like the headache that comes with the implementation of the system.
All right.
I think he can wear people out.
Fellas, I just got some weather issues, got some other things going on. We're wrapping things up right now.
Really?
So we want to thank everybody out here at Safeway at 6220 East 14th. Really appreciate it. The Avalanche schedule is out, and if you're interested in, winning some cool stuff, the listeners can head over to altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche. Once you're there, pick out the 3 home games you would most want to attend, and one person who fills it out will win a pair of club-level tickets to all 3 games they picked. Single-game tickets go on sale on Friday at 10 a.m. Head on over to altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche now to enter, and good luck. Thanks to everybody out here at Safeway, and fellas, we'll be back in the studio tomorrow. We appreciate you listening. Kreckman and Lindahl coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Yeah, we're starting a little early today. The PhD fellas dealing with some weather. Nate Kreckman live at the Circa in Las Vegas, Mountain West Football Media Day, and very pleased to be joined right off the jump, Rams fans. Braden Fowler Nicolosi, the quarterback of the CSU Rams. By the way, Braden, what class do you say you're in? What do you guys even say in college football anymore? Are you a junior technically right now?
I'm a redshirt junior.
A redshirt junior. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we count it in years anymore. It's not about what year in school you are. How you doing, man?
Doing great.
Good. How has the media day experience been for you?
It's been awesome.
Yeah?
Get to talk to a lot of people and have a lot of good conversations.
Yes, absolutely. So we're out here at Media Day. We're getting ready for the upcoming season. Colorado State coming off an 8-5 year. You're going into year 4 with Coach Norvell. What has been the focus for this team this offseason to go from, 8 wins to how do you get to that double digits? How do you get to that place where you're trying to get to the college football playoff?
Yeah, I mean, just focusing on consistency and finishing games, understanding that we've put ourselves in a position to win a lot of games and figuring out how to put them away when we can.
Yeah, absolutely. And coming into this year, you have now got 28 starts under your belt. You're now starting for the 3rd straight season. What's it like now at this stage of your career? How do you feel like you are mentally, physically entering the season as opposed to years past?
I think I've grown a lot, just through experience and reps, mentally and physically both. I just keep improving, and that's my goal, just keep getting better day by day.
Do you feel as though, like, there's more in the offense? Like, to Coach Norvell and Coach Mummy, do they sort of throw more on your plate at this stage of your football career?
Oh, yeah. They definitely have the most faith they've ever had in me right now, and trust me to run with the offense and make it mine.
You are less than 3,000 passing yards away from breaking the program's all-time record. Is that on your mind? Like, do you think about, like, hey, I've had this great long career. I've been able to get to this place. Are you sort of starting to think about milestones and what you want to accomplish before you leave CSU?
It's definitely exciting to think about. It's a really cool opportunity I have this season, but ultimately I'm focused on winning.
So taking a look at the rest of the talent on your offense right now, let the CSU fans know that are listening, like, who should they be watching out for right now? Torrey Horton's in the NFL. He's with Seattle. But who else is going to emerge in this offense this year?
Shoot, I mean, we got weapons everywhere. To be honest with you, I don't know if I can pinpoint really certain people. We got weapons all over the offensive side of the ball and defensive as well, and I think it's just going to be really exciting.
Justin Marshall's a guy, and, we saw him emerge late in the season a couple of years ago, kind of out of nowhere. And then I remember I did the Nevada game. He was great in that game. Last year, Avery Morrow was so good. What do you expect to see out of Justin this upcoming season?
He's just going to keep improving, keep getting better, bigger, stronger, faster than he was, and it's going to be fun to watch him.
By the way, your tight end's name is Rocky Beers?
It is.
That's a good name.
Yep.
What are the NIL opportunities like when your name is Rocky Beers?
You're telling me, shoot.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah. I would think it's pretty good. By the way, along those lines, in the NIL and transfer portal era of college football, when you're a veteran quarterback, like, the phone's going to ring. People are going to reach out to you. What's it been like the last couple of years as you've really established yourself as a starter, dealing with all of that? Because, you want to focus on winning at CSU, but also, there's other opportunities out there. What's that part of the job been like?
I mean, I've just been focused on what's important to me, to be honest with you. I know where I want to be, and that's at CSU, and so I'm focused on my guys and getting better every day.
We're talking to Braden Fowler Nicolosi, CSU quarterback. Tell me about Coach Matt Mummy. We had him on the show a couple of years ago, and the guy is just an absolute trip. What's it like to be in the room with him every day?
I mean, he's a legend. The amount of knowledge that he has and the history of him and his dad, and it's insane to have someone like that to lean on every day, and just quality human also. He's such a good man, and so he helps me be a better football player and a better man. It's such a blessing.
Yeah, do you dig into like the old air raid tape and everything like that, like Iowa Wesleyan and all those schools that his dad came from along with Mike Leach? Like, how much have you really sort of like learned the history of the offense that you run?
A lot. He emphasizes knowing where it came from and the roots, because that'll answer a lot of questions of why we do certain things. And so, yeah, we're pretty educated on the history of the offense, and it's pretty awesome.
So, and again, we're talking to Braden Fowler, Nicolosi. The last couple of years, the rivalry that you guys developed with Colorado, and it was heated. It got an awful lot of attention. Playing in a big rivalry game like that, what did you learn from that experience of those 2 years when the spotlight was so bright on you guys?
Yeah, I mean, huge game, huge opportunity. I think those situations just helped me mature a lot, helped me learn how to keep my poise and stay focused in those big moments. And it was cool. It was awesome to be part of that, and super grateful.
When you think back to the game 2 years ago at Folsom Field, and that was your first start, like you got kind of thrown in there, and you played an unbelievable game that day, and it was a game that everyone around the country watched. It was the talk of the country, and we know kind of the rivalry between the coaches. But when you think back on that game, what specifically stands out to you?
I think it was so fun, but I talk about it sometimes. I don't really remember much about it other than simply just playing, because I was so locked in. Once I caught that first snap, nothing else mattered. It was all ball from there. And then at the end of the game, I kind of got to look around, and I was like, whoa, that was pretty cool. Wish it would have ended differently, but that environment was pretty awesome.
Yeah, unbelievable game, and I know a lot of CSU fans feel the same way. You went to the Manning Passing Academy.
I did.
What was that experience like?
Such a blessing.
Yeah.
It was awesome, just surrounded by so much knowledge and talent that we could take full advantage of the entire time we were there. And so it was awesome to be surrounded by so much greatness.
How much did you try to kind of pick the brains of Peyton and Eli? Like, how much did you try and pick up from those guys? Or were you just more or less just like kind of happy to be in their company? What's that experience like?
I mean, a mix of both. Every time we got the opportunity to talk to one of them one-on-one, took full advantage of it. John Gruden as well. And, tried to ask as many questions as I could, because rare that you get an opportunity to just hang out with people like that. And, I learned so much from just simple conversations with them.
Did Gruden hit you with any of the Spider 2 Y Banana stuff or anything like that?
Oh, yeah, we sure talked.
You got that whole thing?
Oh, we sure talked about it.
What is Spider 2 Y Banana?
It's a play-action rollout flood concept.
Okay. That's all it is? Because
Yes.
he talks about it like it's scripture.
It's pretty specific, but yeah, that's the basis of it.
Along those lines, what's your favorite play from your time at CSU? Do you have a particular favorite play that you guys have had, or a favorite throw that you've made, or anything like that?
Like favorite play concept, or are we talking like specific play?
Specific play.
Ooh,
I can think of a good one.
I don't know.
Boise State?
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Big fan of that one. Or the Wyoming game last year when Tommy Maher caught that touchdown.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Yeah. It's funny. Our audience, they get so focused on Colorado and Colorado State. But the people up north, for them, that border war rivalry between CSU and Wyoming, what does that rivalry mean to you?
Oh, a lot. We hear about the history of it all the time, and how much it means to our alum and former players, and just the history of that rivalry, how long we've been playing it. It's an extremely important game. It's a trophy game, so it's always super fun.
Coach Norvell, what's he like on the day-to-day? We love talking to that guy. What's it like to be around him every single day?
A blessing.
Yeah.
He is so knowledgeable and just a good soul.
Yeah.
He's awesome. He's such a good human, and it's really nice to be around someone who knows ball so well but can also just teach you stuff in life. And it's great to have someone like that around.
All right, well, Braden, you got more commitments you got to take care of. Go and do it. But thanks for stopping by, man. And hey, have a great rest of your time here in Vegas and Media Day.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
All right, Braden Fowler Nicolosi stopping by the table right there on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Shout out to Jeff Smith, the sports information director at Colorado State, with the assist. Good of Braden to stop by and do the show live with us here today. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We do have a ton of stuff that we have got to do today. First off, Todd Graffanini, radio voice of the Pelicans, is going to stop by. Spring, we're going to talk Bruce Brown today. We got Bruce Brown questions.
Pelicans Bruce Brown.
That's right. Todd Graffanini, radio voice of the Pelicans. What version of Bruce Brown is going to show up here this time around in Denver? And we got a little bit of John Wallace audio from the morning show we got to get to there today. John Michael Gillenborg, the tight end at Wyoming, going to stop by. Spring, like right now, probably like a day 2 pick in the NFL draft. Maybe can play his way into Trey McBride type of territory.
Oh, wow.
So we're gonna talk to John Michael Gillenborg from Wyoming today at 2:45.
You are my Mountain West messiah.
I know these things.
That's right. I learned so much, and you give me great inside information. Nobody knows more about the Mountain West than Nate Kreckman.
No, that's what I'm here for, man.
And it comes in handy.
Hey, I find it to be useful information, okay?
Look, sometimes it's a Saturday night at 8 p.m., and that CBS Sports Network isn't going to turn itself on, and you want to watch it, you know? You got to be there.
And Spring, it's not like I've ever, texted you at, 2 o'clock in the afternoon and said, 4.5, dude.
And you know what?
I like
you are right far more often than you are wrong. At the end of the night, I'm just like, Mother of God. He was right.
I have been wrong a time or two. That late Hawaii game, man. That's, by the way, the Hawaii game. Here's one of the things people love about Hawaii football. That's got to be the most bet-on game every single week, because every dude that lost their butt during the day is just like, I'm going to make it all back on the bows, baby.
Exactly. This is how I get it back.
This is how I get it. They're playing late night at the Clarence T.C. Ching Athletic Complex, and I am going to cash in on Hawaii football tonight. You know it, man. That's how people get down, Timmy Chang style. By the way, Timmy Chang, I believe he was in camp with the Broncos many, many, many years ago. Yeah, he was a Denver Broncos.
Ashley Lilly was a Rainbow Warrior.
He was a Bo.
Yeah.
Darn right he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, a few Hawaii connections.
That's probably the only Hawaii player I could tell you actually would be Ashley Lilly.
No Nick Rolovich in there?
Okay, yeah, and he's your boy. But
that's right.
That's not in my space, in my mental space.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you on that. Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, Colt Brennan. Remember quarterback Colt Brennan?
Colt Brennan was the quarterback in Hawaii for what felt like 18 years.
Yeah, and we got some comments in that neighborhood about Braden Fowler Nicolosi. A lot of people feeling like he's been at CSU forever. Saw those comments pop up.
You know what's funny about that is, he really hasn't
No,
been.
he hasn't, yeah.
It's his third year as the starter, but that's insane in modern college football.
And other teams wasn't it this time last year, there were reports that other teams were trying to poach him from CSU, and Jay Norvell was not pleased with that.
Squashed it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Jay was not pleased about that. But, yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Like, today, this is the other thing about it. Okay, so I get ready for College Football Media Day, and I start looking up all these teams, and especially in a league like the Mountain West, where if you're good, you're probably going to be pursued, right? And the collectives are going to call. Like I asked Braden about it right there. He did a good job of breaking the tackle and getting out of that question, but right now. You look at it, and it's like most teams are like 3 returning starters on each side of the ball, 2, sometimes 1. Like they have coaching changes, and some of that is a new staff comes in and they completely shake things up. Famously, Dion did that at Colorado. I'm bringing my luggage and it's Gucci or whatever it was. Mm-hmm. The coaches want to bring in their own guys. The players then want to go play for somebody that they have some familiarity with or play for somebody that recruited them somewhere, and everything just gets thrown out of whack like that, and so there's almost no consistency. So when a guy like Braden Fowler Nicolosi then is the starter for 3 years at a place, you're like, good God, this guy's been in college forever. Actually, Spring, who else I talked to today? I had a great conversation with Chubba Purdy. Chubba Purdy is Brock Purdy's brother, all right? He's in his 6th year as a college football quarterback. He's at the University of Nevada. I think he was at Florida State for 2 years. He was at Nebraska for 2 years. Now he's at Nevada. He's had awful injury luck. Every single time that he became a starter, he, instantly got hurt. He told me he had, 4 collarbone surgeries, basically in, a 2-year stretch. He had a surgery on both groins, which sounds brutal to have to go through all at the same time. But this is also, I'll give you a little insight, Spring, on how unprofessional I am. So when I start talking to somebody that has had that many injuries, as a 44-year-old dad that has also dealt with my share of physical maladies in recent years, I just sit over here and I'm like, can you give me some stretching tips? You got anything for me? You got anything, some prehab I could be doing so I'm not constantly injuring myself? That's where I'm at now as a air quotes reporter, is I just ask these guys, how can I have it so my back doesn't hurt in the morning?
Yeah, dude, breaking your collarbone twice is a lot different than, straining your back while you're bending over to pick up your kid's toy.
I was landscaping. Okay,
Oh.
Spring. I was picking up a bucket of rocks when I threw out my back. All right.
Yeah.
If a guy is like all these dudes have had shoulder surgeries too, I'm like, give me some stretches. What do you do, man? Because I tore my rotator cuff.
Well, did Chubba have
tossing
any
my kid in the
advice
pool.
for you?
He did, actually. He had some great stuff. He stretches, he said, for 40 minutes every morning. He said he had Brock get him from the Niners strength coach, get him the program, and he sent it to him. And he's got a 40-minute routine that he does. He said he gets up an hour early now, and he does this routine every morning so that hopefully he can get through a full, healthy college football season.
Yeah, they're just better human beings than I am.
That's just it. You had me until you said wake up an hour early.
And do it for 40 minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. But you know what else Chubba Purdy was telling me about? Lacrosse balls, which I was like, hey, Bo Nix, he's got the lacrosse ball in the backpack.
Absolutely.
These are things I need to know. Again, this is where that's where my level of professionalism is, where it's just okay, sure, tell me about your football
You've
season.
been doing this for so long, man.
How do I not get hurt? Okay? How
you
do
can
I,
be selfish. It's all right.
As a 44-year-old, how do I not get hurt? I also talked to today a defensive lineman, also from Nevada, actually, Chubba Purdy's teammate, who's from Alaska. And again, I just talked to him for 12 minutes about Alaska. I was just like, football, tell me what it's like to be out in the bush in Alaska. I got some good tales. Good stuff.
That's what the people. Let's be honest, Nate. Do they really care about Nevada football? Not really.
They do in Reno.
Reno,
sure.
But outside that market,
yeah,
nah.
These are the things.
If I'm talking to Chubba Purdy, I want to hear about Brock Purdy. That's what I want to hear about.
He had good Brock insight too. A lot of good Brock insight on that. Purdy. I'll tell you this, Purdy family, good people. I'm a fan. I'm definitely a fan. Spring, by the way, I am in Vegas today where it's, 110 degrees or whatever the hell it is. It's brutal out here. Of what we understand, the midday fellas had some weather out there. Does anybody need to be watching out for the weather? What's going on?
Yeah, there's a storm front coming in. Felt a raindrop as I walked into the studio here at about 2:30. But, I was watching the local news this morning. They were talking about it. We do have skylights here, very expensive and nice, fancy skylights.
I've heard about these skylights
at our studio, but
yeah,
I can't. I mean, it seems like the sun's not. So I don't know what it's like outside. I have no idea right now, but apparently it's supposed to rain pretty solidly, and I'd imagine that could be going down right now.
Okay.
How hot is it in Vegas? I mean, I checked the forecast there not too long ago. At least 100 degrees every day right there.
I went outside for 15 seconds. There's kind of we're on the 3rd floor at the Circa right now, and there's sort of a patio that's up above Fremont Street. I went outside. I made a phone call to my wife. She didn't pick up. And then basically I was outside for the duration of the 4 rings in the voicemail, and I was like, wow, this sucks. And I went directly back inside.
Pit stains immediately.
Yeah. Oh God. I've been sitting in the air conditioning all day. Like when you talk, and I have a lot of friends that live here. And by the way, we'll talk to our friend Adam Hill. Going to join us today at 5:20. We're gonna get our Raider update from Adam Hill today, which I'm very much looking forward to. Las Vegas Review-Journal. Adam Hill covering the Raiders. Better than anybody. We all know
he's great. How was so you're at the Circa?
Yeah.
How was what did you watch the All-Star game there last night? How was your Circa experience last night?
So I was flying during the All-Star game last night.
That would make sense.
But I watched a couple of the early innings last night while I was at DIA. By the way, man, like I've probably done this flight to Vegas, I don't know, like 36 times in my life. I've always flown Southwest. Well, guess what? Southwest, they went basic, and now they're the same as every other airline. So I'm like, there's no benefit to flying Southwest. And they got rid of their late weeknight flight, so I had to fly United. I saw like parts of the airport here in Las Vegas. Like I was on the A concourse last night at DIA. I'm never on A. I'm always on C. I'm always going to the route down for the duck wings. Last night, I had to get the crispy wings at the Mercantile on the A concourse. By the way, pro tip, still very good, like good wings, but I'm always a concourse C guy because of Southwest. Last night, I was concourse A. That was bizarre. I was turned around as hell. I sat at the bar, and I watched like 3 innings of the All-Star game. It was like the 4th, 5th, and 6th. There was nothing going on.
Mm-hmm.
I got in last night. FS1 was replaying the All-Star game, and I flipped it on right as it got to the, not home run derby spring, the swing-off.
Yeah.
And I got to watch the swing-off. And let me tell you, love the swing-off. I don't want any more extra innings. Get rid of the California rule. Get rid of it. I want full-time swing-offs. The swing-off is awesome.
Yeah.
I want it in my life. I love how high stakes it is. I love that 3 swings, that's it. 3 swings. And if you're cool like Kyle Schwarber, you hit them all into the seats. By the way, that first one he hit was a frickin' laser beam to direct center. The last one, I know, he goes down to the knee and he posed. Kyle Schwarber's like one of the coolest baseball players of all time, so he was able to do that. But the first one was awesome. Nope, I don't want any more extra innings. I don't want any more California rules. I want swing-offs for the rest of my life. If you got to do extra innings, okay, I tell you what. Give me the 10th and the 11th. If you don't settle it in 2 innings, and they almost always do, then swing off. But I love a swing off. I'm here for it all day long.
I think it's like the shootout in hockey. I'm pro shootout. I get people
love shootout.
I get people saying like, "Oh no, it's not pure." Like, first of all, I hate ties, and you're not going to get a tie in baseball. But even with the California rule, those things can go to like the 13th, 14th inning.
Totally.
Let's just end this thing. And it's different. It's unique. I've seen the same thing over and over again for years. Shootout is different.
Yep.
Swing off is different. Give me something different.
I love it. I love it. I love the swing off. I thought it was fantastic. It was also funny because as I was laying in bed last night, watching the replay on FS1, nobody understood the rules of the thing. Like, they're trying to explain it. Like, Aaron Boone, I saw him was, like, over there asking questions, and then he's over talking to his own dugout. Nobody knew what was happening. I also loved how disorganized the Major League Baseball All-Star Game can be, going back to the original tie with Bud Selig, which then they put the World Series thing attached to it. I love how nobody handles this ahead of time. Everybody was clearly confused as hell last night. The only one that knew what was going on was Joe Davis doing the game on Fox, right?
Yeah.
Because they put up the graphics, so he was just able to read it. Everyone else was confused, and I love that part of it as well. But, yeah, I'm pro swing off. Give it to me for the rest of my life. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, radio voice of the Pelicans, Todd Graffiniti. I want to have a Bruce Brown conversation when we come back. I think there's a lot of meat on that bone. Let's dive into it. We're talking Bruce Brown next.
market is what the market is. Bruce understands that he really liked his first stint here. I think he was willing to kind of buy into the whole situation, and like I said, he wanted to be here. So it was nothing where there was no arm twisting or anything. He kind of put the team's needs above himself, and he wants to go compete for something special.
That was John Wallace today talking about Bruce Brown. He's back in Denver, but he finished last season in New Orleans. Weird year for Brucey B last season. He dealt with the injury, had the surgery. He was in Toronto. February gets traded to New Orleans and finished up the season with the Pelicans, but an odd fit to be sure. He played 23 games. He made 12 starts. What version of Bruce Brown are the Nuggets getting? Joining us right now to help fill us in on that, the radio voice of the New Orleans Pelicans, Todd Graffanini. Todd, welcome to the show. How you doing, man?
Nate, how you doing? Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for doing this. We really do appreciate it. Todd, that's the question. What version of Bruce Brown are we getting? Like, we know the version the Nuggets had in 22-23 when they won a championship, and that was the version that got him a 2-year, $45 million contract. But 3 teams later, injury, a surgery later, he's back here in Denver. Tell me about the Bruce Brown that you saw for 23 games last year.
Yeah, Nate, I think you summed it up perfectly. It was just a very strange year for Bruce last season. You talked about, starting the year in Toronto, then didn't play the first 31 games, and then coming over in the trade. And the thing you have to remember about last season as far as the Pelicans go, he came into a situation where the team was not performing well at all. So it was a bit of a slow start for him. There was a definite adjustment for him. But as the games continued to pile up for him, definitely I'd say in the last 15 games that he played, my partner on the radio, John DeShazer, and I would talk about Brown and say this is definitely a guy who you could see being a major contributor to a team that was trying to go for a championship because he does all the little things correctly. It was not that type of a season for him last year in New Orleans because, the team was fighting for a lottery, as good a lottery pick as they could get at the time. So his role really wasn't what he has had in the past in Denver and obviously what he's going to have this year in Denver. So it was definitely a different situation for him.
How did he fit in sort of around that team? Because one of the things that everybody loved about Bruce when he was here in Denver was such a pro, a guy that really could be whatever the team needed him to be on a given night, whether it be a backup ball handler, a tough rebounder, a good wing defender, a guy that really could defend positions. You might even argue he can guard 1 through 5 when he's out there on the floor, Todd. Like, how did he sort of fit in there in that environment at that time?
No, couldn't have said it better myself. He did everything that was asked of him. At times he brought the ball up. At times he was guarding the other team's best player. He actually contributed to a couple of really big wins down the stretch. You call a team that won 21 games big wins, but we went out to Phoenix and beat them at full strength when Phoenix was fighting for trying to get into the playoffs last year, and then last week of the regular season went to Minnesota and beat a fully healthy Timberwolves team, and Bruce Brown had a lot to do with that. He had a 12 rebound game, he had a 19-point scoring game, so he did all the things, as I mentioned, that were asked of him. It's just, despite the record for the Pelicans, he continued to display professionalism night in and night out, and that's what you really had to admire about him.
He had the surgery, Todd. How did Bruce look physically to you?
He was fine. Showed no ill effects. He played every game pretty much, and then basically the last couple of games of the regular season, everybody really got shut down. But he showed no ill effects from the off-season surgery and played. He was playing 24, 25 minutes a night. So he was pretty healthy for us.
We're talking to Todd Graffinini, the radio voice of the New Orleans Pelicans, getting the latest on Bruce Brown. Again, we're talking about what the 2025 version of Bruce Brown is, and it's good to hear that he looked good physically. Really quick, Todd, just talking about the Pelicans. Jeremiah Fears, Derek Queen, you got a couple of really good rookies, 2 draft picks in the top 13, both of them off to strong starts in Summer League. Yep. Right now, with a sort of roster that has been in flux, what are the goals for the Pelicans this upcoming season? Where do they fit in this Western Conference pecking order in your mind?
That's a great question, and it's all about health, Nate. I mean, I'm starting my 7th year with the team, and injuries have been a storyline since I got here. And last year was no exception. I mean, the reason we won 21 games is basically we had 4/5 of our starting lineup out by the end of November. And, it starts with Zion Williamson, who at the end of last season was playing his best basketball in his NBA career. But this again, in my tenure, this is the biggest roster turnover that we've had. So I'm pretty anxious to see how it all blends in. But you're right about Fears and Queen. They've really showed flashes in the Summer League, why they were picked where they were, and how they are going to be integrated into the rest of the roster. That, to me, is just going to be the storyline for this team. But getting Herb Jones back, getting Trey Murphy back, who missed significant games at the end of last season, that's really the core of this team. But adding Jordan Poole and Sadiq Bey and Kevon Looney, how they're going to fit in, that's going to be the storyline going into training camp. But if you can stay intact, which has been very, very difficult to do, this could be a team that's going to make some noise, but it's all about the health.
By the way, speaking of Trey Murphy, he was in every trade rumor for months, and now he's still on the Pelicans. Are you a little bit surprised by that, Todd?
No, not at all. Trey is, has been an outstanding talent since we drafted him. Matter of fact, he actually went down to the G League for a little bit his rookie year to just kind of shore some things up. And since he has come back, he has just been a dynamic player. He had a couple of 40-point games a year ago. He's going to be the all-time three-point champion in the history of the Pelicans franchise next year, who's going to move past C.J. McCollum, who was only here for 3 years before heading to Washington in a trade. But, no, Trey is a cornerstone of this franchise. He signed the rookie extension last year, so I'm not surprised at all. He's a Pelican and hopefully should be for a long time.
Todd, last thing, and again, we're talking to Todd Graffinini, radio voice of the New Orleans Pelicans. Todd, there's no city in the entire NBA that has better food than New Orleans. I don't think there's a better city in America that has better food than New Orleans. Is that a unique challenge for that organization to, how shall I put this, make sure that their players are always eating as healthy as they possibly can?
Look, a lot of the guys have personal chefs, so yeah. Can you get into trouble here? Sure, you can, but it's not like when Kosmiski comes in here and he comes in for a game and then he leaves. That's not how it is. We actually live here. We deal with it every single day. So you can cheat every once in a while and still be okay. But when you come in from out of town, that's a different deal. You got to load up.
I don't know how I would do it, Todd. If I lived there, I would eat a po' boy and etouffee like every single day.
Believe me, Nate, I could do the same thing, but I know better. I get I'm born and raised, so I've lived with it my entire life, so I'm definitely spoiled when we go to other cities.
All right, Todd, man. Hey, thank you so much for giving us a few minutes here today. We really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your off season, and hey, best of luck to the Pels the upcoming year.
Really appreciate you. Thanks for having me on.
All right, that's Todd Graffinini, the radio voice of the New Orleans Pelicans. Yeah, I would imagine Kaz can crush some food down in New Orleans. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't doubt that.
That's the least surprising development I've heard.
That is the best food city in the entire NBA. I fully believe, and there's a lot of good ones. Like, there's good food in every American city, but you really can't beat New Orleans as far as I'm concerned.
I'm surprised Kaz isn't like chowing down while he's calling the game, and he's got crumbs on his face, and you can hear the food in his mouth.
Kaz is a pro. He does it in commercial breaks.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Yeah, you don't got to worry about Kaz on that one. Good stuff with Todd Graffinini right there. He says Bruce looks great physically. Like that's kind of the one thing I do wonder about is he is 2 years older, did have a surgery, did get traded a bunch of times. Like, physically, where is he at? I think the motivation of being back in Denver is going to be so huge for Brucey B because Spring, like, I think Bruce Brown could have made more than the veteran minimum. I don't know how much more, but I think he could have made more than the veteran minimum somewhere. But, like, Bruce Brown signed immediately when he was able to do so. We saw the Instagram post. We saw the flirtation. Like, wasn't there always that story in the NBA forever of just like, it's hard to get guys to want to play in Denver? No, Bruce Brown was just like, screw the rest of you guys. I went and got paid. I made my money, got my $45 million. I want to go to Denver. I want to play for Denver. I want to play with Joker. I want to play with Maul. I want to play with AG. That's the team I want to be on. Like, Bruce Brown was like, screw the rest of you guys. I want to be a Denver Nugget, and that is awesome.
I'll tell you this, man. While you were talking to Todd Graffinini, I went ahead and pulled up on YouTube. The New Orleans Pelicans put out a 2-minute highlight video of Bruce Brown's best moments as a Pelican.
Yeah.
Lasted 3 minutes. It looks like Bruce. He looked good. And these are just, his best moments, but a few explosive dunks in there. Great around the rim. I thought that was always his best attribute was, smaller guy, but has a good frame, good size for a smaller guy, and can really contort and maneuver his body to get himself space, with bigger bodies around the rim. Good drives, good body control, hit a couple outside shots. And you look at, his stats, though, only averaged 8.2 points per game in 23 games with the Pelicans, which was a low for him going back to his rookie season with the Pistons. But, man, if you go off that highlight video and you compare it to what you saw with the Nuggets, that looked like Bruce. That looked like Bruce Brown.
11.5 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists per on 36% three-point shooting in the championship season.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Okay, cool. Give me that production again and do it without the volatility of Russell Westbrook, and I'm going to be in heaven, okay? He played 80 games that year. Like, okay, I don't think Bruce is playing 80 this year, okay?
Sure.
Give me 65 and be healthy for the postseason. But he wants to be here. He's a great culture guy. He had that impact on this organization the moment that he walked in the door. Like, that one is a home run signing. Interesting, though, okay? So this morning, John Wallace, one of the members of Walzer, or Ben Wallace, as some are coming to call it, the two-headed monster of a front office for the Nuggets. I love a two-headed monster. So John Wallace stopped by the morning show today. He was on with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. And they asked him about the backup point guard position on this team. And is there the potential of getting another backup point guard? Here was what John Wallace said this morning on Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey, look, our eyes are open. Our group is out here still evaluating talent. And, we're checking the phone lines and checking the margins, as we said during the press conference, to see what's out there. We feel confident in the guys we have to fulfill that role, but that need is still there. And so, like I said, we're open and looking.
That need is still there. When I read that quote before on Twitter. Whew, that got me a little bit because, okay, that need is still there. Is Bruce Brown the backup point guard? Is Jalen Pickett the backup point guard on this team? Or is it TBD?
Is it Chris Paul? That's a name that comes to mind.
Is it Russell Westbrook?
No.
No.
Where's Sean Payton?
No. Come on.
I mean,
no.
Maybe, but I don't want to do it, man.
I'm done.
I don't hate Russ, but
I don't either.
I'm done.
I'm just done.
I'm done. I'm with you.
I did it, okay? That's we've already been there. Like, don't be sad it's over. Be happy it happened. All right? That's where I'm at on Russell Westbrook. All right? You know what? Like, here's one of the things I've recognized. Again, maybe I'm imparting too much dude in his mid-40s wisdom today here on the show, what little I have. Okay? But, like, as you age, you look back on experiences, formative experiences, people that were in your life and out of your life and all those things as you age. And you know what you realize? You can just say, like, you know what? It may not have ended the greatest, but I can remember the good times. I can be happy that it happened. I can be happy with the person that I grew into from having gone through all of that. And that's how I feel about Russell Westbrook, okay? You know what? We did it, and there were parts of it that I enjoyed, and there were parts of it that I hated so much that I wanted to take a hammer out of my garage and smash myself in the head with it over and over and over again, but I chose not to do that, okay? And I got through it, and now I move on with my life, and I just simply say, you know what? He was great in that Clippers series. He was awful in the Thunder series. He boned that layup against the Timberwolves. I'm never going to forgive him for it, but also he had a couple of triple-doubles. There were moments of it that I enjoyed, and they're in the past. That's where I'm at on Russell Westbrook.
Is Bruce Brown a true backup point guard? I know he did that a lot.
He was. He was when he was here.
Looking at these lineups, or you're looking at these box scores late in the season, kind of trying to tell who was playing where. Bruce was starting a lot of these games down the stretch. He was in the starting five for New Orleans, but Jose Alvarado was running the point.
Certified Nuggets killer, by the way, Jose Alvarado.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think he had like one good game against the Nuggets, but that makes him a Nuggets killer forever.
That's all it takes, man.
Yeah.
Now, like, I'm a big fan of Jalen Pickett. And he's still a work in progress. That's a true point guard. The way he handles the ball, the way.
No, he's like capital T true point guard.
He's a throwback, actually, in a way.
In many ways, he also plays booty ball, which I like. He's got Andre Miller in his game.
Yep.
Okay. We saw his shooting improve. Like, if you were looking for a backup, like again, capital T point guard, it's Jalen Pickett, right?
In terms of a true point guard, Bruce is kind of a hybrid.
But John Wallace says there's still a need there.
Probably because with Bruce being a hybrid, and like you said, they're probably going to limit him. Coming off of the right knee surgery, and he's getting a little older, and Jalen is still a work in progress. But we'll see what they do.Maybe the plan is as the season goes on, Jalen Pickett develops into that role. Chris Paul is interesting to me. And one of the problems with Russell Westbrook is, he's a point guard throughout his career, but just too sloppy, too inconsistent handling that ball. Chris is a legitimate point guard in that fashion.
Point guard.
So someone you can trust with the ball, but I don't know what's going on with him, man. He's apparently still wants to start for a team. I don't know why he wouldn't ring chase at this point of his career. He would be the perfect backup point guard if he would take a vet. What money does he have to make? He should ring chase at this point in his career.
How much money has Chris Paul made in his career?
A lot. And he got a pretty good deal with San Antonio last year, north of $10 million, I believe.
Okay, I'm pulling up the Chris Paul Spot Track page. Let's see. Of course, the internet is slow as hell here at the circuit today. Speed that up, fellas. I got to go talk to Derek about this.
Dude, there are degenerate bettors that need their stats ASAP in that casino. Let's go.
These people absolutely need their apps to be working, and we cannot accept slow Wi-Fi. Anyway, somebody has better internet than me can look that up. But to your point, Spring, like
$400 million.
Sounds right. Yeah, I was going to put it in that neighborhood right there. You're right. He could absolutely ring chase. I'm sure he wants a guarantee of minutes, but I would think he would have it here.
Absolutely, and I think, Nate, that they should manage Jamal Murray's minutes this season. I think that an onus, and with the added depth and the ability to play more rotation players this season, keep Jamal fresher for the playoffs. If you brought in a Chris Paul, you could, and I know people hate the term load management, but I somewhat believe in it, to be honest with you.
It's a real thing.
You could load manage Murray a little bit throughout the season, knowing that you had a Chris Paul to be able to manage. Chris, you want to start? You're not going to start even close to every night, but you actually get some spot starts on a championship contending team while the Nuggets manage Jamal Murray.
I'm with you. I completely agree with this. I would love to.
Because Nate Berto wants Murray to come out like guns blazing this season, put up a career year, and make that All-Star team. Shout out to Chris Marlowe for reminding us that.
This is a good note. Give this to us, Spring.
Yeah, that Murray has a solid chance of making an All-Star team no matter what this season because it's USA versus World in the All-Star game. And, yeah, there's a healthy amount of, the best stars in the league are international. But to fill out that roster, you are going to have to go a little deeper. And that's going to up Murray's chances of making that team. Even if he doesn't have some sort of career first half of the season, you could still manage his minutes. He could still make his All-Star team. And you keep him fresher for what really matters, the playoffs.
Spring, just a quick point of contention, though.
Uh-huh.
Can you play for Team World if you are from the 51st state?
Hey, now.
We're not laughing at that
the
yet?
world, the Four Nations is over. We're friends again.
Okay. The Four Nations. That was
Canada
that was the bone of contention.
Canada got their gold medal. We're good now.
We're good to go. Hey, Jahdae Barron signed his contract. He's going to show up on the eve of rookies reporting. That got done. So Shamar Stewart of the Bengals remains the only first-rounder that is not signed because the Bengals are fighting him on it. But a signing bonus of $9.8 million for Jahdae Barron. Sources confirming that today. According to Leggy, the Broncos privately had little concern about Barron's deal getting done, as the two sides had spent time in negotiations over the payment schedule of his signing bonus, which, they have mega-rich owners, so they're
and
going
he's gonna be good.
Like
you're not. Could you imagine if No, Jahdae Barron's going to be good. You don't worry about any money with him on his that was best player on the board.
Best player on the board. Absolutely. So right now, I believe it's now 6 of the 7 rookies are signed. The only one is R.J. Harvey. And Spring, I'm loving this second round fight. I love it right now.
Well, except for 2 guys who did get their guaranteed money.
Yep.
No other 30 other second round picks have not signed.
Right. Yeah, the second round battle is very entertaining to me. The NFL second rounders of this draft are trying to get full guarantees on their contracts, and so right now R.J. Harvey still is not signed. Carson Schwessinger of Cleveland and Jaden Higgins from the Texans received what many would call groundbreaking, fully guaranteed deals, so that right now the second rounders are fighting it. So R.J. Harvey is right now, he is standing firm, solidarity with his second round brethren, and they're trying to get themselves fully guaranteed dollars. And you know what, Spring? I'm team second round.
Sure.
You go get that guaranteed money, my guys, because guess what? Some of you are going to be total and complete busts. Go get paid right now.
Absolutely. If a precedent is set, if a market is set, and it was what's going on with the Houston Texans? They're the team that started this. They're the team that gave Derek Stingley $5 million more than J.C. Horn, which really shot the cornerback market northwards. So the Houston Texans, Cal McNair, they are not playing ball.
Is this going to be another collusion fight now? Is this the way they got all mad at Haslam over the Deshaun Watson thing? Like it's the same thing now with the second rounders?
Hey, I guess the domino fell, and yeah, I'm with you, man. I'm here for it.
Stick to your guns, fellas.
It will, and the Broncos will. They will give R.J. Harvey that guaranteed money if he continues to hold out. They have to. They have to because
you need the guy.
He was the running back. He was the target. He was Sean Payton's guy.
Sean Payton handpicked him. Let's not mess around with this. This team's trying to win an AFC West right now. Let's do this. Let's not waste our time.
R.J. Harvey will win this fight. He can hold out for a month. He will win it.
Yeah, and guess what? Greg Penner, Carey, I know they're P1s. I know they're listening right now. Who cares what the other owners do? You're trying to win a Super Bowl, okay? This is competitive, okay? You guys don't need to stick together on anything. You don't need to band together and try and set a precedent. No, forget that. Broncos are trying to win the AFC West right now. You get R.J. Harvey into camp. Let's not waste a single day. The way we did last year with the dumb quarterback competition, air quotes competition, between Bo and Stiddy and Zach Wilson. Let's not waste our time with any of that nonsense. Get that kid into camp. Start screaming at him now. Make him a better football player. Let's not be stepping over $1 to chase a dime or whatever. No, it's you guys got it. Guarantee the money. Let's go win.
All right, well, we got the high five at 5. If Greg and Carey are listening, which we know you are,
P1s.
That needs to be the lead story in the high five. You have an hour and 20 minutes to give R.J. Harvey his guaranteed money. All right?
All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we gotta talk Wyoming football, okay? Because I heard some rumors, and might I add, kind of unpleasant rumors, that I need to address coming up here on the show about Wyoming football. And spoiler alert, what these guys are putting into blenders. I want to talk about this when we come back on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, Altitude Sports Radio. Back with you live at the Circa in Las Vegas. Let's talk some Wyoming football. Mountain West Football Media Day. We're pleased to be joined by Wyoming senior center Jack Walsh.
How you doing?
Doing very well. And tight end John Michael Gillenborg. John Michael, how you doing, man?
Doing good. Thanks for having us on.
Thank you so much for stopping by. Okay. First off, welcome to Media Day, fellas. Year 2 of Jay Sawvell. John Michael, I'll start with you. How does Wyoming get it turned around this year? What do we got to do?
You know, we're really excited about this year. We're really excited about year 2 of Coach Sawvell. And we know last year did not go how we wanted. Anyone who saw our record would agree. And for those that are still here that were there last year, we got a chip on our shoulder. But we've closed the book on that. We're excited for this upcoming season. We got a lot of playmakers on both sides of the ball. Really looking forward to camp coming up here in a couple weeks to refine our everything and keep improving and put the best unit out there that we can for the end of August.
Jack, you were second team all conference last year. You're making the move from guard over to center.
Yes.
What's the most challenging part, or what have you found is the most challenging part about making that transition?
I think people do underestimate the whole snapping and stepping kind of thing.
Seems hard to me.
Yeah, no, it's you got to do it at the same time, and it's definitely something I had to learn. And I started it with winter workouts, and then working in the spring ball, getting those live reps, actually playing football was so critical for me, and it was so helpful. And, it definitely became second nature as spring ball went on. And then, having this summer to, keep working on the snaps and, during OTAs and all that kind of stuff, it's been really good. And, I'm excited for fall camp and, to put it forth this season.
John Michael, for you this upcoming season, you got a chance to be one of the best tight ends in the country. I would go so far as to say you have a chance to be the best tight end in the Mountain West since Trey McBride at Colorado State. I know you guys don't like to say nice things about Colorado State, but he was pretty good. I think even you can admit that. Yeah. What are your goals for this upcoming season?
I think simply put, win. After experiencing a year like last year, it becomes pretty simple. You really start to think about what you want and those sorts of things. And when you have all the temptations of schools reaching out, it really allows you to focus on, what do I want and what is this team going to do next year, and that's win. So personally, it's just I'm going to do anything I can to help this team. I'm going to do what the coaches tell me to do, and to the best of my ability. And if you ask Jack and a lot of the other guys on this team, it's going to be a similar answer.
Yeah, you guys, and you can both answer this. You guys were both all-conference players. Like, the phone is going to ring off the hook because that's what it's like in college football. The temptation is going to be there, be it boosters or coaches or whomever reaching out to you. What is that like to go through? And did you guys ever talk about it as the process was going on?
Yeah, absolutely. It was honestly a pretty open dialogue about all that sort of stuff going on, and you kind of realize that this can't be different than many other locker rooms within our conference. There's guys getting reached out to by all sorts of schools, and it's certainly tempting, but like I said, you kind of reflect on what do I want. And for a lot of the key guys on our team, it was to play in front of the fans in Laramie and play for the Cowboys, lead this team to a successful season this year.
Do you guys have any good Frank Crum stories?
Frank's the man. I will say, so I made my first start in 2022, and I was playing right guard, and I got to play next to Frank, who was making his 2000th start maybe at that time.
He was in college a long time.
Yeah, and he was a great player, great mentor. But basically before that game, he's like, "You good?" I was like, "I'm good." And he's like, "All right, don't mess this up." And I was like, "All right, sounds good." But Frank's a good guy, and he was a fantastic football player, and he was a really good dude to learn from. He had just little bits of just advice to as you're going throughout your career, and I'm hoping for the best for him in the NFL.
He's become kind of like a local celebrity in Denver. One, because it seems like he goes everywhere with Bo Nix, and then two, he has the most glorious head of bright yellow hair. And he's a giant person on top of that. But people in Denver they love Frank Crum. Has he been a guest on your podcast yet, Jack?
Not yet. We are in the works. We want to get him on.
Is he tough to book?
We honestly haven't reached out. But I know he starts training camp soon, so hopefully we can get him on before then, because I know, once the NFL season starts, he's probably going to go MIA, I would assume. So we're hoping to get him on. We got some really cool stories because, when Wes King, one of our co-hosts, he got to play next to Frank in his last year. And he made his first start next to Frank Crum like I did. And Frank was a great mentor for him. So it'll be a really good time once we do get him on.
First off, all the CSU guys just walked right behind you guys, and you didn't trip them, so that was nice of you. I was a little surprised by that. But, yeah, so Jack Walsh, you have a podcast. Tell everybody what the name of your podcast is.
So the podcast is called Fat, Fatter, and Fattest, an O-line experience. You can find it on Spotify, Apple Podcasts. Our Instagram is Fat, Fatter, Fattest, all one word, _WYO, and then Kane Barnett set up a link tree, I guess is what it's called.
Okay.
With the links to all of our stuff. But no, it's literally we just talked about it. We would sit at the lunch table all the time, just talking, hours on end, and we were like, this could be a podcast, and then Kane Barnett steps up to the plate, and he talks to Nick, our media relations guy back there. And he's like, we want this podcast. Can you help produce it? And he's like, yeah, sure. So we started doing it, and then we got to interview, our head strength coach, our O-line coach, and it was really cool to, hear their story and find out things that, you didn't know about them. And we've, spent 3-4 years together, and, it's been a really good bonding experience too. And I'm excited for the future of it. We got some, we'll have some more cool interviews, and it's been a fun ride so far.
Which one are you? Are you fat, fatter, or fattest?
I'm fatter. So
you are fatter.
I'm fatter. Wes is fat, and then Caden loves being the fattest. He said he loves taking that role on. So.
Do you feel like there's like that's kind of a challenge in front of you? Like you're at fatter. Do you ever feel like at lunch today where you're like, I got to get an extra plate so I can be fattest?
It's become this thing where it's like, being the fattest is honestly maybe the most proud.
Right.
And, that.
It's number one in the pecking order.
It might create a little bit of competition.
Yeah.
But I will say it is very hard to compete with Caden. Caden and J-Mike are roommates, and J-Mike can attest to this. His habit of eating is insane.
All right, so I need this. Okay, I talked to I had a Wyoming. Not a Wyoming source. I had a Fat, Fatter, and Fattest source stop by earlier today and tell me about John Michael Gillenborg's eating habits. Okay, and he explained a particular dish, I guess we'll call it, that you eat. Would you care to elaborate and tell us what it is you're eating, how you prepare it, and more importantly, why?
So when I think about what is the most ideal thing I could put in my body, I would say probably chicken and rice. All things considered.
Yeah.
Protein, carbs, healthy source.
Sure.
Yeah, that's good.
I feel like a lot of football players dine on chicken and rice.
But then here's the issue. I have to buy the chicken, make the rice, sit down, eat it all. Like, it's just a whole hour process.
An hour? It would take you an hour to make chicken and rice?
Make it and then eat it. It's a long process. Okay, doesn't matter. Make, eat.
That chicken we had at lunch today was pretty overcooked. Like, I could see that having been cooked for an hour. It doesn't take you an hour to make chicken.
Okay. 10 minutes to make the chicken.
Okay.
30 minutes to eat it.
The point is you're impatient.
Yeah, exactly. So then I thought, how can I expedite this process? And I think that's why a blender was created. So my mom sends me shipments from Costco or Sam's Club of these canned chickens, just like canned chicken breasts.
Can of chicken.
Like, that's it, just in a little can.
Is it in like a juice?
Yeah, so I'll open it. I'll, press out the water. It's just water, chicken, and salt.
So it's like a can of tuna. It's just chicken.
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
Press out the water. Mm-hmm. I'll usually do 2 cans. I'll put some cold water in the blender, grab a little minute packet of rice, put it in the microwave for like 30 seconds just so it can – I don't know if I even need to do that, but I do it.
Okay. It's part of your technique.
Put it in the blender with the chicken, blend it up, and then I chug it in about 3 batches.
You chug it?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not enjoyable, so I have to chug it, but I can't do it too fast, or else, it's pretty rough. So if I do it too fast, then bad things might happen.
Explain to me the blended minute rice and canned chicken. Explain to me, number 1, the consistency, and number 2, the color.
So I think I perfected the consistency. I've done it enough now.
Okay.
I used to not put enough water in or put too much water in, so it'd be too thick. And when it's too thick, you can't drink it.
Yeah.
When it's too watery, there's too much, and it's just like it's like 5 batches. So I perfected about the amount of water that I put in, and it's a little bit thinner than oatmeal, I would say. It's like oatmeal. It's kind of like a little bit chunky.
Same color?
Yeah, just about.
Brown?
It doesn't smell like it, though.
Do you salt and pepper, any seasoning?
No, I used to put in vanilla protein powder, and that was terrible.
Oh yeah.
Gosh.
You don't want to add like a sweet component to that dish.
I thought I need more protein. What could go wrong? It's not good.
How does it? So you said like 3 servings. How does it reheat? Do you throw it in the microwave?
No, I prefer it cold.
You prefer it cold?
Yeah, okay.
Like a gazpacho.
Sure. The point is, I want to get this chicken and rice in my stomach as fast as possible. I don't care how that happens.
So you've taken, like, in your mind, eating is you've decided to take all of the joy out of food consumption, which, like, that's like, to me, I personally, and Jack, you could probably attest to this, I enjoy eating. Like, I like food. Yeah,
I love food. But at a certain point, there's times in the day where I just need to get this protein and carbs in me, and I would rather do it in a 5-minute process than have to, make it all, eat it all, clean it up, all that. So it's just a way more efficient way to get protein and carbs in my system. I usually only do it like once a day, sometimes twice, but every other meal I eat is, good stuff.
So only a couple of times a day you make the chicken and rice smoothie.
I probably average like 1.5 times a day.
1.5 times a day. Yeah. Jack, when you were initially presented this information on the Fatter and Fattest podcast, and again, you guys are O-linemen, you guys are connoisseurs of the art form of eating. How did you react to this?
Well, sitting here right now, I was actually getting a little bit hungry, but I drastically lost my appetite in the matter of 30 seconds. But I'd always known that J. Mike was a bit of a health nut. He liked to take care of his body. But once I heard that story, I got sick to my stomach, I believe. I mean, I can't imagine chicken, rice, and a blender all mingling at once. So it was pretty gross, but I guess it does attest to you being a healthy person. So I guess you take it to extreme heights. I would never do that. If you were curious, I would cook it and eat it, chill, like you said. I enjoy
like
eating.
Person.
Treat yourself
Exactly.
is the like I think. Practice self-care. Is what I would say.
No, everything you say is valid. I totally understand.
But I respect it. I'll say that much. I do respect that. That's bold.
Thanks, man.
What's your cheat meal? What do you allow yourself, like in Laramie, when you're going crazy and you're just like, you know what, I'm gonna leave the blender on the counter today.
He's gonna cook the chicken.
And I'm gonna go exactly. I'm gonna go wild.
I eat like anyone else. I'll have pizza and all those sorts of things. Especially when I know I need calories. If I haven't eaten in a while and it's like, okay, I need calories, I'm gonna have pizza or whatever.
What does the training staff say about this meal?
I don't think they're aware of it. And
okay.
I don't know what they would say if they did become aware of it, though.
I think they'd be impressed.
Maybe.
Okay.
But they would also, I think they're human and would find it a little gross.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
All right. You know what? 303-504-0925. I'm just going to ask our listeners, blended canned chicken, rice, and how much water?
I don't know. Probably 24 ounces.
24 ounces of cold water mixed together. He likes it cold.
Yeah.
It's better cold.
Because the rice gets a little warm.
Yeah.
The cold water kind of balances it and
Balances
makes it
It's room temp.
a little
Okay.
less than room temp.
Okay. There you go, everybody. Blended canned chicken from Costco, minute rice, and water. Thumbs up or thumbs down? I tell you what, if you're looking to torpedo some protein down your gullet, it's one way to do it. John Michael, now you gotta be a first round pick if you're putting yourself through that for the cause. I hope you're climbing up draft boards right now. I hope scouts are listening to this and they're thinking like, that guy doesn't want to waste any time and he wants to take care of himself. I'm going to draft that guy.
That would be pretty cool.
Also, numerous people are already chiming in, and they're pretty disgusted by you, but they wish you
Rightfully
nothing
so.
but luck. Guys, also, how does everybody subscribe to the podcast, Jack?
So you can find it on Spotify, Apple
Okay.
Podcast. You go find our Instagram.
Yeah.
Fat, fatter, fattest, one word.
Yep.
_, WIO, all lowercase.
Yep.
And then our links are in the bio to all the podcasts to do there too. And yeah, we got some great posts up there. We actually just posted
Episode 6 with John Michael Gillenberg, by the way.
Yes. And,
Yes.
we just did the Big Mac challenge.
What's that?
Well, I guess the original challenge that is pretty popular right now is can you eat a Big Mac in a minute? But we just did it as a race. And I unfortunately got last. I got a minute 15.
Weak.
Wes got a minute 3. And then Kane Barnett, the fattest, took the champion. He got it under a minute.
Under a minute.
Like 59.06. So
All right. On the next episode, I want you to do the John Michael Gillenborg rice blended with canned chicken race.
That is a good.
That's
a great idea.
Yeah.
Caden tried it once and didn't go well.
Yeah, just see if you guys can shotgun it, whatever it is, funnel. You're in college. There's funnels around. You can find one. Fellas, I enjoyed the hell out of it. Guys, subscribe to the Fat, Fatter, and Fattest podcast with Jack Walsh. Fatter, but I think you have goals. Guys, good luck this season. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wyoming football. Listen to it on Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950. Keep it here. All right, it's hour number 2 of the show. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Springs back in the Backus and Shanker studio. Their passion is justice. Their passion is definitely not blended minute rice with canned chicken and water served cold, I might add.
I respect it. I don't love it, but I respect it.
It's commitment. I get this part of it. He's going for efficiency. He's like chicken and rice, kind of a mad dish anyway. I think it can be served in a way where it's quite delicious, but he didn't want to take the time. He's a college kid. He's busy. He's got places to be. He's got classes to go to. He's got practice.
The chicken is just the vehicle for the protein.
Yes.
When you're lifting, and then it gets mundane. You're eating this chicken all the time. You get sick of the chicken. So he's decided, let's just expedite this process. Yeah.
Right. He's just trying to shoot it directly into his body.
You should probably just inject it. Like steroids.
Like it's Ozempic. Just put it right in the gut. Yeah, that by the way, here we go. This texter says, my dad's a bodybuilder, and I can tell you that the smoothie is legit. It doesn't stop there. Calories any way possible.
Yeah, you have to eat constantly if you're trying to put on muscle. You got to eat constantly.
Is that something you're dealing with right now?
No, but back in the day when I tried for baseball or whatever, not that I was any good, but I tried. And I learned the routine, what you got to do.
Yeah, that was actually a part of my life where I figured out that I was clearly, and I think I was like 16 at the time, but it's when it dawned on me, and you probably heard this in some of my disgust with John Michael Gillenborg in that last conversation, is that's like the time where I really started like sort of, I would put it, falling out of love with being an athlete, was when, so my high school gym teacher was also pick like a new unit of like, oh, it's time to go play volleyball, or you can go play pickleball, or badminton, or like we're going to play basketball for the next 2 weeks, volleyball for the next 2 weeks. I loved it. I loved playing all the sports. That was the fun part. That was the thing that I absolutely loved about gym class. And then my gym teacher / baseball coach, when it was time, I remember this, my junior season, when it was time to sign up for the next unit, he just looks at me. I was standing in line, like waiting for the sign up for volleyball or whatever, and he just goes, Kreckman, you go into the weight room. I was just like, what? He's like, you go in a weight room. And that was all my junior and senior year, that was all I got to do in gym class, was I would have to go lift every single day. And that's at the point where I was just kind of like, this sucks. I just want to go play volleyball with my friends. I want to go play whatever stupid sport is. Like, I'll take baseball seriously at baseball practice in the afternoon. But, like, right now it's just, like, fourth period before lunch. Like, I just want to go mess around for a while. I don't want to have to take anything seriously. Nope. He would make me go. He'd make me fill out a sheet, show all the lifts that I was doing every single day. And that's really, you know what, Spring, more than anything, I think one of the things that separates me from all the great athletes, besides size and athleticism, is I just don't want to work that hard.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's a lot, but you got to have that natural talent too, and you got to look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, can I do this? Is this worth it?
Exactly.
And I realized, I was like, no.
Yeah.
That's not happening.
Do I want to go play Division III baseball? Not really. No, not really.
Do you want to go play for Hastings College in Nebraska?
You know what I was? I was a Division I drinker. That's what I was when I was in college. That's how the kids do it right there. John Michael Gillenborg, by the way, in all seriousness, that dude's a stud. Like, we're talking about that guy right now is like, I'd put him right now in like the day 2 of the NFL draft range kind of spot right now.
It could be a Bronco.
You very well could
Evan
be.
Ingram is no guarantee beyond this year.
Pretty sure you're going to need an answer at that position. You really
I know they got
need.
Caleb Lohner.
Caleb Lohner out of Utah, the basketball player turned football player right now. Problem with Loner is not really a big team guy, just kind of off by himself.
I see what you did there.
Thank you.
Yeah. Classic.
Going to be here all afternoon. Okay.
John Michael Gillenborg.
John Michael Gillenborg, that is the tight end.
Remember that name.
That is the name right there. It's I tell you what, too, like I talked today, Cage Casey, lineman for Boise State, very well going to be could potentially be a first-round pick, looking at that kind of grade right now, but a guy with a good NFL future. Trey White from San Diego State, some good players, some good talent in this conference, to be sure. And again, one of the other things that is just strange about being, sort of like surrounded by college football today here, Spring, is just like, we're always saying this is the new age of college football. But, like, nobody knows what the heck they're doing right now. That's a part of the challenge that we're up against right now. Like, these schools are dealing with, like, kids are losing NIL deals that they already had because NIL Go and their algorithm are rejecting them. So nobody right now knows what the heck is going on. And it's like, yeah, we're in this land of unintended consequences, but, like, what constitutes a valid business purpose and anything else like that? It is just, more than anything, I think it's just confusing, and it's getting rushed in. And much like a couple of years ago when NIL was first in play, and that became a gigantic mess, we're just back in that world once again, where the sport is getting inundated over and over and over again with new information, and we're asking these people of just like, hey, figure out compliance now, okay? Figure out how everything works. Figure out how you're not gonna violate the rules of the College Sports Commission or the NIL Go app or whatever it is, this thing that determines what is legitimate in college football. And this sport is in such a confusing place right now. In addition to realignment, it is all so up in the air. And again, like, is the sport any better for it? There are parts of it that are better. I think players should be paid. I've thought that for basically my entire life. But, like, the way it's all just getting slammed into practice, is anybody actually prepared for all of this? My answer would be, I don't really think so, and I don't think this is well thought out.
Well, you got to think that all these players they're thinking to themselves, but like you're a bright-eyed freshman going to a D1 school. Ooh, I can get, an NIL deal. Who knows what it is? Could be anything, right? Local sponsorship, endorsement.
If it's over $600, then NIL Go is going to have their say.
Well, that's ridiculous, and now I'm sure. So now you're a college player. Your NIL Go app rejects you. Now you got to call the NIL Go hotline. You got to wait on hold for an hour.
Got the damn call center. They're understaffed.
Now you're listening to that weight room music.
Talking to some bot doesn't know the damn rules. That's what we're talking about. Right? This is where college football is at this moment. Coming up at 5:20, Adam Hill's going to stop by. We got to talk Raiders. As long as we're in Vegas, let's do some Raiders talk. Plus, our friend Justin Michael at DNVR is going to stop by as well. We'll talk a little CSU and a little Avalanche. We're doing all that today here at the Circuit in Las Vegas on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You can watch the Kreckman and Lindahl show every day via Twitch. Our Twitch feed presented by Safeway. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. And I would imagine that Safeway offers canned chicken and minute rice if you would like to purchase some and make canned chicken and rice shakes a bigger part of your diet. 303-504-0925. That's the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. What's your disgusting food thing? Let me know. I want to hear from you. Now, nobody thinks that their disgusting food thing is disgusting, by the way, because you're the one eating it. But what is your disgusting food thing? Do you have one? 303-504-0925. Spring, again, this is me talking over here, okay? I don't think this is disgusting, but I do eat the same breakfast every single day of my life, and it is like the lamest, again, middle-aged dude that's aware of his family's history of heart disease breakfast that I could possibly eat, which is I eat a bowl of oatmeal with a mashed up banana in it every morning and 3 strips of turkey bacon. Turkey bacon is terrible. Turkey bacon smells amazing. Anytime I'm cooking it, my parents were telling last week, my mom's like, ooh, that smells good. I'm like, you don't want to eat it. It tastes like cardboard. Okay? But I eat it because it's protein and it's healthy. And then I eat the oatmeal because the whole grains are good for me. But also, I only discovered that I like oatmeal with a banana smashed up in it because that's how I used to make it for Lucy when she was a baby. So that's the only way that I know that. It's like, I don't love that breakfast. It's just breakfast, and I just eat it every day, and it takes me 5 minutes to prepare it, and then I sit down and just crush it, and then I get on with my day. But, I don't know. It's not very good. I know it's not very good. Is that a disgusting food thing? I don't think that's as gross as blended chicken and rice.
Do you get sick of it?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, completely. They're usually it's like once every 10 days or so. I'm just like, I just got to fry a couple eggs. I can't deal with this.
Okay.
I don't want to eat this again. Yeah, I absolutely get sick of it. Do you have a disgusting food thing?
Dude, just reheating fast food, is that
you
disgusting?
Do that?
Oh,
absolutely. Yeah. No, Spring, you will reheat. I think I've seen you reheat like middle of the day Egg McMuffins before.
Yeah, I've done that.
Yeah. A lot of microwaved fast food.
Sure.
I still think I would argue Birdo has the grossest food thing that I ever heard of, which was stopping at Chili's and getting 6 meals worth of food just to get him through a weekend and then heating all of those up in a microwave.
See, I think that's just good planning.
It's, again,
not like the bread, if you're getting a burger, gets a little soggy.
Sometimes efficiency can be king.
Yeah, dude, he doesn't want to leave his place.
Will
he hunkers
Levis
down.
Used to put mayonnaise, or maybe he still does. He puts mayonnaise in the coffee.
Yeah, that's gross.
You know what, though?
What do you? I really don't care.
Here's a mayonnaise thing, though, that I recently discovered. I started making, if I'm going to make a grilled cheese, I use mayonnaise instead of butter. But what I read was that the egg whites in the mayonnaise cooks better than butter, which I don't know if it does. I think it makes a really good grilled cheese. I think the flavor is absolutely fantastic. But I don't know if it's actually any better than butter per se.
We got a texter here, 765 area code, that says it's Indiana. Will L. puts mayo in his coffee.
Mayo in his coffee. Yeah, that's Will Levis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Matt is a big fan of canned oysters and sardines. I just eat like a snack, just straight out of the can, just chomp on those things.
Right. Kevin says barbecue sauce straight from the bottle.
Now we're talking.
If there's a condiment that you eat naked, which one is it?
Oh boy, I mean barbecue sauce. Like that's got to be top of the list. And this is a Sophie's choice here.
Sure. I'd go honey mustard. I could probably eat a few shots of honey mustard, like I'm Newman. I could probably eat a few shots of honey mustard on their own. Here's what I recently discovered about honey mustard. Okay, is any store-bought honey mustard product is inherently terrible. Okay, I swear to God, I've never found a good one. I think they're all either too sweet or whatever. You know what I started doing? Just take the Dijon, take the honey, boom, mix them together. Phenomenal. Who would have known the best way to do it is just honey and mustard? Who'd have thunk it?
Wow.
But it's fantastic.
Ingenious. You know, when I was eating some wings recently, I had like the blue cheese dip. I've got like a little small little bowl, that they come in. And if I still have some blue cheese left over, I'll just put my finger in there. And I'll just clean that blue cheese out and eat it right off my finger. You think that's gross?
No,
blue cheese is good.
That.
Blue cheese is good.
Yeah. William says my best friend puts peanut butter in mac and cheese. I guess it gives it kind of like an African flavor you're going for
yeah,
right there?
There's a couple who've come in with putting peanut butter on. Yeah, look, peanut butter's delicious.
But
putting it on like random stuff.
Yeah.
Like someone had like a ham and peanut butter sandwich I saw.
Does peanut butter count as a condiment? Because I will eat just a spoonful of peanut butter.
Oh, I've done that too. Peanut butter on the apple helps as well.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
This person, peanut butter, mayonnaise, and lettuce sandwich.
Peanut butter, mayonnaise, and lettuce. Now, I can't imagine that tastes good. I can't
Lettuce
imagine.
is a good sandwich buffer.
Sure, but you lost me at peanut butter and mayonnaise.
Let's put them on opposite ends. I'd do it. I'm not gonna do it, but I would if you forced me to.
Alex says chicken nuggets dipped in a Frosty. I'll dip my fries in a Frosty. I don't know. I don't know about the chicken nuggets, but I suppose I've just never done it before. Can we get more swing-offs in sports? Seriously.
Sure.
The swing-off last night. I thought the All-Star game, again, like I was flying during it. I got to watch some of it. I was able to ingest it all after I landed last night. Kyle Schwarber is the story. Hits the 3 home runs in the swing-off. Wins MVP, by the way, based on purely on what he did in the swing-off. I loved it, man. And this is where my brain starts working, Spring, and I'm just like, okay, how can we improve other overtimes, other extra periods in sports? All right?
Here we go.
I think the NHL does great. I love the 3-on-3 5-minute overtime into the shootout. I think the NHL has absolutely got it right. The NFL has struggled forever to be able to thread the needle on what a good overtime is. I love a college football overtime. I think college football is one of the best overtimes in all of sports.
I'm glad that they moved. Now you got the 2-point conversions
right
after, 3 overtime sessions, 2 or 3?
I think it's after 2 now.
2?
Yeah. Let's just get right to it.
Because, starting at the 25 is a little – now, I know college kickers are hit and miss.
Right.
But you're already in scoring range. Like, you can kick a field goal right there even if you go 3 and out.
Yeah, but if the other guys, if you're going first, you got to go get the touchdown. That's what you've got to go do. Which I think the college football overtime is – I would like it if the NFL used that. I think that would be fantastic. Just let's make the game a red zone battle. But I said it in hour number 1 of the show today, and I'm dead serious on this, okay? If you want to stick to the California rule with the runner on second to start extra innings in baseball, fine. Go for it. Great. My argument is give me 2 innings of that. Most games, Spring, an overwhelming majority of games are going to be settled between the 10th and the 11th. Okay? Give me 2 innings of that. If we're still tied at the conclusion of 11 innings, swing off. Give me that swing off. 3 guys, 3 swings, go. Okay? And have whichever one of the hitting coaches in there. That's one of the things that I thought was so funny last night is the NL had their catcher in there. So, like, when Schwarber hit that bomb, the catcher started celebrating, which never seen that before in my life.
Yeah.
Catchers normally, like, their job is to look
Hang
sad.
their head immediately.
Yeah, when the other guy hits a home run. That was a weird part of it all. Give it to me. All day long, more swing-offs.
Yeah, and so the NHL with the shootout after a 5-minute 3-on-3 overtime, but there's 82 of those things, soon to be 84 regular season
going up
games.
to 84.
There's 162 regular season Major League Baseball games. So, yeah, at a certain point, let's just end this thing, and we hate ties, and give us something fun and different. In football, I don't know if you could do something real, like, kitschy like that, because there's only now 17. Like, every week is you live and die. Every single one of those things matters so much.
Yeah.
What about in basketball, in the NBA? Because there's 82 of those things. What about, Nate? This just popped into my head.
Okay.
How about a dunk contest? You want to see the dunk contest that matters? Now it's judging. That kind of goes against the... But now all of a sudden you're going to see the best dunkers actually dunk.
Let me tell you the other part that would be funny about that is this would be a dunk contest that would happen after, again, like, if you want to have a few overtimes, fine, okay? Let's cap it at 2, 10 extra minutes, cap it at 2, and then go to the dunk contest. What would be funny about that is that would be exhausted basketball players then trying to do cool dunks, which would then lead to a lot of boned dunks getting launched out to midcourt, watching exhausted basketball players trying to do acrobatic dunks. I think that's an added element of entertainment to it.
Yeah, well, I guess they push back against injury risk, but man, actually now that I've thought of this, I want to see this so bad that give it to me after one overtime. If that thing's somehow still tied, and it's MLB All-Star Week, so everyone's doing the thing of how do you fix this All-Star game thing? How do you fix that All-Star game thing? We do it NBA All-Star break, and the dunk contest is always brought up. Love to see like the actual great dunkers do those super cool dunks that I know they can do.
Right. Like Aaron Gordon is I think AG's retired from dunk contest duties, but like get him in there, okay? All right. What 3 nuggets would you put in the dunk contest?
Aaron Gordon for sure.
Yeah. I don't even have to think about it. It's AG, CB, and P-Watt. Boom.
Yeah. CB was the second one on my mind, but I really wanted to think about it.
Yep.
Yeah, P-Watt as well. Yeah.
That right away.
And a name that didn't. He's obviously not on the team, won't be on the team, but that is Russell Westbrook does cross my mind in that respect. But he's not going to be here. But he just crossed my. I don't know why. I just saw him play.
He was a great dunker.
He's a good dunker. Yeah.
Yeah. Athletically, he was a great dunker. But that's right there where I would want to go. What current NBA player, and nobody really does dunk contests anymore, but what current NBA player would you want to see in it? And why is it Johnny Furphy?
No, it's not. I mean, like, could you imagine, like, in LeBron's prime when
LeBron never did a dunk contest?
No, but if, like, okay, now, like, my dumb idea is actually a thing.
Yeah.
And the game's on the line, and LeBron needed to win a dunk contest for his team, for his Cavs, or his Heat, to win the game, he would have come up with something, and we would have been like, oh, my God. Would have been a moment.
Yeah.
Who is it right now? Like, Giannis comes to mind. Anthony Edwards.
Zion. Yeah. He's never healthy, but he'd be pretty high in the top
I'd probably
of my
go
list.
Anthony Edwards, actually, as the number one guy I'd want to see.
Yeah. No,
he would get the hell up there and do something crazy.
Yeah. Is he the best in-game dunker in the league right now?
His hops are insane.
Yeah.
And he's so explosive.
Right. When he decides he's just going to throw down, yeah, he's probably as fun as there is in all of the NBA right now. Could they make Jokic do it just to see like what he's got in the bag?
I mean, could it be a thing where, like, in the hockey shootout where if we're tied and now the fourth guy's got to go, now the fifth guy's got to go. Now you're seeing defensemen, in the shootout. You're seeing like, oh, this guy's doing the shootout.
Yeah,
because we're so deep into it. At a certain point, yeah, Jokic would have to do it.
Yeah. What does all Jokic got in the bag? Like he can dunk both one-handed and also two-handed.
Right.
So he's got them both.
It would. I mean, man, Jokic. Just think about. And we talked about this a little with the MLB All-Star festivities. Like, this is an entertainment business. You want to get the crowd to pop, you know?
Yes.
You want to create moments where the fans are like, oh, this is exciting. This gets me out of my seat. Even something as dumb as Jokic, you know, starting from the three-point line. Could you imagine? It would be dumb, but the crowd would be super into it, and it would be a moment.
By the way, Spring, speaking of getting fan interest and getting people to be excited about games, how about the National League putting a dude in the All-Star game that had 5 total starts? Jacob Mizorowski, the phenom for the Milwaukee Brewers, pitched last night in the All-Star game. By the way, pitched well. But Mizorowski, 5 career appearances in the All-Star game.
Good.
Exactly.
Remember several years ago, Yasiel Puig, I say several times flying, it was like a decade plus ago. Like, Puig comes in from Cuba, and he kind of took Major League Baseball by storm for a month or two, but, it was too soon. It was too soon to put him in the All-Star game. I'm glad that, like, now they're saying, no, Mizorowski's fun. He's young. He's going to be a star.
Yeah.
Get him in that thing. It's the All-Star game.
I don't care if the Phillies are mad about it. Who gives a rip? It's he wasn't named an All-Star initially. Like, it's a late injury replacement. Boom, perfect. Okay, good. Again, like this is what baseball needs right now. Spring and I talked about this the other day. How many baseball players can your aunt name? You know, like who do they know of right now? Shohei, Aaron Judge. It's kind of it, right? Like that sport needs stars. The NHL, it's much the same way. Like, sports need stars. That's what drives things. Okay, like. The WNBA gets a massive amount of coverage right now because of Caitlin Clark, because there is a massive audience of people that want to watch Caitlin Clark play basketball, and that is what drives it. Okay, golf was massive when Tiger was big. Like, a sport needs a transcendent individual star to get people to watch it. Like, Messi has done massive work with MLS to get people more interested in a soccer league domestically here in the United States. Sports have to have a transcendent star. That's what gets people fired up, okay? That's when college football is at its very best. Like, yeah, the Buffs won in the last couple of years, but, like, they're Travis Hunter. They had a two-way star, a guy that was arguably the best receiver and the best corner in the NFL, although he didn't win the DB award. He did win the receiver award. And he wins the Heisman Trophy, but there was a hook to Travis Hunter, and that's what got people excited about him and the Buffs. Yeah, Shador and Dion, obviously, but, like, people needed to see what Travis Hunter was going to do. That's what sports needs, and baseball's got to find those dudes right now. Rocky's got to find those dudes. And unfortunately, they tried to find it in Chris Bryant, and that didn't work.
Well, I mean, last night, that's going to be the biggest audience for a baseball game until the postseason rolls around, and it's a television show.
Yep.
You know, that's your opportunity to showcase a player, to showcase anybody. So, yeah, put Jacob Mizorowski out there. And I do, like, obviously, like Caitlin Clark, I was talking about this with Berto, and I bring her up, and, yeah, she's changed the WNBA, but it's also just how talented she is, and her game is so aesthetically pleasing to watch.
Yep.
Now, she has a good personality, but it starts with her game. With Travis Hunter, it starts with his game.
Oh, you got to be great to begin with. Like,
yeah.
You have to have that, and then it's like, again, what's the hook?
But I do think also, you did throw in there a little bit Shador and Dion, and I think, Shadur's better than his draft position. I like him as a quarterback. Not saying he's going to be amazing or anything like that. He very well might not be, but, people get mad. I brought this up with Ty Halliburton and the choke. People get mad. Why? It's a moment that got people talking, and it was personality. So you might not have liked Shador Sanders flashing his watch and, having a huge ego, but guess what? People react to that, and he's not really hurting anybody.
And if you're good enough to back it up, who cares?
Yeah, it's star moments that get attention, and now people are drawn in, and they want to watch. That's what this is all about. Dion in a cowboy hat on the sideline. That's what we want to watch. Just in his shades. It's good TV.
Yep. That's it, man. Entertain me. frickin' entertain me, okay? It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're rolling with you. I'm live at the Circuit in Las Vegas, Mountain West Football Media Day. We'll talk some college football, and we'll talk some Avs. Our friend Justin Michael, DNVR, are going to stop by the table. That is coming up next. Roller auction. Go to roller.bid/altitude right now. Sign up to be able to bid at Roller Auction. Why should you sign up at roller.bid/altitude? Because we're giving away sick prizes, like a family of 4-pack of tickets to the Rockies-Cubs game on Saturday, August 30th. Give you a chance to see the real-life Chicago Cubs coming to Denver, plus a pair of sweet tickets to the 9 Inch Nails show at Ball Arena coming up on August 15th. That's just a couple of the great prizes that you can win for signing up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. The government fleet vehicles and equipment auction for August is going to open on July 30th, guys, for almost 50 years. Roller auction been the place to find the best city and county vehicle auctions. Some of these deals are unbelievable, and these are well-maintained city and county vehicles that you can get from our friends at Roller Auction. But you've got to be able to be signed up to bid. So you do that, roller.bid/altitude. That gets you on the email list. You get the updated list of new auctions. Every time one opens, they'll send it directly into your email inbox. So win tickets, sign up to bid, and get ready for that August 2025 government fleet vehicles and equipment auction at Roller Auction. Sign up at roller.bid/altitude. Do it now. Back with you, Mountain West Football Media Day, the Circa in Las Vegas. Very pleased to be joined right now. Our friend Justin Michael of DNVR has stopped by the table. Very nice of him to give us a couple of minutes here. Justin, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good, Nate. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for jumping on the show here. We'll get you on the old Twitch. By the way, Twitch feed is brought to you by Safeway, so you can watch Justin right there. Justin, our friend Adam Hill just stopped by, and sometimes you just have to address things as they come in. Did you know that Caitlin Clark is 2 for 35 from 3 on the road this year?
No, that's shocking.
2 for 35. My God, 27 of 69 at home. When the Fever are at home, she is 2 for 35 on the road. Get inside the arc, Caitlin. Only 21 to 72 from the field. That's really bad.
Got to work the paint a little bit.
Seriously, go to the bucket, man. Justin, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I mean, we're out in Vegas talking football. It kind of feels like back to school shopping. Like summer's not over, but you're starting to get excited.
Yeah.
Circa's great.
A little bit. We're at the Circa, which this place is absolutely fantastic. So is it awkward to be a part, like remember the CSU media contingent, to be a part of the Disloyal Five? Is it weird being here at Mountain West Media Day?
Maybe a little bit. I mean, there's some underlying storylines, obviously, and I think there's hurt feelings involved. I mean, it's a breakup, right? You can say it's mutual or whatever. Obviously, this instance is not, but there's always somebody who's going to be spurned in those situations. And I mean, the Pac-12 schools have decided, we're taking our stuff and we're heading out, and we don't want you to come along for the ride. So there's definitely a dynamic. I will say there's been professionalism, which is unsurprising, especially given the litigation ongoing. I don't think Gloria Nevarez is going to get on the table and
they're going to court now.
Start doing DX, suck it chops or anything like that. But it's a weird dynamic, and I think it'll be even weirder as the season plays out.
Yeah, it is a strange dynamic. So you got Colorado State, which is moving to the Pac-12 next year. Justin, fill us in on kind of what CSU has been doing in the last year plus to set themselves up for this move. I know there's a general manager that is hired. What else is Colorado State trying to do right now to position themselves to take advantage of this landscape the best that they can?
Yeah, I mean, it's really a culmination of an investment in campus as a whole that goes back 15 plus years. I think CSU in the 80s and 90s, like when my dad went there, had more of the perception of the affordable route, and there are definitely advantages to that from a student standpoint.
Yeah.
But enrollment dipped, and they really invested in the campus in a major way, and along with that came a major investment in athletics. And obviously you build the on-campus stadium, you build a practice facility, you're spending significantly more on not just football, but men's basketball and some of these other programs. And you don't do that if you're not aiming for something greater.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the thought process here is, there's very clearly a gap between the haves and the have-nots. And honestly, I think that's only going to get wider in terms of the SEC and the Big Ten and everybody else.
Agreed.
Can you put yourself in position to where you're in that next tier? And maybe the Pac-12 is the 5th best league or the 4th best league. I think you could make an argument that if they fill it out properly, it'll be right there with the Big 12 without Texas and OU.
Yeah.
But you're just trying to give yourself an opportunity to swim in these waters and essentially not have 15 plus years of investment be for naught, which would be the case with teams like CSU, San Diego State, Boise, who all believe they can do something greater, and we'll see if it pays off in the long run.
You mentioned Camden Stadium right there, and I know there's always nuance in questions like this, but I'm going to ask you just a flat-out black and white sports radio question. Has Canvas Stadium been a success?
Probably depends on who you ask. I think
right.
From a business standpoint, yes. Has the vision played out like they wanted? Not even a little bit. I mean, you've got to win. And that's really what it comes down to. The atmosphere has been lacking. It's not for the quality of the building or anything involved. I think it's a gorgeous facility. But ultimately, it's all just kind of felt a little bit flat. And, especially when the fans are leaving at halftime and stuff, it's like, it's a great building. It's half empty, though.
And it's between Bobo and Adazio and Norvell. There just hasn't been nearly enough winning. What's the current temperature of the seat below Jay Norvell?
I think it would be hyperbole to say he's on the hot seat, but I definitely think there's added pressure, and I think that's as simple as, he didn't get a new deal after winning 8 games. They beat multiple rivals. By all objective measures, this was the most successful season CSU's had in a decade, but I think there's a lot of the fan base and, frankly, even probably some people in the admin higher up who, you see how things fizzled out. You blow the game against Fresno. You have a great contingent at the Arizona Bowl, as many people as I've seen travel for a CSU event in a long time.
And they got crushed.
You get curb stomped. You just completely lay an egg. That can't happen. And I actually found it interesting when Ali Farouk-Manesh was introduced. John Weber, the CSU AD, made a comment that, to me, like reading between the lines, was along that of, it's not just about like getting to the moment; it's capitalizing and rising on it. CSU.
And the basketball program did last year,
and it puts more pressure on you.
Right. It's Nick and the Rammies go out and with Nico, and they win the Mountain West tournament, and they go and they win a game in the NCAA tournament, and they damn near beat Maryland. Like a phenomenal run that group had, but that's meeting the moment right there, which we haven't seen out of Colorado State football in what, 20, 25 years, whatever it is. Like the continued frustration of the program. How good is this team this year, do you think?
I think there's talent on the roster, and I think they did a really good job in particular in bolstering the depth through the portal in the spring and then also the post-spring periods. They lost some guys, as all G5 schools do. It's just going to be part of the process. And then, you make a staff change, too, and a couple of those guys followed Freddie Banks to Wake, so that's an element in it as well. But I think when you look at the 2D, particularly defensively, they're bigger, they're stronger, but it's a new scheme. So, how quickly can these pieces come together? And then offensively, can you kind of build off of the best of both worlds? Like, you ran the ball really well last year, but obviously the passing offense was limited. Can you open it up without completely abandoning the run game and find some middle ground? And if they can do that in a league that I don't think, 2 through 7, I think it's all kind of up for grabs right now. Like, I think there's an opportunity to make some noise here.
Biggest question that I got to ask you, Justin Michael of DNVR, is Norvell and Dion, BFN and Shador, Travis and Blackburn. Where does the Justin Michael, Ryan Koenigsberg, DNVR rivalry fall into that? As guys, you're under the same umbrella, but what's it really like when you guys have to be in each other's close proximity?
The funny thing is, RK is the reason I'm at DNVR. He specifically sought me out and essentially was like, you are to CSU what, we want to be for CU. You can do that for them better than anybody can. And it is an interesting dynamic at times.
Yeah.
Particularly with the showdown. It's weird having to draw those lines.
I've seen you guys go back and forth a little bit before on the Twitter machine.
Yeah. I think that's what makes it fun is that we both know where we stand. And also I think it helps to have a little bit of thick skin. It's supposed to be friendly banter. And I think this is what rivalries are supposed to be about. But I'd be lying if I said there weren't at times heated moments where one of us said something that the other one was like, all right.
Yeah. Do you, by the way, do you always take your hat and your sunglasses off?
Well, I was raised a respectable man.
I don't think I've ever seen you not wearing a hat and glasses before now that I think about it.
It is very much on brand for me.
Justin, how can people get all your CSU content at DNVR?
You can follow me on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, at Justin T. Michael,
okay.
DNVR_Rams, thednvrsports.com, and then I write a free newsletter, which I implore you to all check out, thednvr.newsletter. It's just everything you need to know about Denver sports in 5 minutes or less. You can get it to your inbox. Nice and simple.
Not bad.
Yeah.
And you're covering the Avs now?
I am, yeah. We had some stuff happen, and then, it opened up an opportunity for me, and I kind of felt like a fish out of water at times, but it was a pretty incredible experience. Getting to be around guys like McKinnon and McCarr in person on a nightly basis, it's a pretty good gig.
Yeah, that's those guys are pretty good. You You'll have to make an appearance on Between the Pipes with Spring and Raj sometimes. You guys can scream about fourth lines or whatever it is you hockey fans get all wild about. Justin Michael of DNVR, everybody. Justin, beautiful work, man. We appreciate it. We're live at the Circa. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Broncos got a big contract done. We'll fill you in on that next. Yeah, let's dive right in. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Nate Kreckman live in Las Vegas at the Circa for Mountain West Football Media Day. Mark Springer back in the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. We're serious about football news. Let's go, Spring.
Hey, great news. The Broncos and the 20th overall pick, their guy, cornerback Jahdae Barron, have agreed on his rookie contract. It's a 4-year deal worth just over $18 million, a signing bonus of $9.8 million, and he reported to training camp with the other Broncos rookie, sans R.J. Harvey, today.
Yes, rookies reported today. Team's veterans are scheduled to report next Tuesday. So the only unsigned draft pick for the Broncos is running back R.J. Harvey. The second-rounders are currently raging against the machine in the NFL, thanks to the Houston Texans giving a fully guaranteed contract to their second-round pick, Jaden Higgins, and then Cleveland giving a fully guaranteed contract to Carson Schwessinger. Groundbreaking, fully guaranteed deals. Spring, so the second-rounders, they want to get paid, and R.J. Harvey is a second-rounder, and there is second-round solidarity in this draft right now, which is awesome. Meanwhile, Jahdae Barron, his contract includes a signing bonus of $9.78 million. The Broncos got through with whatever their disagreement was there, and Barron is going to be in camp. Spring, I would argue right now, if you have a healthy Talanoa Hufanga for most of this season, and he's dealt with injuries, and health is always key, but this combination of Surtain, Moss, Barron, in addition to, you tack onto that the two safeties, and Brandon Jones, who was great last year.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was one of the best safeties, one of the most underrated pieces of that defense. And you add Hufanga. That's pretty good. By the way, Jaquan McMillan?
Yeah, no, I was going to
he can play a little bit as well.
I think he's a good player. Remember, he had the game-winning interception against the Browns on Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
He's a good slot corner.
Oh, I know I'm Johnny wait-and-see over here, and you got to prove it to me, all those good things. Like, I get all that, but, like, man, I'm looking at it on paper. This group has a chance to be as good, if not better, than the no-fly zone. And if they do that, AFC West crown, here we come. That's what we're talking about here in Denver right now. This looks like, again, it's on paper, and everyone's got to stay healthy and everything. But they got a chance to be as good a secondary as there is in the entire NFL and one of the best in the history of the franchise. I think Surtain is that good.
Oh, yeah, with a very good pass rush, Benito, Cooper, Zach Allen on the D-line. So with how loaded the defense is, again, on paper, everyone's, trying not to go too deep on anything here. But, man, it looks great on paper. For training camp coming up, and you're going to be out there a lot, Nate, is that going to be a storyline that this defense is, especially, and I think, when you have a strong secondary in camp, because I was talking about the run game in training camp with Berto last night.
Yeah.
The run game is so tough to judge in camp because you can't finish the tackles. It's tough to tell, like, was that dude really down or whatever. But in the passing game, Bo Nix, with some younger options, Vele, Pat Bryant, Troy Franklin, with how good that secondary is it going to slow down the offense in training camp? And are people going to react strong? Are they going to say, oh, the offense is really struggling, or, man, this secondary looks really good?
Yeah, so my view of it is there's going to be days where the secondary is just going to look that good, and there's going to be days where the passing game is just going to look that good. I think one thing we got to step back and everybody recognize, and hopefully everybody will, is just Surtain is so much better than every other corner in the NFL right now. Like, he's going to win. He's going to win most of the time. I think the battle between Sutton and Surtain is going to be a lot of fun to watch in camp. After that, it's on the individual to be able to make that judgment. I will say going up against good secondary every day is a sure way to become a better unit, and it's a sure way to help Bo Nix be a better quarterback and a more accurate quarterback and throw the ball in the exact windows where they need to be, because I really think this secondary has elite written all over it.
It's going to make Tennessee in week 1 look like, thank God. You know, like when Bo goes against the Titans defense, he's going to be thinking, well, this isn't what I just went up against for weeks on end, because he's going to get challenged here in training camp.
Yeah. No, he really, really is, and I think it's only going to make him a better player. I'm not going to say that this 25 defense is going to be 15 defense as good, because I don't think the pass rush is as good. Like, love Benito, love Cooper. That's not Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware, okay? That's something else you're talking about. That's a couple of Hall of Famers right there. So you're not there yet. Up front along the defensive line, you're very good. I think this defensive line is one of the strengths of this team, between JFM and Zach Allen. And you tack on top of that DJ Jones, who you brought back, which is a fantastic move, and I'm so glad he's back in a Broncos uniform. Malcolm Roach coming in as a rotation guy. Defensive line is absolutely going to be one of the strengths of this team. I can't wait to watch this group. I think it is going to be so much fun. Next story, Spring.
High five.
Okay, that leaves, with no surprise, the only first-round pick to have not signed. That is Shamar Stewart, the edge rusher, drafted 17th overall by the Bengals out of Texas A&M. This was written by Mike Flory on Pro Football Talk. He cites via Billy Hayen of thesportingnews.com, Bud Elliott of CBS Sports, there's a game of telephone going on here.
Yeah, right.
Recently reported that Shamar Stewart has been fully involved in workouts at Texas A&M. Bud Elliott's source said that Shamar Stewart could try to come back and play again this season and go into the draft again next year.
The part about being fully involved in the workouts, like, well, that makes all the sense in the world. That's where he can actually go and work out right now, and Texas A&M has NFL or better facilities, so that makes all the sense in the world for him to be there. The could try to come back and play again this season and go into the draft again next year, that's the one where it's like, okay, I'm going to need a little bit more on this report. According to NCAA bylaws, he's not supposed to be able to come back since he has been drafted. But as Florio writes, how many NCAA rules have failed under the weight of the federal antitrust laws? Why shouldn't a player who has never taken an NFL paycheck or signed an NFL contract be prevented from going back to school? I agree with that. This, in a way, it almost kind of sounds a little bit like a FIBA Denver Nuggets versus Panathinaikos kind of situation right there. But, like, again, he's not actually under contract with an NFL team. Like, sure, he has been drafted, but I would think, like, your rights don't transfer until you've signed the actual contract, or at least I'm assuming that's what would be revealed in an antitrust case. I think maybe the new NIL stuff comes into play, where it's, you know, now that it is more of the Wild West. I don't know. It'd be a hell of a story. Yeah, a hell of a story. And all of a sudden, kind of would actually want to check out a Texas A&M game to watch Shamar Stewart play. And then the Bengals would be... Maybe he'll have more than 1.5 sacks this year if he plays at Texas A&M.
And then he'll get drafted higher than 17th. He'll develop himself, actually. Right. He'll turn himself into a player. And once again, the Cincinnati Bengals will be sitting there, and Joe Burrow especially will be sitting there thinking, what the hell are we doing?
Yeah. That organization is just stepping on themselves so badly. God, last night... NFL Network, I was watching, it was just a full half-hour show of all Bengals highlights. As I was drifting off last night, I'm watching Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins just absolutely crush it out there. And I'm thinking to myself, like, you are Super Bowl good right now. You have an MVP candidate at quarterback right now. You dropped all that coin on receivers. What are you guys doing? Why are you messing with this dude's career? If I was Joe Burrow, I'd be beside myself right now. Of just, what the hell are we doing?
Only first-round pick unsigned. The only one, Nate.
Still fighting Trey Hendrickson, who's dominant. Who is a dominant player out on the field. What are we doing right here? Next up.
High five.
Okay, Arch Manning is eligible to come out in next year's NFL draft, and he will finally be the starter for the University of Texas this season. Man, I'm trying to look at odds to win the Heisman. I got to assume if he's not the favorite, he's right up there. But he was asked at SEC Media Days if he's thinking at all about winning the Heisman Trophy this year.
I'm not really sure how they get these opinions because I've only played, 2 games? But I guess that's nice of them to say, but, that doesn't mean anything. Talk is cheap. I got to go prove it. You're growing it.
Talk is cheap. I got to go prove myself. It's a perfect Manning answer. It's an absolutely perfect Manning answer. This guy is like Peyton and Eli were as polished as you could possibly be, having grown up with Archie. This kid is only, again, like coming through the Manning machine is only going to be more so. I don't have Heisman odds, Spring. I do have Texas at plus 550 to win the national championship, which I believe
it's right behind Ohio State at plus 500.
It's interesting, actually. I'm looking at Circa right now. Circa's got Ohio State at plus 625.
Okay, so Circa has Texas as the favorite.
Yeah, Circa does have Texas as the favorite. Georgia at plus 850 right now is number 3 on their board.
Yeah, 3 on DraftKings board.
Yeah,
is Georgia as well.
Yes, Colorado, by the way, plus 50,000 to win the national title. They do have Colorado State beat at plus 500,000. So if you would like to go ahead and take that swing, by all means, go for it. Yeah, Arch Manning is – I mean, the hype comes from – in all seriousness, Spring, like the hype doesn't just come from the highlights of watching him play at Newman. Like he was awesome as soon as he got on the field last year.
Well, when he played last year, though, I mean, he even said I played 2 games, and it felt like he was mostly in these run packages, like as the run threat quarterback. Almost like a Taysom Hill type role. Obviously, he's much more than that. But, yeah, I haven't seen him.
I mean, I remember watching him in the UTSA game last year.
Early on in the season.
Yeah, when he threw for 4 touchdowns. And again, I get it. You're playing the Roadrunners, but, dude, it's all there. It's all there. We got more football conversation coming up. Adam Hill of the Las Vegas Review-Journal is going to stop by. Pete Carroll, is he napping in a recliner? At 5:16 in the afternoon, Adam Hill will have that scoop on us, plus expectations for Genty. And is Geno Smith better in the clutch than Bo Nix? We'll cover all of that with Adam Hill coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Live on Twitch, presented by Safeway, Kreckman and Lindahl. I'm Nate, and I am live in Las Vegas at the Circa for Mountain West Football Media Day. Look who stopped by. Our old pal, Adam Hill, swung by the table today. Adam, by all accounts, this has been a quiet media day for you. You're not trying to uncover any conspiracies or hidden votes or anything else like that. Turn on Adam's headset. I'm a pro radio guy. I know to do that. There it is.
I should have looked and made sure it was on before I came on. I've done radio myself. I should have.
I've heard.
Checked that out. It's I guess quiet from that regard. Like, a couple years ago, somebody had voted UNLV number 1. We know who that is because I wrote about it.
You uncovered the scandal.
But then he was like vindicated.
He was right.
They actually did finish atop the league, so he was right. And I believe I actually checked with him. He voted UNLV number 1 again today.
But there were 3 other guys that did.
There was.
I think they got 4 votes this year.
They did.
Yeah.
So it's been quiet in that regard, but has not been quiet. There is just so much happening, and I've been writing a lot about the Mountain West the last couple of months. So catching up with some of the people that I've only talked to on the phone and texted with, and getting to talk to them, and then trying to find quiet places to talk so that nobody knows that you're talking is always an interesting part of this. So I've had a great day today, and we have a whole day tomorrow.
UNLV and Pac-12 are going to court, or the Mountain West and the Pac-12,
kind of UNLV
and UNLV sort of indirectly, but yeah, the Pac-12 and the Mountain West were headed to trial.
Not surprising.
Yeah,
I think the Pac-12 strategy is to
wait it out,
delay as long as possible. As I wrote my first column I ever wrote about this, I said the Pac-12 has the money in their bank account. So as long as this goes on, they're the ones that have the money.
Yeah.
Now, eventually, if they have to pay, and that goes on. But I think in their mind, if they make this go 3-4 years in court through appeals and all kinds of different litigation, they are hoping the Mountain West just goes away.
Slow roll.
And there's nobody to pay.
Yeah.
I think that's the ultimate strategy here.
Yeah, it certainly appears to be, and the Mountain West is trying to rush this entire thing. By the way, Dan Mullen took over as the new head coach at UNLV, replacing Barry Odom, who went to Purdue. Dan Mullen, last time we saw him was in the booth on ESPN. But how has Dan Mullen been to cover so far?
Well, last time I saw him was about 5 minutes ago, walking into this meeting.
Yeah,
we had a nice little conversation. He's great, and I think I'll call it like a joint hiring between Dan Mullen and Josh Pastner, the new basketball coach. Obviously, both of them coming in around the same time. They know what they're doing in terms of this is the era. You have to market yourself. You have to be out in the community. That hasn't been a great job, as great as Barry Odom was as a winner, bringing the program to some success they've never seen before. He wasn't exactly, always out rubbing the right elbows, I guess is the right way to put it. And, look, I love Kevin Kruger. Known him for a long time. That's not his thing.
Yeah.
And so I think the basketball program not only wasn't overly successful, they were okay, but he just wasn't selling the program, wasn't selling himself, wasn't really interested in doing that. Josh Pastner is the exact opposite. With great recruiting class coming in, we've heard that before here, but he definitely knows what he's doing in terms of, hey, we've got to sell this thing, and he's out there in the community, and so both of them are doing a great job.
It's a good time to be a sports fan in Las Vegas. How long until you are removed from all of these assorted beats that you work on, so you can cover the A's and the fervor and fever in this community and excitement over the A's arrival?
Next question. No, that's not happening. There are people that are excited about the A's coming.
Who are they besides John Fisher?
I am not one.
Did you go to the groundbreaking?
I did not. And actually, thank you to the A's. They did it on my birthday. I was actually out of town.
Okay.
Enjoying a nice vacation. There's nothing I love more than the fact that they rented construction equipment.
They rented construction equipment, according to the piece that I read, which I think was in The Guardian, which was they for the photo op, they parked all of these, backhoes and diggers and whatnot behind where the groundbreaking ceremony took place, and everyone's wearing the hard hats and the whole thing. But what because somebody asked the PR staff about it, they basically had to be honest about it and be like, oh, yeah, we rented those. Yeah. We're not actually doing construction right now.
Are those is that the actual equipment that's going to do the work? No.
Yeah.
So I think it's actually the ground faking, I guess you can call it. Look, I want baseball here. I love baseball.
Yeah.
I think it would be fantastic. I would love to go write about baseball every day. It'd be very fun. Obviously, the ownership group has a lot to be desired. But baseball for the community would be cool. So, I mean, I am kind of conflicted about this. I don't see how there's a stadium ready to go opening day
in 3 years.
2028. I don't see how it's possible. But it's Vegas. Things happen here.
We're going to be the West Sacramento A's for that many more years?
West Sacramento should keep them.
Have you gone to a game in West Sacramento yet?
I haven't gone to an A's game.
Okay.
I've been to several games in West Sacramento, actually.
Yeah.
Actually, the Aviators here in Las Vegas, the AAA team, played a championship series against the Rally Cats.
Sounds good to me.
I think that's what they're called. And I was up there at the stadium, and I do not remember saying to myself, this would be a good MLB park. In fact, I remember going out to the visitors clubhouse to do some interviews after one of the games and being like, wow.
How about the players, like complaining about having to walk across the field, can't go back in the clubhouse between innings? It's hysterical.
Well, it's also like 150 degrees.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't want to walk across. Like, you don't want to – you're going to zap up your energy and sweat. That's terrible. Yeah. It's not an MLB park. It's obviously supposed to be temporary. Look, it's not ideal for anybody.
Yeah.
I will say I had to do I was assigned to do a who will be the top 5 players for the A's when they arrive in Vegas, and I did not include Brent Rooker. And people were mad.
Yeah.
And I was like, you think he's not getting traded between now? Are we nuts? Of course he's going to be traded.
Well, if it was the Rockies, they wouldn't have traded him. You don't have to worry about that.
Have they – I haven't followed the Rockies every day, I'll admit. I do follow them a lot. Have they gotten hot? Because I know –
Gotten hot?
They didn't want – don't let them get hot. I know was a thing.
They won – they had a 4-game win streak. Which was that was like early June when they won. They took 3 against the Nats and 1 against the Braves, and then they went directly back into the tank. 22-74.
That was an accurate statement. Don't let them get hot.
Don't let them get hot. A mere 52 games under. They do have a 3-game and a 4-game win streak so far this season.
I've got Tyro Estrada and Brenton Doyle on fantasy teams. I gotta keep cheering for them.
I bet Brenton Doyle is in his, what is he hitting, 206 right now?
He had a couple of hits last week.
Okay.
He raised it up a little bit.
Couple of hits.
It's not great.
It's as good as it gets.
It's not great.
So Adam Hill, Las Vegas Review-Journal, covering the Raiders. What is this team now? Are they good? Are they going to be good?
What does good mean?
Good means winning record. Good means that you're not finishing in the basement in the AFC West, because I think every team in the division's good.
Then yes, they're good.
Yeah.
I have been like usually you give a range. When I am more than convinced they're going 9-8.
9-8.
I think they're going 9-8 this year.
Okay.
I think they've done. And man, Raiders fans just hate this. And actually, a couple of people in the organization have gotten back to me that the organization doesn't like this either. I believe they have done everything possible to not be bad.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's the wise thing to do. Like, I'd rather be if I'm an NFL team, I'd rather be 3-14 than 9-8 or 8-9.
Sure.
But that's not Pete Carroll's style. And I think
you hire Pete Carroll to win now.
Right. And there is something about
There's no tomorrow for Pete Carroll.
Building when when he coaches week 1, he'll be the oldest coach to ever coach an NFL game.
Yeah.
So you're not building for long term. But I do think that they have a ton of young talent, and I think 2026 is a year that they should be shooting for. And I think that they'd be okay losing this year, getting a high draft pick next year, and then making that huge leap next year in 2026. But they want to build a winning culture. And I understand that is a rational, reasonable thing to do. It's not what I would do.
Yeah.
But I understand the rationale there. That they want to show that they can win. They want to get these guys a winning attitude, and then be able to compete next year. And that's fine. I just think the better approach would be to go 4-13. But what they've done, and why I say I think they're going to be good, not great. They're definitely capped. Is when at certain positions where you could have said we got to go find, I'll just say middle linebacker. Didn't really have one. Robert Spillane signed away to the Patriots. I would have said let's go sign like 3 23, 24, 25-year-old middle linebackers. One of them will work out, and maybe one of them will be our guy for a playoff run in 2026, 2027, and beyond. What they did is they went out and signed a Landon Roberts. He's better than any of those options. He was the best option they could have possibly had.
Yeah.
To win 9 games. I mean, that's just what it is. Like, again, I would have gone young. I would have gone to try to find future guys, even if it's a step back. That's what I would have done. But instead, they go and say, "Hey, we want to be good, so we're going to sign this guy that's going to help us right now."
But okay, here's where I'll push back on that a little bit. I don't even know if pushback's the right word. It's just this is how I view it from a Denver perspective. Is last year, after using the number 12 overall pick on Bo Nix, it had all the all the looks of a building year for Denver. I didn't think they were going to be a playoff team last year. I didn't think they were going to win 10 games. Their total was 5.5 last year. Like, I thought that was right in the right ballpark for the talent level. So it's like, what are we doing with John Franklin Myers on the defensive line? What are we doing with Brandon Jones, spending money on him in the secondary? Like, it's kind of bargain shopping. As it turns out, Sean Payton was a good enough coach, and I think Pete Carroll is a good enough coach, where Denver could be ahead enough of schedule that those veterans could then come in handy, and that's why Denver, instead of being an 8 or 9 win team, got that 10th win and went to a playoff game.
What position was it they drafted in the first round?
Quarterback.
Oh, is that important?
But they took the 6th
6th
quarterback in the first round.
I had some people angry. I did a show. I did a different show in Denver. I apologize. A couple weeks ago.
Wow.
Had some people angry at me for saying this. I will say, first of all, to your point of where the season win total was, every year I'm asked by a bunch of different shows and, different, people in the gambling world, that sort of thing, what is the best bet in the season win total market?
Yeah.
Last year, consistently, I said Denver over.
Uh-huh.
I thought they were absolutely going Sean Payton. And this is where some people got mad at me for what I said in Denver. Bo Nix was always the most ready to go.
Yeah.
He was always the most NFL ready. He was always going to be the most ready day one of all of those players. So even though he was the 6th guy, that's where he was. Like, I'll whisper this maybe. There's a microphone on, so it's not going to matter. I don't think Bo Nix is getting significantly better.
Yeah.
Like, I think Bo Nix was what he's going to be because he had so much experience. He was so – I mean, he's going to get a little bit better.
I don't completely disagree with you. I call him a high-floor player.
Right, and that's where he was.
Yeah.
And they took advantage of that, and with everything else, with the defense, everything else, yes, you can catch lightning in a bottle. I don't think Geno Smith is Bo Nix. I think he's a guy that just we know what he is. He's accurate.
Yep.
But he's also going to make mistakes at times. He's going to, red zone. It's a bit of a mess. On the road against good teams, he's been a disaster in his career. Not that everybody's kind of struggles in that situation. But, I don't know that he has the kind of upside right now that he's going to outperform where you think he is. We just kind of know what he is.
That he's going to get vastly better.
Right. We know what he is.
Yeah. Well, and you've seen him with this coach in this system, so there's no surprise there. But also it is the ceiling of Geno Smith is what they brought in, which is pretty good. It's not great.
But that's everything everything they did was to be good.
Good.
And for my philosophy is sacrifice good now for great in the future.
Yeah.
I think they were let's be good. And that's fine. Again,
sure.
That's their philosophy, and that's fine. It wouldn't have been mine, but I'm also just a dumb writer that does radio appearances. I'm not getting a lot of money because of my opinion, so that's fine. But I would prefer to find a way to compete for a long time and to be very good for a long time, even if you have to be bad for now. The problem is they've been bad every year. So it's they haven't had the benefit of they haven't taken advantage of being bad the times that they've been bad.
Adam Hill, Las Vegas Review-Journal. Where should we set our expectations on Genty right now?
What's the NFL record for rushing yards in a season? He's going to shatter that, right? He's going to be the greatest player that's ever lived. I think
he just walks in and he's Barry Sanders.
They're going to get. That guy stunk compared to Ashton Genty, right? I think that's what everybody's looking for.
So Vegas is in walk-on-water territory now?
I will. I'll give away. I'm not sure if I told this earlier. I was actually talking to some of the Boise State guys around here, and I'm doing a column on what did the Boise State guys think of Ashton Genty as a player. And I asked both the guys that were here for Boise State to just give me one thing to kind of make fun of Ashton. To he had to have messed in a meeting, said a wrong play, or he had to get something wrong. He had to order something funny at dinner, and I got back a lot of thought, and then he actually might be perfect. And I was like, yeah, that's kind of what Raiders fans think of him too. Look, I think he's going to be incredible.
Yeah.
I think he's going to get the ball a lot. I think he's an unbelievable player. I am against picking running backs in the first round because I think you can just address so many more valuable positions. But
highest first-round running back since Saquon?
Yeah. And what they're doing now, the other argument you can make for what the Raiders are doing is you've got Ashton Genty potentially a top 3, top 5 running back in the league.
I think he's already the best back in the division.
Yeah. Brock Bowers, potentially the best tight end in the entire league.
Yep.
Whoever they do find as a long-term answer at quarterback is going to walk into a pretty good situation with talent around him for sure. I just think you have to find that quarterback at some point. And I don't think
for the Athletic during one of the OTA practices, and I asked him who's the best wide receiver in the AFC West, and he thought about it and he said Brock Bowers.
Could be.
He is the best pass catcher in the division.
Yeah.
How would you answer that question? Who's the best wide receiver in the AFC West right now?
The guy that came to, are you assuming full health, I guess, from guys?
Yes.
Could it be Hollywood Brown at some point if he's fully healthy? I mean, maybe, but I would
over Ladd McConkey.
I was going to say the name that came to mind first was Ladd McConkey.
Right. And that doesn't feel right to say.
No, but I mean, I think it's fair to say Brock Bowers is, and that is also the counter argument to, I thought last year, just like running back, I thought drafting a tight end in the first round is a stretch because of the value, and the fair response to that, the retort is he's not a tight end, which
he's not, and in any other year he's offensive rookie of the year. It's just Jayden was incredible.
Yeah, for sure, and he walked into a situation where Devontae Adams was supposed to be the guy, and he leaves.
Yeah.
They don't have any other options besides Jacoby Myers. They also are behind in every single game. Like, it was a perfect storm for him to have a bunch of big numbers. Not that this is not taking anything away from what he did. And, by the way, Brock Bowers may be the greatest softball player of all time as well. He just played in the Golden Knights versus Raiders charity softball game last week.
And he crushed it.
My goodness. Dominated the home run derby.
Oh, I saw a clip of this.
Derby. He hit a walk-off grand slam. Where everybody just knew it was going to go out. He also hit one over the scoreboard at Las Vegas Ballpark that landed on the roof of City National Arena where the Golden Knights practice, and a bunch of the Aviators people were like, I've never seen a baseball hit that far.
Yeah.
He's generating his own power with the
softball.
And murdering the ball. And I talked to him afterwards, and I was like, I had heard you weren't really good. Like, what was that about? And he kind of indicated that he might have spread around a little bit. I'm okay.
Sandbagged.
I'm okay. Sandbagged a little bit because I don't think he wanted to go out there and, whiff.
Yeah.
And I thought you were good, man. So I think he was, downplaying a little bit. And he's a humble guy by nature, but he murdered the ball. But, yeah, I mean, I would also say that I don't think his success individually last year was good for the team. I mean, they did it by necessity, but I think you'd rather have a bunch of guys at wide receiver catching passes and then him making more of an impact. I think it was more stats by necessity, but that is not to take away from the fact that, man, that catch he made in Denver that he turned into a touchdown was
phenomenal.
Maybe pass interference on the offense, but it was also a phenomenal play tight ends don't make that play. Tight ends don't make they don't moss a defensive back 40 yards downfield and then turn upfield and score a touchdown. It just doesn't happen.
After Jacoby Myers, who else is a notable receiver on this Raider team? Is there one?
Brock Bowers?
Yeah.
I do believe they're going to throw to Ashton Genty a lot. I don't think they used Ashton Genty as a pass catcher in the way they should have at Boise State, maybe. I mean, They didn't need to. They're just handing the ball a lot. He's running the full route tree right now. He's lining up in the slot at times. They're throwing him the ball. They're throwing him all over the field. So I think he's going to catch a lot of passes. And you look at the young guys. I mean, they drafted Jack Besh, who still unsigned like all the other second-round picks, which is my favorite story going on right now in the NFL. But
we've been talking about it all day. R.J. Harvey still not signed.
So good.
Yeah. Second-round solidarity.
I hope they don't.
Yeah.
Be together. Show solidarity.
Stay strong, guys.
But, yeah, I mean, I think Jack Besh is a guy. Dante Thornton was a one-route guy in college at Tennessee. He's go ball, use your athleticism. He's big. He's fast. Unbelievable talent. And I think a lot of teams passed on him because they're like, can he do everything else? He can do everything else. And he showed that in OTAs and minicamp. So I think he's going to be kind of a breakout guy. He still has a lot of seasoning, I think, to go because he wasn't asked to do anything at Tennessee. But I think he's going to be a guy that surprises a lot of people, too.
How much of the Pete Carroll effect is going to help this team? The way Sean Payton and having a competent head coach immediately elevated Denver just to competency. How much does Pete Carroll do that for the Raiders?
I think he does it a lot, and I think it was kind of a necessity after your favorite coach, your favorite coach Josh McDaniels, followed by Antonio Pierce, who gave it his best effort. Let's be honest. I think that they needed that. They needed stability. The guy I believe the most in, the guy that I was targeting years ago and thought they should have hired is John Spytek, the new general manager, and I think he's going to do great things long term. But Pete Carroll is kind of the guy that they needed to bring in. And I know, it wasn't their first choice of coaches, and everybody knows that. But I think he was always the second choice. He was always the fallback plan. And he's always, I think, the idea of build stability, build confidence, build a winning program, which they have not had at all. They don't understand what that is right now.
Yeah.
Build that, and then the next coach is the one that takes over and kind of takes them to the next level.
Last question, what is your latest predicted order of finish in the AFC West?
I mean, I think they all finished with winning records.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
I think the division's that good, too. I really do.
I'm going to go I'm a Harbaugh guy.
Yeah.
Go blue. I'm going to go Chargers, Chiefs, Broncos, Raiders.
Chargers, Chiefs, Broncos, Raiders. How many playoff teams out of the AFC West?
3.
3? Yeah. It was 3 last year.
Yeah.
No, they did much the same thing. I got Denver winning the AFC West. I'm going full homer, but
I don't think it's shocking.
I think it's the best defense in the NFL.
Yeah.
And they only added strength on strength by drafting Jahdae Barron and putting him in that secondary. I think they're absolutely loaded. I only need them to just be a little capable on offense. And I said it yesterday. I think they're going to win a lot of 24-16 games.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a fun division. When I give that order of finish, I think they're all separated by like 3 games tops.
Yeah.
4 teams separated by 3 games I think can happen. And so I think it's going to be a fun year. I think was it 3 years ago, 4 years ago? Everybody said this is going to be the best division. Oh, it was
the best quarterback division,
quarterback division
because Carr was in it,
Yeah.
Russell Wilson was in it, and then Herbert and Mahomes.
And
it was
all fell apart.
Yeah, it didn't happen. Now it's the best coaching division.
So I think now is where you're going to see it.
Yeah, I think so too, because I think coaching is generally more stable. Adam Hill, everybody, the Las Vegas Review-Journal. Adam, good work, man.
I appreciate it. I try.
Okay. Do you have any Avalanche takes, by the way? You got to drop any Golden Knights knowledge on us at all right now?
I think the Golden Knights are going to be fine again.
Okay. All right.
Avalanche opening night, right? They're hosting Kings.
Yep.
There you go.
All right. Adam Hill, everybody, Las Vegas Review-Journal. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Winding things down here at Mountain West Football Media Day. I'm Nate Kreckman, Mark Springer back at the shop in Denver at the Backus and Shanker Studios, live at the lovely Circa Resort and Hotel in Las Vegas. Absolutely love this place. By the way, I want to address a text that we received if you're watching the show on Twitch or YouTube today. Jeremiah says, Kreckman, that haircut and shirt combo you've got has you look like you just got out of a medical prosthetics conference.
That's very specific.
Now, when my wife, who watches the show occasionally, I told her that I'm going for a life insurance salesman.
Yeah, you look like you work a regular 9 to 5 is what you look like.
He went medical prosthetics. See, you look
like a teacher maybe.
Spring, you work with me every day. I have been a raging dirtball all summer long. I had a giant beard. Then I went stash.
Sure.
Wearing Jokic T-shirts 4 out of 5 days of the week.
You had a good tie-dye T-shirt recently. I like that one.
Lithuania. That was in honor of Valanciunas.
Yeah.
I rocked the Lithuania shirt. Shout out to the 96 team. I come out here. I'm trying to look This is what happens here, though, is, and people see right through it with me. The moment that I try to look or seem the slightest bit professional, people look at me and they're just like, "You're a fraud. We know it. We know it. Who are you kidding there? What, you wake up and shave today?"
See right through you.
Yep, they know it. They know it. So I'm not fooling anybody. I try to be professional. I try to carry myself like, you know what, man? I'm not just a guy that hosts 3 hours of jackassery with Andy Lindahl every single afternoon. No, I'm a real professional. And then I dress like this. And Spring, what segment did we do today that got everybody talking? Talking to the dude that eats canned chicken and rice and puts it in a blender and then eats it for every single meal. And again, what segment did I enjoy the most today? It was, of course, that one. Not any of the hardcore football and basketball conversations that we had today on the show because I'm a professional sportscaster. No. What did I enjoy the most? It was talking to a college kid about how gross the food he eats is.
Well, one of my favorite parts about this job is there is no true dress code. You can wear whatever you want. I'm not a dress-up guy. I hate it. I hate it to my core. So I like shorts, T-shirt. I got flip-flops on right now. It's the best. I will sacrifice pay for this, Nate.
I will sacrifice upward mobility, stability, happiness, all of this merely so I can wear flip-flops to work.
You won't catch me selling out, man. Never.
I know. I even tucked my shirt in today. How lame is that?
I hate tucking shirts in. It's just whenever I do it, I just want to gag. I'm like, ugh.
I'm a professional sportscaster today. Nope.
Well, you're an adult.
Today I'm dressed up like Joe Buck. Okay, that's what I'm going for here today. All right, and nobody has buying it. I got a good story here. This is from Don Van Natta, ESPN. Bill Belichick. As he writes, Bill Belichick has rarely reacted publicly to comments made about him by Robert Kraft since the two men parted ways 18 months ago. But on the heels of recent comments by Robert Kraft that he took a, quote, big risk by hiring Belichick in 1999, Belichick responded in a statement to ESPN that it was he who took a big risk by joining a flailing franchise with few resources that was $10 million over the salary cap. This is Belichick talking to ESPN in response to questions. Quote, as I told Robert multiple times through the years, I took a big risk by taking the New England Patriots head coaching job. I already had an opportunity to be the head coach of the New York Jets, but the ownership situation was unstable. He adds, I had been warned by multiple previous Patriots coaches, as well as other members of other NFL organizations and the media, that the New England job was going to come with many internal obstacles. I made it clear that we would have to change the way the team was managed to regain the previously attained success, close quote. So, Kraft said I took a big risk on Belichick, which I would agree with that. Belichick was a failed coach in Cleveland. Like, you don't know what he's going to turn into. He was Parcells' lap boy, and then he turns into just the best coach in the business. And then on the flip side, New England was a mess. New England never won anything until Belichick showed up. It's hysterical to think that these two dudes, who are both right, like working for New England was a big risk, hiring Bill Belichick was a big risk. I would agree with all of those things, and it all worked out fantastically, and yet they're sniping at each other all these years later. It's so funny to watch this because the Belichick, Brady, Kraft trio, triumvirate, whatever you want to call it, spring they've like turned into the Eagles. They're like Fleetwood Mac. They're just like, not the Philadelphia Eagles, by the way, the Eagles. Like, it's just like, hey, we had all of this massive success, but as it turns out, we all hated each other the entire time. And, oh, by the way, the sniping between Belichick and Kraft is comical anyway because, oh, by the way, Brady did it all. He was the one that still won a Super Bowl when he went to Tampa Bay. Like, Tom Brady walks out on top of everybody, and yet it's the other two that can't stop shooting arrows at each other right now and sniping at each other. This entire thing is hysterical to me. And Belichick, by the way, felt it necessary to release a statement to ESPN to react to something that Robert Kraft, like ancient Robert Kraft, has to say to this day. How petty are these guys? I love it.
Oh, I love it too, but I'm gonna side with Robert Kraft here. Parcells and Robert Kraft buys the Patriots in 94.
94, yep.
And so 96, last season of Bill Parcells, they go to the Super Bowl, lose to the Packers.
Yep.
Broncos would beat the Packers for their first Super Bowl win the next year.
Following year.
And this is the Drew Bledsoe era with the Patriots as their quarterback. 97, Patriots go 10-6. And now this is under Pete Carroll. 98, 9-7. 99, 8-8. So he inherited an 8-8 team, a team that had done no worse than 500 for the previous 4 seasons. I don't know what ownership and front office situations was like in the early years of Robert Kraft, but it was a decent football team. Drew Bledsoe was still a decent quarterback. And in fact, Belichick 5-11 his first year. Now they're firmly under 500 as Belichick takes over the Patriots. But maybe, Nate, that Bill felt like he took a risk by joining the Patriots because he wasn't sure if Robert Kraft and that organization would let him spy on opposing teams' practices. It was a risk, Nate.
Am I going to get in trouble if I try to do all of this?
Will you guys fund this and have my back on this?
You gonna defend me later when I'm deflating footballs? It is so funny to me to watch these guys who authored, and again, I'm not going to take anything away from Belichick. I think he's magnificent, okay? And he built those defenses, and Brady never won crap when they didn't have a top 10 defense in New England. Like that, the job that Belichick did was absolutely fantastic. I think he's one of the great coaches in the history of the NFL. Like everything that these guys accomplished working together in building what I consider to be the most impressive dynasty of the last quarter century in all of sports, because it is a sport designed